One should never engage in a romantic relationship with a girl who possesses an extreme obsession with cleanliness. It is simply unbearable. My father is a silver-tongued charmer, adept at wooing women. When I had just entered the first year of junior high, he managed to persuade a wealthy woman who owned a clothing factory to become my stepmother, subsequently moving us into a lavish apartment in the city. Prior to our relocation, he cautioned me sternly, emphasizing that having such a wealthy stepmother meant I would need to rely on her for a better life. He advised me to be perceptive, to assist with household chores, and to curry favor with her, warning me never to provoke her anger. Particularly, he highlighted that she had a daughter whose spoiled temperament could be quite unpleasant. If she uttered any harsh words, I was to endure it silently and refrain from retorting. To be candid, my father's demeanor revolted me, and I was reluctant to move in with him. However, I had no choice. He was my only living relative. Without him, I feared I might struggle to meet even my basic needs. When survival is at stake, dignity tends to lose its value. My stepmother's daughter, Shuniju, was my age. Upon our first meeting, she regarded both me and my father with disdain, her eyes radiating contempt. This girl had an acute aversion to dirt, incessantly claiming that my father and I reeked of sourness. Wherever we walked, she ordered the housekeeper to mop the floors repeatedly, all the while grumbling incessantly. My stepmother indulged Shuniju, ultimately providing my father with a car to take me shopping for new clothes and to enjoy a proper bath at a public bathhouse. My father was elated and inquired about my clothing preferences, but I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, my face burning with shame. Deep within, I understood that even if I donned new attire and bathed, upon our return, she would find fault with us for various reasons. Yet, I could somewhat empathize with her reaction after all. It was her home, and an uninvited father-son duo had intruded, particularly one as unrefined as mine. Who could blame her for feeling this way? I initially believed that with time, Shuniju would recognize that my father and I were not cut from the same cloth, leading to an improvement in her attitude. Alas, I was mistaken. Her temperament was inherently unpleasant. She imposed numerous rules upon me. I was not to enter her room, touch her belongings, and when she bathed, I had to vacate the house. We could not walk to or from school together, nor could I disclose our relationship to anyone. What infuriated me the most was her insistence that I sit to urinate, fearing I might dirty the toilet. There were countless such oppressive demands, but I had no choice but to endure, as I was living under her roof. Little did anyone anticipate the severe conflict that would later ensue, altering the trajectories of our lives irrevocably. I vividly recall the day September 30, 1998. The following day marked the National Day holiday, and our school had granted us a week off. That afternoon, after submitting a holiday agreement to my teacher, I exited the school gates alone. Perhaps due to the holiday, a group of delinquents had gathered outside, either trying to impress girls or looking for a fight. As I passed by, I unexpectedly witnessed several senior girls from our school assaulting a girl none other than Shuniju. Given her previous bullying of me, I thought it best to linger and enjoy the spectacle, as it might provide me with some satisfaction. Among the senior girls was a younger girl wearing oversized sunglasses and sporting a chic bob, exuding a rebellious aura. I recognized her as Zhang Qimei, a classmate of Shuniju. Her family was somewhat renowned locally, boasting 6 older brothers, each tall and handsome. The arrival of their 7th child, a girl, had brought immense joy, resulting in a 3-day celebratory feast. Perhaps due to her favorable genetics, Zhang Qimei grew into a strikingly beautiful young woman, attracting many suitors. However, it was rumored that none who pursued her met with a favorable outcome. They were all beaten up by her older brothers until they transferred schools. After observing for a while, I gathered that Shuniju had clashed with Zhang Qimei. The senior girls were evidently there at Zhang Qimei's behest. Despite the overwhelming odds against her, Shuniju did not cower. She attempted to call for help, only for her phone to be snatched away. At that moment, Shuniju fortuitously spotted me and, pointing an accusing finger in my direction, shouted, "What the hell are you doing just standing there? Come over here and help me." I was taken aback. She was trying to drag me into this mess. The girls surrounding her were notorious in our school, and I had no desire to become embroiled in their conflict. After all, she had treated me so poorly before. Why would she expect my assistance now? As I contemplated turning to leave, Zhang Qimei called me over. I felt compelled to comply, and, as I approached, she scrutinized me before asking, "What's your relationship with Shuniju? Do you want to help her?" I quickly shook my head, signaling my refusal to assist. Zhang Qimei laughed derisively and retorted, "Fine, if you're not helping, just scram." Relieved, I turned to leave, but Shin Iju continued to hurl insults at me, calling me a coward and a traitor, likening me to a worthless dog. As for what happened to Shin Iju later, I cannot say. However, when she returned home that evening, her face was swollen, clearly having endured a considerable beating. As I had anticipated, she wasted no time in reporting that she had been bullied, while I stood nearby, reveling in her misfortune before making my escape. Surprisingly, my stepmother remained relatively calm, but my father was furious, storming over to kick me down. I had expected a few slaps and some harsh words, but he continued to strike me, even resorting to a mop handle when his fists no longer sufficed. My stepmother remained silent, more concerned about her daughter, inquiring whether Shun Iju needed to go to the hospital. It was only when the housekeeper intervened that my father finally ceased his assault. In that moment, my heart sank. My father had beaten me before, and I had grown accustomed to it. But this time, he had unleashed his fury upon me to curry favor with another's daughter. I felt a deep sense of injustice and began to question whether I was indeed his biological child. At that juncture, my resentment towards Shun Iju began to take root within me. That night, around 10 o'clock, my father stealthily entered my room and briefly inquired about the events of the afternoon. After I recounted the tale, he sighed, "I may have been a bit harsh today, but don't hold it against me. We are living under their roof. Our lives are worth less than theirs. You must be more cautious, especially in public protection, Iju. On the way to the hospital, if I hadn't spoken in her favor, your stepmother would have tossed you out." After saying this, he tossed 50 yuan onto my bedside before leaving, and as I stared at the money, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. That night, I lay awake, my body aching and unable to find solace in sleep. In the dead of night, I quietly made my way to the bathroom to inspect my reflection. My face was bruised and my body was covered in contusions. At that moment, I considered the possibility of sneaking out and running away, but ultimately, I lacked the courage. If I left, would I be able to continue my education? I was still a minor. What would I do if I didn't attend school? Work? That could ruin my life forever. The following morning, the delicate Shiniju was once again lamenting her facial pain. My stepmother hurriedly took her to the hospital. Before they left, she instructed my father to visit Zhang Kaimai's family to discuss how to resolve the matter. My stepmother was adamant that her precious daughter could not suffer such indignity without repercussions. As for the Zhang family's whereabouts, she had already found someone to inquire why stepmother possessed but a solitary BMW, and once she drove away, there was no vehicle left for me to use. My father, feeling that it would be inadequate and lacking in prestige to visit the Zhang family without a car, shamelessly procured 2 fine packs of cigarettes and sent them over to our neighbor, borrowing their crown vehicle in return. Afterward, he doused himself in a considerable amount of liquor, pretending to be intoxicated, perhaps in an attempt to intimidate others. Initially, he intended for me to accompany him, but upon noticing my battered face, he decided it would be a disgrace for me to join him, opting instead to leave alone. As he departed, an ominous premonition settled in my heart, an unsettling feeling that something dire was about to transpire. This intuition proved accurate roughly an hour after his departure. My stepmother called home, conveying the distressing news that my father had met with an accident. Upon arriving at the Zhang residence, a conflict arose between my father and Zhang Kaimai's father, who summoned a gang of associates, leading to my father's severe beating, rendering him unconscious. At first, when I heard the news, a part of me felt he deserved it, having ingratiated himself with a mother and daughter at the expense of his own son. However, when he emerged from the intensive care unit, his condition so ghastly that he appeared neither human nor ghostly, a wave of pity washed over me. Despite his flaws, he was still my father, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. What troubled me most was the attitude of my stepmother and Shun Iju towards the situation. My stepmother had only visited the hospital once to complete the necessary paperwork and pay the fees thereafter. I was the one who remained at the hospital, attending to my father. As for Shun Iju, her insensitivity was even more pronounced. The incident was instigated by her, yet she refused to visit. When I returned home to collect a change of clothes, she barred me from entering, claiming I was too dirty and reeked of medication. I confronted her, questioning how she could be so heartless after my father had suffered such injuries because of her. She scoffed and retorted, "How can you say that? Your father should have brought more people. He insisted on being a lone hero. I'm embarrassed enough as it is. What will Zhang Qimei think of me? It's utterly humiliating." Unable to contain my frustration, I shoved her aside and entered the house to retrieve my clothes. She erupted in a tirade, calling for my stepmother and accusing me of bullying her. As I left the house, a sense of foreboding engulfed me. I sensed that my father and stepmother's relationship was teetering on the brink of collapse. My father, restless in the hospital, muttered incessantly about how his disfigured face and injured thigh would hinder his intimate life, lamenting that women in their 30s and 40s could be predatory, and if my stepmother did not receive attention, it would lead to complications. As fate would have it, by late October, my stepmother formally requested a divorce from my father, who was still hospitalized. He was distraught and insisted on confronting her for clarity. However, she had already anticipated this move and enlisted a few thugs to protect herself. When I returned home for my belongings, the housekeeper refused me entry, claiming my father's possessions had already been discarded. Logically, I ought to have been enraged, yet I felt a strange sense of relief. At least I would no longer have to endure this life of subservience, nor suffer Shin Yizu's torment. My father, however, was the true victim, having sought to ingratiate himself with a wealthy family only to end up with nothing but injuries. I hope this incident would impart a valuable lesson on humility. Ultimately, my father and stepmother divorced, bringing this farcical episode to a close. As compensation, she granted him a sum of money, sufficient for both of us to live comfortably for several years, provided he did not squander it. However, she stipulated that he must cease all contact with her and her daughter. Had matters concluded there, it might have been for the best, but Shinizu could not resist stirring trouble. Following her altercation with Zhang Qimei, she began deliberately associating with a group of delinquent students, and somehow, she ended up dating Ding Shun, a notorious figure in our school's second year known as one of the 7 little tigers. Once she was involved with Ding Shun, Shinizu frequently flaunted her connections, growing increasingly brazen in her rivalry with Zhang Qimei. One day, after school, she gathered a group and cornered Zhang Qimei and her friends, attacking them. As I walked by, she seized me, dragging me before Zhang Qimei, exclaiming, "Your father was injured because of her. Come on, give her a few slaps to vent your frustration." Truth be told, while I harbored no fondness for Zhang Qimei, I did not despise her either. The incident involving my father was not directly her fault. Besides, had it not occurred, my father and stepmother might not have divorced, which for me was not altogether unfortunate. Furthermore, Zhang Qimei was not someone to be trifled with. If I struck her, I would only be inviting another enemy into my life. I shook my head, signaling my refusal to engage in violence. Shinizu derided my cowardice and demanded to know whether I would hit her or not. Ding Chun, who was smoking nearby, tossed the remains of his cigarette at me, glaring as he asked, "Are you going to hit her or not?" Having never encountered such a scene before, I was petrified. Though fear gripped me, I understood that even if I struck Zhang Qimei, Shinizu would continue to bully me. I absolutely could not resort to violence. Seeing my hesitation, Ding Chun suddenly kicked me to the ground, and his companions crowded around, mercilessly kicking me until I was left bloodied. It was only when the security from the school's protection department arrived that they dispersed. As I picked myself up and brushed off the dust, Zhang Qimei approached and said, "Chao Xiaobing, about your father's incident, I truly feel remorseful. It was never meant to escalate to such a degree. I've heard about your situation with Shinizu, and I owe you an apology." For reasons I could not comprehend, her words struck a chord within me, and my eyes welled with tears, perhaps exacerbated by my still bleeding nose. She kindly offered me a handkerchief from a girl with a ponytail nearby, urging me to wipe my bloodied nose. Fearing that if I lingered any longer, I would succumb to tears, I silently turned and walked away. Children raised in single-parent households often crave love, and even the slightest kindness can evoke profound emotions. As for Shinizu, she continued to seek me out for confrontations at the school gate. It was only when my deskmate, unable to bear the injustice, proposed a solution. Do you know how Ding Chun gained his reputation? He was once at the bottom, but then he befriended a small-time thug who took him under his wing. If you don't want to be bullied, you should also seek out an older sibling figure, and I guarantee no one will dare mess with you. My deskmate was right. Having a formidable older brother or sister in school served as a powerful deterrent against bullies. But what was to be done for those without such protection? As he suggested, seeking out an upperclassman or a thug from the streets seemed the only viable option. I realized that if things continued as they were, Shun Iju would never cease her torment. Rather than remain a perpetual target, I resolved to find an older sibling figure myself. With this determination, I discreetly took 50 yuan from my father's belongings and, the following afternoon, purchased several packs of cigarettes before heading to the largest billiards hall in our city. Adjacent to the town square, there existed an entertainment center that housed an arcade a billiards hall, and a roller skating rink. After wandering through the billiards hall, I set my sights on a fashionable woman in her 20s, seated alone, smoking. She donned tight leather pants and a tattered denim jacket, her hair dyed, and her ears adorned with two glimmering earrings, the very image of a female delinquent. Though she was alone, I hesitated to approach her. After much deliberation, I finally summoned the courage to walk up to her and handed her the several packs of Asima in my possession. After a prolonged moment of silence, I managed to utter, "Sister, I would like to recognize you as my elder sister. I am not particularly adept at social interactions, especially with women, and initiating a conversation with her was an unprecedented endeavor. Whether it was fear or shyness, my heart raced uncontrollably, my face flushed with warmth, and I found myself at a loss for where to direct my gaze, ultimately lowering my eyes to my own feet. The woman adorned with earrings readily accepted my cigarettes, and then replied, "All right, I'll accept the cigarettes, and I shall acknowledge you as my younger brother. However, my friend will be arriving shortly, and he has a temper you should entertain yourself elsewhere." Her willingness to agree took me by surprise, and a flicker of concern crept in. Was she so easily willing to accept me? How would we stay in touch thereafter? Was she merely dismissing me, perhaps a deceitful woman aiming to swindle my cigarettes? Noticing my hesitation to leave, the earring-clad woman displayed her annoyance, furrowing her brow and asking, "Is there anything else?" I pondered that since she had accepted my cigarettes, she ought to assist me in return. Thus, I boldly stated, "Sister, I would like you to help me deal with someone." She discarded the cigarette, but, extinguishing it with her foot, and inquired, "What is your name? Which school do you attend? And who do you wish to confront?" Upon hearing her willingness to assist, I promptly divulged my name, school, and the individual I intended to confront. She noted the information and instructed me to wait for her at the school gate the following noon, assuring me that she would call the person when the time came. After speaking, she turned and entered a nearby restroom. For reasons I could not discern, I felt an unsettling doubt regarding the reliability of this earring-clad woman. I suspected she would not show up the next day, rendering my cigarettes wasted. Yet, having already given them to her, I felt powerless to alter the situation, consider it a silent loss. The following day at school, I was engulfed in trepidation, uncertain whether to arrange the confrontation with Shuniju. Eventually, during the break, I encountered her at the staircase. She made a couple of disparaging remarks about me, and with a surge of determination, I approached her directly and declared, "Wait for me at the school gate after class, and do not leave." In the midst of a heated moment, I rashly issued a challenge to Shuniju. The instant the words left my lips, I felt a pang of regret. Shuniju exclaimed, raising her voice, "What did you just say? Waiting by the school gate? Is that right, Xiao Xiaobing? You think you're tough now? Fine. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate after classes. If you don't show up, you're a coward." I chose to ignore her, turning my back and heading towards our classroom. Once there, unease settled in. I was convinced that the girl with the earrings was unreliable and would not show up at noon. Yet, I had already made plans with Shuniju. What was I to do when the time came? Later, I confided in my desk mate, seeking his counsel. Upon hearing my predicament, he too felt it was dubious, asserting that the girl with the earrings was likely just trying to con me out of a few packs of cigarettes and wouldn't he actually come. His words only added to my anxiety. By the time the final period approached, with just 10 minutes left until dismissal, I feigned a stomach ache and requested permission from the teacher to visit the restroom. Once I discreetly slipped out of the school, I kept a lookout at the gate, but the girl with the earrings was nowhere in sight. This confirmed my suspicion that I had been deceived. What should I do now? Should I wait or make a hasty exit? Though fleeing felt somewhat shameful, as the saying goes, a wise man avoids immediate peril. Thus, I decided to leave before classes ended. As I passed the square, I contemplated seeking out the girl with the earrings, but ultimately abandoned the idea. On one hand, I was uncertain if she was still there. On the other, even if I found her, what could I hope to achieve? Retrieve my cigarettes? It might lead to a beating instead. The entire afternoon at school, I was fraught with anxiety, seated in class with my gaze fixed on the door, convinced that Shun Iju would storm in with a group to confront me, berating me for abandoning her. When my desk mate arrived, he excitedly informed me, "Guess what? Your sister came to school at noon." I was puzzled by his statement and inquired further. He gave me a thumbs up and continued, "As I was leaving the school at noon, I saw Shun Iju and a few of the 7 little tigers waiting at the gate. Suddenly, a jeep pulled up, and several men in their 20s jumped out, dragging Shun Iju into the vehicle. The 7 little tigers were left dumbfounded, not daring to make sound. Didn't you say your sister was coming to help you deal with Shiniju? Seems like she's quite reliable after all. My desk mate's words filled me with excitement. A jeep whisking her away? This was no ordinary affair. It suggested a formidable presence in the underworld. I had unknowingly allied myself with someone quite powerful, and perhaps no one would dare bully me again. The more I pondered, the more exhilarated I became. Even imagining that after being dealt with by my sister, Shiniju would fear me and avoid crossing my path. Allow me to introduce my desk mate, nicknamed Bighorn. The name itself reveals his loquacious nature and penchant for gossip. He is privy to nearly every new occurrence at school, and he relayed the tale of Shun-Iju's abduction far and wide, boasting about our close friendship. I had always been meek, enduring years of subjugation, so receiving such attention felt rather pleasant. Yet, a twinge of anxiety lingered. What if Shun-Iju wasn't he truly subdued and sought revenge? Furthermore, Ding Chun was Shun-Iju's boyfriend. Although he had refrained from confronting the girl with the earrings, it didn't mean he wouldn't challenge me. As fate would have it, a boy from the second year approached our classroom just before class began, asking me to join him at the basketball court, claiming Ding Chun was waiting for me. I initially feared a confrontation, but to my surprise, upon arrival, it was just Ding Chun. His gaze did not suggest hostility. Instead, he offered me a cigarette and said, "Brother, it was your people who took Shiniju at noon, right? You two used to live together. It's best not to escalate things. I want to apologize for what happened before. How about it?" Ding Chun sought reconciliation, which took me aback. He continued, "Since Shun-Iju was taken, I haven't been able to reach her. Her phone has been off, and I'm genuinely worried. Could you speak to your people and ask them to release her? If you help me out, I'll consider you a brother, and you can count on me for anything in the future. What do you think?" According to Ding Chun, Shun-Iju was still under the control of the girl with the earrings. Over 2 hours had passed since her abduction. Could they possibly still be holding her? I barely knew this girl with the earrings. I had only seen her once. I was uncertain of her associates and feared they might be dangerous individuals capable of causing harm. This thought sent a wave of panic through me. I informed Ding Chun that the one who had taken her was my sister, but I had no means of contacting her. If Shun-Iju remained unreachable by afternoon, I would seek her out to ascertain the situation. Ding Chun seemed to have more to say, but ultimately remained silent, merely patting my shoulder and thanking me before letting me leave. That afternoon, as I exited the school, I learned from Ding Chun that Shun-Iju had still not returned. Fear gripped me, and I hurried to the entertainment center in the square, searching the billiards hall for any sign of the girl with the earrings. However, she was nowhere to be found. I even approached the owner, describing her appearance and asking if he recognized her, whether he was disinterested or genuinely unaware. He waved me off, saying he didn't know her. This left me utterly bewildered. How could I locate someone I knew nothing about? I briefly considered reporting the situation to the authorities or confiding in my stepmother, but ultimately dismissed the idea, fearing the responsibility that could entail. I also harbored a glimmer of hope. Since the girl with the earrings had helped me, I thought she might exercise restraint, merely intending to teach Shun-Iju a lesson without crossing any lines. Later that night, around 10, a sudden knock on my door filled me with dread. Upon opening it, I was met by my stepmother and 2 uniformed police officers. It was evident that something was amiss. Without hesitation, my stepmother struck me twice across the face, her emotions boiling over as she demanded, "Where the hell is Xiaozhu? Take us to find her now." The police intervened, urging her to calm down. My father emerged from the back room, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing my stepmother, he spat on the floor and cursed. The police explained that Shun-Iju had not been in contact, and her classmates accused me of orchestrating her abduction. They insisted that I confess her whereabouts. Before I could utter a word, my father stepped forward, shielding me behind him, retorting angrily to my stepmother, "Your daughter is missing. Why are you blaming my son? Just because someone said something doesn't make it true. If you want to find her, go wherever you need. She is not here." His defense moved me, but this was not the time for sentiment. The pressing concern was Shun-Iju's whereabouts. At this juncture, I could only divulge everything I knew. My stepmother berated me as I spoke, while my father and she exchanged heated insults. He accused her of consorting with other men and suggested that Shun-Iju's abduction was due to her enemies, not the sister I had come to know. I have indeed contemplated this matter, yet at this critical juncture, even if the woman with the earrings is not the perpetrator, I find myself in an inextricable situation from which I cannot extricate myself. Eventually, The police accompanied me to the entertainment center, where we located the owner of the billiard hall. Upon seeing the police, he finally divulged the truth, stating, "I do not know that woman." But the young man who accompanied her referred to her as Ching Ching, which I presume is a nickname. I am, however, unaware of her full name, her profession, or her current whereabouts. This was the extent of the owner's knowledge, and since the police lacked direct evidence linking my older sister to the abduction, they were unable to take any further action against me, allowing me to return home. As I departed, my stepmother issued a veiled threat, warning that if anything were to happen to Shun Iju, my own well-being would be jeopardized. Upon returning home that evening, I was unexpectedly praised by my father, who remarked that Shun Iju's kidnapping was well-deserved, asserting that she and her mother were destined for misfortune. However, I harbored a different sentiment. Despite Shun Iju's unpleasant demeanor, I bore her no personal animosity. Given the circumstances, I wished for a different outcome. The entire night passed without any news of Shun Iju, and the following day, I found myself disinterested in attending class. I wandered around the entertainment center in the square, hoping to encounter the woman with the earrings. Finally, around 11 o'clock, fortune smiled upon me, and she appeared once more. She was walking a golden retriever when I rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister, I have finally found you. I need to ask you something." The woman paused momentarily, then scrutinized me with a furrowed brow, seemingly failing to recognize me. However, she soon appeared to have an epiphany and smiled. "You are that little brother who called me your older sister, right? I sincerely apologize for not being able to assist you at school yesterday due to an urgent matter. But since we have crossed paths again, it seems we are fated to meet. Please tell me, who is it that you wish to confront?" I hastily interrupted her, clarifying, "I am not here to ask for your help in fighting. It is a different matter entirely." Upon saying this, I suddenly realized the implication of her previous statement. She had not assisted in dealing with Shun Iju, which meant that someone else was responsible for the abduction. The woman bent down to pet the golden retriever, then looked up and inquired about the other matter. Was she perhaps reconsidering and wishing to retract the cigarettes she had given me? I proceeded to explain the situation involving Shun Iju, and to my surprise, she remained remarkably calm. She assured me, "Do not worry, I am not the one who abducted her, and this matter has little to do with you. After all, she is indeed your adversary. If someone else has taken care of her, consider it a fortunate turn of events." As she spoke, she clicked her tongue in disbelief, lamenting, "Such a young girl, abducted by a few ruffians, left without a trace for an entire night. I fear she has likely suffered greatly. It has not been long since the crackdown of '97, and these individuals are quite audacious. Just a few years ago, they would have faced execution." Listening to her words, I felt a modicum of relief. If she was not involved, then I bore no responsibility for whatever fate befell Shiniju, and I need not feel guilty. Nevertheless, I remained uncertain about the woman's true character. Her words could easily be deceptive. Even if she spoke the truth, I had to devise a means to convince my stepmother and the police. I asked her if she could accompany me to clarify matters to them, lest they disbelieve my claims. She shook her head, stating she had prior commitments and could not accompany me. But she offered to give me her phone number so that the police or my stepmother could contact her. She then entered a nearby supermarket, borrowed a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down her name and phone number, her full name being Guan Qingqing. After handing me the paper, she, seemingly concerned about my trust, presented her identification card for verification, asserting, "See, the name on the ID matches the name on the paper perfectly. I'm not deceiving you. Just have the police contact me. If they doubt my words, I will instruct them to come find me." Upon examining the ID, I noted that her name was indeed Guan Qingqing, with the address indicating she was from out of town. Her demeanor exuded sincerity, and thus I chose to trust her. I accepted the slip of paper, and as I departed, she urged me to keep it safe, indicating her intention to acknowledge me as her younger brother. However, fearing that my stepmother might confiscate the note, I committed Guan Qingqing's phone number to memory on my way to my stepmother's home. Upon finding her, I noted her haggard appearance, likely due to a sleepless night, which underscored Shun Iju's significance in her life. I presented her with a slip of paper and explained that this situation had no bearing on me or my older sister. To my astonishment, my stepmother dismissed my claims entirely. Even after she called Guan Qingqing, she remained steadfast in her belief that I was involved, suggesting that if I were innocent, It was my father who had orchestrated Shun Iju's abduction as an act of revenge. Her obstinacy incensed me. I had yet to settle the score for the slap she had dealt me the previous night, and now she was unfairly accusing me. I retorted, "Given the temperament of you two women, it is hardly surprising that such an incident occurred. You have no one to blame but yourselves." With that, I turned to leave, only to hear her shouting after me. In the midst of her tirade, she suddenly broke into tears, approaching me with a plea. "Xiao Bing, for the sake of our past, as stepmother and stepson, have pity on me. Please return my little Zhu. She is my only daughter. Without her, how can I go on living? If you require money or anything else, do not hesitate to ask. I will pay any amount." Her distressing display was indeed pitiable. Yet I recognized that such vulnerability often conceals deeper flaws. I reiterated that this matter had nothing to do with me and suggested she direct her efforts toward locating the police rather than casting aspersions upon me. Intrigued by the situation surrounding Sheniju, I recalled Guan Qingqing's earlier remarks. In the context of the 1990s, when societal norms were much more conservative, if Sheniju were indeed subjected to any form of violation, a girl with such a severe aversion to filth might even contemplate taking her own life. With the matter no longer concerning me, I resumed my normal routine at school that afternoon. News of my alleged involvement in Shun Iju's abduction had spread like wildfire throughout the campus, and while walking through the halls, I noticed numerous students whispering and pointing at me. Upon entering the classroom, a few boys I barely knew approached, eager to recognize me as their big brother, expressing a desire to align themselves with me for protection. The sensation of being idolized was rather pleasant. It was unfortunate that the entire situation was not of my doing. In the days that followed, the principal and school officials summoned me to their office multiple times to discuss the matter, and eventually, the police returned to speak with me once more. They informed me that, following preliminary investigations, Guan Qingqing appeared to have no involvement in the incident, which meant my suspicions had been alleviated. Consequently, my classmates distanced themselves from me, and even the loudspeaker in the vicinity mocked me, stating, "We were hoping to ride your coattails, but now that seems impossible." I encouraged him not to lose heart, mentioning that I still had my older sister to rely on. He scoffed, replying, "Forget it. If your sister is not behind this, it only proves she was merely stringing you along for a few cigarettes. Such a person is even more unreliable." Although I had to concede that Guan Qingqing's actions were indeed questionable, I could not shake the feeling that she possessed a certain depth and significance. Days passed without any updates regarding Sheniju, and rumors swirled throughout both the school and the city. Whispers abounded, suggesting she had been abducted by human traffickers and sold into some distant remote area. Others claimed it was a kidnapping for ransom, while some speculated that her mother had incurred the wrath of wrongdoers in business, leading to her abduction, with the grim possibility that she might already be deceased. Due to recent events, the school convened a safety meeting, urging students to prioritize their personal safety, particularly the female students. It was advised that they should be accompanied by family members when commuting to and from school. If family members were unavailable, they should travel in groups. As Friday approached with no further updates, I left school to find Ding Chun and a few members of the 7 Little Tigers loitering at the entrance, smoking. Upon seeing me, Ding Chun rushed over and kicked me while exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't arranged a fight with Shun Iju, she might not have been abducted. This is all on you, and I won't let you off the hook." I had distanced myself from the situation. Even if I had agreed to a confrontation with Shun Iju, it was because she had been bullying me first. Angered by his kick, I summoned unexpected courage and retorted, "I only agreed to meet her after she bullied me. Did you think about that when you were beating me up?" Ding Chun, fueled by my defiance, came closer, grabbing my neck and challenging me to a fight. I decided to play along, replying, "Fine, you choose the time and place," surprised by my straightforward acceptance. He paused before breaking into a mischievous grin. One of his friends joked, "Come on, Chin, if you fight him, what if he gets someone to kidnap you too? The 7 Little Tigers will be finished without you." Ding Chun spat on the ground and laughed, saying, "If he could get Shin Iju kidnapped, I might be worried. But since he didn't, why should I be afraid?" He then patted me on the shoulder, acknowledging my boldness, and confirmed the time and place for our confrontation. Sunday at 3 p.m. in front of the old cinema. After leaving, I headed straight to a convenience store and called Guan Qingqing. After a brief moment, she answered, asking who it was. I introduced myself as Xiao Xiaobing and explained, "The girl who was abducted, Shun Iju has a boyfriend who believes I am responsible for this incident. He wants to arrange a group fight with me, and I was hoping you could help me find some people. Guan Qingqing readily agreed, saying, "Sure, just tell me the time and place." Her quick acceptance made me feel a bit uneasy, so I reiterated several times how important it was for her to come, fearing I would be bullied at school if she didn't. After a moment of silence, she reassured me, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Even if I can't make it, I will send someone else. However, I must emphasize that the more you appear weak, the more others will take advantage of you. To prevent this, you must rely on your own strength. Do you understand?" I was not foolish. I understood her message clearly. In essence, she was advising me to be less timid and more assertive. However, developing such courage and determination takes time and experience. I assured Guan Qingqing that I understood and would gradually work on improving myself. After hanging up, I was about to head home when someone called out to me. Turning around, I saw Zhang Qimei and her friends approaching. As they reached me, she remarked, "I just saw you clashing with Ding Qian at the school gate. He suspects you were involved in Shun Yiju's abduction? How ridiculous. If it were you, would you still be here attending classes?" I shook my head, explaining, "He's not actually suspecting me. He blames me for Shun Yiju's abduction, thinking if I hadn't arranged a fight with her, she wouldn't have been taken." Zhang Qimei uttered a few curses, declaring, "Ding Chun and Shun Yiju are both troublemakers who enjoy bullying others. Let me give you a heads up. My second brother is returning soon, and I plan to gather some people to deal with Ding Chun. You should join us to give him a good lesson." I considered telling her about my fight with Ding Chun, but decided against it. I was unsure of Guan Qingqing's reliability, fearing it would be embarrassing if she didn't bring anyone or if we lost the fight. Thus, the fewer people who knew, the better. I forced a smile and said, "I can't fight. I'm a bit timid. I might embarrass you if I go." Zhang Qimei assured me it was fine, even if I just stood at the back to lend support. She then checked the time and invited me to join them for roller skating. During that era, the internet and gaming cafes were not widespread, and I had no brothers to hang out with, so I thought it better to accompany them. I asked if there were any other boys joining, to which Zhang Qimei laughed playfully, teasing, "What, do you like boys? Is that why you wouldn't go if there were none?" Her teasing drew laughter from her friends, and honestly, being surrounded by such beautiful girls for the first time made me blush and my heart race. It must have been the innocent stirrings of youthful affection. On the way to the skating rink, I observed Zhang Qimei and her friends closely. Zhang Qimei, as previously described, exuded a tough girl vibe, looking cool and rebellious. I mused that if she dressed in a more playful manner, she might attract even more attention from boys, though perhaps that was not her intention at all. Next to her was a girl with a ponytail, Tang Bingbing, who had previously lent me a handkerchief when Ding Chun had made me bleed. She was decent looking, perhaps slightly above average, but still a tier below Zhang Qimei and Shun Yiju in terms of beauty. Tang Bingbing appeared gentle and well-mannered, the least rowdy among the group. The other two girls seemed comparable to her, although one, with single eyelids, had a remarkable figure, her waist so slim it seemed almost fragile. Upon arriving at the rink, we found a boy and girl waiting for us, Wang Yang, a fellow student from our grade, known for his fighting prowess, and Su Xiaoyi, who was considered the most beautiful girl in our school. I personally believed she truly deserved the title of school beauty, with her fair skin and captivating smile. Seeing her with Wang Yang made me wonder if they were dating. Zhang Qimei approached them, teasingly asking, "Xiaoyi, you skipped class all afternoon to hang out with this guy? Your relationship is progressing quite fast." Su Xiaoyi playfully placed her hand on Wang Yang's shoulder, smiling flirtatiously, of course. "We're officially together now." Wang Yang then wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer, and Su Xiaoyi showed no signs of discomfort. This confirmed their relationship. Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing erupted in excitement, gossiping about how Wang Yang didn't deserve Su Xiaoyi, while he took their teasing in stride, engaging in playful banter with them. I found myself pondering the situation. In such a public setting, Su Xiaoyi had the audacity to allow Wang Yang to embrace her so intimately, displaying no hint of embarrassment. It seemed likely that this fellow was rather flirtatious, perhaps even having had a romantic involvement with her. I initially believed that my recent notoriety at school would have reached their ears, yet it appeared they were entirely unfamiliar with me. Zhang Qimei mentioned that they only became aware of my existence after the rumors regarding my alleged involvement in the kidnapping of Shun Yiju surfaced, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, Zhang Qimei was adept at navigating social situations. She reassured me that it was fine they didn't know me before, as we were all friends now. Su Xiaoyi was amiable enough, greeting me warmly, and noting that both our names contain the character Xiao, suggesting a familial connection. However, Wang Yang seemed to regard me with disdain and ignored my presence. While changing shoes, Zhang Qimei mentioned plans to confront Ding Chen next week. Wang Yang recounted how their group of 5 brothers had previously been at odds with the 7 little tigers, often engaging in brawls. But they had since reconciled and now maintained a respectful distance. He expressed that he couldn't assist with this matter. Zhang Qimei dismissed his concerns, asserting that her brothers alone would suffice to handle Ding Chen. Among this group, I felt rather inconspicuous. While skating, I found myself isolated in a corner, which was quite awkward. Had I known it would unfold this way, I might have preferred to stay at home. Eventually, Tang Bingbing approached me and initiated a conversation, sharing her dislike for skating as she often fell, and suggested we chat instead. My attempts at flirting were clumsy. Our conversation was somewhat stilted and awkward. Around 6 o'clock, several stylish young men and women in their 20s entered the skating rink, one of whom turned out to be my sister, Guan Qingqing. It appeared she had indulged in a bit too much alcohol, swaying unsteadily as she walked. The others quickly changed shoes and joined the fun, leaving her seated in the lounge area, smoking a cigarette and seemingly in a foul mood. Seizing the moment, while Tang Bingbing stepped away to use the restroom, I quietly approached Guan Qingqing from behind, tapping her shoulder and calling out "sister." Upon turning to see me, she broke into a broad smile. In truth, she was quite beautiful, exuding a mature and intellectual charm. She playfully flicked my forehead with her finger and teased, "What are you doing here, you little rascal? Trying to charm the ladies?" After saying this, she glanced over at Zhang Qimei and her friends, sporting a mischievous grin, and inquired about their identities. I explained they were not my classmates, merely acquaintances from another class. I took a seat beside her, immediately detecting the strong scent of alcohol wafting from her, confirming that she had indeed consumed a significant amount. Concerned, I asked if she was feeling all right, sensing her mood was off. She offered a wry smile and replied, "It's neither here nor there." This response hinted at her true feelings, prompting me to inquire further about the cause of her distress. She shook her head, dismissing my concern, claiming I wouldn't understand the issues weighing on her mind. I refrained from pressing further, suspecting it was likely related to matters of the heart. At that moment, she stood up, rubbed her forehead, and remarked, "I'm feeling a bit dizzy and unwell. How long are you planning to stay? Do you have time to escort me home?" Her request surprised me, as our relationship was still quite tenuous. Nevertheless, I was eager to assist, as it would strengthen our bond. I mentioned that I was quite bored and could accompany her at any time. With that, I removed my roller skates and changed into my regular shoes. Guan Qingqing expressed her satisfaction, exclaiming, "Good, good. You haven't made a poor choice in having me as your sister." Just then, Tang Bingbing emerged from the restroom and froze upon seeing me sitting beside Guan Qingqing. He waved to her, explaining that my sister had overindulged and that I would be taking her home, asking her to inform Zhang Qimei of my departure. Tang Bingbing appeared to have more to say, but ultimately nodded and walked away. As Guan Qingqing and I prepared to leave, a young man skated over swiftly, questioning Guan Qingqing's plans while scrutinizing me. She informed him she was unwell and needed to return home, but he offered to escort her. She declined, stating, "I ran into my brother here. He'll take me home. You all continue to have fun." With that, she swayed toward the exit, and I promptly moved to support her. The young man muttered something about my sudden emergence as a brother. Once we exited the skating rink, I intended to hail a taxi for her, but she insisted it wasn't necessary, as her home was nearby. Curiosity piqued. I asked why she had so readily accepted my request to acknowledge her as my sister during our first encounter. She chuckled and replied, "Firstly, you seem quite pleasant to me, at least appealing to my taste. Secondly, no one has ever approached me directly to ask to recognize me as their sister, which I found amusing. Besides, recognizing you as my brother doesn't cost me anything, and I get to enjoy some cigarettes, so why not?" Suddenly, she halted, regarding me with a peculiar expression, before continuing, "Do you frequently seek out sisters? Those girls you were with earlier seemed quite attractive. You must have quite the charm with the ladies at such a young age." I felt wronged by her assumption, as I was merely an innocent young man, utterly inexperienced in the art of wooing women. I hurriedly clarified, "You're the only sister I've ever recognized. I've never done so before, and I'm not particularly adept at engaging with girls. I barely know those girls. However, my father is quite the master at charming women. He has a knack for it." Guan Qingqing giggled, intrigued by my father's escapades. I recounted his various exploits over the years, and once I finished, she ruffled my hair and comforted me, saying, "You poor child, growing up under the influence of such a father must have been challenging." She then sighed, reminiscing about a childhood neighbor whose mother had left him for another man, leaving his father to drown his sorrows in alcohol and abuse. "Poor kid," she mused. "He should be about your age now. I wonder how he's faring these days." Curious about her past, I inquired why she hadn't returned to her hometown. She replied that there were reasons for her absence, but she anticipated returning within a year or two. Strangely, upon hearing her plans to return home, I felt a pang of disappointment. Although our acquaintance was still fresh, the thought of her departure stirred an unexpected sense of loss within me. Guan Qingqing resided in a modest apartment near the square, where her golden retriever, Bei, also lived. She explained that Bei belonged to a friend who, due to marriage and pregnancy, could no longer care for the dog, thus entrusting it to her. It was evident that Guan Qingqing adored the dog, displaying a nurturing side that contrasted with her tough exterior. Since she was feeling dizzy and wanted a rest, I didn't linger long after escorting her home. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, my father returned driving a second-hand Santana, seemingly in high spirits. He had brought me 2 bottles of soda, claiming he had been courting a woman who worked at a bank, a minor leader, and if things went well, life would improve significantly. As for the vehicle, he had purchased it that day, likely to maintain appearances. His ex-wife had left him with little when they divorced, and he was nearly out of funds. It struck me as foolish that he would forget past grievances so easily. Why not seek a reliable partner instead of chasing fleeting pleasures? He was bound to face repercussions for his reckless choices. I contemplated advising him, yet I decided against it. It would be futile to counsel someone like him, and I would only invite scorn. Let him be. The following day was Saturday. I spent the entire day at home, and in the evening, a police officer visited to inquire about Shen Yizhu. He merely asked a few casual questions before departing. Reflecting on Shen Yizhu's situation, I felt a sense of pity for her. She had been missing for so many days, and her fate remained uncertain. I sincerely hoped that she would turn her misfortunes into lessons, ultimately leading to a more prudent life. However, given the current circumstances, such hopes seemed rather bleak. Sunday arrived in the blink of an eye, a day I had arranged to confront Ding Chun. The anticipation of this event had kept me restless the night before, resulting in puffy eyes when I looked in the mirror that morning, feeling that my hair was too long and lacked a sharp appearance. I decided to get a significantly shorter haircut to project a more masculine aura. Around 2 in the afternoon, I made my way to the old cinema. My heart raced with each step. The last time I had arranged a confrontation with Shen Yizhu, it had fallen through. If this encounter succeeded, it would mark my first experience in such matters, and my opponent was Ding Chun, the leader of the Little Tigers from the second year. It was only natural to feel nervous. Upon arriving at the cinema, I found myself half an hour early. I hadn't seen anyone from Ding Chen's side, nor had Guo Qingqing, my ally, made an appearance. Truthfully, I felt a bit anxious myself, fearing that Guo Qingqing might not show up again. As I waited, my nerves intensified when Ding Chun, spotting me, whistled loudly and taunted. "Where are your people? Is it just you? Are you planning to take us all on alone? If you can't handle it, just call me Grandpa, and I won't let anyone else fight you. Just the 2 of us, how about it?" His words elicited laughter from his entourage, and someone even threw an empty drink bottle my way. I thought to myself that I was likely in for a beating today, and Guo Qingqing was proving to be quite unreliable. As the clock approached 3, I grew increasingly anxious. Where was Guo Qingqing? Would something prevent her from coming again? Ding Chun, growing impatient, asked, "Are your people coming or not? If you can't summon them, just say so. Don't act tough if you don't have it in you." I felt utterly cornered, contemplating whether to tell Ding Chun to reschedule, but I knew that would only lead to humiliation and a beating. Besides, with Guo Qingqing's previous unreliability, even if I rescheduled, I couldn't very well call her again. Who else could I turn to? My father? At that moment, a black car pulled up beside me. The window rolled down to reveal Guo Qingqing's smiling face. She waved and asked if those were the people intending to fight me. Seeing her, I was overwhelmed with relief. It felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from my chest. She was indeed reliable, not just playing me for a fool. I nodded in affirmation, and shortly thereafter, 2 men in athletic wear emerged from the back seat, both around 25 years old. One retrieved a steel pipe over half a meter long, while the other pulled out a machete. Without uttering a word, They strolled towards Ding Chun and his group. Despite their numerical advantage, Ding Chen's crew, comprised entirely of students, was visibly startled by the sight. A shout of "Run!" broke out, and in an instant, everyone scattered, with Ding Chun fleeing the fastest. The man with the steel pipe shouted after them, "If anyone bullies my brother again, I'll make sure to give you a few holes in your head." He tossed the pipe back into the car's trunk and winked at me, teasing, "So, little brother, what do you think? Am I handsome or what?" Before I could respond, Guo Qingqing interjected, scolding him. "Who could just call someone brother?" "P.S. my brother, not yours." Her words warmed my heart, and I thought how wonderful it would be if Guo Qingqing were my sister for life. With other matters to attend to, Guo Qingqing didn't linger long, reminding me to call her if I needed anything before hurrying off, leaving me standing at the cinema's entrance. The feeling was surreal. Just a moment ago, Ding Chun had been taunting me, and now he had vanished without a trace. It was exhilarating, yet I knew that Ding Chun would not let this slide. He would likely seek revenge. After leaving the cinema, in a buoyant mood, I didn't want to return home just yet. I decided to visit an arcade to play some Mortal Kombat. Upon exiting, I encountered Su Xiaoyi, accompanied by a rather handsome stranger I hadn't seen before. They appeared to be engrossed in a lively conversation. Su Xiaoyi glanced my way briefly, seemingly not recognizing me, which was understandable given her star status. How could she remember someone like me? As they passed by, I overheard the stranger say something that prompted Su Xiaoyi to playfully exclaim, "How annoying. If Wang Yang finds out, he'll skin you alive." The stranger shrugged off her comment, and they both giggled as they entered the arcade. I couldn't help but think there was something going on between them. Wang Yang seemed foolish to date someone like Su Xiaoyi, as it would only lead to trouble. The following morning, on my way to school, I reflected on the previous day's victory, still feeling a thrill of excitement. Upon arriving in class, my desk mate noticed my uplifted spirits and inquired about my good fortune. I considered sharing the news, but hesitated, knowing his tendency to broadcast everything like a loudspeaker. If I told him, the entire school would soon know, and Ding Chun would surely despise me even more. Although we were already adversaries, I still had a few years left in school, and I preferred to avoid escalating our feud. However, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Word my confrontation with Ding Chun inevitably spread. During a break, I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to find Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi standing behind me. Zhang Qimei, a bit excited, remarked, "You're quite impressive. I heard you gathered people to fight Ding Chun. Did you scare them off?" I downplayed the situation, explaining that we hadn't actually fought. Ding Chun's crew had merely been frightened off by the sight of our steel pipes and machetes. Zhang Qimei responded that it was inconsequential. She had already discussed with her brother about bringing people to deal with Ding Chun that afternoon, inviting me to join them for a proper confrontation. Not wanting to decline her invitation, I agreed. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyi appeared puzzled, pointing at me and murmuring, "Why do you look so familiar? Have we met somewhere?" Her comment drew laughter from Zhang Qimei, who scolded her, "Are you pretending, or have you really forgotten? I introduced you at the roller rink that day. It's Xiao Xiaobing. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Realizing her mistake, Su Xiaoyi slapped her forehead and apologized profusely, explaining that her greatest flaw was her inability to remember faces. I find myself utterly speechless regarding Su Xiaoyi, and I suspect she might be feigning ignorance. Even if she doesn't recall our encounter at the roller skating rink, we crossed paths again yesterday outside the arcade. Could she truly have no recollection whatsoever? However, as I became more acquainted with Su Xiaoyi, I came to understand that she possesses a rather peculiar flaw. She suffers from prosopagnosia, making it difficult for her to remember unfamiliar faces. Eventually, the three of us entered the teaching building together. Just as we were about to part ways, Zhang Qimei suddenly turned to me and asked, "Do you want to date? I could introduce you to someone." Her question caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily stunned. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but at that time, I was particularly sensitive about matters of romance. The directness of Zhang Qimei's inquiry made my face flush with warmth. To evade the awkwardness, I hastily shook my head and declared that I was not interested in dating before swiftly turning away. Zhang Qimei, however, continued to tease me from behind, saying, "Oh, if you don't want to date, just say so. No need to blush." Once I returned to my seat in the classroom, my mind was in turmoil. The mysteries of life can be quite enchanting. Before Zhang Qimei's proposition, I had never contemplated such matters, nor did I harbor any strong feelings regarding romance. Yet, Her question seemed to unlock a door within me, allowing a strange sensation to surface from the depths of my heart. Throughout the last 2 periods of that morning, I found myself pondering the essence of love. What does it feel like to be in love? What does it mean to love someone? I envisioned what it would be like to date Guan Qingqing, or Zhang Qimei, or even Su Xiaoyi. Of course, these thoughts were merely fanciful musings. At that time, I possessed only a nebulous understanding of romance. It is only upon encountering love for the first time that one can truly grasp its essence. As I exited the school gate that afternoon, I unexpectedly spotted my stepmother's BMW parked at the entrance, though there was no one inside. What was her car doing here? Was she at the school? Was it related to Shen Yizhu? That afternoon, I overheard classmates mentioning that Shen Yizhu had returned home. Yet, no one could clarify the details of her abduction, where she had been, or if she would ever return to class. I found myself feeling somewhat relieved as long as she was alive. Otherwise, it would be rather pitiful for my stepmother to be left alone. When I left school that day, Zhang Qimei was already waiting for me at the entrance. Accompanied by a few close friends, some senior students from the 9th grade, and several upperclassmen from the high school division, along with 2 individuals from the outside world. I presumed that many among them were Zhang Qimei's brothers. One cannot help but appreciate the advantage of having multiple brothers. If I had 3 or 4, I would surely fare better in school. As for Ding Chun and his band of 7 little tigers, I did not catch sight of any of them. They were likely hiding, as I had promised Zhang Qimei that I would join her team that afternoon. Thus, I made my way toward her. Zhang Qimei was engrossed in a lively conversation with a few senior students and did not notice my approach. However, Su Xiaoyi spotted me first and waved, teasingly saying, "This time, I remembered you. Chao Xiaobing, if I'm not mistaken." When speaking to me, Su Xiaoyi flashed a charming smile that seemed entirely natural rather than contrived, which undoubtedly contributed to her appeal among the boys. At that moment, I found myself feeling a sudden surge of confidence, and despite my usual awkwardness around girls, I responded playfully, "If you get it wrong again, you might want to see a doctor to check if there's something wrong with your head." I gestured toward my forehead, suggesting she should get her brain examined. Su Xiaoyi merely clicked her tongue and remarked that her mind was perfectly fine. It was then that I unexpectedly noticed Wang Yang lurking in the crowd, engaged in conversation. He had been standing in an inconspicuous spot, which is why I hadn't spotted him earlier. Most notably, he was watching Su Xiaoyi and me, seemingly displeased, as if he had caught me trying to make her jealous. I felt a pang of unease, suspecting that he was silently berating me. Therefore, I decided it best to refrain from further conversation with Su Xiaoyi and stepped away. I recalled that Wang Yang had previously stated that their group of 5 brothers would not interfere with the 7 little tigers. So why was he now aligning himself with them? Was he not concerned about offending Ding Chen? Moments later, Zhang Qimei finally noticed my presence. She approached me, and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, let me introduce my new friend, Chao Xiaobing. He's quite the character. Yesterday, he stood up to Ding Chun and scared them senseless." Zhang Qimei's praise left me feeling somewhat bashful, my cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I couldn't help but wonder why I had been so prone to blushing back then. Just then, a tall young man, likely around 20 years old with a side-part hairstyle, approached Zhang Qimei and inquired, "With Chao Xiaobing, the one whose father caused a scene at our house and got himself hurt?" His words made it evident that he was Zhang Qimei's brother. His mention of that incident left me feeling quite humiliated. To my surprise, the situation grew even more embarrassing when Zhang Qimei, perhaps sensing my discomfort, exchanged a knowing glance with her brother and replied, "That's him, but we are friends now." And he. Before she could finish, her brother suddenly erupted with expletives, storming towards me and kicking my thigh, barking, "Stay away from my sister, you hear? Get lost." I was utterly taken aback. I had come to support Zhang Qimei, yet her brother was attacking me. Was this not extremely unreasonable? Even if my father had caused trouble at their home, what of it? In the end, he was the one who ended up injured. My family bore the brunt of it all. I had managed to reconcile with Zhang Qimei and become friends. Why was he still holding a grudge? As I contemplated this, my anger grew, and emboldened by my newfound confidence from having Guan Qingqing as an older sister, I impulsively retorted, "Why did you kick me? Are you out of your mind?" This only incited Zhang Qimei's brother further, leading him to kick me again. Meanwhile, Zhang Qimei's other brothers quickly surrounded me, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that soon sent me tumbling to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Zhang Qimei and her friends shouted for them to stop, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. After being thoroughly beaten, Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing helped me to my feet. I was filled with frustration and indignation. Had it not been for my regard for Zhang Qimei, I might have challenged her brother to a group fight. Zhang Qimei, likely infuriated as well, called out to her brother, "What's your problem? You can't help me today. I told you we're friends now. Why are you hitting him?" Her brother showed no sign of remorse. Instead, he maintained his stance, asserting, "When his father caused a scene at our home, he insulted our mother and said some disgraceful things. I'm hitting him for our mother." He then turned sternly to Zhang Qimei, admonishing her. His father is a good-for-nothing, and he has probably no better. Stay away from people like him, you hear? Don't you dare call him a friend. You must be blind to associate with such people. Be careful when you go home. See how our father deals with you. His words struck a blow to my pride. I knew full well what kind of person my father was. I despised him and felt embarrassed by him. How could I expect others to view him any differently? However, he is, after all, my biological father, and the blood bond we share is an undeniable truth. Can I alter this reality? Certainly not. Thus, when others speak of it, I find myself powerless to retort, feeling only a sense of humiliation. Aside from Zhang Qimei and her companions, there are numerous onlookers, students of various ages, gathered around, and not wishing to exacerbate my embarrassment, I chose to remain silent and walked away from the crowd. Zhang Qimei called after me, urging me not to harbor resentment towards her and her brother. Once I distanced myself from the throng, I was overcome with a disheartening sensation. My greatest frustration lay with my father. Others have such admirable and brilliant fathers. Why must I be burdened with one that evokes disdain? If only fate granted me a chance to choose, I would unequivocally opt not to be his son. As for my relationship with Zhang Qimei, I deemed it inconsequential. Since her brother disapproves of our friendship, I shall simply keep my distance from her. After all, our acquaintance is still fresh and our bond shallow. I walked for about 100 meters when I suddenly heard someone softly call my name. Turning around, I spotted Tang Bingbing standing a few meters behind me. She nodded and offered an awkward smile, saying, "Zhang Qimei is concerned you might feel upset, so she sent me to comfort you." As she approached me, I noticed her face seemed to flush unexpectedly. Feeling somewhat dejected, I replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to comfort me. I'm not a little girl. I'm used to it." Tang Bingbing appeared uncertain on how to respond, falling into silence. I too found myself at a loss, unsure whether to send her away or invite her to accompany me. After a brief moment, she broke the awkward tension, saying, "I know a noodle shop that serves delicious dishes, but I don't feel like going alone. Would you join me?" I hesitated initially, but soon realized that it would be inconsiderate to decline an invitation from a girl who was so openly inviting me to dine. Thus, I acquiesced and followed her to the noodle shop. During our walk, she made an effort to keep the conversation flowing, though the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. I couldn't help but think of my father. If I possessed even half of his silver tongue, I would surely engage her in delightful conversation. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, we ordered 2 servings and sat across from each other at a small table. As Tang Bingbing ate, I noticed a small habit of hers. Before each bite, she would tuck her hair behind her ear, likely to prevent it from falling into her bowl. Moreover, she chewed her food slowly and deliberately, suggesting she had a penchant for savoring her meals. I recalled reading an article that claimed those who eat slowly tend to live longer, and I mused that she would probably have a long life ahead of her. The more I interacted with her, the more I realized how different she was from Zhang Qimei. She embodied a sweet and demure demeanor. I found myself pondering how she could be such good friends with someone like Zhang Qimei. She certainly did not fit the mold of a rebellious girl. Why did she associate so closely with them? Eventually, I could not suppress my curiosity and inquired about it. She smiled and explained they had known each other since elementary school and were actually distantly related, which solidified their bond. She added, "Don't let Zhang Qimei's tough exterior fool you. She has a good heart. You'll see once you get to know her better." I chuckled inwardly, realizing it was uncertain whether I would ever become close with Zhang Qimei. After taking a bite of my noodles, I remarked from an outsider's perspective, "You both seem to belong to entirely different worlds." To my surprise, Tang Bingbing suddenly posed a question that left me quite bewildered. She asked, "Do you prefer girls like Zhang Qimei, or do you favor someone like me?" Had she asked this casually, I would not have thought much of it. However, her face turned crimson immediately after asking, and her gaze flickered nervously away from mine. This suggested that her question might carry deeper implications. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me and was testing the waters? This line of thought made me feel shy as well. Fortunately, I was quick on my feet this time and replied, I haven't had much interaction with girls, so I don't really have a preference. As long as a girl is sincere in wanting to be friends, I have no objections. Tang Bingbing looked at me for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, saying, "You really do look quite silly." Perhaps the persistent awkwardness of our interaction made me uncomfortable. So after finishing the noodles, I concocted an excuse about needing to attend to matters at home and parted ways with her. On my way back, I couldn't shake off the thought of her earlier question. Did she truly have feelings for me? Zhang Qimei had mentioned wanting to introduce me to someone. Could it possibly be her? It seemed likely. As for my feelings towards Tang Bingbing, I felt rather indifferent. To be candid, I was more drawn to girls with looks akin to Su Xiaoi's. The thought of dating someone with her appearance would make me willing to trade a decade of my life. However, I was acutely aware of the gulf between us. She was a swan while I was merely a toad dreaming of the unattainable. That evening, upon my father's return, he spoke to me about Shun Yizhu. He shared that he had received reliable information confirming her return, not through the police, but by her own volition, as her captors had released her. As for who her captors were, my father was uncertain, speculating they could be enemies or extortionists. It appeared my stepmother had spent a considerable amount of money on this matter. At this point, he chuckled and remarked, had I known this would happen, I would have kidnapped Shun Yizhu myself and demanded a hefty ransom from that wretched woman. After all, we were once a family. It's only fair that the spoils remain within the family. While saying this, he picked up a mirror to inspect himself, grumbling, I've been reduced to this state because of those two women. The amount I asked for previously seems a bit low. Do you think I should go after that wretched woman again tomorrow and squeeze out a little more cash? The more I observed my father, the more displeased I became. I said, have you lost your mind? The girl's been missing for days, causing quite a stir. If you go demanding money now, the police might catch wind of it and charge you with extortion. Just wait to sit in jail. My father, infuriated, turned to glare at me, cursing. How dare you speak to your father like that? Are you cursing me? I'll leave you with this. If I end up in jail, you better prepare to fend for yourself. I realized that further discussion would likely lead to a beating, so I chose to ignore him. I was increasingly baffled. How could a man of his character, with a disfigured face, possibly attract the attention of a female bank executive? Was it merely his silver tongue? Or perhaps she was simply blind to his flaws. The next day, upon arriving at school, the loudspeaker inquired about my recent altercation. He mentioned having witnessed the incident with Zhang Qimei's brother and expressed interest in joining me should I seek out my sister for assistance against Zhang Qimei's brother. I scoffed at him, saying, you were my desk mate and watched as I was beaten without lifting a finger. He responded, claiming he had urgent matters at home and couldn't assist me. His excuse made me laugh. It seemed utterly ridiculous. Sensing my disbelief, he insisted, I'm telling you the truth. I even have a sister studying at a vocational school. I'm not afraid of Zhang Qimei and her brothers. As soon as he finished speaking, a cough echoed from the door of the classroom. It was none other than Zhang Qimei. Startled, the loudspeaker turned pale and quickly claimed he had a stomachache. Slipping out through the back door of the classroom, Zhang Qimei greeted me with a smile as she approached, saying, I sincerely apologize for yesterday. Had it not been for my need to confront Ding Chun, I would have personally come to apologize. You're not upset, are you? I replied that I was not the petty type. There were plenty of classmates present, and I preferred not to dwell on the matter. Instead, I changed the subject and asked her how things went with the 7 little tigers yesterday, whether a confrontation occurred. She shook her head and said, those guys disappeared without a trace. We searched the school, but couldn't find them. They likely climbed over the wall from the playground. I inquired about her plans moving forward. She said that while they didn't succeed this time, there would be another opportunity. However, she mentioned that next time, she wouldn't bring her brother, but someone else instead, and as for the timing, she said they would see no rush. It was until class was about to start that Zhang Qimei left. After she departed, a few underperforming students approached me, curious about how I had gotten close to Zhang Qimei and whether I could introduce them to her. I thought they were simply opportunistic and chose not to respond. When the loudspeaker returned, he still appeared shaken. He asked if Zhang Qimei had said anything about him. I mischievously told him that Zhang Qimei planned to confront him at the school gate after classes. He repeatedly asked for confirmation and eventually believed me, pleading for me to speak on his behalf. Naturally, I pretended to take the matter seriously, telling him that I couldn't assist him since I wasn't very well acquainted with Zhang Qimei. Our relationship wasn't that close. Afterward, the loudspeaker was visibly restless. Seeing him like that brought me amusement. It served him right for his arrogance. That afternoon, as classes were winding down. A group of notorious students from the third year gathered at the entrance, seemingly preparing for some event. Wang Yang was also present. As I walked past, he suddenly waved me over, signaling for me to come. I felt a surge of anxiety, thinking he might still be upset about my teasing of Su Xiaoyi the previous day. Did he wish to confront me? How petty could he be? When I reached him, I asked if he needed something. He scrutinized me with an air of disdain and said, "I'm out of cigarettes and short on cash. Go buy me a pack of Ishima." After saying this, he turned away without waiting for my response, chatting with those nearby. The whole situation felt as if I were his subordinate, ordered to fetch him cigarettes, which irritated me. I understood that he was doing this on purpose. If I refused, he might create trouble for me. At that time, I was only in the first year of middle school, and I felt intimidated by the second-year students, let alone the third years. Moreover, this loudspeaker was among the most formidable of the 5 brothers. I reluctantly bought him a pack of Ishima, and when he accepted it, he smiled with satisfaction. Watching him gloat made me think I would remember this slight and settle the score later. During the final lesson of the day, halfway through, the loudspeaker reported to the teacher that he had a stomachache and left the classroom. I found it odd since he was typically timid and had never requested to leave class for the restroom before. Once, he even had an accident in his pants, causing a terrible odor that disrupted the class. Today, however, he seemed unusually bold. Even more surprising was that he didn't return until after school had ended. I merely found this curious at the time, not thinking much of it. As I exited the school gates, I noticed Zhang Qimei and her friends surrounded by 7 or 8 upperclassmen, seemingly high school students, both male and female. To my astonishment, the loudspeaker was also among them. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. What was he doing in that crowd? He was pointing at Zhang Qimei and saying something, and then a tall girl with dyed blonde hair slapped Zhang Qimei across the face twice, with a resounding impact. I was momentarily stunned. Was the loudspeaker responsible for this confrontation? Upon reflection, I remembered that I had jokingly told him that Zhang Qimei intended to confront him. Could it be that this fool took me seriously and summoned people to school in preparation? The blonde girl must have been the vocational school sister he referred to. I never expected her to actually come. This was turning into a serious situation. I had merely intended to joke with him, yet it had escalated dramatically. The force with which the blonde girl struck Zhang Qimei was astonishing. Surely, she felt humiliated and angry for being inexplicably attacked. This was creating a deep rift between us. After Zhang Qimei was struck, she immediately retaliated, grappling with the blonde girl. Her friends, undeterred, joined in as well, including Tang Bingbing, the typically docile girl, who attempted to help by pulling others' arms. Although outnumbered, the upperclassmen refrained from physically engaging. Perhaps they found it disgraceful to hit girls. Instead, they cheered on the blonde girl, encouraging her to rip Zhang Qimei's clothes and pull her hair. At that moment, I had no time to ponder further. I rushed over, trying to separate them, while shouting at the loudspeaker, "What are you thinking? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. Zhang Qimei never said she wanted to confront you." Upon hearing this, the loudspeaker froze, and then hurried over to intervene as well. Together, we struggled for quite a while before managing to pull Zhang Qimei and her friend apart. Zhang Qimei, still agitated, pointed at the blonde girl, cursing, "When did I ever say I wanted to hit your brother? Are you out of your mind? You're truly insufferable." Despite her anger, the blonde girl attempted to approach again, but was stopped by the loudspeaker, who anxiously exclaimed, "Sister, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a mistake." He shot me an irritated glare, adding, "This is all your fault for joking around. What do we do now?" I recognized that the fault lay with me, and didn't he try to evade responsibility. I quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. Zhang Qimei became even angrier, berating me. "What the hell? Why did you drag me into your foolishness? We're not that familiar." She pointed at the blonde girl and then at the loudspeaker, declaring that this matter was far from over before storming off with her friends, cursing as they went. It seemed clear she was genuinely angry with me. As Tang Bingbing passed by, she pointed at me and quietly remarked, you. In that moment, I felt a deep sense of regret. First, I felt guilty, as the situation had arisen from my jest. Secondly, I felt sorrowful. Zhang Qimei's words struck a nerve, making me realize that while I considered her a good friend, she might not feel the same about me. Despite the bond one thought we shared, she likely had many friends and viewed me as just an acquaintance. Now, because of me, she had been struck hard twice, and it was only natural that she would be upset. At that moment, the loudspeaker also blamed me, saying irritably, "What kind of joke were you making? I thought you were serious, so I called my sister for backup. You're putting me in a tough spot. This rift between Zhang Qimei and me is all because of you." I intended to defend myself, but decided against it. I would face the consequences of my actions. What good would it do to argue at this point? The situation had already escalated beyond control. The girl with the yellow hair remarked disdainfully from the side, "So what if she's wronged? That little brat looks like she deserves a beating. If she comes back to trouble you, just let me know." After saying this, she patted the shoulder of the tall guy and added, "By the way, I'm a bit short on cash lately, so bring me some money tomorrow. I've got things to do, so I won't linger here." The tall guy wore a troubled expression, nodded, and said he understood. After the yellow-haired girl led her entourage away, he complained to me for a while about how much money he had spent to seek help from her sister and how he needed to figure out a way to send money tomorrow. The worst part was having unnecessarily offended Zhang Qimei. It truly felt like spending money to invite trouble. I offered to take on that expense, promising to bring him the money tomorrow. And as for Zhang Qimei, I would do my best to mediate, since the whole situation stemmed from me. And I would take responsibility. The tall guy shot me a glance and left in displeasure. On my way home, I felt a tumult of emotions, pondering how to resolve the situation. It troubled me greatly. If the girl with the yellow hair had merely slapped Zhang Qimei, it would have been easier to handle. But she had struck Zhang Qimei's face with considerable force. Could Zhang Qimei simply swallow her anger? Moreover, she had been wronged, which would only intensify her resentment. How could I possibly help the tall guy plead for leniency when I was already detested by Zhang Qimei? I found it perplexing that the tall guy, so timid and cowardly, had not considered the consequences of bringing someone like the yellow-haired girl in a conflict with Zhang Qimei, who held some influence at school. Did he not fear that she would seek revenge in the future? As for my relationship with Zhang Qimei, it seemed destined to sever. But perhaps that was for the best, as she never truly regarded me as a friend, and her family likely did not wish for her to associate with someone like me. Perhaps due to my sour mood, I felt an overwhelming desire to drink away my troubles, yet I didn't want to do so alone. Thus, I decided to visit Guan Qingqing. I hesitated on the way, unsure if she would be home at this hour, but thankfully, she was. When she opened the door in her pajamas, she appeared as though she had just woken up, rubbing her eyes and yawning as she asked why I was there and if I needed something. I expressed that I was feeling down and wanted her company for a drink. She paused for a moment, then chuckled. "I drank a lot last night, and I'm still a bit hazy. I don't feel like drinking." I merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," and declared that I would just drink alone. As I turned to leave, she called out to me, "Hey, don't be so temperamental. Why don't you buy some drinks and we can have a little together? Just not too much." Afterward, she retrieved her wallet, insisting I use her money to purchase a few bottles. To be honest, Guan Qingqing was truly considerate. I barely had enough cash for even 2 bottles. So, I took her wallet and bought 5 bottles of beer. Once back, we settled on the sofa, sipping beer and sharing our thoughts. I recounted the events of my day, and she seemed a bit puzzled, saying, "I thought you were upset because you were rejected by some girl. So it's just because of this?" That's easily resolved. Since it was your fault, just apologize to both sides. If anyone persists in causing you trouble, just let me know, and I'll help you sort it out. Guan Qingqing's perspective was indeed accurate, but I wondered why I felt so heavy-hearted. Upon reflection, it was likely Zhang Qimei's hurtful words that weighed on me the most. As for my tolerance for alcohol, it was quite poor. After less than 2 bottles, I began to feel lightheaded, unsteady on my feet, and needing frequent trips to the restroom. Guan Qingqing laughed at my state, claiming she could easily drink 3 or 4 of me. Her words ignited a competitive spirit in me, and I suggested we have a little contest. Whoever passed out first would be the designated dog. After a moment's hesitation, she slapped the table and declared, "All right, go buy a case, and I'll make sure you end up as the dog tonight." Without hesitation, I took her wallet and went out to buy more beer. Admittedly, I stumbled several times on my way back, sensing an ominous premonition that I might indeed become the dog tonight. Upon returning, Guan Qingqing offered me one last chance to concede, saying if I admitted defeat now, she might let me off the hook. Ignoring her, I produced 2 bottles of beer, challenging her to a bottle-chugging contest. My intention was that, since most boys excel at this, she would likely falter, allowing me to poke fun at her. Even if I ultimately lost in terms of alcohol tolerance, at least I could regain some dignity. However, to my astonishment, she showed no hesitation, swiftly opening her bottle and downing it. I followed suit, but I quickly found myself unable to keep up, pouring the beer into my mouth while letting it spill down my chin onto my clothes. I figured that even if I spilled, I had still participated. To my surprise, Guan Qingqing finished first, loudly exclaiming, "What are you doing? You've spilled beer all over yourself. You're cheating." With no choice, I lower my bottle, finding a small amount of beer still left inside. But I couldn't drink anymore. Meanwhile, her bottle was completely empty, and she was unscathed, proving her prowess as a drinker. "Admit your defeat already," she teased. I was well aware that I had reached my limit, yet my stubbornness prevailed, and I insisted on going to the restroom to make some room for more drinks. She jokingly warned me not to wet myself. Her teasing left me at a loss for words, as it felt oddly flirtatious. Once in a restroom, my legs felt unsteady, almost as if they belonged to someone else. I feared I might be in trouble and, while standing to urinate, struggled to maintain my balance. Had I not been particularly careful, I believed I would have surely wet my pants, which would have been utterly humiliating. Upon exiting the restroom, I could barely manage another sip of beer. I slumped on the sofa, my vision swirling, and Guan Qingqing's words seemed to drift in one ear and out the other. I only remember her shouting in my ear, "You lost. You lost. Hurry up and bark like a dog." To my surprise, I found myself mimicking a dog, which sent her into fits of laughter. She then urged me to crawl like a dog, and in my drunken state, I did not think twice. Actually getting down on the floor, Guan Qingqing seemed to enjoy the spectacle, even climbing onto my back and rambling nonsensical phrases. After that, I lost all awareness, as my head felt unbearably heavy and my limbs turned to jelly, leading me to simply lie down on the floor and drift off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed before I awoke, my eyes opening to darkness and silence. It took a while for me to process that I had fallen asleep from drinking too much at Guan Qingqing's house, likely deep into the night. The surface beneath me felt soft, and I wondered if I had ended up in bed. As I tentatively reached out, my hand brushed against something soft, causing me to retract it in alarm. There was someone beside me. It must be Guan Qingqing. I was actually sharing a bed with her. In my life, this was the first time I had ever slept in the same bed as a woman. The sensation was exhilarating and novel, sending my heart racing, especially since I needed to relieve myself. I fumbled for the lamp switch to illuminate the room, and indeed, there lay Guan Qingqing beside me, curled up with her back to me. Upon rising from my bed, I was suddenly struck by a chill coursing through my upper body, and it dawned on me that I was entirely unclothed above the waist, with only a pair of thermal pants remaining below. In a drunken stupor the previous night, I must have soaked my clothes in alcohol, likely thanks to Guan Qingqing's assistance in removing them. After using the restroom, I returned to find Guan Qingqing still nestled in her slumber, maintaining her previous position. Fearing that I might rouse her, I quietly approached and slipped under the covers. Despite my head still feeling heavy with fatigue, I found sleep elusive, and the mere thought of a mature, alluring elder sister sleeping beside me stirred feelings of, how shall I put it, restlessness. The following morning, as dawn broke, I rose for bed to find my clothes sticky and reeking of alcohol. I decided I must return home to change into fresh attire. As I prepared to leave, I intended to inform Guan Qingqing, but she seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Moreover, recalling my embarrassing antics from the previous night, barking like a dog, I opted to leave without waking her. On my way home, I contemplated how I might explain my situation to my father, fully aware that I might face a scolding. Fortunately, upon my return, I discovered the house empty. My father was not home, perhaps off indulging in his own escapades the previous night. After changing my clothes, I made my way to school. The thought of attending classes triggered a headache, particularly concerning the incident with Zhang Qimei and the loudspeaker. I felt it was imperative to apologize to Zhang Qimei for my part in the matter and to plead on behalf of the loudspeaker. However, given Zhang Qimei's words from the previous day, approaching her directly seemed inappropriate. Thus, I resolved to enlist a mediator. Tang Bingbing would be my ideal choice. Upon arriving at school, I did not head straight to my classroom, but rather made my way to Tang Bingbing's class. As luck would have it, she was present, and I beckoned her to step outside. For reasons unknown, Tang Bingbing appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at another girl beside her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally emerged, albeit with a nervous demeanor, as if she were engaged in something clandestine. She ushered me to a more secluded area, speaking in hushed tones. "You need to tell me quickly what is going on. Zhang Qimei has instructed us not to associate with you anymore. If she sees me talking to you, she will surely be displeased." Tang Bingbing's words sent a chill through my heart. It seemed Zhang Qimei was indeed intent on severing our friendship. Yet, The fact that Tang Bingbing was willing to meet me despite the pressure indicated that she still cared for me, offering a glimmer of solace. I explained to her, I have made a mistake, and I wish to apologize to Zhang Qimei. However, I fear she may react strongly if I approach her directly. Could you please relay my apology to her? Tang Bingbing appeared somewhat embarrassed, but after a brief silence, she nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding. As for the loudspeaker, I requested her assistance in that matter as well, stating that if Zhang Qimei intended to confront the loudspeaker, she might as well direct her ire at me. I would gladly take the punishment for the loudspeaker's transgressions. After hearing this, Tang Bingbing did not respond, instead letting out a deep sigh. With my thoughts expressed, I intended to return to my classroom. Just as I was about to leave, a sudden realization struck me. I had promised the loudspeaker I would bring him money today, yet I found myself without any funds. After some deliberation, I decided I would need to borrow some money. At that moment, I had no close friends to turn to, but fortunately, Tang Bingbing was present. She seemed like a child from a wealthy family, so I inquired if she had any money to lend me. Tang Bingbing asked how much I needed, and I replied that if she had 50, I would gladly take that. If not, 20 or 30 would suffice, and I would repay her promptly. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached into her jeans pocket and pulled out a neatly folded stack of bills, without counting. She thrust them into my hands, saying this should be enough. If it's not, come find me again. I can help you borrow more. No rush on repayment. Her generosity deeply moved me. 50 yuan in 1998 was a considerable sum for a middle school student. She handed it to me without a second thought. Tang Bingbing truly was a kind-hearted girl. Alas, she did not quite fit my romantic ideals. If only she resembled Su Xiaoyi. Then I might have found myself enamored with her to the point of devotion. Upon entering the classroom, I counted the money and found I had 53 yuan, which I presumed would suffice. When the loudspeaker arrived, he glared at me, clearly still upset. I placed the 50 yuan on his desk, explaining it was for his sister, and he accepted it without protest, grumbling, forget the money. But if Zhang Qimei is looking for someone to hit, you better figure out how to handle it. I assured him that during lunch and after school, I would accompany him, and if Zhang Qimei intended to strike him, she would have to strike me first. I would not allow anyone to harm him. Upon hearing this, the loudspeaker scoffed, asking, do you really think you could stop them if they decide to hit me? His words dripped with condescension, and it stung to be belittled, especially by someone like him. Though I felt somewhat aggrieved, I recognized my fault and allowed him his words. He was not entirely wrong. If Zhang Qimei truly chose to confront the loudspeaker at the school gate, I could not prevent it. Yet, I could not resort to calling upon Guan Qingqing for assistance, as that would irreparably damage my standing with Zhang Qimei, a situation I wish to avoid. I reiterated, do not concern yourself. If it comes to blows, I will face it alongside you. The loudspeaker seemed to have more to say, yet ultimately fell silent, turning his attention back to his novel. During the morning recess, as I made my way from the teaching building to the playground, I unexpectedly encountered Zhang Qimei and her friends. She spotted me, but feigned ignorance, walking away as if she did not recognize me. Her demeanor suggested that she was indeed unwilling to continue our friendship. After recess, Tang Bingbing sought me out, informing me that she had spoken with Zhang Qimei. According to her, Zhang Qimei felt that since her brother had previously assaulted me, our grievances were now settled. However, the loudspeaker still had his own issues with Zhang Qimei's brother, and she urged me to refrain from getting involved in subsequent matters, lest it become quite unpleasant for me. After relaying this, Tang Bingbing spent considerable time advising me, saying, you merely played a prank on him. He was the one who instigated the confrontation with Zhang Qimei, and he bore the primary responsibility for what ensued. If he ends up getting beaten, it is well deserved. You should let this matter go. You cannot truly influence it. I acknowledged her words and turned to leave, yet I felt a sense of responsibility. The situation had arisen because of my actions, and I had promised the loudspeaker I would handle it. A man of my word must uphold his promises, so I would do my utmost. Whatever the outcome, I would leave it to fate. That afternoon, I initially planned to exit the school alongside the loudspeaker. However, he was clearly frightened, likely aware that he was about to face repercussions. It would be foolish to venture out knowing he would be targeted. Ignoring my counsel, he ran toward the playground, claiming he would scale the wall to escape. I did not attempt to stop him, instead making my way toward the school gate. To my surprise, the scene at the school gate was surprisingly calm. No troublesome students were gathered. I only noticed Wang Yang, Su Xiaoyi, and a few seniors from the third year chatting. I speculated that Zhang Qimei might be waiting until the afternoon to confront the loudspeaker. Speaking of Wang Yang, he was rather insufferable. Upon seeing me emerge from the school gate, he immediately blocked my path, repeating his usual request. Hey, buddy, I'm out of cigarettes. Go buy me a pack of Ashima. Having given all my money to the loudspeaker, I barely had enough left for a pack of cigarettes. And I was reluctant to indulge Wang Yang's habit, lest it become an endless cycle of requests. I shook my head and replied that I had no cash left, then turned to walk away, only to hear Su Xiaoyi muttering behind me. That guy's the reason Zhang Qimei is getting hit. He is just so annoying. After Su Xiaoyi finished her murmuring, Wang Yang suddenly called out to me, prompting a jolt of apprehension in my chest as I sensed impending trouble. I inquired about his purpose, but instead of responding, he approached me with a grin. Just as I was pondering his intentions, he lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to my face, sending me staggering backward, nearly losing my balance. In that moment, he irritably declared, "This kick is for Zhang Qimei. Now scram." To be frank, I could only encapsulate my feelings in one phrase. I was utterly exasperated. It seemed that anyone could take a shot at me lately, and this life had become unbearably stifling. If it were any of the other 5 brothers, I might have retaliated, yet faced with Wang Yang, the strongest among them, I ultimately chose to swallow my anger. A gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years. Just wait. I thought to myself. As for Su Xiaoyi, I felt a twinge of annoyance toward her. Had she not meddled earlier, perhaps I would have escaped unscathed. My mind wandered to her sordid affair with that handsome guy from another school, and I mused that if she dared to provoke me again, I would not hesitate to expose their scandalous escapades. I could only imagine how Wang Yang would deal with her then. On my way home, I reflected on the recent chaotic events in my life. Frequently being bullied was hardly a good omen. If they grew accustomed to tormenting me, their cruelty would only escalate. I feared becoming defined as a coward, a pushover, with no opportunity for redemption. Thus, I resolved to devise a plan to extricate myself from this predicament. However, I realized that relying on others, like Guan Qingqing, who was not even my sister, was not an option. I needed to empower myself. Only by becoming stronger would I earn the respect that would deter others from underestimating or bullying me. Upon returning home, I found my father unexpectedly present, seemingly in a sour mood as he sat alone, drinking. I suspected some issue had arisen with the female bank manager, so I hesitated to greet him and intended to retreat to my room. Yet, as I approached my door, he called me over, urging me to join him for a drink. Having been inebriated the previous day, the mere thought of alcohol made me nauseous, and I declined, claiming I had homework to finish. Almost immediately, he hurled a beer bottle at me, which I narrowly dodged. The bottle shattered against the wall, sending shards and beer cascading to the floor. What are you pretending for? Do you think you're capable of studying? If you don't want to drink, just say so. No need for this nonsense. He ranted. My mood had already been poor, having just endured a beating outside, and now facing his wrath pushed me over the edge. In a moment of heated impulse, I retorted, "What if I don't want to drink with you? I'm fed up. Why should I live to be bullied by anyone?" It was the first time I had spoken to my father in such a manner, and he seemed taken aback. Yet, his shock quickly morphed into fury as he lunged at me, kicking me against the wall while berating me, demanding to know if I wished to die. As he prepared to deliver a second kick, his foot slipped, causing him to fall onto the broken glass. I recognized that he was genuinely enraged and perhaps even capable of harming me. Acting on instinct, I dashed to the kitchen, seized a knife, and emerged, yelling, "Come at me. If you're going to kill me, let us die together." In that moment, I understood the potential consequences of my actions. I anticipated that he would retaliate with equal ferocity. To my astonishment, he froze, speechless. After a brief standoff, he diverted his gaze, hissing in pain as he inspected his hand, muttering, "Damn it, cut by the glass. This little brat has grown up. I can't hit him anymore." He shook his head, retrieved his coat from the sofa, and left. Only after he closed the door did I feel a weight lift from my chest. I returned the knife to the kitchen, but my thoughts remained tumultuous. I regretted my earlier actions. After all, he was my father. Yet, I realized I had been pushed to my limits, merely attempting to intimidate him. If he had truly come to strike me, I would not have retaliated. I surmised that his reluctance to confront me stemmed from fear, as he was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. I anticipated that he would refrain from berating or striking me in the future. That afternoon, I skipped class, lying at home until the late hours, and my father did not return. I wondered if he was preoccupied with something or if my outburst had deterred him from coming home. Regardless, I spent the night in restless contemplation, mulling over my actions. I pondered whether I could exhibit the same assertiveness I had shown towards my father when confronted by others. Yet, I also recognized that in such situations, I might falter. Perhaps that was the essence of being bold only within the confines of one's home. The next morning, as I prepared to leave, I placed the knife in my backpack, not with the intention to harm anyone, but because I sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Due to my absence from class the previous afternoon, I found myself contemplating whether Zhang Qimei had encountered trouble with the loudspeaker at school. I hoped she had not, as that would jeopardize my relationship with him. Upon arriving at school and seeing him in good spirits, I learned he had also escaped unscathed, having climbed over the wall to leave early. However, as I overheard classmates discussing events from the previous afternoon, I discovered that a brawl had erupted at the school gate between Zhang Qimei and Ding Chun. Weapons were involved, and blood had been shed, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Coincidentally, the police chief had witnessed the altercation and promptly escorted both parties to the station, while the school was notified. The ramifications of this incident were severe, and the school announced it would take stringent action. During the morning assembly, the vice principal convened a safety meeting, lamenting the deteriorating atmosphere within the school and emphasizing the need for reform. Naturally, Zhang Qimei and Ding Chun were summoned to the front for reprimand. The administration suspected other students might be concealing weapons, so the vice principal ordered teachers to search students' desks and bags in an effort to purify the school environment. At that moment, I felt a wave of panic wash over me. Why had they chosen today to conduct searches? I had a knife in my backpack, and if discovered, I would be in serious trouble. The meeting lasted about an hour, and various weapons were confiscated from different classes. Our homeroom teacher emerged, brandishing a knife that was none other than the one I had stowed away, leaving me utterly speechless. How on earth would I explain this? Other classes had yielded a greater assortment of contraband, batons, knives, and various makeshift weapons, each discovery leaving me increasingly astounded. In truth, such situations were quite rare in the early years of middle school in 2018, yet during the late 1990s, particularly in small towns like ours, schools resembled miniature societies where cliques formed naturally and skirmishes were common. Those students who were somewhat established in the underworld often equipped themselves with makeshift weapons for self-defense, ranging from simple items like chair legs and books to more intimidating tools such as knives and steel pipes. When a considerable cache of these items was discovered, the vice principal was understandably infuriated. He summoned the homeroom teachers to bring forth the owners of these weapons, and when our homeroom teacher approached me, his eyes burned with fury. He adjusted his glasses and admonished me, stating, "I have yet to address your absence from class yesterday, and now you've caused me another headache by bringing a knife to school. What were you planning to do? Harm someone?" Thinking quickly, I concocted a story, claiming that my grandmother had run out of knives, and I had brought one from home to deliver to her at noon. The teacher scoffed, clearly skeptical, and remarked, "What is your home situation? You think I don't know? Where is this grandmother of yours? Will you take me to her house after school?" His words left me momentarily speechless, but he wasted no time and instructed me to step forward. As I walked to the front, I felt the weight of countless eyes upon me, an uncomfortable heat rising to my face. When I turned to face the assembly, I was greeted by a sea of faces, and the embarrassment surged as if I wished to vanish into a crack in the floor. Fortunately, I was not alone on that stage. Around 20 students from various classes stood beside me, creating a rather striking spectacle. The vice principal, in a somewhat humorous manner, began passing the microphone to each student, prompting them to confess the nature of their concealed weapons and their intended use. Most students cleverly claimed they were merely for aesthetic or playful purposes, citing examples of self-defense, while a few foolishly boasted about their recent brawls, relishing their bravado. It became evident that adolescents in middle school often grappled with distorted values. With proper guidance from teachers and parents, they might still find redemption. Conversely, if misguided, they could veer further down a perilous path, potentially leading to incarceration. Hence, I penned this narrative not to encourage others to emulate the reckless behavior depicted within its pages, but to advocate for diligent study as the true path to success. As the vice principal approached me, he extended the microphone and posed the same question regarding my concealed item. I felt compelled to maintain consistency with my earlier excuse. Thus, I replied hesitantly. I have a knife. My grandmother's kitchen knife is missing, so I brought one from home to deliver to her at noon. My nervous stammering elicited laughter from the students below, and even the vice principal couldn't suppress a smile. He queried, "Did you notice how they laughed? Do you think they believe you? If they don't believe you, why should I?" To be frank, I harbored doubts about my own credibility, but I felt compelled to offer some justification. Fortunately, he moved on quickly, questioning the next student. The assembly dragged on for 2 entire class periods, culminating in the confiscation of all found weapons and our subsequent punishment, a month of detention. If anyone were to breach school rules during this time, no matter how trivial the infraction, expulsion would be the inevitable consequence, a rather severe reprimand. After the meeting, our homeroom teacher convened a private discussion, urging us to behave cautiously and honestly, singling me out for particular criticism. He insisted that I bring a parent to school that afternoon. Failure to do so would mean I need not return. This demand left me in a quandary. I could only imagine the embarrassment my father would bring, especially after our recent altercation. I contemplated asking Guan Qingqing to come instead, as the teacher had not specified that it had to be a parent, merely a guardian. As I exited at noon, I encountered Wang Yang and a few of his companions. Wang Yang bumped into me and provocatively remarked, "Just yesterday I fought you, and now you bring a knife. Tell me honestly, are you planning to harm me?" Having learned from my recent experiences that displaying weakness only invites more aggression, I steeled myself and replied, "Anyone who bullies me will face the consequences. The knife may have been confiscated, but I'll procure something else. Life has lost its meaning for me. I've long wished to end it." I braced for a potential confrontation, yet Wang Yang merely acknowledged my bravado, commenting that I had guts before walking away with his entourage. Whether he felt any trepidation towards me remained uncertain. On my way home, I found a spot to call Guan Qingqing, inquiring if she could assist me by visiting the school that afternoon to deal with the homeroom teacher. Guan Qingqing informed me that she had prior commitments out of town and could not help. She suggested I find someone else, preferably not a male, as her male acquaintances did not strike me as trustworthy. She assured me she would find a female to assist, and that I could contact this woman should any issues arise during her absence. To my surprise, during the first class that afternoon, a well-dressed, strikingly beautiful young woman entered our classroom and inquired about my presence. Upon closer inspection, I was utterly astonished to realize it was her. The identity of this beautiful woman remains unknown to me, save for her surname, Chu. My acquaintance with her stems from a rather lengthy backstory. Before my father became involved with my stepmother, our family lived in dire poverty in a shanty town in the western suburbs, surrounded by others in similar circumstances. Such neighborhoods often suffered from poor living conditions, high crime rates, and frequent disturbances, making them the focus of local law enforcement. Nearby, the Shiguan police station monitored our area closely, especially since my father had a history of petty crimes. Approximately 6 months prior, my father had encountered trouble, leading to the arrival of 2 young police officers, one of whom was the novice officer, Officer Chu. Lacking experience and presence, she appeared vulnerable. My father, recognizing her inexperience and captivated by her beauty, sought to provoke her, embarrassing her in the process. The male officer, evidently irritated, intervened to urge my father to behave. In response, my father falsely accused the officer of assaulting him, a moment I found utterly embarrassing as I witnessed it unfold. It is indeed surprising that Officer Chu knows Guan Qingqing, as the two seem to inhabit entirely different worlds. How their paths crossed remains a mystery to me. Or perhaps it can be said that she was already acquainted with someone. Moreover, I still do not know precisely what Guan Qingqing does. She might very well have a legitimate occupation. Returning to the matter at hand, upon Officer Chu's inquiry about my presence, I rose and walked toward her. Initially, I intended to introduce myself as Chao Xiaobing, but reconsidering, I thought better of it, as my classmates and teachers were present. If I were to say that, it would reveal that I was unfamiliar with her. Thus, I continued out of the classroom and into the corridor before quietly asking her, "Did Sister Qing send you?" Officer Chu furrowed her brow, gazing at me intently, and said, "You look so familiar. Have we met before?" I felt a twinge of panic and lied, claiming we hadn't. I then briefly recounted the events to her, urging her not to let slip any details when she spoke with my homeroom teacher. Upon hearing my account, Officer Chu offered me a few admonitions, stating, "With your knife-wielding antics, who would believe you? You children seem oblivious to the importance of studying and instead squander your time. only to regret it when you grow up. I jested in response. Isn't youthful exuberance a hallmark of being young? Without it, what would youth mean? As we walked toward the teacher's office, I seized the opportunity to observe her discreetly. She was slightly taller than Guan Qingqing, with long legs and a slender waist. I couldn't help but wonder if her delicate frame would hinder her ability to apprehend wrongdoers. The last time I'd seen her, she donned her police uniform, exuding an air of authority. Now, dressed casually, her delicate features rendered her less intimidating. In terms of beauty, I found her more appealing than Guan Qingqing. Her skin was fairer and more refined, enhancing her overall elegance. As we approached the office door, she suddenly paused, turning to scrutinize me. Her large eyes made me feel uneasy, and she asked, "Is your father named Chao Wu?" It was indeed my father's name. I was taken aback that she remembered it. Realizing that further deception was futile, I nodded and confirmed, "Yes, Chao Wu is my father." Officer Chu's expression shifted rapidly, becoming increasingly grim. After a moment's hesitation, she abruptly turned and headed toward the stairs, seemingly intent on leaving. I hurried after her, urgently pleading, "Now that you're here, for Sister Qing's sake, please help me." She retorted, "Thinking of your father makes me furious. When I was just starting my internship, your father accused us of police brutality, causing quite a scene at the station and insisting on filing a complaint. Do you know how our superiors reprimanded us? You should seek assistance elsewhere." She muttered further, lamenting that had she known I was Chao Wu's son, she would have refused to assist Guan Qingqing. Internally, I cursed my father for his misdeeds. As Officer Chu ascended the stairs, I stepped in front of her, asserting, "My father is my father, and I am my own person. This is not the place for personal vendettas." She scoffed, "True, you haven't provoked me, but you certainly aren't innocent either. Bringing a knife to school suggests that you intended to fight. How could it be appropriate for me, as a police officer, to cover for you?" Her words left me somewhat speechless. If she were truly as principled as she claimed, she wouldn't have come in the first place. All this talk stemmed from my father's influence. Besides, as a guardian addressing school matters, her role had no bearing on whether or not she would cover for me. Did she believe that merely because she was a police officer, the school would overlook my actions? Naturally, I couldn't voice these thoughts, as they would only further diminish her willingness to assist. After some contemplation, I devised a strategy. I sighed, adopting a pitiful demeanor as I confessed. To be honest, I brought the knife not to engage in a fight, but to confront my father. Our relationship is strained. He constantly berates and beats me. Yesterday, we had a heated argument, and I nearly attacked him with a knife. I harbor disdain for him, and in this regard, our perspectives align. Upon hearing my words, Officer Chu's expression shifted again, the disdain in her eyes somewhat diminished. She inquired if I was sincere, questioning why I would bring a knife to school if my intent was merely to confront my father. I replied that I feared he might hide it if I didn't carry it with me, and added that if she doubted me, I was willing to take her to confront my father. Should I be lying, I would accept being taken to the station. She fell silent, contemplating for a moment before sighing and stating that children like me were indeed quite pitiable. She decided to act as a guardian today and speak with the teacher on my behalf. I felt a surge of relief, pondering how she could be so easily swayed. As we walked to the office, she offered me further advice, suggesting that if my father ever struck me again, I should report him rather than confront him with a knife. She concluded her remarks by denouncing my father, asserting that such a person was unworthy of being a parent, questioning why he had even fathered me in the first place. I could not agree with her final statement. Without his decision to have me, I would not exist. Arriving at the office, I felt a twinge of anxiety about whether my homeroom teacher would believe Officer Chu was my cousin. However, to my surprise, the teacher's demeanor was markedly different when addressing her, exuding warmth and completely disregarding any suspicion regarding her identity. I'm used that good looks certainly had their advantages. Regarding my intent to bring a knife to school, Officer Chu concocted an excuse to deflect the matter, and my teacher ultimately did not press me further, merely requesting that I submit a written reflection. Thus, the situation was resolved with relative ease. As I escorted Officer Chu out, she expressed frustration at herself, saying, "I detest lying. I want to engage in such behavior again. There will be no next time, understood?" I acknowledged her, then inquired about her full name so that I could contact her in the future. She shot me a glare, asking what I intended to do and why I needed to reach her. I chuckled and replied, "Sister Qing mentioned she would be away for an extended period and advised me to reach out to you if any issues arose. If I don't even know your name, how can I get in touch? Moreover, given my strained relationship with my father, if you were to disregard me as well, I could easily veer further into rebellion, and who knows, I might end up in trouble. Officer Chu retorted that such matters had little to do with her. I countered, if I were to end up in prison, how would you explain that to Guan Qingqing? And as a youthful individual, wouldn't it sadden you to see me take a path toward crime? Admittedly, I was somewhat repulsed by my own words. Reflecting on how much I had begun to resemble my father, my ability to articulate was becoming alarming. Enough with the banter. My name is Chu Xiao. If you need anything, find me at the Shiguan police station, but I advise you to stay out of trouble. I prefer to keep my distance from you. With that, Chu Xiao pushed past me and departed. 015 Rural Outreach Activity. In truth, I was quite content that Chu Xiao had chosen to assist me. Although Guan Qingqing had indicated I could seek her help in the future, I had no intention of doing so, as we were not particularly close, and it felt inappropriate to impose on her. The only reason I had requested her name was simply that I found her appearance quite pleasant and wanted to know it. Reflecting on the past, I realized that my former self would never have acted in such a manner. What had changed within me in such a short period? Was this the onset of the youthful surge of hormones? After Chu Xiao left, my homeroom teacher summoned me to the office for a discussion. Initially, we focused on my reflection, but soon the conversation shifted to Chu Xiao, with him inquiring about her relationship to me, whether she was a cousin or a distant relative, her age, her job, and whether she had a partner. I would like to provide a brief introduction to my homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang-san, who is approximately 30 years old, possessing a scholarly demeanor and remains unmarried. I suspect his inquiry regarding this matter may indicate an interest in Chu Xiao, to which I casually deflected his attention before returning to the classroom. Later that afternoon, after the second period, I noticed my stepmother arriving at the school with a middle-aged man. Shortly thereafter, this man carried a desk and a backpack, presumably belonging to Shun Yizhu, suggesting that she no longer intended to attend classes. Given the recent turmoil surrounding her, it is understandable, with the rampant rumors circulating within the school. A person as proud as Shun Yizhu would certainly wish to avoid the embarrassment. It seems that transferring to a school in another city might be her best option, especially since her mother is financially capable of arranging for her education abroad. I find myself curious about the events that transpired during Shun Yizhu's disappearance. Yet I suspect very few know the truth. As I exited the school that day, I was surprised to see a police car at the gate, with an officer seated inside. It appears that the school had coordinated with the local precinct to ensure the safety of the premises. The presence of the officer certainly surpasses that of the school's security, as even the usual troublemakers have diminished in number, which is a relief for students like myself who do not partake in such activities. In the weeks that followed, the atmosphere at school improved significantly. Even when groups gathered at the entrance, they were limited to 4 or 5 individuals, and smoking became a rarity. The loudspeaker continued to announce arrivals and departures without incident. And Zhang Qimei, who had received a serious warning from the school, was unlikely to stir up trouble again. During this period, I also encountered Zhang Qimei on campus, though neither of us exchanged words. However, Tang Bingbing, if left to her own devices, would greet me and engage in light conversation. I cannot help but speculate that she may harbor feelings for me, but I have concluded that should she confess, I would not reciprocate, as I lack any romantic inclination towards her. Regarding my father, ever since I intimidated him with a knife, he has refrained from any further physical reprimands. He has become notably quieter at home, and our communication has dwindled. He simply places my living expenses on the table, and I find myself growing accustomed to this strange silence. I often ponder whether his occasional scolding would bring me some comfort, though I cannot fathom why I feel this way. Perhaps it is a reflection of my own peculiarities. As autumn swiftly transitioned to winter, the weather grew increasingly erratic. Before the new year, we experienced an abrupt drop in temperature accompanied by heavy snowfall, which many attributed to the devastating floods of 1998. The school administration, in an apparent fit of enthusiasm, decided to organize a winter rural outreach program intended to replicate the experiences of the educated youth sent to the countryside in years past. Due to the limited capacity of host families in the rural areas, each class was instructed to select one student to participate, departing on Friday afternoon and returning Sunday midday. When Mr. Zhang announced this initiative, I felt no inclination to take part, nor did I believe I would be fortunate enough to be chosen. However, when my name was drawn from the box, I was taken aback. I stood up to express my refusal, which displeased Mr. Zhang greatly. He insisted that if I wished to abstain, I would need a medical certificate to prove my unsuitability for the trip. No matter how I protested, he remained adamant, asserting that my academic performance warranted such an experience and that I could bring honor to our class. Thus, the responsibility of representing our class fell squarely upon my shoulders. Reluctantly, I began to prepare for the trip, gathering necessary items such as toothpaste and towels, as instructed by Mr. Jean. On Thursday evening, I took a cleansing bath at the communal bathroom and purchased new undergarments. Upon arriving at school on Friday, I learned that 30 students in total would participate, with each group consisting of 3 students, forming 10 groups in total. During the assembly to assign groups, I discovered that Su Xiaoi, a familiar face from the first-year class, had also been selected. I silently hoped that we would be placed in the same group, as it would make the 2-day stay worthwhile. Fortune smiled upon me, and we were indeed assigned to the same group, accompanied by a tall, stout boy. My spirits lifted, but Su Xiaoi was less than pleased. She vehemently requested a group change, claiming she could not bear the thought of sharing a room with 2 boys. Our host, Mr. Wang, appeared somewhat embarrassed, but explained that this was the only arrangement due to limited accommodations. As we prepared to depart, I noticed Wang Yang in the crowd, glaring at me with ill intent, likely resentful of my pairing with Su Xiaoi. Despite my unease, I found a certain satisfaction in his discomfort. When we boarded the bus, Su Xiaoi seemed disheartened, as if she viewed this rural excursion as a looming nightmare. The stout boy, in contrast, appeared unaffected, while the other groups mingled and conversed cheerfully, leaving our trio in silence. The village we were headed to, named Shirtu Village after a natural stone at its entrance, was not particularly far, yet the recent snowfall rendered the roads treacherous, resulting in a 3-hour journey. Upon our arrival, we were greeted with great enthusiasm by the villagers, who welcomed us with drums and gongs. Our assigned hosts, a warm and friendly couple in their 40s, lived in a traditional brick-and-dirt home at the village's end. Due to space constraints, all 3 of us would share a single room with only a heated Kong for sleeping arrangements. Upon discovering that we would be sharing such close quarters, Su Xiaoi was understandably distressed, expressing that she had never shared a bed with males before and found the situation intolerable. Mr. Wang offered a sheepish smile, acknowledging the limitations of their accommodations and the agreement made with the school. As you sleep, do you not wear autumn clothes and trousers? What is there to be afraid of? The Kong is not cramped. There is ample space. Before Uncle Wang could finish his sentence, Su Xiaoi interrupted him, stating, "It is not a matter of space. Her frustration prevented her from articulating her thoughts fully. After leaving that half-sentence hanging, she dashed out. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang intended to chase after her, fearing she might wander off, but I suggested they refrain, assuring them she was likely seeking her teacher. Indeed, Su Xiaoi went to speak with her teacher, but the outcome was evidently not to her liking, for upon her return, her expression was grim, and she said little, heading straight to tidy her bedding. By the time Su Xiaoi returned, Gao Pangnan and I had already laid out our bedding. He chose the easternmost position, while I settled in the middle, leaving Su Xiaoi with no choice but to take the westernmost spot. However, due to Zhang Qimei's influence, she harbored a strong dislike for me and insisted that I switch positions with Gao Pangnan, placing me at the edge. Though reluctant, I acquiesced to her wishes to placate her feelings. After arranging her bedding, she sternly reminded us that her bedding and personal items were off limits, warning that she would not hesitate to retaliate if we touched them. By the time we finished organizing our bedding, it was nearly 5 o'clock, approaching dinner time. According to our teacher's instructions, dinner would be enjoyed with our respective families, and each group was tasked with preparing a dish for their family, subject to random inspection by the teacher. If a dish was not prepared, there would be reprimands. In the depths of winter, fresh vegetables were scarce, and I thought frying an egg would be ideal. First, eggs were readily available at home, and second, frying them required little effort. Thanks to my father raising me, often absent, I learned to cook from a young age. Thus, I took it upon myself to fry the eggs, and, as I carried the plate to the dining table, I deliberately flaunted my culinary skills in front of Su Xiaoi. She seemed to grasp my intent, casting a sidelong glance my way and muttering that my eggs looked unappetizing and lacked appeal. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, overly hospitable, had prepared several hearty meat dishes, stewed pig's trotters, braised pork, and pork with vermicelli. In 1998, in rural conditions, preparing such a feast must have cost a pretty penny. It was evident that the elderly couple had gone to great lengths to ensure we were well fed. I speculated that the school would reimburse them for these expenses. Otherwise, future collaborations might be difficult to secure. During dinner, Su Xiaoyi hardly touched the meat dishes, while my fried eggs were devoured the most by her. I thought to take a jab at her, but reconsidered. Her eating my fried eggs was enough to bring me joy. If I teased her, she might refuse to eat them all together. Aunt Wang later inquired why Su Xiaoyi was avoiding the meat dishes, opting instead for the fried eggs. Su Xiaoyi replied that she did not enjoy meat, finding it greasy, and preferred lighter fare. Aunt Wang chuckled awkwardly, rising to prepare some shredded potatoes. But Su Xiaoyi stopped her, stating, "It's fine. I typically eat little in the evening, and the fried eggs are sufficient. You two have worked hard. Don't fuss over me." I was somewhat taken aback by Su Xiaoyi's words, as she had been sulking since her arrival, filled with complaints. Logically, she should have lamented the absence of her preferred dishes, yet she showed consideration for the elderly couple. This revelation indicated that she was not ill-natured and was, in fact, quite perceptive. I pondered how things would unfold if Shun Yizhu were present. She likely would have stirred up chaos in the household. This shift in perspective about Su Xiaoyi softened my previous judgments. She was not merely a high and mighty ornament. Of course, while her demeanor towards Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang had transformed, her attitude towards Gao Pengnan and me remained aloof. After dinner, she refrained from engaging with us, sitting alone at the Kong, lost in thought. Later, Uncle Wang suggested we visit the village chief's house to watch television, as our home lacked such luxuries. Boredom compelled Gao Pengnan and me to agree, and though Su Xiaoyi initially hesitated, she followed us to the entrance. After all, her phone had been confiscated by the school, and remaining home alone would be dreadfully dull. The village chief's home was considerably better than that of other villagers, featuring a spacious yard and sturdy brick walls. Upon our arrival, we noticed that not only our group was present, but also students from other groups. The television was screening the film Milan, starring Yuan Yongyi and Zhao Wenjue, which piqued the boys' interest, while the girls, including Su Xiaoyi, engaged in complaints about their regrets for coming. Around 8 or 9 o'clock, students from other groups began to return home. Gao Pengnan and I remained engrossed in the program, reluctant to leave, while Su Xiaoyi grew bored and approached Gao Pengnan, suggesting it was getting late. He barely acknowledged her, his gaze fixed on the television, simply shaking his head in refusal. Noticing his indifference, Su Xiaoyi turned to me, urging us to head home. I understood her fear of the dark and the remote village, yet I feigned irritation. I shook my head and said, "I'm not leaving. You go ahead." She seemed about to say something, but ultimately held her tongue, hesitating before finally stepping outside. I discreetly watched her through the window. Had she truly exited, I would have followed, concerned for her safety. However, I underestimated her resolve. She lingered at the door before returning, exasperatedly commanding, "Chow Xiaobing, come home with me." Suppressing a laugh, I turned to face her, ready to respond, but she interrupted, insisting, "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Realizing the banter had gone on long enough and that further teasing might cause her to storm off, I complied, rising to walk towards her. I did not call for Gao Pengnan, as he was engrossed in the show. Furthermore, I prefer to walk home alone with Su Xiaoyi, avoiding the presence of a third party. The terrain of the village was uneven. The entrance was lower in elevation, while the rear, adjacent to a hill, was elevated. The road was unpaved and bumpy, and with the snow obscuring our vision, we tread carefully. Su Xiaoyi, perhaps feeling anxious, walked particularly close to me, and I could hear her breathing. The silence seemed to amplify her apprehension, prompting her to initiate conversation. Suddenly, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling backward. I instinctively reached for her, but lost my balance and fell atop her, my elbow inadvertently pressing into her abdomen. "Ah!" Su Xiaoyi gasped, clearly in pain, her voice quivering. I was momentarily taken aback, hastily extricating myself from her grasp. Su Xiaoyi clutched her abdomen, emitting a hissing sound. I inquired if she was all right, but she seemed too pained to respond. After a considerable pause, she exclaimed, "You fool, that hurt terribly. Was that intentional?" I explained that I merely wished to catch hold of her, but instead, I lost my balance and fell. As I extended my hand to assist her, she refused my help, opting to rise on her own. The snow-covered ground chilled her hands, prompting her to shake off the snow while complaining about the biting cold. Her abdomen throbbed for quite a while, and she couldn't straighten her back, continuously berating me. She insisted that had it not been for my offer to escort her home, she would have dealt with me already. Once her discomfort eased, we proceeded home, walking with utmost caution. Upon entering our room, she sighed, "How can one possibly sleep here? I feel utterly foolish for participating in this event. It has been nothing but a torment." She then ventured out to find hot water, claiming she needed to warm her feet. At this juncture, I must mention my foot odor issue. During middle school, I was quite active and my feet tended to sweat. Coupled with cheap shoes and socks, my feet were perpetually malodorous. I dreaded the thought of removing my shoes at night, fearing I would pollute the air in the room and embarrass myself, so I intended to wash my feet. However, the facilities at Uncle Wong's home were exceedingly limited. There was only one basin for washing faces and one for washing feet. Thus, I had to wait for Su Xiaoyi to finish before I could use it. While she washed her feet, I stood by waiting. Her petite feet were quite lovely, and I mused that if she were my girlfriend, I would gladly wash her feet every day. Perhaps sensing my gaze fixed upon her feet, she became irritable and snapped, "Why are you staring at me? Wash my feet, you creep." I rolled my eyes and retorted, "I was merely wondering how long you would take. It has been ages. It's my turn now." She insisted that the basin was hers and that no one else could use it, or else she would have none for the following night. Regardless of my arguments, Su Xiaoyi remained obstinate, suggesting I simply forego washing, claiming I hardly seemed like someone who valued cleanliness. While I could manage a week without washing my feet, if alone, sharing a room with her necessitated a certain level of hygiene. Ultimately, I promised to buy her a new foot basin the next day if she would let me use this one. She pouted, looking skeptical. "Oh sure, where you get the money?" The teacher confiscated it all. I claimed I had hidden some, and after showing her a few bills, she finally relented. After she finished washing, the basin still exuded warmth, and as I approached to refill it, a delightful scent wafted up. Though I couldn't ascertain if it was from her feet or not, it was undeniably pleasant. To avoid any unpleasantness from foot odor, I opted to wash my feet outside rather than in the room. Using the basin that had been graced by Su de May's feet was an experience beyond words. Upon returning indoors, I found Su Xiaoyi already nestled under the covers, applying oil to her face and hands. I remarked, "It's nearly bedtime. Why are you still slathering on oil? Don't you find it uncomfortable?" She shot me a teasing smile, implying I was too unsophisticated to understand. After finishing with the oil, she prepared to burrow into the blankets, perhaps wishing to shield me from seeing her undress. She turned and tucked herself securely under the covers, removing her outer clothing within the cocoon of warmth before placing them beside her pillow. I, however, was more straightforward. I disrobed first and then joined her beneath the covers. I initially assumed Su Xiaoyi intended to sleep, yet she began chatting instead, primarily about my relationships with Zhang Qimei and Shun Yizhu, and questioned whether I had any intentions of reconciling with Zhang Qimei. I explained that it wasn't solely my decision. She had never regarded me as a close friend and had openly stated her unfamiliarity with me. Su Xiaoyi turned to face me and said, "I think it's not so bad. She had just been slapped and was emotionally charged. She likely spoke without thinking. Once she calms down, you should reach out to her. After all, you're a man. You shouldn't wait for her to approach you." While Su Xiaoyi's advice held merit, my pride resisted. I feared that if I initiated contact and she rejected me again, it would be a blow to my dignity. She suggested that upon returning, she could help me gauge Zhang Qimei's feelings. I declined, stating I would prefer to wait for a more opportune moment. At that moment, she suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something, and in a conspiratorial tone, whispered, "I have a secret to share, but you must promise to keep it confidential." Her words piqued my curiosity, and I assured her of my discretion. She revealed, "Did you know that Tang Bingbing has a crush on you?" She even planned to confess her feelings. But after your fallout with Zhang Qimei, she claimed she no longer liked you. Whether she truly still does is uncertain. I had anticipated something more profound, yet this revelation was already within my grasp. I suspected Tang Bingbing still harbored feelings for me, perhaps hesitant to confess due to my tumultuous relationship with Zhang Qimei. If I were to mend things with her, I was certain Tang Bingbing would soon declare her affection. Although I understood this, I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "That's impossible. I'm not academically inclined, and I'm not particularly handsome. Why would she like me?" To my astonishment, she echoed my sentiments, saying, "Exactly. I can't fathom why she would be drawn to you. Her taste is truly questionable." She spoke without a hint of jest, her demeanor entirely serious. Essentially, she communicated that in her eyes, I was unworthy of Tang Bingbing. While I felt a twinge of discomfort, I couldn't deny the truth of her statement. Tang Bingbing surpassed me in many respects, and I indeed fell short. I self-deprecatingly remarked. Indeed, someone from my background is unlikely to be deserving of anyone. In any case, I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship, so it matters little. With that, I turned away from Su Xiaoyi, declaring my fatigue and intention to sleep. She continued to tease. Oh, are you sulking now? Is your heart so fragile? I ignored her, pretending to sleep. After several unsuccessful attempts to elicit a response from me, she grew impatient. Suddenly, an object struck me squarely on the head, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that infiltrated my senses. Unsure of what had just landed on me, I sat up abruptly to find it was her coat. I turned to her, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" In that moment, I caught sight of Su Xiaoyi, who had propped herself up, her upper body clad solely in a snug black sweater, accentuating her figure beautifully. While she couldn't compare to a mature woman, she certainly stood out among her peers, and the air of youthful innocence mingled with burgeoning allure created a tantalizing atmosphere, particularly given our shared space. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my mouth suddenly felt dry, and I had to swallow hard. She must have noticed, for she impatiently demanded, "Toss my coat back to me." Honestly, you men are all the same, so easily distracted. I discern that the subtext of her statement implies that Wang Yang is quite lecherous. Observing her playful banter with him earlier, coupled with her previous flirtations with a handsome boy from another school, I could not shake the notion that Su Xiaoyi possesses a certain provocative charm. My curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Is Wang Yang truly so lustful? How has he expressed this towards you?" Su Xiaoyi seemed to misunderstand my intent, asking for clarification on what I meant by how he has been lecherous. I responded, "In a romantic relationship, one typically engages in hand-holding and embraces." She acknowledged this, but then queried, "And what of it?" I elaborated, "Some individuals, emboldened by their desires, may venture beyond mere hand-holding and hugging. Has Wang Yang not engaged in other acts with you?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi froze momentarily, glaring at me with indignation, retorting, "What business is it of yours? Why should I divulge such details to you? If you're so bold, why not ask Wang Yang directly? I doubt you possess the courage to do so. Unlike you, he is both daring and audacious. You, however, seem to be merely a cowardly dreamer." Her words provoked me, igniting a yearning within to prove that I too possessed both desire and audacity. Yet, the truth was I lacked the courage to act, merely indulging in these thoughts in solitude. As for Wang Yang's interactions with her, she had just acknowledged him as a man of both intention and boldness, which led me to believe that they had likely engaged in numerous intimate encounters. This validated my earlier suspicions that Su Xiaoyi might not be as innocent as she appeared. A few minutes later, the portly boy returned, and I felt a twinge of annoyance at his promptness. I had hoped for a little more time to converse with Su Xiaoyi, but his presence not only interrupted our dialogue, but also positioned him between us, complicating our exchange. However, I reasoned that he would need to freshen up, which would buy us some time. To my surprise, he returned without washing his face or brushing his teeth. Instead, he promptly removed his shoes, coat, and trousers, diving into his bed. As he did so, I noticed Su Xiaoyi's brow furrow in distaste, her expression one of disgust. Once he was settled in, she complained, "Could you not wash your feet? The odor is unbearable." The portly boy ignored her completely, offering no reply. Su Xiaoyi then cursed under her breath, lamenting her misfortune in sharing a bed with someone of his caliber. Despite her grievances, he remained unfazed by her remarks. Eventually, she turned away, covering her head with the blanket, likely resigning herself to an uncomfortable sleep. After a day of restlessness, I too felt fatigued and decided to sleep, albeit the conditions were less than ideal. Having endured hardship throughout my life, I was accustomed to such discomfort. The portly boy, clearly a deep sleeper, quickly fell into slumber, snoring loudly. The most unfortunate one was undoubtedly Su Xiaoyi, whose restless movements betrayed her struggle to sleep. The sound of the boy's snoring was thunderous, reverberating throughout the room. And as it grew louder, it took on an unpleasant pitch. Unable to endure it any longer, Su Xiaoyi abruptly sat up, seemingly striking the portly boy, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, your snoring resembles that of a pig. How are we supposed to sleep?" Her action startled him awake, and the snoring ceased. I turned on the light to observe Su Xiaoyi, her hair disheveled and her face clouded with irritation, glaring at the portly boy who rubbed his eyes in confusion, asking what had transpired. "You two should switch beds so that Xiao Xiaobing can sleep here," she ordered him. He glanced between Su Xiaoyi and me, seemingly seeking my approval. I suggested, "Let us switch. Your snoring is too disruptive for both of us. It would be better if you took the other side, thus afflicting only me." Without protest, the portly boy complied and moved to the other bed. During this exchange, I sensed a softness in Su Xiaoyi's gaze towards me, perhaps in gratitude for my intervention. However, the boy's snoring remained a significant issue. Even after the switch, Su Xiaoyi continued to complain throughout the night, making multiple trips to the restroom, always requesting my company due to her fear of the dark. Thus, my night was equally tumultuous, resulting in little rest for myself. Yet, I felt a flicker of joy. A stunning beauty lay beside me, merely half a meter away, her presence imbued with a captivating fragrance that wafted through the air, stirring my senses. As dawn approached, Su Xiaoyi awoke, vociferously declaring her desire to return home, insisting that she would not spend another night in this place. She expressed concern that Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang might believe they had neglected her comfort. "It's not about them or the conditions. It's the unbearable snoring of the portly boy that kept me awake," she lamented. Later, she approached the teacher, adamant about not participating in any activities, demanding to be sent home. The teacher, unable to reason with her, compromised by suggesting she switch groups, yet she remained resolute in her desire to leave, prompting the teacher to chastise her for being overly spoiled by her family. Understanding her plight, I empathized with Su Xiaoyi. The portly boy's snoring was indeed intolerable. Frustrated by the teacher's comments about her being petulant, she argued back, threatening to walk home if not granted her request. The teacher, dismissing her threat, suggested that it would be impressive if she could manage it. Around 9:30, Su Xiaoyi pulled me aside, confiding, "I can't take it any longer. I must return home today. Please sneak away with me." Truth be told, I too yearned to leave with her. Remaining here without her seemed pointless, and the prospect of a lengthy journey together appealed to me, as I could offer her support along the way, potentially deepening our bond. However, having recently caused trouble at school, I feared any further mischief might lead to serious consequences. Thus, I urged her to endure just a little longer, assuring her that we would return home by tomorrow. Su Xiaoyi pleaded with me, promising that if I accompanied her to the city, she would intercede with Zhang Qimei to mend our relationship. I reminded her that our car ride had taken over 3 hours. Walking back would be a far longer and more perilous endeavor, especially since we were unfamiliar with the route. She pouted, tugging at my arm, and playfully insisted, "I want you to come with me." Her charm nearly swayed me, yet I remained resolute, suggesting instead that the portly boy switch with another group. Frustrated, she scolded me for being indecisive and cowardly, accusing me of fearing the teacher and lacking the courage to sneak away. I chuckled softly, acknowledging her perspective while maintaining that walking back to the city was impractical and dangerous. At 10 o'clock, our teacher instructed us to gather for an activity in the fields. It was then that I noticed the absence of Su Xiaoyi. The teacher grew anxious, prompting us to scour the entire village for her, yet there was no sign. Ultimately, she departed with the driver, heading towards the city. According to their assertions, Su Xiaoyi must have run back to the city on her own, and they anticipated that she would soon be caught up with. Meanwhile, we remained busy, continuing our search throughout the village and nearby areas. Logically speaking, my relationship with Su Xiaoyi was not particularly close, yet an inexplicable concern for her welled up within me. It was quite astonishing that someone so delicate and seemingly frail would dare to undertake such a reckless act. This was the 1990s, a time devoid of surveillance cameras, in a landscape riddled with poverty and isolation. Did she not fear encountering a nefarious individual along the way? Especially considering that Shun Yizhu had recently faced trouble, she, as a girl, ought to have comprehended the dangers of her actions. All for the sake of returning home, she cast caution aside. It was truly foolish and impulsive. After searching for nearly an hour, still without a hint of her whereabouts, a sense of unease began to settle in. The teacher and the driver had taken a vehicle to find Su Xiaoyi, and no matter how swiftly she ran, they should have caught up with her by now. Why? After such a prolonged period, was there still no news? Could it be that she had encountered a fellow villager en route to the city who offered her a ride? Surely, she wouldn't be so audacious. Or perhaps she had not even headed towards the city at all, maybe she was still hidden within the village, deliberately evading the teacher's concern. Given her personality, such a scenario seemed plausible. If she truly was hiding, where could she be? After much contemplation, I concluded that Uncle Wong's home was the most probable hiding spot. Acting on this thought, I hurried back, only to find that Uncle Wong and Annie Wong had also gone out searching for her, leaving their door locked. I scaled the wall into the yard and, upon entering our room, was taken aback to discover Su Xiaoyi comfortably nestled in bed, sound asleep. She appeared deeply immersed in slumber, looking utterly enchanting. I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Everyone was frantically searching for her, while she lay in bed oblivious. If the teacher were to find out, she would surely be furious. Initially, I intended to wake her, but just as I opened my mouth, I hesitated. After all, she had not rested well the previous night, and now that she had finally fallen asleep, it seemed kinder to let her slumber a while longer. I settled down beside her, watching her sleep peacefully. What can I say? A beauty remains a beauty, even in sleep. She resembled a sleeping beauty. Perhaps it was the length of my gaze that stirred an impulse within me, a voice urging me to kiss her. This impulse intensified, and I reasoned that since we were alone and she was in such a deep sleep, why not steal a kiss? The thought quickened my heart, especially since she had just teased me about lacking courage. Thus, I leaned down, my lips brushing against her forehead after much hesitation. My original intention had been to kiss her lips, but I refrained. After all, I had yet to experience a romantic relationship, and my first kiss still awaited its rightful recipient. While Su Xiaoyi was undeniably beautiful, I felt that my first kiss should be reserved for my first love, an exchange I deemed unfair to make with her. After kissing her, she stirred slightly, turning in her sleep, which startled me into crouching down. Thankfully, she did not awaken but continued to slumber. I lingered a moment longer, contemplating the fact that so many people were still searching for her outside. I needed to inform them of her whereabouts. Otherwise, the teacher might become frantic and resort to calling the authorities, which would be quite troublesome. A few minutes later, I scaled the wall again, making my way to the village head. I informed him that Su Xiaoyi had been found and asked him to notify our teacher to return. Upon learning this news, Uncle Wong and Annie Wong were eager to head back and find Su Xiaoyi, but I stopped them, explaining that she had not slept well the previous night and was currently in a deep sleep. I suggested we allow her to rest until the teacher returned, at which point we could wake her. They accepted my reasoning, standing guard outside, concerned she might slip away upon waking. I chuckled inwardly at the thought. Su Xiaoyi surely lacked the skills to scale a wall, and if we couldn't find her, it was likely due to her hiding in some corner of Uncle Wong's home. As I waited for the teacher's return, I sat on a stone. Replaying the moment, I kissed Su Xiaoyi in my mind. The memory brought a sweet warmth to my heart, causing me to smile involuntarily. Uncle Wong, noticing my amusement, inquired about my delight, to which I simply replied that I was enjoying a moment of whimsy. After about half an hour, the teacher and driver returned, and upon learning that Su Xiaoyi was still asleep at Uncle Wong's house, she was infuriated. She exclaimed how everyone had been frantic while this girl had the audacity to sleep. Uncle Wong and Annie Wong promptly defended Su Xiaoyi, pleading with the teacher not to lay blame on her. Although the teacher verbally agreed not to reprimand her, upon entering and waking Su Xiaoyi, she unleashed a torrent of scolding. Su Xiaoyi, however, seemed unconcerned, retorting to the teacher, "Could you please stop nagging? If you keep this up, I might just run away. You should be grateful I didn't actually leave. If something had happened to me, your role as a teacher would have been in jeopardy." While Su Xiaoyi's words were somewhat brusque, they held a kernel of truth, and the teacher recognized this, refraining from further criticism. It was now time for lunch, and our morning activities would have to be abandoned. The teacher instructed us to return home for a meal and reconvene for afternoon activities at 2 o'clock. After the teacher departed, Su Xiaoyi asked how I had known she was sleeping at home. I revealed that I had discovered her and informed the others. In response, she playfully pinched my waist several times, but upon realizing that I had allowed her to sleep a bit longer, her demeanor softened, and she decided to let me off the hook this time. After lunch, the teacher introduced a petite girl who would swap groups with the stout boy. According to her, the other two members of her group had been snoring all night, making it impossible for her to sleep. Rather than endure that, she preferred to send the stout boy over to join them in mutual torment. The stout boy had no objections and agreed to the switch, accepting the chaos. This was a concession from the teacher, granting Su Xiaoyi some leeway and she ultimately ceased to bring up the topic of returning home, suggesting they make do for one night. Hearing this eased my mind, as it meant I could once again share a bed with her that night. That afternoon, we engaged in physically demanding activities such as chopping wood and moving stones, which I found rather mundane, merely a test of labor. By nightfall, everyone was exhausted and retired early. That evening marked one of the most blissful nights of my life, not due to my own restful sleep, but rather because I lay nestled between two girls, a sensation that was truly delightful. The following day, a Sunday, was our return home day. Most appeared particularly jubilant. After lunch, the teacher returned the previously confiscated money and suggested we save some for our parents, acknowledging their hard work. I left 10 yuan for Uncle Wang, while Su Xiaoyi contributed the most among us, offering over 50 yuan, which seemed to be her entire savings. This revelation impressed me, although she occasionally displayed a bad temper. Her heart was genuinely kind. Through these 2 days of interaction, my perception of Su Xiaoyi had significantly transformed. I began to believe that if she were not so capricious in matters of the heart, she would undoubtedly be a perfect girl, one that would captivate me even more. Alas, perfection is a rarity in this world. On my way home, I engaged in conversation with Su Xiaoyi. When we reached the outskirts, the vehicle we were in skidded and collided with another car. Although the incident was not severe, we had to wait a long time for the traffic police to arrive. The teacher suggested that we walk to the city since it wasn't too far. It would take us about half an hour to reach the urban area on foot. Su Xiaoyi had a phone, but unfortunately, it had run out of battery, preventing her from calling someone for a ride. We encountered a few taxis along the way, but she had already given all her money to Uncle Wang, and my funds were insufficient for a taxi fare, so we had no choice but to continue walking. I asked her if she regretted giving all her money to Uncle Wang, and she replied that there was nothing to regret. That amount was trivial for her, but it could sustain Uncle Wang and his family for quite some time. Reflecting on this made me feel a sense of accomplishment. After she spoke, I found her even more charming. After walking for about 10 minutes, I ran into an old elementary school classmate, Rinja, who had dropped out to work and was now seemingly doing well, judging by the 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle he was riding. Rinja greeted me and insisted on giving Su Xiaoyi and me a ride to the city. I understood that if I were alone, he would not even bother to acknowledge me. His attention was solely due to Su Xiaoyi's presence. Su Xiaoyi, feeling fatigued from walking, wanted to accept his offer, and I, unable to leave her alone, reluctantly climbed onto Rinja's motorcycle with her. After inquiring about her destination, he claimed that mine was closer and offered to drop me off first before taking Su Xiaoyi. I sensed his ulterior motives, but felt powerless to voice my concerns. Perhaps because of the attractive girl riding pillion, Rinja rode recklessly, making it difficult for me to hold on, while Su Xiaoyi seemed to enjoy the thrill, cheering him on. After he dropped me off, I wanted to caution Su Xiaoyi about my lack of familiarity with him, but Rinja was always in the way, leaving me no opportunity to speak. I could only watch as he led her away, silently praying for her safety. However, upon reflection, I realized there was little to worry about. We had reached the city, and it was just him alone on a motorcycle, not a car. So what could possibly happen? Exhausted from the day's events, I returned home, washed up, and fell asleep early. Strangely, that night, I dreamt of Su Xiaoyi, envisioning us having a snowball fight in a snowy landscape, a delightful dream that left me feeling a little melancholy upon waking, wishing I could remain in that dream forever. On my way to school, my thoughts were consumed by Su Xiaoyi, memories of our time together in Shurtu village flooding my mind, particularly the moment I leaned in to kiss her. I began to wonder if I had developed feelings for her. Is this what it feels like to like someone? As I approached the school gates, Wang Yang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking my path. He insisted on discussing something privately and led me to the bike storage area. Given his demeanor, I suspected he was looking for trouble. The reason for choosing the storage area was likely due to the school's recent strict enforcement of discipline, making him hesitant to act out in public. I suggested we talk right there, but he smirked and asked if I was afraid he would hit me. Provoked by his taunts, I followed him to the storage area, pondering why he would bother me when I had done nothing to upset Su Xiaoyi. Perhaps she had mentioned our trip to Shurtu village, and he was feeling jealous. Once inside the storage area, Wang Yang kicked me and angrily demanded to know where Rinja went to school. His sudden aggression infuriated me, and as I processed his words, I realized he was seeking Rinja. Had something happened between Rinja and Su Xiaoyi that warranted this confrontation? I had worried about this very possibility. What exactly had Rinja done to Su Xiaoyi? Since he was approaching me for information, why was he kicking me? Growing increasingly angry, I retorted that he could ask his questions without resorting to violence. My defiance only fueled his aggression. He shoved me and challenged me to fight. He claimed that Renja had groped Su Xiaoyi and that my situation was merely a mild consequence. I had never liked Wang Yang, and his constant provocations pushed me over the edge. I retaliated by kicking him back and cursing at him, asserting that I would not be intimidated. This prompted an explosive reaction from Wang Yang. He landed several quick punches to my face, catching me off guard as I was not adept at fighting. I stumbled and fell into a row of bicycles, causing them to topple over with a clatter. An elderly man overseeing the storage area rushed over, reprimanding us and ordering us to take our fight outside. His commotion gathered a crowd of onlookers, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, I charged at Wang Yang again. But he was known for being the toughest among our group, and I was no match for him, resulting in another round of being soundly beaten. By a stroke of luck, Su Xiaoyi happened to pass by and witnessed the altercation. She pushed her way through the crowd and confronted Wang Yang, demanding to know what he was doing. She reminded him of her previous instructions and scolded him for his behavior. Wang Yang chuckled and claimed that he was simply reacting to Renja's actions from the previous day. Su Xiaoyi shot him a disapproving glare and insisted that he should have approached the situation with more decorum, emphasizing that Renja's misconduct was his friend's issue, not mine. Wang Yang begrudgingly acknowledged her point, promising not to act out again. Then he nudged me, suggesting that since I had heard about Renja's behavior, I ought to divulge more information about him. While I was indeed upset about Renja's behavior, I had no intention of sharing anything with Wang Yang at that moment. Su Xiaoyi, frustrated, reminded him that he needed to apologize first before asking anything else. Wang Yang apparait reluctant, furrowing his brow as he argued that there was no need to apologize, as he would refrain from further violence in the future. Su Xiaoyi was adamant, insisting that an apology was necessary. With many students watching, Wang Yang seemed reluctant to concede, leading to an argument between them. Ultimately, he asked Su Xiaoyi what our relationship was, questioning whether it was worth confronting him over me. He reminded her of past grievances, suggesting that I was not worth her trouble. Su Xiaoyi, at a loss for words, finally reiterated her demand for an apology. Wang Yang, feeling cornered yet unwilling to lose face, shook his head defiantly, declaring loudly to the onlookers that they should mind their own business. The onlookers, frightened by him, quickly dispersed, allowing Wang Yang to slip away at that moment. Before leaving, he glanced back and pointed at me, as if to say, just wait and see. At that point, Su Xiaoyi approached me, inquiring if I was all right, even playfully tapping the imprints left on my leg. To be honest, despite having endured a beating, I felt an unexpected warmth in my heart. Su Xiaoyi had argued with Wang Yang for my sake, and even took the initiative to check on me. Frankly, even if I were to endure another beating, it would be worth it. Regarding Renja, I shared what I knew with Su Xiaoyi, who then recounted her encounter with him. She mentioned that after Renja dropped her off the previous day, he had taken the liberty to touch her inappropriately. When she met Wang Yang later that evening, she informed him, urging him to approach me politely when inquiring about the matter. To her surprise, he had resorted to violence. I reassured her that it was no trouble, as I was accustomed to being beaten. Su Xiaoyi chuckled, teasing me about my lack of assertiveness, suggesting that if I continued to be so passive, I would only invite bullying from others. She jokingly offered to take me under her wing, saying she would protect me from now on. I jested in return, claiming that if I were to become her subordinate, Wang Yang would undoubtedly make my life miserable. If their constant bickering led to a breakup, I would feel guilty for being the catalyst. Su Xiaoyi scoffed, stating that if they were to break up, it was no big deal, she could live without him. Her nonchalant attitude surprised me. It seemed she did not hold Wang Yang in high regard. Reflecting on her ambiguous relationship with the boy from the other school, I began to suspect that Su Xiaoyi might have already contemplated breaking up, unbeknownst to Wang Yang. That day, during the break, as I made my way to the restroom, I overheard Zhang Qimei conversing in the girls' bathroom. She was discussing Su Xiaoyi's supposed breakup, allegedly due to Qiao Xiaobing. My heart sank at the thought. Had Su Xiaoyi really broken up because of me? Was it related to the incident from this morning? Soon after, I heard Tang Bingbing's voice, questioning the validity of Zhang Qimei's claims, asserting that Su Xiaoyi and Qiao Xiaobing were not even acquainted, and she disliked him. I was uncertain about the details, but relayed what I had heard. Tang Bingbing continued, mentioning that Wang Yang was furious with Qiao Xiaobing and planned to confront him after school. Zhang Qimei added that during a recent rural activity, Su Xiaoyi and Xiao Xiaobing were paired together, speculating that some feelings might have developed. Tang Bingbing dismissed the notion as implausible. Meanwhile, I was troubled. This breakup seemed to be unfolding far too quickly. I understood that Su Xiaoyi's decision to part ways with Wang Yang was not primarily about me. I was merely a trigger, with the boy from the other school being the true issue. However, Wang Yang remained oblivious to the reality, likely directing his wrath towards me, which felt incredibly unjust. Although I was not particularly afraid of Wang Yang, I resented being blamed for circumstances beyond my control. After the third period, Tang Bingbing hurried to our classroom, warning me that Wang Yang intended to confront me on my way home. She urged me to be cautious. She then subtly asked about my relationship with Su Xiaoyi. Although she did not finish her sentence, I understood her implication. I reassured her that there was nothing between us. She regarded me thoughtfully for a few seconds before walking away. Watching her depart, I pondered whether she would be heartbroken if she discovered my feelings for Su Xiaoyi. As she and Su Xiaoyi were close friends, I worried that it might affect their friendship. Nevertheless, I believed she would never find out, for I felt unworthy of Su Xiaoyi's affection and would never confess my feelings to avoid embarrassment. During the last period of the day, I excused myself and climbed over the school wall. I feared Wang Yang's rage after his breakup with Su Xiaoyi. Even if I attempted to explain, he would likely be unreceptive and might retaliate. The wisest course of action was to avoid him for the time being until he understood the true reasons behind the breakup, which would likely divert his attention from me. Although I evaded confrontation after school, I encountered trouble on my way back. As I passed the post office, a group of individuals emerged from a nearby alley, rushing towards me, weapons in hand. Among them were two members of the five brothers, including Wang Yang, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. He charged at me, vowing to teach me a lesson. Realizing the danger, I fled without a second thought. They chased me for several blocks before giving up, warning me not to return to school, threatening that I would regret it if they caught me. Exhausted from running, I paused to catch my breath, my chest aching. Initially, I had planned to skip the afternoon classes, but I soon recalled my probationary status. Missing school could lead to expulsion. After the first class had begun, I reluctantly returned. By then, Wang Yang and his crew had vanished. Upon entering the classroom, I felt a wave of relief. Wang Yang would likely refrain from causing trouble on school grounds. After the first class, two boys from the 9th grade lingered outside our classroom, casting glances in my direction. I suspected they were sent by Wang Yang to ensure I attended class. I decided to leave early during the last period. Just as I prepared to escape, our homeroom teacher, Zhang Sun, unexpectedly entered the classroom, announcing that the substitute teacher was unable to come and that he would hold a class meeting instead. He denied requests to use the restroom, which meant I would have to remain in the classroom until dismissal. As the final bell rang, I intended to sprint to the playground to climb the wall and escape. But upon exiting the classroom, I spotted the two boys who had been watching me, now stationed at the staircase, clearly positioned to prevent my escape. In my moment of despair, Su Xiaoyi emerged from her classroom. As she approached the staircase, she noticed me and waved, signaling for me to join her. I approached her, inquiring about her intentions. She suggested we leave the school together, explaining that she had heard Wang Yang was looking for me. Upon seeing Wang Yang's two classmates at the staircase, she guessed they were there to keep an eye on me, so she wanted to accompany me to ensure my safety. I was touched by her concern for my well-being. I asked her if she had truly broken up with Wang Yang, or if it was merely a quarrel. She replied that it was uncertain, and they would take things one step at a time. If they could reconcile, they would, but if not, it was no big deal to her. As we walked toward the school gate, the two boys continued to follow us, and soon Wang Yang caught up from behind. However, upon seeing Su Xiaoyi, Wang Yang refrained from making a move, merely trailing behind. Su Xiaoyi insisted on accompanying me home, confident that Wang Yang would not dare follow us all the way. I declined, stating that I only needed her to escort me out of the school, assuring her that I could easily evade them once outside. Su Xiaoyi chuckled, teasing me for my penchant for running away, calling me spineless. I mentioned that I was not afraid of Wang Yang. Rather, I believe that a wise individual should avoid immediate losses, which I termed a strategic retreat, not a flight. Su Xiaoyi chuckled and remarked, "I didn't realize you had such a way with words. Who taught you that?" Naturally, I cannot disclose that I had learned from my father. In truth, I had never been adept at charming girls, but now, seeing Su Xiaoyi brought me joy, and I felt compelled to tease her. Watching her smile was like witnessing the melting of ice. She was the epitome of beauty, captivating with every glance and smile. It was no wonder that after breaking up with Wang Yang, his eyes were red with anger. Losing such a woman must have been a tremendous blow to him. How could he not feel desperate? Simultaneously, I thought to myself, if I could date Su Xiaoyi, my life would be worthwhile. Once outside the school gates, I initially intended to leave, but Su Xiaoyi asked me to wait, mentioning that she was expecting a few people. I refrained from asking who she was waiting for. A few minutes later, Zhang Chimei and Tang Bingbing emerged from the school, and Su Xiaoyi waved them over, indicating she was indeed waiting for them. At that moment, I understood Su Xiaoyi's intentions. Since the conflict with Zhang Chimei, we had not spoken, and she had previously offered to mediate our relationship, which was likely her purpose now. Sure enough, when the two approached, Su Xiaoyi pulled me closer to Zhang Chimei and said, "You two haven't had any deep-seated grudges. Can we put this behind us for my sake? How about it, Chimei?" Zhang Chimei, being forthright, extended her hand to me with a smile, saying, "All right then. Since the beautiful Su has spoken, let us shake hands and move past the past." I did not hesitate and shook her hand. The feeling was akin to releasing a long-held breath. It felt liberating. After shaking hands with Zhang Chimei, Tang Bingbing also reached out, wanted to shake my hand as well. Her face lit up with joy, and Su Xiaoyi playfully teased her. "Look at you two making up. Why are you so thrilled? What are you plotting in your heart?" Tang Bingbing blushed at Su Xiaoyi's words, and Zhang Chimei chimed in, teasing her further. "What do you think she's scheming? Isn't it obvious?" Tang Bingbing's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and I understood her joy. If my relationship with Zhang Chimei remained unresolved, any interaction with Tang Bingbing would have to be conducted clandestinely. Now that we had reconciled, Tang Bingbing could approach me openly, and our interactions would surely increase. I had suspected that Tang Bingbing had harbored feelings for me for quite some time, but had been unable to express them due to my relationship with Zhang Chimei. Now, perhaps this was the opportunity she had been waiting for, which undoubtedly made her happy. Of course, I also acknowledged the possibility that I might be overthinking the situation. As for Zhang Chimei, although we had reconciled, I felt our relationship would still be different from before. Her remark about not being familiar with me had hurt me deeply. Whether I could fully resolve this emotional not depended on how our relationship developed. If we truly became close friends, then all would be well. Su Xiaoyi's enthusiastic assistance piqued Zhang Chimei and Tang Bingbing's curiosity. Zhang Chimei asked Su Xiaoyi, "You mentioned you only stayed in the countryside with Chao Xiaobing for 2 days. Yeah, how did you become so close? Come on, confess. Is there something unseemly between you two?" Su Xiaoyi playfully placed her hand on my shoulder and replied flirtatiously, "What do you think? We shared a bed, so how could our relationship be anything but good?" Although Su Xiaoyi was joking, her words were quite suggestive, and I felt a bit embarrassed. Zhang Chimei eagerly joined in, teasing us, while Tang Bingbing, though laughing, seemed uncomfortable. Su Xiaoyi further teased her, saying, "Don't worry, Bingbing. I won't steal him from you. I was just messing with you. Someone like Chao Xiaobing is far too unattractive for me." Tang Bingbing's face reddened once more, and she flusteredly said it had nothing to do with her, tugging at Zhang Chimei's arm, claiming she was starving and suggesting we go eat. Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Chimei exchanged knowing glances and playfully poked Tang Bingbing's sides, teasing her, "Look at how shy you are. Should we reveal your secret?" I pretended to be oblivious and asked, "What secret does Tang Bingbing have? Do tell." This only made her blush even more. That afternoon, I did not return home. Zhang Chimei insisted that since we had reconciled, we must share a meal to rekindle our friendship. Su Xiaoyi joined us, and although Wang Yang and his entourage followed us for a while, they eventually dispersed, likely feeling that with Su Xiaoyi around, they had no opportunity to act. After our meal, I was unsure whether Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Chimei were intentionally creating an opportunity for Tang Bingbing and me. They announced they had something to attend to and suggested Tang Bingbing accompany me for a stroll. Once they departed, Tang Bingbing seemed particularly anxious, wearing an expression of shyness as if burdened with a secret. Around 2 o'clock, we passed a stationery store, and she asked me to wait outside while she went in to buy something, specifically instructing me not to enter. Although I was curious about her intentions, I complied and waited patiently outside. After about 5 minutes, she emerged, her eyes darting, avoiding my gaze. When she reached me, she slipped a note into my hand and turned to leave. At that moment, I began to comprehend what was happening. She might be confessing her feelings. Indeed, upon examining the note, I saw the words, Ciao Xiaobing, I like you. Although I had anticipated her message, my heart raced upon reading those 4 words. It was the first time a girl had confessed to me, especially one as attractive as her, which naturally thrilled me. However, amidst my excitement, I felt a pang of worry. I did not harbor feelings for Tang Bingbing. My affections lay with Su Xiaoyi. How should I navigate this dilemma? If I rejected her, would our relationship suffer irreparably? The thought was quite vexing. Throughout that afternoon, I pondered this dilemma, questioning what to do. I did not want to appear indecisive, but I cherished friends like Tang Bingbing and did not wish to lose her. Yet, I could not deceive her or hurt her feelings. I concluded that it would be best to reject her sooner rather than later. Thus, that afternoon, I penned a note that read, "I'm sorry. I believe we are better off as friends." As for how to deliver this note to Tang Bingbing, I lacked the courage to do so myself. In a state of anxiety, I turned to Zhang Qimei for help. When Zhang Qimei took the note, she misunderstood my intentions, teasingly remarking, "Wow, you two are already sending love notes? Things are moving quickly." I could only manage a weak smile in response. Upon entering their classroom, I heard her call out, "Bing Bing, guess what I have in my hand? You owe me lunch this afternoon." I felt exasperated. Could Zhang Qimei not be more discreet? Tang Bingbing had just been rejected, and here she was drawing attention to it. I feared that when Tang Bingbing read the note, she would only feel worse. As I was preparing to pack my belongings and head home after school, Zhang Qimei called out to me at the entrance, her tone tinged with irritation. I suspected it had something to do with Tang Bingbing. Sure enough, once outside, she pulled me into a quieter area and confronted me, asking, "What is going on? Did you reject her? Are you out of your mind? She's such a wonderful girl, and you turned her down? What are you thinking?" I replied that I didn't have feelings for her, so why should I lead her on? Would it be fair to date her, just for the sake of it? Zhang Qimei furrowed her brow and thought for a moment before sighing. "You know, you might regret this. It's rare to meet someone as good as her. Just wait and see." With that, she turned to leave, but not before telling me that when Tang Bingbing saw my note, she started crying and went home instead of attending the last class. However, she also mentioned that if I truly didn't like Tang Bingbing, then my actions were justifiable. Better to end things sooner rather than later. I hoped Tang Bingbing would recover quickly. Later, as I gathered my things and exited the school, I felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Wang Yang might be waiting for me outside. To my surprise, when I reached the entrance, I found Wang Yang chatting merrily with Su Xiaoyi, their laughter indicating they'd de-reconciled. I felt a surge of annoyance, perhaps even jealousy. As I passed them, Su Xiaoyi glanced my way and seemed to greet me, but I pretended not to notice and walked on, feeling disheartened on my way home. Eventually, I rationalized that they were indeed a couple, so why should I feel upset? Even if they had broken up, the prospect of dating Su Xiaoyi was utterly unrealistic. While approaching a nearby alleyway, 3 young men, seemingly around 20, suddenly emerged, brandishing clubs. Without uttering a word, they attacked me, and I felt a sharp pain in my head before everything went black. When I regained consciousness, a crowd of passers-by surrounded me, asking if I was all right and urging me to go to the hospital as I was bleeding from a head wound. I touched my head and realized it was indeed injured. Recalling the moments before I lost consciousness, I remembered that the assailants had charged at me without any warning, clearly having planned the attack with a specific intent to harm me. Who could have orchestrated this? Was it Wang Yang? But that seemed unlikely. He had reconciled with Su Xiaoyi and had no reason to target me. Besides, if he wanted to confront me, he had enough friends to do it without involving outsiders. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? I pondered my recent conflicts, and, aside from Wang Yang, there was Ding Chun. However, during our last encounter, I hadn't harmed him, so he had no motive to ambush me. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Shun Yizhu. Yes, she was the one who had been kidnapped while we were supposed to meet for a brawl. I was sure what had happened during her disappearance, but likely wasn't anything good. If she believed I was to blame for her troubles, she might seek revenge. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that Shun Yizhu was behind the attack. The prospect frightened me. She was cunning and could resort to even more extreme measures in retaliation. If she sought to capture me, I would be in grave danger. Thus, I resolved not to let this matter slide. I remembered Chu Xiao, who worked at the police station. Perhaps she could assist me. After tending to my head at a clinic, I decided to take the bus to the Shiguan police station. Upon my arrival, I spotted Chu Xiao exiting through the main gate on her bicycle, dressed in casual attire instead of her uniform. She seemed to have just finished her shift. As she approached, I waved and called out to her. She paused, frowning as she asked, "What are you doing here? What happened to your head? Are you in trouble again?" I explained that I hadn't provoked this incident. A group had attacked me without warning on my way home. She shot me a disapproving look, questioning why they would target me specifically. "You must be causing too much trouble and offending too many people," she remarked, then inquired whether I had reported the incident. I shook my head and explained that I had come to see if she could help me. Chu Xiao seemed reluctant to get involved, suggesting it would be best to report the matter to the authorities as per protocol. I had anticipated her response and mentioned Guan Qingqing, warning her that if she refused to assist me, I would inform Guan that I had been attacked. Reluctantly, she conceded, all right, you always use her to pressure me. Let us go find someone on TU Street. You can tell me everything on the way." I agreed, eagerly following her as I took the bicycle from her. It was a charming women's bike, aesthetically pleasing but not very practical. Riding was challenging, especially with another person on board, but the thrill of being accompanied by a beautiful policewoman made the effort worthwhile. As I recounted the incident and my suspicions about Shen Yizhu, she expressed interest, mentioning that the police had yet to clarify the circumstances surrounding Shen's kidnapping. She proposed using my situation to engage Shen Yizhu and potentially uncover clues about the abduction case, which could lead to significant news and boost her reputation. I cautioned her to be discreet, as I only suspected Shen Yizhu was involved and had no concrete evidence. We couldn't afford to alarm her and complicate matters further. Chu Xiao assured me she would observe Shen Yizhu for a few days to ascertain who she was associating with before making any moves. As we rode halfway, I found it increasingly difficult to continue, prompting Chu Xiao to suggest I dismount while she took over. I voiced my concerns, worried she might find it strenuous to pedal with me as a passenger. She dismissed my worries, claiming her training had equipped her with superior physical capabilities. Despite her confidence, I remained skeptical. However, to my surprise, she pedaled effortlessly and quickly, impressing me as we reached the entrance of TU Street. Suddenly, I noticed a dark stain on her jeans, which I suspected might be blood. Having learned about menstruation in middle school biology, I understood what was happening. I urged her to stop, took off my jacket, and wrapped it around her waist, advising her to tie the sleeves together. She appeared somewhat bewildered and asked me what was going on. I replied that it seemed she had had an accident, as there was a considerable mess beneath her. To avoid embarrassment, we should shield her from prying eyes. After a brief moment of shock, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she suddenly pedaled away on her bicycle. Not even glancing back as she said, "I'll bring your clothes to school tomorrow. I'm heading home now." Watching her retreating figure left me in a mix of laughter and tears. Upon returning home that day, I discovered a new color television and a VCD player in the living room, alongside a few discs. My eyes immediately fell upon A Chinese Odyssey, a film that had been immensely popular, which I had longed to watch but never had the opportunity. Seeing the disc, I eagerly set it up to enjoy the movie. However, to my surprise, although the disc was labeled as A Chinese Odyssey, the content was entirely different. It was an adult film masquerading under the guise of the popular title. At first, I found it rather repulsive, but as I continued to watch, I gradually found it rather thrilling. That night, with my father absent, I indulged in a clandestine viewing session. Having stayed up all night, I naturally felt quite fatigued the next day at school. Upon entering the campus, I encountered Su Xiaoi, who was walking ahead of me. Since she had reconciled with Wang Yang, I felt a surge of irritation and chose not to greet her, silently observing her figure and her swaying hips. For reasons I could not fathom, thoughts of the previous night's film invaded my mind, and I shamefully wondered if I could ever be with Su Xiaoi like the characters in the movie. Almost immediately, I chastised myself. At such a young age, how could I entertain such sordid thoughts? That wouldn't do it all. With a bandage wrapped around my head from a recent altercation, I drew attention as I entered the classroom. Zhang Sen later approached me to inquire about my condition. I dared not admit I had been attacked. Instead, I claimed I had accidentally bumped into something. Whether he believed me was of no concern. It wasn't until lunchtime that Su Xiaoi and Zhang Qimei discovered I had been ambushed. They joked about it, suggesting it was the consequence of rejecting Tang Bingbing. Inquiring about Tang Bingbing's absence, I learned from Zhang Qimei that she was too embarrassed to attend class after my rejection, possibly even contemplating transferring schools. If it weren't for her laughter during this revelation, I might have taken it seriously. In reality, Tang Bingbing had family matters to attend to. As for my ambush, Su Xiaoi insisted on questioning Wang Yang, harboring doubts about his involvement. I intervened, assuring her that it was not Wang Yang. When she pressed for the identity of the assailant, I mentioned I was still investigating and preferred not to speculate without evidence. She scoffed, remarking that with my lack of prowess, it would take ages to uncover the truth. I thought to myself that once I made something of myself, she would regret her words. As we approached the school gate, Su Xiaoyi suddenly paled and hurriedly ducked behind me, whispering urgently, "Quick, shield me." Confused, I turned to see a boy in a different school's uniform leaning against a lamppost across the street. Recognizing him as the same boy Su Xiaoyi had flirted with outside the arcade, I noted that Zhang Chimei seemed unfazed by his presence. She instinctively positioned herself beside me, forming an impenetrable barrier to shield Su Xiaoyi. Su Xiaoyi directed us to maneuver this way and that until we finally exited the school grounds. Feeling safe from detection, she emerged from behind us, reverting to her usual demeanor. Zhang Chimei asked, "Aren't you afraid of Wang Yang finding out you haven't broken things off with him?" Su Xiaoyi dismissed the concern, asserting that even with 10 times the courage, Wang Yang wouldn't dare confront her. Zhang Chimei cautioned that Wang Yang might be indulgent now, but should Su Xiaoyi and he part ways, his heart could harden, leading him to act irrationally. She advised her to be cautious. Su Xiaoyi shrugged off the warning, insisting that her connection with the boy was harmless, and even if Wang Yang discovered it, he wouldn't retaliate. Zhang Chimei sighed, reminding her of the importance of maintaining a good reputation to avoid gossip. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi's expression shifted, and she coldly inquired, "What do you mean? What's wrong with my reputation?" Zhang Chimei hesitated, her mouth agape, but refrained from responding. Su Xiaoyi continued, "I'm a decent girl. I haven't done anything scandalous. How can my reputation be tarnished? If anyone is spreading rumors, I'll make them regret it." It was evident that Su Xiaoyi was displeased. I personally believed Zhang Chimei's advice was sound. Regardless of Su Xiaoyi's awareness of her situation, many at school gossiped about her being promiscuous and implied she had lost her virginity. Though these rumors may not have been true, it was perplexing why such tales circulated about her and not about Zhang Chimei or Tang Bingbing. Therefore, the crux of the issue lay with Su Xiaoyi, and Zhang Chimei's admonitions stemmed from genuine concern for her well-being. I hadn't anticipated Su Xiaoyi's reaction, thinking she would be accustomed to such talk. After a brief silence, Zhang Chimei seemed to reconsider her approach. She cleared her throat and addressed Su Xiaoyi earnestly, "Don't argue with me. Given our relationship, I wouldn't intentionally harm you. I speak these words for your own good. Besides, it's not just one or two people talking. Many have their opinions. Why not ask Qiao Xiaobing if he had heard any gossip about you before you two met?" As she spoke, Zhang Chimei nudged my arm, inquiring if I had heard any rumors about Su Xiaoyi in the past. I thought to myself, what was the point of dragging me into their quarrel? I harbored feelings for Su Xiaoyi, naturally siding with her, but I recognized Zhang Chimei's intention was to help. Though her words were harsh, they contained a kernel of truth. After pondering for a moment, I decided that further arguing was futile. I believed Su Xiaoyi understood the gravity of her actions. She was simply youthful and playful, likely to mature with time. To avoid offending either party, I attempted to mediate, smiling as I suggested, "All right, let's stop this discussion. Aren't we all hungry? Let us find a place to eat. Today is on me." Su Xiaoyi, however, refused my offer, stating she preferred to go home for a meal. Without saying goodbye to Zhang Chimei, she turned away, clearly upset with her. Zhang Chimei's expression soured, but she still urged me to accompany Su Xiaoyi, asserting that she was genuinely upset. I nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Zhang Chimei called me back, asking if her previous comments had been too harsh. I assured her that she was acting in Su Xiaoyi's best interest and that her approach was not excessive. Had my relationship with Su Xiaoyi been as close as theirs, I would have said something similar, even harsher. Zhang Chimei smiled and gestured for me to pursue Su Xiaoyi. When I finally won over Su Xiaoyi, she impatiently inquired why I had pursued her. I replied that I feared she might be crying alone in secret, and then I deliberately circled in front of her, feigning an intense gaze into her eyes, murmuring, "Let me see if there are any tears." It shouldn't be the case, should it? Before I could finish my sentence, Su Xiaoyi swiftly slapped my arm and scolded, "Go away. I'm feeling annoyed right now. Don't provoke me." Despite her words, based on my father's years of experience in appeasing women, I suspected that often when a woman insists you leave her alone, she secretly yearns for your comforting presence. I was uncertain if that was the case at this moment, yet I persisted in teasing Su Xiaoyi, and eventually, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Sister's fine." It's just a trivial matter. No need to concoct ways to comfort me. I'm not that fragile. After glancing at the time, she remarked that it was getting late and she should head home, then flagged down a taxi to leave. Upon returning home that afternoon, my father noticed my head wrapped in bandages but did not inquire about it. Instead, he began to berate me, saying, "Oh, what happened to your head? Did someone hit you? You didn't bring out the same fierceness you had when you attacked me, did you? I see you only have the audacity to show off in front of me." I chose to ignore him, thinking he had a grudge, and since he found an opportunity to take a jab at me, he could indulge himself. After lunch, as I lay on my bed, I pondered for a moment. I had always believed that Su Xiaoyi wanted to break up with Wang Yang to be with that handsome guy. However, based on what I observed that noon, she was deliberately avoiding him. Why was that? Was it merely fear of Wang Yang discovering her intentions? Or did she not genuinely have feelings for the handsome guy, perhaps viewing him as merely a fleeting amusement? In any case, I felt that Su Xiaoyi was somewhat different from my initial perceptions, and I hoped that as we grew closer, I could understand her better. Of course, I fantasized about the possibility of being in a relationship with her, but that hope felt exceedingly distant, almost negligible. That afternoon, Chu Xiao arrived at school as promised to deliver my clothes, still clad in her police uniform. As she was leaving, Zhang Sun spotted her and rushed over to inquire about my sister, asking how long she had been a police officer, which was quite bothersome. I almost wanted to ask him if he genuinely believed a toad, like him, could ever hope to court a swan. But then I realized that I was no different from Zhang Sun. I too desired to win over the swan that was Su Xiaoyi, so I had no right to mock him. Regarding the situation with Shun Yizhu, after 2 days of investigation, Chu Xiao gathered some intelligence. She mentioned that near the textile factory in the southern suburbs, there was a sizable gang led by a man named Huang Jinliang. During last year's crackdown, 2 members of his gang were executed for their crimes, which had seemingly tempered their activities. However, since the beginning of this summer, they had become increasingly active again. And recently, Huang Jinliang appeared to be living quite lavishly, even purchasing a new car. Moreover, one of his subordinates had been visiting Shun Yizhu's school almost daily. It is worth noting that Shun Yizhu had transferred to Nanyang Middle School, a private institution with decent faculty, considered to be of above-average quality. Chu Xiao insinuated that Shun Yizhu had been getting close to Huang Jinliang's men, suggesting that those who had plotted against me were likely associated with him. However, she clarified that this area did not fall under the jurisdiction of their Shiguan police station, making the situation complicated to address. To be honest, the information from Chu Xiao left me quite astounded. Shun Yizhu was merely a middle school student, while Huang Jinliang was the notorious leader of a gang. How could she possibly be associating with such individuals? Was she willingly choosing a path of degradation? This could ruin her life forever. Simultaneously, I felt a sense of dread. If Shun Yizhu was determined to target me, would I ever be able to lead a peaceful life again? Even if Qingqing returned, would she be able to handle Huang Jinliang? I inquired with Chu Xiao about what could be done if Huang Jinliang's men frequently sought trouble with me. She replied that currently she had no direct evidence and could not assist me, but there was a police station in the southern suburbs as well. She would consult a classmate who worked there to see if they could devise a plan. Now, let us discuss Tang Bingbing. It is rather peculiar. Before she confessed her feelings to me, we would see each other every day quite by chance. Yet after her rejection, our encounters dwindled significantly. I suspected she was deliberately avoiding me, and when we did meet, we exchanged no words. I wanted to greet her, but fearing it would create an awkward situation, I hesitated, unsure if I should approach her. Zhang Qimei, who was often with Su Xiaoyi, meant I rarely saw Tang Bingbing, and, consequently, I seldom encountered Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi. These few days had been a torment for me. Each day, without seeing Su Xiaoyi, left me feeling uneasy. Occasionally, when passing by their classroom, I would intentionally slow my pace to catch a glimpse of her, and just seeing her would bring me immense joy. My affection for Su Xiaoyi grew increasingly stronger. I realized I'd fallen deeply for her, yet I felt a sense of trepidation. I was uncertain how deep I was sinking and whether I could eventually extricate myself. If I found myself unable to do so, and my chances with her remained bleak, it would be an unbearable source of anguish. However, what could I do? Can one truly control the feelings of love or the act of letting go? The new year approached swiftly, and on that day, our school was set to host a gathering in the gymnasium. Initially, it was just our school, but later Nanyang Middle School decided to join in, and the two institutions agreed to hold the celebration together. Su Xiaoyi, being beautiful and possessing a lovely singing voice, naturally participated in a performance. She was set to sing "I Am a Girl" by Su Huaiyu, a song that had become quite popular since its release in 1998. However, upon arriving at the gymnasium, an issue arose. Shen Yizhu also intended to perform, and her song choice was identical to Su Xiaoyi's. Having the same song performed twice in the same event was inappropriate, so the event's planning teacher suggested that they sing together, each taking turns for a small segment. Both of them were initially reluctant, but ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. They were scheduled to perform at 8 in the evening, and, around 7, Zhang Qimei hurried to find me. She said, "Are you busy? If not, hurry and buy a few bouquets of flowers. When Su Xiaoyi sings, go up and give them to her." I was taken aback and asked what this was all about. She explained, "That shameless Shen Yizhu has specifically recruited 2 boys to buy flowers to present to her during the performance, attempting to steal Su Xiaoyi's spotlight. Su Xiaoyi cannot allow that. She wants us to buy flowers too, to give to her during her performance." I felt a bit uncomfortable about it. I said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wang Yang and his gang will be there too. It would suffice for them to present the flowers. Furthermore, if I gifted flowers to Su Xiaoyi, wouldn't Shen Yizhu resent me even more?" I was already concerned about whether she might enlist Huang Jinliang to deal with me, and creating such a scene would only invite trouble. Zhang Qimei insisted that Wang Yang would be presenting his flowers after Su Xiaoyi's performance, whereas I would be delivering mine in the middle of her song, and Wang Yang was aware of this arrangement, so I need not fear any repercussions from him. At that moment, the loudspeaker was in front of me, and Zhang Qimei quickly snatched the money from my hand, saying, "Are you going or not? If you don't, I will buy them myself." The loudspeaker, who had previously had an unpleasant encounter with Zhang Qimei, was now eager to curry favor, and Zhang Qimei, acknowledging his effort, smiled and said, "All right, you go ahead and buy them. If you do it well, I won't hold you accountable for that previous matter." The loudspeaker eagerly nodded, assuring that he would take care of it, and then he forcefully pulled me out of the audience area. After all, today is New Year's Day, and festivities abound, making it quite easy to procure flowers. Upon returning to the audience seats, the loudspeaker also allocated some flowers to me, encouraging me not to be nervous when the time came for me to present them. I could only manage a bitter smile. This coward was going all out. So what was I afraid of? I would present the flowers, for after all, Shen Yizhu had long harbored a grudge against me. Another instance of disdain wouldn't matter. Besides, gifting flowers to the girl I fancied brought me joy. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the host announced that the next performance would be a collaboration between Nanyang Middle School and our own, featuring the song "I Am a Girl," performed by Su Xiaoyi and Shen Yizhu. Su Xiaoyi had evidently made a special effort today. Her hair was styled beautifully, her face adorned with makeup, and she wore a pink long dress, complemented by a single white stocking on one leg and a pair of little white shoes. She looked significantly more demure than usual, undeniably beautiful, yet her attire seemed rather thin, likely making her quite cold. Shen Yizhu also looked presentable, but there was a noticeable disparity in their appearances and charisma, with Su Xiaoyi naturally taking the lead. Both were undeniably attractive, and once they took the stage, the audience erupted in cheers, whistles, and applause. As the music played, the crowd quieted down somewhat. As for their singing abilities, I thought they were roughly equal, or perhaps I simply wasn't paying close attention, as I was particularly anxious at that moment. My turn to take the stage was imminent. Midway through their performance, Zhang Qimei waved at me from the other side, signaling for me to come up. The loudspeaker, who had been quite boastful, now seemed hesitant, insisting that I take the lead. For the sake of the girl I admired and our school's honor, I took 2 deep breaths and mustered the courage to step onto the stage. As I approached them, the audience erupted in a frenzy, which only heightened my anxiety. When I was only 2 or 3 meters away, I glanced at Shen Yizhu, whose expression appeared quite displeased. Perhaps she felt threatened. In contrast, Su Xiaoyi beamed with joy. As I extended the flowers towards her, she feigned exaggerated delight, nodding and bowing graciously while thanking me sweetly. Meanwhile, the students from our school were in an uproar, with some calling for Su Xiaoyi to kiss me. I didn't linger, hastily exiting the stage. As the 2 of them neared the end of their song, more individuals rushed up to present flowers, 2 from Shen Yizhu's side, likely friends she had prearranged. While Su Xiaoyi had Wang Yang and 2 others from the 5 brothers, making a total of 5 flower bearers, more than Shinju's by a considerable margin. Su Xiaoyi stole the spotlight, bowing repeatedly to the audience in thanks, while Shun Iju stood nearby, looking glum. Just then, a group of 5 or 6 individuals surged forward, flowers in hand, and lo and behold, the leader was Ding Chun. These individuals were clearly there to shower Shin Iju with flowers, and now it was her turn to bask in the limelight, as she called out several heartfelt thanks. Su Xiaoyi, visibly displeased, turned and headed backstage. I had initially thought Su Xiaoyi had triumphed in this contest, but unexpectedly, Ding Chun made a dramatic entrance. Having attended our school, he returned to the crowd, where I heard Wang Yang shout traitor, and a verbal spat ensued between the two factions. I suspected that the 7 little tigers and the 5 brothers would soon clash. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Chimei approached me, advising me not to rush home after the performance, but to wait outside the gymnasium. She mentioned that Wang Yang and Su Xiaoyi intended to confront Ding Chun, and she wanted me to stand in line behind them. To be honest, I was reluctant to get involved in this mess. Wang Yang and Ding Chun both had past grievances with me, and a conflict between them would simply be dogs biting dogs. However, since Zhang Chimei had come to summon me, I felt obligated to comply, especially since Su Xiaoyi would be present. I agreed, telling her to call me when they were ready to leave. As for the loudspeaker, upon hearing of the impending brawl, he quickly lost interest in the gathering and announced he was heading home, hastily packing up his belongings. Around 9 o'clock, Zhang Chimei and Su Xiaoyi returned to find me, accompanied by several friends, including Tang Bingbing. Upon spotting me, she smiled, a friendly gesture that I reciprocated with a nod. Although we had not been in touch for a while, I could still glean from her shy demeanor that she likely still held feelings for me. At this point, Su Xiaoyi had changed into a thicker outfit, carrying a paper bag that seemed to contain her discarded clothing and cosmetics. She handed the bag to me, asking for my assistance in holding it. As we made our way to the gymnasium entrance, she cautioned me, if a fight breaks out, just pretend to be involved and stay back. Don't engage in combat. Let them fight it out, or else the older girls won't be able to protect you. Before I could respond, Zhang Chimei teased me. Do you really need to say that? He won't go up and fight anyway. Normally, if she were to mock me like this, I would intentionally position myself at the front to assert my bravery. However, today, there was no need. It was not worth taking a beating for Wang Yang, so I chuckled and replied, to be honest, I've never witnessed such a scene before. I hope the older girls will protect me, as I am quite timid. This remark elicited laughter from the group. Upon arriving at the gymnasium entrance, we found 2 factions gathered, one led by Ding Chun and the 7 little tigers, and the other comprised of Wang Yang and his 5 brothers, positioned approximately 20 meters apart. After we approached, Su Xiaoyi inquired about the situation, asking whether a fight was indeed on the agenda. Wang Yang, ever the jokester, replied, of course, if you agree, we'll get right to it. Initially, Su Xiaoyi seemed puzzled by his comment, frowning and questioning why her agreement was necessary. Quickly realizing his intent, she playfully kicked Wang Yang and scolded him for being shameless. Wang Yang, chuckling, suggested they go over to assess Ding Chen's intentions. Observing Wang Yang's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident he felt confident about the confrontation, especially since he was a year ahead of Ding Chen's group, which undoubtedly gave him a psychological advantage. Wang Yang led us towards Ding Chen's group, and upon our approach, the 7 little tigers formed a line, seemingly preparing for the impending clash. As we drew within 5 or 6 meters, a darker-skinned boy next to Wang Yang pointed at Ding Chun and asked, so you're really going to assist those from outside our school to bully our own? Allow me to introduce this darker-skinned boy. Previously mentioned, Wang Yang is not the leader of the 5 brothers. He merely ranks as their strongest fighter. The true leader is this very individual, Zhang Shuxiang. Upon hearing his name, it struck me as peculiar, evoking thoughts of a box for holding books. Compared to Wang Yang, he exuded a more composed demeanor. He seemed to prefer solitude and rarely joined the 5 brothers when they gathered at the school gate to smoke and show off. Yet, this very individual had risen to become the leader of the 5 brothers and the school's top dog in the 3rd year, which surely indicated some noteworthy capabilities. Ding Chen's response to Zhang Shuxiang's question was noticeably lacking in conviction, as he stammered, how am I bullying anyone from our school? My girlfriend is participating in a program, and I'm merely presenting her with flowers. Isn't that a bit excessive? In truth, I have come to realize that the reason Ding Chun has ascended to the position of leader among the 7 little tigers is not due to his prowess or abilities. but rather because he possesses a brother in the underworld who has substantial connections. Wang Yang scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "Stop pretending here. You're just bickering with me from the sidelines. I see you're merely itching for trouble, hoping I'll take you down a peg." As he spoke, Wang Yang brought up Shiniju, saying, "And what about your girlfriend participating in the show? Does she still recognize you as her boyfriend? I truly dislike telling you the truth, but my brothers have seen Shun ease you out with some young men from the streets." Just as Wang Yang was about to elaborate, Ding Chun interrupted him sharply. "Enough. Before you criticize me, why don't you take care of your own, Su Xiaoyi? Would you like me to share some gossip with you, so you don't end up wearing a green hat without realizing it?" Upon hearing Ding Chen's words, Wang Yang charged at him, and a scuffle ensued. As they grappled, others quickly joined the fray, and I hurriedly retreated to stand alongside Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi, observing the chaotic scene before me with a sense of delight, akin to watching a performance. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Qimei seemed indifferent to the brawl. They huddled together in a corner, whispering about something, and judging by Su Xiaoyi's flustered expression, it appeared to be related to Ding Chen's earlier remarks. The gossip Ding Chun hinted at likely concerned Su Xiaoyi's entanglements with attractive men, and it was evident that Su Xiaoyi had deduced this, hence her agitation. As for the outcome of the fight, naturally, the five brothers emerged victorious. Despite being slightly outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable, and with Wang Yang as a fighting machine, Ding Chen's faction quickly succumbed. Nevertheless, Ding Chun remained obstinate, proclaiming that one day he would make the five brothers understand who truly reigned supreme in the school. After the seven little tigers departed, Wang Yang, maintaining a stern demeanor, summoned Su Xiaoyi to a less populated area, seemingly to interrogate her. Minutes later, the two were embroiled in a heated argument, with Wang Yang berating Su Xiaoyi for her lack of shame and threatening to mar her face if he discovered her involvement with other men. Su Xiaoyi, equiditative, grasped Wang Yang's hand, challenging him to strike her, until Zhang Qimei and a few others intervened to separate them. In a fit of frustration, Wang Yang punched the wall beside him, breaking the skin on his knuckles, and muttered a curse under his breath before storming off with his entourage. Objectively speaking, Su Xiaoyi's behavior was certainly questionable. Though I do not particularly care for Wang Yang, his feelings for Su Xiaoyi appear genuine. As for Su Xiaoyi, she seems to desire both stability and excitement, akin to a person who, while feasting, still gazes longingly at the pot. Had I not developed feelings for Su Xiaoyi, I would undoubtedly find her actions repugnant and beneath contempt. I can only hope she reforms her ways. Otherwise, if she continues down this path, it may become a habit that irreparably tarnishes her character. Perhaps due to her troubled mood, Su Xiaoyi insisted on going out for drinks at this hour. Zhang Qimei and the others had no objections, but Tang Bingbing, being the obedient type, felt compelled to return home. As it was New Year's Day, taxis were scarce, and after waiting for an eternity without success, she decided to walk home since her residence was not far. Zhang Qimei, concerned for her safety, urged me to accompany her, suggesting that the others head to the night market first, and I could meet them after escorting Tang Bingbing home. My mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Xiaoyi, and I felt it was my duty to cheer her up, so I was somewhat reluctant to accompany Tang Bingbing, but out of respect for Zhang Qimei's request, I obliged. As we walked, I maintained a brisk pace, avoiding conversation. Upon arriving at her apartment complex, she suddenly inquired why I had turned her down. Was it because I didn't like her type, or was my heart set on someone else? I pondered for a moment before confessing, "I have someone in my heart." To my surprise, she promptly asked, "Is it Su Xiaoyi that you like?" Tang Bingbing's words caught me off guard, sending a jolt through me. How could she know? I had never disclosed my feelings for Su Xiaoyi to anyone. Could it be that I had been too transparent in my affections? This seemed improbable. Although I harbored deep feelings for Su Xiaoyi, I had been careful to maintain my distance. Overwhelmed with anxiety at having my secret exposed, I found myself momentarily speechless. The more flustered I became, the more Tang Bingbing seemed to sense my discomfort. She smiled slightly, saying, "It seems I was right. Indeed, few boys who have interacted with Su Xiaoyi can resist her charm. If only I were as beautiful as she is." Despite her astute observation, I made a futile attempt to deny it, shaking my head and claiming my affections were for a long-lost elementary school classmate. Tang Bingbing regarded me silently, her gaze suggesting she saw through my ruse. We shared a few awkward seconds of silence before I broke the tension. "All right, you should head home now. I'll go find the others at the night market." With that, I turned on my heel and left, feeling a rush of anxiety that made me sweat in the chilly air. After walking about 20 meters, I glanced back to see Tang Bingbing still standing there, watching me. I hastily turned away and quickened my pace. As I made my way to the night market, I couldn't shake my thoughts about how Tang Bingbing had discerned my feelings for Su Xiaoyi. Was it merely a guess? It seemed too accurate. What if Su Xiaoyi noticed as well and chose to distance herself from me? I realized I needed to be more cautious. Some might argue that if one has feelings for someone, they should boldly confess and pursue them. Achieving success would be splendid, and even failure would leave no regrets. However, at that time, I had just entered middle school, and my shyness made me fear the embarrassment of rejection. Moreover, I lacked confidence and admired those who had the courage to openly express their feelings, but I was not yet ready for such boldness. Upon arriving at the night market, I found the girls already indulging in drinks. I was puzzled by Su Xiaoyi's poor mood. Logically, if she were truly invested in Wang Yang, I could understand her distress following their altercation, but she clearly did not care for him deeply. What was the source of her discomfort? Through her conversation with Zhang Qimei, I soon learned the truth. It was not the fight with Wang Yang that troubled her, but rather Ding Chen's insinuations. During the argument, Ding Chen had warned Wang Yang to be wary of Su Xiaoyi, implying that he was aware of her secrets. This revelation suggested that many others might also be privy to this information. And what would their opinions be? A girl who causes her partner to wear green hat would naturally be labeled with derogatory terms. It was likely that rumors had already begun to circulate behind her back, unbeknownst to her. Now, she was distressed by the thought of her reputation being sullied. She expressed a desire not to be viewed as that kind of girl. Listening to her, I felt a sense of conflict. If she truly wished to avoid such judgments, why did she engage in behaviors that would lead to such perceptions? This brings us to the character of Su Xiaoyi. She is quite carefree and enjoys mingling with boys. She never intended to cheat or engage in any inappropriate relationships. She simply loves to have fun. Her feelings for Wang Yang were never particularly serious, primarily because she didn't have strong feelings for him to begin with. Wang Yang pursued her fervently, and since he was quite popular at school, she admired him, which led her to agree to be with him. However, once they were together, she realized that she didn't truly like him, and their relationship lacked the excitement typically associated with romance, which is why her feelings towards him remained lukewarm. At this point, Zhang Qimei advised her, saying, "I've told you before about the bigger picture, and you still threw a tantrum. Since we're discussing this now, let's be open about it, and don't take offense at our words, all right?" As she spoke, she poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Su Xiaoyi, suggesting they toast. Su Xiaoyi accepted the glass, clinked it with Zhang Qimei's, and downed it in one go. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she declared, "You don't need to say much more, I understand. I've made my decision. I'm breaking up with Wang Yang and cutting ties with Song Hang. From now on, it will just be as sisters having fun together. You all have to keep me in check." The Song Hang she mentioned was presumably that handsome boy from another school. Zhang Qimei chuckled and teased her. "That sounds nice. But I suspect that even if you manage to break up with Wang Yang and distance yourself from Song Hang, if you happen to encounter a handsome guy one day, you'll likely end up getting close to him again. It's not that we look down on you, but..." Before Zhang Qimei could finish her sentence, Su Xiaoyi raised her hand to interrupt, burping from the wine. "I really mean what I say. Here's the deal. Within the next 6 months, I absolutely will not date anyone. You all bear witness. If I go back on my word, I'll chop off my hair. How about that?" Zhang Qimei and the other girls unanimously scoffed, clearly finding Su Xiaoyi's resolution lacking in sincerity. Zhang Qimei remarked that cutting her hair would allow it to grow back, which wouldn't he suffice. Suddenly, she looked at me with a mischievous grin and said, "How about this? Since our soldier brother is here, if you break your promise, you have to kiss him for no less than 10 seconds. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi made a face of disgust, exclaiming, "No way. That's too gross. You can choose someone else, but I really can't do it with him." Zhang Qimei, suppressing laughter, insisted that it was precisely because it was disgusting that it would prove her determination. I was baffled by their banter. Why was I being ridiculed? In an effort to save face, I chimed in, agreeing that switching to someone else would be better. If Su Xiaoyi were to kiss me, I would genuinely feel like I'd lost 10 years of my life. With a huff, Su Xiaoyi shifted her chair closer to me, suddenly grabbing my ear and scolding. "You idiot! Are you really looking down on me? Think a kiss from you would take away 10 years? Do you want me to kiss you 7 or 8 times right now, sending you straight to meet the king of hell? Zhang Qimei and the others continued to jest, suggesting that at this rate, I might only live to 30 and a few more kisses wouldn't hurt. Ultimately, under the playful pressure from Zhang Qimei and the others, Su Xiaoyi swore she wouldn't date anyone in the next 6 months, and if she failed, she would kiss me for 10 seconds. I didn't say much more. On one hand, I felt they were just joking around, especially since everyone had been drinking. On the other hand, even if Su Xiaoyi decided to disregard her promise and started dating someone else, would she really be able to kiss me for 10 seconds? That seemed absurd. As Su Xiaoyi had drunk the most that night, I ended up escorting her home. She lived at the Mingzhu Hotel, a moderately sized establishment owned by her uncle. Due to renovations at her family home, she and her parents had been staying at the hotel for some time. As I walked home afterward, I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. I perceived a significant gap between myself and both Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi. They hailed from affluent families, while I had previously struggled to afford meals. My current situation was slightly better, thanks to the money I had received from Shun Yiju's family. But once that ran out, I feared tuition would become a concern. But how could I change the situation? Should I find a way to earn money? At such a young age, still in school, and would I have time to work? I couldn't help but wonder if my act of sending flowers to Su Xiaoyi had stirred resentment from Shun Yiju. The next day, on my way to school, someone attempted to ambush me again, but this time I noticed quickly and managed to escape. During lunch, I sought out Chu Xiao to tell her about the incident. She mentioned that her classmate had called, saying they needed to address the matter between me and Huang Jinliang, and asked me to meet her after school at the Shiguan police station, so she could introduce me to her classmate. That afternoon after school, I went to the Shiguan police station first to meet Chu Xiao, and then we headed to the southern suburbs to find her classmate. Her classmate was relatively short and appeared quite shrewd, with a face marked by numerous pimples, so I'll refer to him as the pockmarked boy. He inquired whether we were certain that Huang Jinliang's people were behind the ambush. If we could confirm this, he would take us to confront Huang Jinliang. Chu Xiao affirmed that it was indeed certain. The pockmarked boy then stepped aside to make a phone call and returned, stating that Huang Jinliang would likely take another half hour to arrive in the southern suburbs. Coincidentally, it was also mealtime, so the three of us decided to eat first. I found it quite strange that this pockmarked boy had Huang Jinliang's number, indicating they seemed to know each other. However, this would likely make the situation easier to handle. After our meal, the pockmarked boy made another call, and once he confirmed Huang Jinliang's return, he led us to a nearby logistics company, which appeared to be owned by Huang Jinliang. When we entered, Huang Jinliang was enjoying some snacks and drinking. As I had imagined, Huang Jinliang was a typical roughneck, standing around 6 feet tall, quite muscular, with a shiny bald head and a noticeable gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of bravado. He referred to the pockmarked boy as brother, while the pockmarked boy called him Brother Leon. In my perception, local thugs and ruffians typically feared the police, but it was evident that this dynamic was different. The pockmarked boy seemed a bit intimidated by Huang Jinliang, speaking to him with a certain deference. This suggested that Huang Jinliang was not a mere petty thug. Nonetheless, the pockmarked boy was a police officer, which put Chu Xiao in an awkward position. She likely hadn't anticipated this situation, as her expression darkened, reflecting her surprise at the pockmarked boy's apparent subservience. However, since they were there for personal matters, she refrained from making further comments and stood quietly to the side. After briefly understanding the situation, Huang Jinliang remarked, "This is a trivial matter and easy to resolve. However, I have my own rules. I don't do things for free. Today, in light of your presence, I want to discuss payment, but I do have a request. This sister beside you needs to drink a glass of liquor." He gestured toward Chu Xiao and then poured a couple of ounces of liquor from a nearby bottle into a glass. As for why he insisted that Chu Xiao drink instead of the pockmarked boy, I believe there were 2 reasons. First, Chu Xiao had entered with a rather displeased expression, and Huang Jinliang likely aimed to assert his dominance with this drink. Second, given Chu Xiao's striking beauty, it was only natural that Huang Jinliang, as a rough character, would take an interest in her. The glances he cast her way were filled with a hint of lust, indicating he preferred her to take the drink rather than the pockmarked boy. Chu Xiao is certainly not a person to be trifled with. She has no intention of giving a second thought to those who would disrespect her. The situation escalated as the man with the pockmarked face, likely fearing the consequences of her wrath, hurriedly approached the wine glasses, smiling as he said, My classmate doesn't drink, so I'll drink on her behalf. If one glass isn't enough, I'll take 3. What does Brother Liang think of that? Just as he uttered these words, Huang Jinliang raised his hand, signaling him to cease speaking. He then regarded Chu Xiao with a peculiar gaze and stated, I have made myself abundantly clear. Let this young lady drink. If you choose to show her pity and disregard my authority, then I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere for this matter. At this moment, Chu Xiao's ire was palpable. With a sharp retort, she said, Enough of this nonsense. Your associates assaulted my brother, and I have shown you enough leniency by not having them taken to the police station. Now, when I attempt to discuss this matter with you, you respond with this insolence. Have you forgotten your own standing? You are merely the leader of a band of ruffians. So what is there to boast about? This is no longer the old society. As soon as her words left her lips, Huang Jinliang had yet to respond, but the pockmarked man grew anxious. He hastily stepped forward, pushing Chu Xiao behind him, signaling her to temper her words. He then offered a conciliatory smile to Huang Jinliang, saying, I apologize, Brother Liang. My classmate speaks her mind, and isn't adept at navigating these situations. Allow me to drink a glass on her behalf to make amends. With that, he lifted the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Huang Jinliang, however, paid no attention to the pockmarked man and turned to Chu Xiao with a smile, saying, Sister, such statements should not be made lightly. Do you possess any evidence that my men attacked your brother? If you do, you should report it to the authorities rather than seek me out. Furthermore, what identity do I possess? The leader of a gang of ruffians? That is slanderous. If I were truly the head of a criminal organization, I would have been executed during the crackdown 2 years ago. The words Huang Jin Logistics are plainly displayed outside. I am a legitimate businessman, an honest citizen. If you tarnish my reputation, who will engage in business with me thereafter? Should I incur losses, who shall be held accountable? Huang Jinliang, a seasoned figure in the underworld, spoke without a single flaw in his argument. He was fully aware that his subordinates were responsible, yet he evaded any repercussions. Chu Xiao scoffed and declared, Fine, then wait for me to gather evidence. I refuse to believe that in this society governed by law, you ruffians can act with impunity. As she spoke, she tugged me towards the exit. The pockmarked man called after us, urging us to remain calm and to discuss matters sensibly, insisting that some issues were not as straightforward as they appeared and could not be handled through conventional means. Chu Xiao ignored him, muttering a few words that seemed to be a tirade against the pockmarked man, expressing her disdain for having such a classmate and lamenting that had she known, she would never have sought his assistance. After we had been outside for some time, the pockmarked man finally emerged, likely having spent a considerable amount of time flattering Huang Jinliang. At this point, Chu Xiao showed no restraint in her emotions, impatiently asking, Why were you so polite with him? I thought you called us here to resolve this issue, but it seems that was not the case. You leave me utterly speechless. The pockmarked man offered an awkward smile and replied, Xiao, you do not understand. Some matters require a more delicate approach to resolve swiftly and effectively. If you confront him directly, not only will it complicate the resolution, but he will undoubtedly retaliate. It is not wise to provoke such individuals. It could lead to future difficulties. Chu Xiao huffed in response. Well then, I shall handle this myself. You need not involve yourself any further. With that, she led me towards the bus station. The pockmarked man attempted to persuade her several times, but upon realizing her resolute stance, he sighed and walked away. Perhaps it was Chu Xiao's principled character that struck a chord within me. As we made our way home, I felt her nobility, while simultaneously feeling contempt for the pockmarked man's demeanor. However, it wasn't until I matured that I understood the complexity of the world, a vast landscape filled with all manner of individuals. Navigating relationships is a profound challenge, and the pockmarked man's actions undoubtedly stem from his own survival instincts in this world. As I parted ways with Chu Xiao that day, she urged me not to lose heart, assuring me that she would see this matter through. At that moment, I thought perhaps Shen Yizhu had plotted against me once or twice, and once my anger subsided, all would be well. It seemed implausible that he would continually conspire against me. I felt it best that Chu Xiao did not involve herself further, for I sensed that Huang Jinliang was not an ordinary man, and her words today might have offended him. If she truly intended to confront him, it could lead to perilous consequences. Thus, I told her to leave the matter to me, assuring her that I could manage it myself. Worst case, I could apologize to Shen Yizhu and clarify the situation, He likely wouldn't hold a grudge against me indefinitely. In truth, while I spoke these words, I had no intention of apologizing to Shan Yizhu. I merely wished to assuage Chu Xiao's concerns. She smiled, remarking that if I could reconcile with Shan Yizhu, it would indeed be a positive outcome. As she glanced at the time, she decided it was best to head home. Initially, I believed she would no longer concern herself with the matter, but to my surprise, upon returning home, Chu Xiao intensified her efforts to investigate Huang Jinliang and his gang, inadvertently laying the groundwork for her own future safety. As days passed after my encounter with Huang Jinliang, I found myself free from any further schemes against me. I speculated whether the pockmarked man had spoken favorably to Huang Jinliang and that he had issued instructions to his subordinates. Now, regarding Su Xiaoyi, it appeared that after that fateful night of drinking, she had indeed broken up with Wang Yang. Wang Yang had attempted to reconcile with her several times at the school gate, pleading for a chance to get back together. I observed his profound sorrow. His desperate pleas were quite pitiful. Yet Su Xiaoyi seemed resolute, showing no leniency regardless of his entreaties. This development brought me a sense of satisfaction. I preferred a single Su Xiaoyi over one who was in a relationship. However, I also harbored concerns for her, fearing that if Wang Yang realized he could not win her back, he might act out in a fit of rage and do something reprehensible. Should such a moment arise, I would undoubtedly prioritize her safety above all else. During this time, I deliberately maintained a distance from Su Xiaoyi. Whenever I sensed an impending encounter, I would find an opportunity to evade her or feign ignorance of her presence. My actions stemmed from a desire to keep my feelings for her concealed, especially since Tang Bingbing was aware of my affection for Su Xiaoyi. I feared that if Su Xiaoyi or anyone else caught on, it would complicate matters further. Thus, I avoided her, particularly when she was in the company of Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing. This avoidance only deepened my inner turmoil. To harbor feelings for someone while deliberately keeping my distance was a torment in itself. I found myself questioning when this painful period would come to an end. Alas, loving someone is indeed a challenging endeavor. As time passed, the days grew colder, and soon we approached the time for final examinations. Zhang Sun had emphasized the significance of our exam results, as the school would be reorganizing classes after the winter break. Although Zhang Sun did not specify the reasons, we all understood that the intention was to group students based on academic performance. Some diligent classmates were studying rigorously every day, foregoing their return home after school in hopes of being placed in a favorable class. Yet for me, it mattered little. I cared not where I was assigned, as long as I was not expelled. My sole focus remained on one person, Su Xiaoyi. Once upon a time, Su Xiaoyi and Wang Yang found themselves entwined in a complex relationship, ultimately parting ways. Initially, there was concern that Wang Yang might resort to self-destructive behavior. However, my apprehensions were unfounded. After a brief period of pursuit, Wang Yang ceased his efforts once he recognized Su Xiaoyi's resolute decision. This demonstrated a commendable level of maturity on his part. As for Song Heng, he had not sought out Su Xiaoyi since their separation. During a casual conversation with Zhang Qimei, Su Xiaoyi expressed her belief that Song Heng had moved on and was now involved with another girl. With a hint of bitterness, she lamented, "Men are truly insufferable. When they pursue you, they promise the moon, swearing they will never love another. Yet in the blink of an eye, they find someone new. It's utterly nauseating." And Wang Yang, who once claimed he couldn't live without me and would be devastated if I left, seems to be thriving now. It seems everyone is inherently selfish, focused solely on their own needs. The kind of men depicted in novels and dramas, who would sacrifice their lives for love, simply do not exist. Zhang Qimei retorted, "What are you complaining about regarding Wang Yang? You were the one who ended things with him. Should he be pining for you endlessly to satisfy your ego?" Su Xiaoyi clarified that was not her point and sighed. "I just yearn for an exhilarating romance, to feel the thrill of love, even if just once." Zhang Qimei chuckled, cautioning her, "Be careful. You swore off dating for 6 months, and it hasn't been long since. I sense you're itching to change your mind. So watch out for a kiss from our soldier brother." Su Xiaoyi assured her that she was merely reflecting, without any intention to pursue romance. I pondered silently, wondering if there truly existed anyone willing to sacrifice everything for their beloved. I believe that if Su Xiaoyi and I were ever in peril, I would gladly choose to let her live. I would willingly give my life for her. This was my genuine conviction, not mere bravado. I long to share this sentiment with Su Xiaoyi, to let her know such devotion exists, but I lack the courage to voice it. Reflecting on my own inadequacies, I felt inferior to Tang Bingbing, who, though timid, had the audacity to confess her feelings. Yet, here I was, harboring feelings for Su Xiaoyi for so long, yet unable to express them. In this regard, I fell short. The final exams loomed near, and soon thereafter, winter vacation would commence. In the past, the prospect of a break would fill me with joy, but the winter of 1998 left me feeling despondent. The thought of not seeing Su Xiaoyi again was unbearable. A few days without her presence was agonizing. The idea of an entire winter break was daunting, especially without the conveniences of QQ or WeChat to stay connected. Fortunately, I was aware of her stay at the Mingzhu Hotel. On days when my longing for her became overwhelming, I would visit the hotel, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. With a stroke of luck, I sometimes succeeded. One day, towards the end of the lunar month, my yearning for her reached a peak, prompting me to visit the Mingzhu Hotel once more. After waiting for over 2 hours without sight of her, I was about to head home when I spotted a familiar face emerging from the hotel, Guan Qingqing. She had mentioned a trip away, and I had not seen her since. Excited to encounter her, I rushed over to greet her. She expressed surprise at my presence, asking what I was doing there. I replied casually that I was passing by and happened to see her. In jest, she scolded me for not having called during her absence, implying I only thought of her when I needed something. I explained my lack of a phone, to which she responded with feigned offense, suggesting I had forgotten her in favor of my other friends. Her teasing made me chuckle. I inquired about her reason for being at the hotel, and she revealed she was visiting a friend. As we conversed, I suddenly heard a familiar voice, Su Xiaoyi's. Turning, I saw her walking toward us with a boy, engaged in lively conversation. No wonder I hadn't seen her. She wasn't at the hotel at all. Upon noticing me, Su Xiaoyi's face lit up with excitement as she greeted me warmly. Her joy at our reunion brought a flicker of happiness to my heart. I mentioned I was just passing through and had bumped into Guan Qingqing, who also exchanged pleasantries with Su Xiaoyi. Su Xiaoyi then mentioned she had some matters to attend to and would catch up with me later, suggesting we all grab a meal together. Once Guan Qingqing departed, I was left alone with Su Xiaoyi and the young man. I took a moment to assess him. He was quite handsome, bearing a striking resemblance to Chun Jiping from the Little Tigers. My immediate thought was, who is this man? What is his connection to Su Xiaoyi? Though curiosity gnawed at me, I hesitated to inquire, as my relationship with Su Xiaoyi was merely that of acquaintances, and I felt unworthy to ask. The boy, however, took the initiative to ask Su Xiaoyi who I was, to which she casually replied, just a friend from the same grade. In that moment, a new thought struck me. Could this boy share a deeper bond with Su Xiaoyi? Hadn't she declared she wouldn't date anyone for 6 months? How could she exhibit interest so soon? Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Su Xiaoyi was known for her playful spirit, and expecting her to change so quickly was unrealistic. Perhaps the awkwardness of the situation, combined with my mounting frustration, led to my decision to leave. I bid farewell to Su Xiaoyi and turned away. As I walked a distance, I glanced back to see her engaged in conversation with the boy. I couldn't help but wonder how I had developed feelings for her. Why couldn't she take relationships more seriously? That evening, I returned home feeling dejected. In an attempt to drown my sorrows, I opened 2 bottles of wine, vowing to gradually let go of my feelings for Su Xiaoyi, recognizing the futility of our future together. However, after a night of drinking and reflection, my resolve evaporated upon waking. As thoughts of Su Xiaoyi flooded back, my affection for her remained undiminished. The spring festival this year felt devoid of joy, much like previous years. However, on the 5th day of a new year, I unexpectedly met Guan Qingqing on the street. She mentioned she was on her way to find Chu Xiao and invited me to join. The 3 of us shared a meal that afternoon, engaging in lengthy conversation. Through our discussions, I learned that Chu Xiao had been investigating Huang Jinliang's misdeeds, claiming to have uncovered numerous offenses and was merely waiting for concrete evidence to bring him to justice. At that time, Guan Qingqing advised Chu Xiao to let go of the matter. She remarked that Chu Xiao was rather innocent and lacked a deep understanding of the complexities of society. Golden Bright was certainly not someone a mere junior officer like her could handle. She urged Chu Xiao to withdraw to avoid future troubles. However, Chu Xiao was quite stubborn, resolutely declaring her determination, rendering any advice futile. I felt an ominous premonition, sensing that trouble was on the horizon. If something were to occur, I would be consumed by guilt, especially since Chu Xiao had no prior connection to Golden Bright. It was because of me that she ended up in this predicament. I could only pray silently that either Chu Xiao would abandon her pursuit or that Golden Bright would not harm her. After the new year, with the start of school approaching, I eagerly awaited the day. As for which class I would be assigned to, I left it to fate. On the first day of school, my spirits soared at the prospect of seeing Su Xiaoyi again. Upon arriving at school, I noticed that each classroom door displayed a list detailing the previous semester's final grades and the new class assignments. I glanced at my own results and discovered that I had been placed in Class 6. After organizing my belongings, I moved my chair and desk to Class 6, feeling a surge of excitement upon seeing Su Xiaoyi arranging her own desk there as well. It appeared she had also been assigned to this class. As there was no one sitting beside her, I eagerly set my desk next to hers, suppressing my emotions as I greeted her and inquired if she had been placed in Class 6. Upon seeing me, she responded with excitement, exclaiming, "Yes, you're here too." I nodded in confirmation, and she beamed with joy, pointing to the empty seat beside her, inviting me to sit with her. Naturally, I hurriedly arranged my desk and chair next to hers. My exhilaration was beyond words. The sheer joy of being in the same class and sitting together was overwhelming. I could hardly contain my happiness at the prospect of attending school daily with her. In retrospect, I realized how foolish I had been. Previously, when I had seen her interacting with boys, I contemplated giving up on her. During that time, my heart had been in turmoil, but now, upon seeing her, all my worries vanished, replaced by sheer elation. After we settled in, we chatted and observed the ebb and flow of students entering and exiting. Our class, now ranking among the lowest in the first grade, had a significant number of underperforming students. It seemed that all of Su Xiaoyi's close friends were in other classes. She expressed a bit of sadness, admitting that she was the lowest achiever among her friends. Even Zhang Qimei had outperformed her. I attempted to console her, suggesting that Zhang Qimei must have copied someone else's work. Otherwise, how could she have scored higher? Su Xiaoyi sighed, acknowledging, "Honestly, it's my own fault. If I hadn't been distracted by relationships last year, my studies wouldn't have suffered. Now that I want to focus on my studies, I've fallen too far behind. I feel like giving up entirely. What will happen if I can't get into a good high school? My parents will be furious." I reassured her that it was still early in the semester, with 2.5 years remaining to catch up. She offered a wry smile, admitting that while time was on her side, she feared her inability to commit to studying diligently. Unexpectedly, Dalaba entered, dragging his desk and chair, and pointed at me, exclaiming, "You fool, we ended up in the same class, and you didn't wait for me to help." He glanced at Su Xiaoyi with a mischievous grin, teasingly suggesting I had come early to steal the beauty. I explained that I had merely checked my class before moving my things. Dalaba then set his desk behind mine and greeted Su Xiaoyi, though she seemed indifferent to him, leaving him in an awkward position. Our new homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, a young woman with a pretty face yet dressed in rather unflattering attire, bore an air of a country girl. Her name was Simple, and she was said to be a recent graduate, a novice teacher. During her self-introduction, she spoke softly and blushed whenever teased by a few mischievous boys. I perceived her as timid and thought our time in her class would be relatively easy. Once all the students had settled, the teachers held a class meeting, discussing various matters. Since we wouldn't have physical education that day, most students sought out their old classmates to discuss their new classes. Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing eventually approached Su Xiaoyi, and upon learning that we were in the same class and even desk partners, Zhang Qimei incessantly teased me, claiming I was fortunate to sit next to the school's most beautiful girl, a blessing from a past life. Su Xiaoyi chimed in, "Exactly. You've got to treat your sister well now. Every day, make sure to wipe down the desk and chair, understood?" While they joked about me, I noticed Tang Bingbing nearby, who, although smiling, wore an unnatural expression. I suspected she was still struggling with her feelings for me. I had thought that after all this time, she would have moved on, but her expression suggested otherwise. It baffled me why someone like me could have captivated her for so long. Later that day, during the last class, Bai Lu introduced a new student, a boy who had transferred from another school. Upon seeing him, I was taken aback. He was the same boy I'd seen at Mingzhu Hotel, chatting animatedly with Su Xiaoyi. Su Xiaoyi reacted with surprise, calling out, "What are you doing at our school?" Observing her excitement only heightened my discomfort. Clearly, their relationship was more than casual. The boy, half jokingly, half seriously replied, I transferred here just for you. Pretty impressive, right? His audacity in making such a statement, even in jest, was remarkable considering he was in a classroom full of students and teachers. The class burst into cheers, and Su Xiaoi's delight was unmistakable as she nodded in agreement, saying it was quite impressive. Bai Lu then asked him to introduce himself. He stated his name was Fu Hao, a transfer student, and requested everyone as support. As there were no available seats at the front, Bai Lu had no choice but to seat him in the back corner. After Fu Hao joined our class, Su Xiaoi incessantly turned to look at him during lessons, laughing and passing notes to him. I was increasingly convinced that their relationship was significant. His willingness to transfer schools for her clearly indicated his affection. Su Xiaoi's warm demeanor towards him suggested she harbored no dislike for him, which filled me with anxiety. Was Su Xiaoi about to embark on yet another romantic endeavor? After school, Su Xiaoi went straight to chat with Fu Hao, while I left the classroom and headed home. My previously buoyant mood had soured at the arrival of Fu Hao. It felt like a stroke of bad luck. When I returned to the classroom that afternoon, I discovered Fu Hao seated in my spot, while Su Xiaoi was absent. I was puzzled, wondering why he was sitting in my chair when Su Xiaoi had not yet arrived. When I approached him, I realized that it wasn't just he who had taken my seat, but he had also moved his entire desk and chair over to my space. As for my own desk and chair, I glanced back and saw them shoved into the last row and corner. Can you believe it? He had the audacity to switch my seat while I was away. My anger flared up, and I bluntly asked him, Why are you sitting here? Who moved my desk to the back? He did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized me. Perhaps my tone had displeased him as he wore an irritated expression. Then, with a casual smile, he replied, Dude, chill out. It's just a seat change. I discussed it with Su Xiaoi at noon, and she suggested I swap with you. She mentioned she would let you know when she arrived, but she hasn't shown up yet. Upon hearing that Su Xiaoi had agreed, my heart sank further, and my disdain for Fu Hao intensified. If he hadn't come, I could have at least shared a semester sitting next to Su Xiaoi, cultivating our relationship. But his arrival shattered my dreams. I had only just begun to sit next to Su Xiaoi, and it was infuriating. Moreover, even if a seat change was to occur, it should have been communicated to me by Su Xiaoi first. She wasn't even here yet, and he had already taken it upon himself to make the switch. My frustration boiled over as I snapped, This is my seat. What does it matter if you discussed it with Su Xiaoi? Did I agree to this? And you put me in the last row corner. Who will be pleased with that? There were several classmates around, and my words laced with expletives might have irked him further. His brow furrowed as he retorted, Don't use that language with me. What is the big deal about changing seats? I did it, so what? As he spoke, he stood up abruptly, glaring at me with a readiness for confrontation. With so many witnesses around, if I didn't retaliate, I would lose face. My emotions clouded my judgment, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I threw a punch at him. Fu Hao anticipated my move and quickly dodged, cursing as he prepared to strike back. I had expected him to tackle me, but instead, he seized a chair and hurled it at my head, cursing under his breath. Fortunately, I managed to block it with my arm. Otherwise, I would have been injured again. Despite the initial blow, he continued to rain down strikes with the chair, each accompanied by a curse. With each hit, my anger grew, and I picked up a chair to retaliate. However, before I could bring it down, he yanked it from my grasp with surprising strength. Infuriated, I lunged at him, but lacking fighting experience, my attempts were more flailing than effective, and I found myself at a disadvantage. Eventually, Su Xiaoi arrived and pulled us apart, inquiring about our altercation. Fu Hao explained how he had found my seat changed, and I had reacted angrily, leading to our fight. Su Xiaoi looked at me with an odd expression and, after a moment, sheepishly said, Well, I did suggest he swap seats with you at noon, but I meant for him to ask you first when you arrive this afternoon. I didn't expect him to take it upon himself to change it without consulting you. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I hope he didn't hurt you. As she spoke, she playfully ruffled my hair and joked about my previous injury, advising me not to get hurt again, while also chiding Fu Hao for his haste, suggesting he should have waited for us to arrive together before making the switch. Fu Hao, with a grin, replied, I was just too eager to sit beside you. At that moment, my feelings were a complex mix of emotions. The physical altercation was not what troubled me most. It was the realization that Su Xiaoi also wished for me to switch seats with Fu Hao. When he initially told me, it hadn't affected me much, but hearing it from Su Xiaoi herself was heart-wrenching. At that instant, I felt utterly worthless, reflecting on how long I had harbored feelings for her. It felt unjust, and I was disheartened, my self-esteem wounded. I decided it was best to leave. Without a word, I turned and walked out of the classroom. Su Xiaoyi called after me, asking where I was going, but I ignored her. As I reached the classroom door, the bell rang. At that moment, Bai Lu approached with a book in hand. Bai Lu was not only our homeroom teacher, but also our English instructor. She stopped me, asking where I was headed with class starting. I brushed her arm aside, telling her it was none of her business, and continued toward the stairwell. To my surprise, she grabbed my shirt, her tone firm as she insisted. "I'm your homeroom teacher. If I don't care, who will? The bell has rung. Where do you think you're going? Even if it's to the restroom. You should inform a teacher." I shrugged off her grip and continued walking, but she stubbornly followed, gripping my arm tightly, commanding me to return to the classroom. I had previously noted her seemingly shy demeanor, yet here she was, insisting on confronting me. The awkwardness of the situation reddened her cheeks, and I couldn't understand her persistence in making things uncomfortable for herself. Su Xiaoyi, perhaps hearing our argument in the hallway, rushed out, urging me to return and sit in my original seat, offering to switch with someone else. I found her suggestion laughable. Was I truly concerned about the seat? I merely wanted to sit beside her. If that wasn't happening, then what did it matter where I sat? My frustration was palpable. I simply wished to escape the classroom and distance myself from Su Xiaoyi. I forcefully pulled away from Bai Lu's grip, exclaiming, "Stop meddling in my affairs. I'm not going back." With that, I dashed away. Bai Lu seemed momentarily stunned, standing there in silence, while Su Xiaoyi attempted to catch up to me. However, she couldn't match my speed, and I soon left her behind. To be honest, I had begun to feel that attending school was of little significance. Others went to school either to study, aiming for prestigious universities and promising careers, or to socialize, forming friendships and romantic relationships. While their studies might not be stellar, at least they enjoyed themselves. But for me, I neither studied nor socialized, and I faced confrontations every few days. What was the point of staying? It seemed more sensible to venture into society, where I could save on tuition fees. With this thought in mind, I headed home, planning to discuss my intentions with my father, curious about his response. He likely wouldn't care much, as not attending school would mean no tuition fees for him, which would be to his advantage. Indeed, upon returning home, my father asked why I was back at this hour. Had school let out early? I shook my head and replied that I didn't want to attend school anymore. He remained unfazed, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and casually replying, "If you don't want to go, then don't. It'll save me some money." After a brief silence, he added, "Since you're not going to school, I can't keep supporting you for nothing. Tomorrow, you'll go find a job." I disregarded his words, retreating to my room, thinking that finding a job was no big deal. As the afternoon unfolded, my internal turmoil began to subside. Upon reflection, I found myself harboring a sense of regret. After all, I was still quite young. What could I possibly achieve by forgoing my education? Engaging in menial labor would likely yield little promise for my future. However, I had already vocalized my decision to my homeroom teacher, and to retract my statement would leave me humiliated in front of my classmates. Moreover, with Su Xiaoyi now seated beside that boy, their bond was bound to deepen. The thought of returning to class and witnessing their daily camaraderie was unbearable. Thus, I wrestled with my emotions throughout the day. That night, shortly after 10, my father returned home with a few burly men, their expressions grim. They began removing valuables from our home, and as they departed, one of them threatened my father, warning that if he failed to repay his debts within a week, there would be dire consequences. It soon became clear that my father had gambled away our money, accumulating a mountain of debt. Their visit was merely to collect what they could as repayment. Initially, I hesitated to drop out of school, but this revelation steeled my resolve. With our household in such disarray, the prospect of affording living expenses loomed large, leaving little room for my education. Consequently, I made the definitive choice to leave school behind. The following morning, I arrived at the school premises but did not attend class. My father had set out early to sell his car in an attempt to settle his debts. This situation left me feeling despondent. After briefly enjoying a semblance of stability, we were plunged back into chaos. My father's earlier admonition for me to seek work echoed in my mind, yet I remained indoors all day, paralyzed by uncertainty. When he returned, he chastised me for not earning money, suggesting that we would both suffer for my inaction. The next day, I ventured out in search of employment, but out of fear of encountering classmates or acquaintances, I avoided the city center and wandered the outskirts. By evening, I had yet to secure any work. It was a particularly unfortunate time, as the late 90s witnessed a wave of layoffs across the nation, leaving many unemployed. My youth and lack of specialized skills rendered my search even more challenging. Just as despair began to settle in, I unexpectedly ran into Renja. Hey, she, riding his 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle, greeted me with a casual wave and inquired about my presence in the area. My past grievances with him, stemming from his flirtation with Su Xiaoyi, which led to my confrontation with Wang Yang, made me reluctant to engage. I offered a dismissive reply, merely stating that I was wandering aimlessly. He parked his motorcycle and offered me a cigarette, joking about the fiery temperament of the girl I had previously been with, claiming he had only intended to tease her. I couldn't help but think that had he not provoked her, I would not have been assaulted in the first place. When I recounted the incident to him, he reacted with indignation and vowed to confront Wang Yang, regardless of whether his intentions were genuine or merely for show. Hearing his outrage brought me a sense of comfort. Moreover, my resentment towards Renja had lessened as I sought to move on from Su Xiaoyi. I accepted his cigarette and began to converse with him. It was rather vexing how quickly the conversation shifted back to Su Xiaoyi, as he pressed for updates about her and expressed a desire to apologize in person. I realized that his attempts at camaraderie were ultimately driven by his interest in Su Xiaoyi. I scoffed and informed him that I had dropped out of school and that I was now searching for work in the area. Renja seemed taken aback and awkwardly laughed, asking if I had any plans moving forward. I replied that I intended to find a job. To my surprise, he mentioned that his friend was looking for help, suggesting I consider working with him. I informed him that I was only interested in positions in the outskirts or elsewhere. He reassured me that the work at the factory would be remote from familiar faces, albeit physically demanding. I agreed to meet his friend the next day, and though I was grateful for his assistance, I later discovered that he was merely seeking to profit from my employment. Once at the factory, I was relegated to the dirtiest and most strenuous tasks, earning a meager wage of 100 yuan per month. Life at the factory was grueling, but I resolved to persevere, even as nostalgia for my school days and thoughts of Su Xiaoyi often brought me to tears at night. I wondered if she ever thought of me during my absence, even for a fleeting moment. By the time I completed my first month of labor, the weather had warmed considerably. Upon returning home to fetch summer clothes, I learned that my father had moved. The landlord provided me with a note containing our new address, which led me to a shabby house with minimal space and only a bed. Fortunately, I would only be staying for a day. Otherwise, the close quarters would have been unbearable. Later that evening, while dining at a nearby noodle shop, I overheard a group of young men at a nearby table discussing a certain police officer named Chu. My heart sank as I recognized the name. They were referring to Chu Xiao. These individuals seemed to be associated with Huang Jinliang, a notorious figure in the area. I felt compelled to warn Chu Xiao and hurried to the police station, only to find that she had already left for the day. I considered calling Guan Qingqing, but her number was unreachable, leaving me bewildered and concerned. Had she changed her number? Later, I ventured to the residence of Guan Qingqing, only to find a notice on the door. This house is for rent. It appeared she had moved away. Her phone number had changed, and it seemed she had indeed left. Was she returning to her hometown? The following morning, I promptly went to the Shiguan police station to seek out Chu Xiao. Upon our meeting, I relayed the words spoken by Huang Jinliang's subordinate. She reassured me not to worry, asserting that as a police officer, Huang Jinliang would not dare to threaten her. Regarding Guan Qingqing, she confirmed that she had indeed returned to her hometown. She mentioned that Guan Qingqing had been frequently speaking of me before her departure and had even gone to the school to look for me. Upon learning of my dropout status, Guan Qingqing had expressed her anger, stating that at such a young age, dropping out was tantamount to harming oneself. Despite the confirmation of Guan Qingqing's return to her hometown, I felt a profound sense of loss, regretting that I had not seen her before she left. Fortunately, Chu Xiao provided me with Guan Qingqing's new number, encouraging me to reach out to her. As she had other matters to attend to, our conversation was brief, and I departed after noting the new contact information. After parting ways with Chu Xiao, I hastened to a nearby convenience store to call Guan Qingqing. Once the call connected, I merely uttered "sister," and she immediately recognized my voice, unleashing a tirade. "You little rascal. Why did you drop out? How old are you? What do you intend to do instead of studying? Work for someone else?" Anticipating her reprimand, I explained that staying in school felt pointless as I was not learning anything and merely wasting tuition, so I prefer to work and earn my own money. She insisted, regardless of my reasoning, that I must return to school or I would surely regret it later. She then launched into a lengthy lecture filled with platitudes, akin to those from teachers, which I could hardly absorb, responding only with repeated assurances that I understood. Later, I inquire how long she would be in her hometown and whether she would return. She mentioned that this time she might stay indefinitely, although she would visit us when time permitted. During our conversation, I heard a male voice calling her name. She informed me that she had to attend to something and would not speak further, but suggested we keep in touch. As she hung up, an inexplicable urge to cry surged within me, akin to the sentiment one feels when reaching out to a dear family member. I mused how wonderful it would have been if Guan Qingqing had not left. I resolved that once I was capable of earning an income, I would visit her in her hometown. Upon returning to the factory, the monotonous and exhausting routine resumed. With the weather growing increasingly hot, physical labor became more arduous. I contemplated quitting and seeking alternative employment, but I had committed to staying for a minimum of 3 months to avoid a deduction in my wages, so I persevered. After staying in the factory until June, I resigned after fulfilling the 3-month requirement. The unbearable heat and lack of social interaction had exacerbated my feelings of inferiority, making me reluctant to communicate with others. I realized that continuing down this path could lead to my own undoing. Thus, I needed to seek a change in both job and life. Regarding my wages, I received just under 300, having had various deductions, which illuminated the challenges of earning money. The sole advantage of this period was the physical labor, which had noticeably strengthened my physique, albeit leaving my skin slightly darker. Upon returning to my cramped, shabby home, I had little desire to stay. My father, noticing my sweaty odor, jestingly asked if I wished to continue my education. His inquiry was not born of a genuine desire to support my schooling, but rather to belittle me. I shook my head, expressing my disinterest, as I had grown accustomed to being out of school and developed an aversion to it. If sent back now, I would feel a strong resistance. My immediate plan was to find another job, preferably one that did not solely rely on physical labor, as such work offered no benefits beyond exercise. Before embarking on my job search, I decided to secretly visit the school, having longed to see Su Xiaoyi. That afternoon, just before school let out, I stealthily made my way to the entrance, hiding in a corner across the street. About 5 minutes after dismissal, I spotted Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi exiting. It was June, and they were both dressed in summer attire, with Su Xiaoyi donning a lovely white dress, looking exceptionally enchanting. They lingered outside the school, seemingly engaged in conversation as if waiting for someone. After a few moments, Fu Hao appeared, pushing a bicycle. Su Xiaoyi waved goodbye to Zhang Qimei and hopped on a Fu Hao's bike, departing with him. Their demeanor suggested they had indeed become a couple. This aligned with my previous suspicions. They had clearly developed feelings for one another. The realization stirred a bittersweet sensation within me, reinforcing my belief that dropping out was the right choice. Witnessing their relationship would have only deepened my sorrow. Uncertain of my observations, I lingered a bit longer until I noticed Dalaba exiting the school. I trailed him for a short distance, and, when the coast was clear, I tapped him on the shoulder. Upon turning to see me, Dalaba froze momentarily before erupting in excitement, exclaiming, "Where the hell have you been for the past 6 months? You finally thought to come see me?" I urged him to lower his voice and glanced around before pulling him to a more secluded area. Initially, I intended to directly inquire about Su Xiaoyi's romantic status, but then reconsidered. Dalaba was known for his loud mouth. If I asked directly, he would undoubtedly question my keen interest in Su Xiaoyi, potentially exposing my feelings for her. I preferred to avoid such embarrassment, even though I was no longer in school. Thus, I began our conversation casually, discussing my recent activities and occasionally asking about happenings in his class. Eventually, I subtly inquired about Fu Hao's standing in class. Dalaba responded that Fu Hao was doing quite well, as his brother was involved with a local gang. It seemed he had established himself as a figure of authority among our peers, and he had recently clashed with Wang Yang. Upon hearing this, I pondered whether Fu Hao's altercation with Wang Yang was related to Su Xiaoyi. When I asked Dalaba for the reason behind their fight, he confirmed it was indeed over Su Xiaoyi, elaborating on the details. Although I had suspected this all along, receiving confirmation was still disheartening. Not long ago, Fu Hao had vowed not to enter a relationship for 6 months, yet here we were, not even half that time had passed. It was almost laughable. Hadn't he borrowed that proverbial 10-second kiss from me? However, I no longer harbored expectations for that fleeting moment. Seeing her today was enough for me. Afterward, I joined Dalaba for a meal, during which he inquired if I intended to return to school. I shook my head, stating I had no plans to go back and would simply drift through life day by day. The Laba sighed, admitting he too had lost interest in school, feeling it was pointless. Yet he felt compelled to finish middle school for the sake of obtaining a diploma. Otherwise, finding work would be challenging in the future. I remarked that a middle school diploma would not suffice for securing a good job. At the very least, one would need a high school diploma. He chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that whether he could even pass the entrance exam for high school was still uncertain. We conversed until he was about to attend his afternoon class. And after parting ways, I strolled aimlessly down the street, keeping an eye out for any job opportunities. Unfortunately, I was unable to find anything suitable. Upon returning home in the evening, my father informed me of a job opening at the South bus station, suggesting I could go there if I was interested, and he would accompany me to meet the person in charge the next day. I inquired about the nature of the job, concerned it might involve strenuous physical labor, but he reassured me that it was a position that would stimulate my intellect and improve my eloquence, requiring minimal physical effort. Trusting my father, I agreed, believing he would not mislead me like Renja. The following day, my father took me to the South bus station, where I met a young man in his 20s with short hair, whom my father referred to as Changgu. His casual attire, consisting of baggy shorts and a black tank top, paired with worn-out shoes, suggested he was not engaged in any legitimate business. My father encouraged me to follow his lead, claiming the earnings were greater than those from factory work, and it would be a valuable experience. It was only after further inquiry that I learned the nature of the job. Essentially, it involved soliciting passengers outside the bus station. For example, a ticket to the provincial capital would cost 320 yuan inside the terminal, but I could discreetly offer rides for 300 yuan, providing a cheaper option for passengers and allowing the drivers to pocket some extra cash. The more passengers I could attract, the larger my commission would be, especially during peak traffic periods. Changgu explained that most of the solicitors were young, like himself, and often appeared intimidating, leading many passengers to fear they were dealing with scammers or illegal taxis. However, my student-like demeanor would likely make it easier for me to attract customers, potentially earning me more than others. He cautioned me to be aware of the various groups operating in the area, advising against approaching passengers already solicited by others to avoid conflict. He reassured me that these groups generally knew each other and rarely clashed if issues arose. He would assist me. If I were to venture to other cities, I would need to be even more vigilant, as local solicitors could easily cause trouble, and bus station staff often monitored for fare evasion. I realized this job would be quite challenging for me, as I typically avoid social interactions. Yet, to succeed in this role, I would need to engage with others, otherwise I risked starvation. The prospect of working in a different city was somewhat reassuring, as it would reduce the likelihood of encountering acquaintances. After minimal contemplation, I accepted the offer. Changgu, being straightforward, allowed me to start working that very day to gain some experience. After my father left, Changgu introduced me to a chubby, bald man in his 40s, whom I was instructed to call Fat Uncle. He was a seasoned driver who frequently traveled to the provincial capital. Changgu advised that I would initially remain at the South bus station, gaining experience before accompanying Fat Uncle on longer trips. To expedite my learning, Changgu took me to the station entrance and taught me the art of soliciting passengers. He emphasized the importance of assessing individuals to determine their social status and financial capacity. Wealthy individuals and government employees typically opted for the safety of purchasing tickets inside the terminal, while ordinary citizens and those in need of saving money were more likely to board directly outside. To enhance my success in attracting customers, I needed to develop this skill. Otherwise, I would exhaust myself and possibly provoke unnecessary trouble. Although I initially struggled to grasp Changji's advice, I later found it invaluable as I gained experience in this line of work. Understanding people is crucial in navigating society. After demonstrating a few techniques, Changgu introduced me to several individuals and encouraged me to practice soliciting passengers. Once he departed, a young man, approximately my age, approached me, nudging me with his elbow and cheerfully inquiring if I was new to the area and whether I was a local. Feeling slightly annoyed by his forceful nudge, I merely nodded in response. Upon learning that I was local, he offered me a cigarette, expressing that having another local person around would bolster our numbers against outsiders. Although I didn't fully comprehend his words, I inferred there was some division between locals and outsiders, which is common in any community. Throughout the remainder of the day, this individual, who identified himself as Lin Xingyong, where old 5 among his peers stayed close. He mentioned that he had been in this line of work for about 6 months and knew many reputable figures in the area. Though I was skeptical of his claims, suspecting a hint of bravado, I found comfort in having someone my age to converse with. With his assistance, I successfully solicited 3 passengers that day, earning a commission of 15 yuan. I mused that if I could earn 15 yuan daily, that would amount to 150 yuan over 10 days and 450 yuan in a month, a far better income than what I had been making in the factory. Grateful for old 5's help, I offered to treat him to dinner, and he insisted on dining at a decent restaurant. Fortunately, I had just received my paycheck and had enough money to cover the meal. During dinner, old 5 shared extensive insights about the various factions of solicitors at the South Bus Station. He explained that 3 primary groups operated in the area, the most powerful being the Golden Bright faction, which held significant influence in the southern suburbs. The second group belonged to the 342 Red Guard factory, located in the eastern suburbs, comprised of the children of former factory workers who were quite proud of their heritage. The final faction consisted of outsiders, known for their camaraderie and loyalty, making them a force to be reckoned with. Currently, these groups coexisted peacefully, allowing for a thriving business environment for all parties involved. As for myself, old 5, and Chang'e, we were affiliated with the 342 Red Guard factory group. Knowing this gave me a thrill, as the factory's reputation as a weapons manufacturer sounded impressive. Of course, the city harbored more factions than just Golden Bright and the 342 Red Guard factory, but I would elaborate on that in due time. After our meal, old 5 insisted we visit an entertainment center to play some games, particularly Red Alert. I was hesitant, fearing I might encounter someone I knew, but his insistence wore me down, and I eventually agreed. Upon entering the entertainment center, I silently prayed not to run into any acquaintances. Yet, fate had other plans. It was in that moment, as I stepped inside, that I spotted Zhang Qimei, engrossed in a game with several young men, completely unaware of my presence. My heart was tightly clenched as I hurriedly pulled Lao Wu aside, explaining that I had an acquaintance nearby and wished to avoid being seen. He hesitated to leave, citing the distance to another arcade. But I was adamant about not wanting Zhang Qimei to spot me. I encouraged him to continue playing while I returned home. On my way back, I pondered the futility of constantly hiding. After all, we were both locals and would inevitably cross paths eventually. I also reflected on our current situations. While he was joyfully gaming with classmates, I faced the prospect of returning to work the next day. What truly brought more joy, working or studying? Upon arriving home, I found my father in high spirits, having purchased several bottles of wine to celebrate with me. Curious about his happiness, I learned that he had recently become involved with a retired woman. Despite her age, possessed considerable savings and was quite fond of him. She even expressed a desire to help him escape his current predicament, suggesting that if he could win her over, we might move into a larger house. To be honest, I was at a loss for words upon hearing this. I told him that living in our small house was perfectly fine and that I had no desire for a grand residence. He reassured me, saying that this woman, lacking children of her own, would surely treat me like her own son, allowing me to experience maternal love. At that moment, I was unwilling to continue the conversation, so I set down my glass, claimed to be tired, quickly washed up, and went to bed. Before sleeping, I contemplated my father's nature. When would he change? As a capable man, why did he feel the need to rely on others? His behavior embarrassed me and instilled a sense of insecurity, further solidifying my resolve to become stronger and alter my fate. The following day at work, I was particularly diligent, attracting numerous customers and earning a decent sum. After about a week at the South Bus Station, Brother Chong noticed my commendable performance and decided to send me to the provincial capital with Brother Pang. The advantage of going to the provincial capital was not only the commission, but also an additional stipend of 10 yuan per day. This marked my first venture away from home, filling me with excitement and happiness as I yearned to see what the big city looked like. However, Lao Wu cautioned me before I left, warning that the current climate was far from peaceful, with many thieves lurking about. He advised me to feign ignorance if I witnessed theft, urging me to avoid meddling in others' affairs. I asked him what I should do if I saw a thief stealing from passengers in the car. He reiterated that I should act as though I hadn't seen anything, explaining that these thieves came from all walks of life and could be unpredictable, often armed, and if I interfered, I might face dire consequences. His words were indeed frightening, and I assured him I understood. On my first trip to the provincial capital, everything went smoothly with no incidents. Upon arrival, I was thrilled to see the towering skyscrapers I had only seen on television. And the streets were bustling with luxury cars and stylishly dressed women, far more fashionable than those in my hometown. Uncle Pang encouraged me, saying I should strive to succeed and aspire to live in a grand house and drive a BMW in the future. That was the essence of life. I chuckled, asking if my current demeanor seemed suitable for a life of social ambition. Uncle Pang, ever candid, shook his head and replied that I was far from it. He emphasized that merely being tough and capable of fighting would not secure a prosperous future. Such traits would only lead to becoming a mere thug. To rise above, one must rely on intellect and education. He noted that those who held genuine authority typically possessed a high level of education and an air of refinement, lacking the roughness often associated with underworld figures. I realized that dropping out of school at my age, regardless of my courage or fighting skills, would hinder my ability to make a name for myself, relegating me to being someone else's enforcer. To become a dragon among men, I needed to learn and cultivate knowledge and thought. While I grasped the superficial meaning of Uncle Pang's words, the deeper implications were lost on me at the time due to my youth. I jested with him, remarking that with such wisdom, he was wasting his talents as a driver. He chuckled, explaining that at his age, he had no desire for grand achievements. His pursuit was simply a warm home with family by his side. Overall, this journey with Uncle Pang broadened my horizons and, coupled with his insightful words, seemed to spark a change in my thinking, though I could not pinpoint its exact nature. Throughout July and August, I accompanied Uncle Pang on his driving expeditions, during which I encountered various events, including thieves and unruly passengers. These became commonplace. Initially timid and shy, I would rely on Uncle Pang to handle any disturbances. However, as time passed and I witnessed more, my confidence grew. Let me recount a few particularly memorable incidents. Once, we encountered a murderer being apprehended by the police right before our eyes. The suspect had even exchanged a few words with me moments before being taken away. And in hindsight, that realization sent chills down my spine. I also met a girl who had traveled alone to the provincial capital to meet a net acquaintance, only to be swindled out of her money. She pleaded with Uncle Pang for a ride home, promising to have her family send her fare later. Back then, the internet was still in its infancy, and the idea of meeting someone online astonished me. The most pride-inducing moment, however, occurred when two belligerent passengers confronted Uncle Pang. He was at a disadvantage, and, without thinking, I grabbed a steel pipe from the trunk and rushed in, striking one of them on the head. It was my first time resorting to such violence, and afterward, I realized my boldness had dramatically increased, something I would never have considered doing in the past. This experience illustrated how society can rapidly mold a person. By September, another incident marked the end of my foray into this line of work. While preparing to head home with Uncle Pang, we were approached by two young men demanding 50 yuan for passage. Uncle Pang refused, leading to a confrontation. The young men were merciless, and one of them stabbed Uncle Pang twice, with one blade narrowly missing his heart. Though he survived the ordeal, his career as a driver effectively ended. I had been watching the incident unfold, initially brimming with bravado and ready to assist, but when I saw the knife, I froze in fear, realizing just how vulnerable and helpless I truly was. Returning from the provincial capital, I resigned from my position, feeling a heavy weight on my chest for a long time. I experienced nightmares of Uncle Pang being attacked, and it was during this period that I began to long for my school days, recognizing that school offered a reprieve from the fear of violent encounters. However, after having been out of school for 6 months, I feared that returning would not be so simple, as the school would likely not permit it, and my desire to return was only a fleeting thought. The true decision to resume my studies would come about through my interactions with Su Xiaoyi. You have secretly harbored feelings for me all along. After I ceased my employment at the South Passenger Station and spent some time at home, I eventually found work at the Millennium City on Dongdaeji through the introduction of Lao Wu. This entertainment center, which opened this year, is quite distinct from the one at the square. It primarily caters to students and young people with its gaming halls and roller skating rinks. In contrast, the Millennium City is an establishment aimed at adults, featuring karaoke lounges, bars, and massage rooms, with the majority of patrons being adults. My role at the time was in a karaoke lounge, where I was responsible for reserving rooms and serving beverages. As the year 2000 approached, the name Millennium City carried significant meaning, as many hoped for auspicious beginnings in the new century. thus ensuring a thriving business. Given my previous experience at the passenger station, I quickly learned how to engage with various individuals, leading me to form bonds with a group of brothers, two of whom I shall mention. One, known as Xiongwei, nicknamed Air Xiong, had a bear-like appearance, robust and imposing. The other, Bu Haiyang, often referred to as Haiyang, was more refined in appearance, resembling a dandy. He was always friendly and courteous, but if provoked, he could be more fearsome than Air Xiong. Both were older than I, with Bu Haiyang working alongside me, while Air Xiong was employed at a neighboring massage parlor. I mention only these two because I consider them true brothers, loyal and sincere. He Xiongwei, like me, came from a single-parent household, allowing us to empathize with each other's struggles, making our camaraderie effortless. About 2 weeks into my tenure at Millennium City, one weekend afternoon around 3 o'clock, while I was chatting with Bu Haiyang, several middle school students entered. As I stood to greet them, I was taken aback to see that the leader among them was none other than Zhang Chimei, and our eyes met. Beside her were Tang Bingbing, Su Xiaoyi, and a few boys, of whom I only recognized Fu Hao. Since I had dropped out of school, it seemed they had not seen me, making this encounter particularly awkward. "What are you doing here, Chao Xiaobing?" Zhang Chimei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I was at a loss for words, standing there in a daze, until Bu Haiyang nudged my arm and asked if I knew them and urged me to attend to them. I finally managed to smile and inquired if they had come to sing. Zhang Chimei confirmed, glancing at Su Xiaoyi, whose expression was strange. She appeared to want to speak with me, but perhaps felt constrained by Fu Hao's presence, merely offering a nod as a greeting. Meanwhile, Fu Hao's demeanor soured, and he wrapped his arm around Su Xiaoyi's waist, suggesting they leave for a better venue, remarking on the poor decor of our establishment. As they departed, Su Xiaoyi glanced back at Zhang Chimei and me, but did not say a word. Zhang Chimei questioned Fu Hao's decision to leave, asserting that our place was quite satisfactory. Afterward, she looked at me, perhaps sensing my discomfort, and exited, promising to return to visit me. Tang Bingbing lingered, asking if I worked there, to which I nodded. She smiled and began to say something, but after uttering only a couple of words, fell silent, as if she had something on her mind but felt it inappropriate to share. Eventually, she said she would join her friends and would visit me when she had time before leaving. Once they had all departed, Bu Haiyang teasingly remarked on the awkward atmosphere between me and the girls, implying there must be a story behind it. I chuckled and mentioned the brooding young man who was with the most beautiful girl, confessing that I had once harbored secret feelings for her, which were somewhat intertwined with my decision to drop out. The past 6 months of social life had transformed me considerably. I would have never dared to speak of my feelings for Su Xiaoyi before, but now I felt comfortable sharing with Bu Haiyang, as it was a matter of the past. Upon hearing this, Bu Haiyang clicked his tongue and suggested that the stern-faced young man was my rival, offering to confront him on my behalf. I declined, asserting that the past should remain in the past, and that I no longer held feelings for her. Yet, I knew this was not entirely true. The moment I saw her, my heart tightened, revealing that my feelings had not fully dissipated. After encountering Su Xiaoyi and the others, I found my emotions in turmoil for quite some time. Later that evening, around 8, Zhang Chimei and Su Xiaoyi returned to the establishment, this time specifically seeking me out. Zhang Chimei inquired about my work hours, wanting to talk. Our typical closing time was 9 o'clock, or 10 if it was busy, but given the circumstances, it seemed likely I would remain until after 10. Bu Haiyang gallantly allowed me to leave early, suggesting he could handle the rest and that I could treat him to a meal later. I quickly gathered my belongings and followed Zhang Chimei and Su Xiaoyi outside. I surmised that their visit was likely an attempt to persuade me to return to school, as Su Xiaoyi probably felt some guilt regarding my dropout. After exiting Millennium City, we found a barbecue restaurant, where Zhang Chimei ordered skewers and beer. After filling our glasses, she cheerfully remarked, "So, how is life in society treating you? You seem to have tanned quite a bit," as she playfully pinched my arm and thigh. She noted that I had developed some muscle since I looked much sturdier than before. I replied that being too pale was undesirable for a man and that my current complexion was just right, adding that I found my social life quite enjoyable and liberating. Zhang Chimei scoffed, claiming I was merely pretending. Her older brothers had been in the same lifestyle for years, constantly lamenting the hardships of society. I countered that they engaged in significant enterprises, whereas I was simply muddling through, existing to eat and survive. Zhang Chimei gave me a thumbs up, saying I had changed, now speaking with a certain streetwise flair. We continued our conversation, during which Su Xiaoyi remained mostly silent, merely observing and smiling occasionally. As the clock approached 10, Zhang Chimei noted it was getting late and prepared to head home, requesting that I escort Su Xiaoyi back. With a peculiar tone, she urged us to have a meaningful conversation to resolve any lingering issues. Not only did she say this, but she also winked at me, leaving me feeling somewhat perplexed. As for Su Xiaoyi, she no longer resides at the Mingzhu Hotel, having returned to her original neighborhood. Initially, during our walk, conversation was sparse, and the atmosphere was palpably awkward. I pondered over this rare opportunity to be alone with her and thought I should engage her in meaningful dialogue. Yet, when a moment came, words eluded me. After we had walked a considerable distance, she suddenly remarked, "You've been quite secretive, haven't you? Were you secretly infatuated with me all along?" Her words caused my heart to leap into my throat. How did she know? Earlier that day, I had confided in Bu Haiyang about my past crush on her. Had she overheard? That seemed implausible, as they had walked away long before. I felt a surge of panic but feigned calmness, questioning her about her assertion. She chuckled softly, then repeated, "Really? Are you certain you've never had feelings for me?" As she posed this question, she halted, leaned closer, and scrutinized me with her large, expressive eyes, as if attempting to pierce through my facade. My anxiety intensified, prompting me to push her away gently, clear my throat, and mumble something about needing to find a place that sells cigarettes. She pointed to a nearby convenience store and, with a nonchalant air, said, "Stop pretending. I've known you like me for ages." Observing her demeanor, I sensed she was not teasing me. It seemed she genuinely understood my feelings. Since she was now addressing the matter directly, I felt no reason to shy away. I inquired when she had come to this realization. She smiled and explained, "Tang Bingbing told me. Back when you dropped out of school, I was perplexed. Why such a strong reaction to simply switching seats with Fu Hao? It was only when Tang Bingbing revealed your feelings for me that I understood. Ever since then, I felt somewhat guilty about your decision to drop out. So, I owe you an apology." So it was Tang Bingbing who had betrayed my secret. This revelation irked me slightly. She had merely suspected my feelings for Su Xiaoyi, and I had never confirmed them. I told Su Xiaoyi that my decision to leave school was not solely due to that. There were myriad reasons. I urged her not to feel guilty. As everyone has their own path to tread, I simply chose a different one. I then asked her who else knew of my affection for her. She replied that only she, Tang Bingbing, and Zhang Qimei were aware. Not even Fu Hao had been informed. Truthfully, I had envisioned countless scenarios in which Su Xiaoyi discovered my feelings. Yet I could never have anticipated this outcome. It meant I had lost my chance to confess. Fortunately, enough time had elapsed that I did not feel overly awkward in her presence. I asked her when she and Fu Hao had begun their relationship. She shyly smiled and replied, "Not long after you dropped out, Fu Hao and I got together. Tang Bingbing even had a quarrel with me over it. She genuinely liked you and always considered your feelings. I thought you two would make a fine couple." Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of discomfort. I had just dropped out, and she was well aware of my feelings for her. Yet she had swiftly entered a relationship with Fu Hao, seemingly disregarding my emotions. But upon reflection, it was clear she did not harbor feelings for me. So why should she be concerned about my feelings? I managed a wry smile and remarked that I had no interest in Tang Bingbing. So how could I possibly be with her? Half jokingly and half seriously, I posed a hypothetical. If I were to express my feelings for you, would you reciprocate simply because I liked you? She appeared hesitant to answer, jokingly suggesting, "Well, you never know." Her words, though seemingly comforting, only deepened my sense of discontent. If she did not genuinely like me, what would it mean for us to be together? Was it merely out of pity? Such a relationship, built on charity, felt more painful than uplifting. I smiled faintly and chose not to continue the conversation, opting instead to visit the nearby convenience store for cigarettes. Upon exiting, I noticed Su Xiaoyi was already on the phone, likely speaking with Zhang Qimei about their outing, presumably a call from Fu Hao. After she hung up, I resumed escorting her home. During our walk, she began to advocate for my return to school, even offering to leverage her family connections if communication proved difficult. I insisted I was content with my current situation and that my academic performance had deteriorated significantly. Returning to school would only lead to stagnation. Nevertheless, she continued to implore me, expressing that her guilt would linger if I chose not to return. Perhaps, sensing my resolve, she finally remarked, "If you return to school, I'll give you a kiss. How does that sound?" I scoffed, recalling her previous pledge that if she were to date within 6 months, she would kiss me for 10 seconds. Yet, here she was, already with Fu Hao. I cheekily pointed out that those who promised kisses had yet to follow through. Su Xiaoyi paused, seemingly taken aback, then stepped forward and pressed her lips against mine before I could fully comprehend the moment. It felt electric, igniting a flurry of emotions that rendered me momentarily speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she drew back, teasingly saying, "How about that? Consider it a repayment for what I owed you. Now, will you return to school?" Dazed by the kiss, I finally regained my composure and explained that my family's circumstances were unique, making it difficult for me to return to school. She reassured me that if I wished to return, she would assist me. I agreed to consider it, and, sensing her desire to instill some resolve in me, she proposed, "How about this? If you return to school and rank within the top 20 of your class by the end of the term, no, let us say the top 30, I'll date you for a week, and you can kiss me however you like. Deal." Her proposition left me bewildered. If she were single, this wager would seem harmless, but given her ongoing relationship with Fu Hao, it felt inappropriate. Upon further reflection, I realized she was likely employing a tactic to delay. By the end of the term, with my academic history and the time I had missed, achieving a top 30 rank seemed implausible. It appeared she was aware I wouldn't succeed, intending to coax me back to school regardless. I laughed and countered, "If I do rank in the top 30, how will we manage this week of dating? Wouldn't you have to break up with Fu Hao for that week?" She shook her head, saying, "No, we can keep it our little secret. No one has to know. It could be our private affair. What do you think?" Her words ignited a thrill within me. Secretly dating Su Xiaoyi? It sounded exhilarating. I inquired, "What if I place in the top 10? She responded, "If you make the top 10, I'll date you for a month. If you secure a top 3 position, I'll break up with Fu Hao and be yours forever. Satisfied? Come back to school." Caught in the moment and still reeling from her kiss, I felt tempted by her words. I agreed to return and discuss it with my father. If all went well with the school, I would return. She was visibly excited, urging me to keep her updated and leaving her number with me, insisting I call her regardless of my final decision. After that, she ascended the stairs, leaving me in a state of contemplation. After she vanished into the building, I lingered at the entrance, lost in reverie for quite some time. The image of her kissing me replayed in my mind, and I couldn't help but lick my lips. It was an exhilarating sensation. As I made my way home, an insistent thought began to crystallize within me. I must return to school. I was determined to secure a position among the top 30 in my class. Even if it meant being Su Xiaoyi's boyfriend for just a week, I would find that fulfilling. I had witnessed transformations within my circle, where wayward students turned their lives around and became model scholars, gaining admission to prestigious high schools. Yet, I remained uncertain whether such a miracle could befall me. Nevertheless, I resolved to strive earnestly. On my way home, I passed by the auspicious hotel, where suddenly a cacophony of curses erupted from the 4th-floor window. A woman's voice rang out, threatening to jump if someone approached. The voice struck me as eerily familiar, and upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. Was that not Chu Xiao? Her attire appeared disheveled, and amidst her shouts, she hastily climbed onto the window ledge, clearly under duress from someone inside. In a harrowing moment, she suddenly cried out and fell from the 4th floor. Dear readers, I implore you to engage with this narrative. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the supporters of Ba and the Wild Years, both old and new friends. Thank you. Tomorrow, as the story is published, there will be an explosive update starting at 10 a.m. This book will commence its paid subscription from tomorrow. My old friends are likely familiar with the process, and I trust you will continue to support me. To new friends, I hope you will take a moment to read this message and consider supporting Ba, even if it's just a token contribution of $1. I will be immensely grateful. I promise to craft even better stories in return, allowing us all to reminisce about youth and bask in its charm. I have poured immense effort into this book over the past half-month. Drawing from previous experiences, I have carefully constructed the plot and maintained an engaging pace. While many stories remain to be fully unveiled, rest assured that the upcoming chapters will be captivating. Our protagonist, Chao Xiaobing, is not merely a slacker. He is also a scholarly achiever, endowed with intellect and knowledge. This duality will propel him further along his journey. Would you like to discover how an academically gifted student navigates both school and society? Read my story, and you shall find out. I am not one for excessive embellishment, so I shall refrain from further verbosity. Let us now delve into the subsequent plot developments. Will Qiao Xiaobing and Su Xiaoyi ultimately unite? Will he encounter Guan Qingqing again? What will become of his entanglements with Shen Yizhu? Will Huang Jiliang's future be comfortable? Are there looming threats from potential antagonists? What consequences follow Chu Xiao's fall? And is there a hidden narrative to uncover regarding Qiao Xiaobing's father? There are many intriguing developments awaiting, and I hope you will accompany me in witnessing Qiao Xiaobing's growth, as well as the evolution of Diba. Thank you all. Moreover, I require numerous character names. Feel free to leave suggestions in the comments beneath the first chapter of the VIP section, as the chances of selection are significantly higher. As for the recharge process, 1. Prior to recharging, please log into your Hygiene account. Hygiene supports one-click login. If you possess a QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo account, you can use any of these for seamless access. 2. After logging in, click on the recharge option at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts. 3. Hygiene supports 8 methods of recharge: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, Tenpay, mobile top-up cards, game cards, and PayPal. The recharge ratio for online banking is 1:100, meaning 1 yuan equals 100 Hygiene coins. Alipay and WeChat Pay also adhere to the same ratio. For SMS recharge, the ratio is 140, while mobile top-up cards are the most convenient and fastest method, with a ratio of 1:85. Game cards follow similar guidelines, but please ensure you purchase the specified types. Additionally, for those using the iOS client, be aware that due to Apple's regulations, the exchange rate is only 150 when recharging through the app. It is advisable to recharge via the web browser before logging into the app for reading. Authors QQ 222-201-0800 WeChat public account. Author Diba. As Chu Xiao fell, I too could not stifle a cry. The incident transpired in mere seconds, leaving me no time to react. With a dull thud, she landed on a sunshade in front of shop on the first floor, creating a significant hole. Beneath the sunshade lay a pile of large plastic sheets, presumably filled with soft materials, which caved in upon her impact. My heart raced as I rushed over, but to my dismay, Chu Xiao remained motionless, sending chills down my spine as I feared she might have perished. Upon reaching her, I saw no blood, which offered a slight relief. Perhaps she was merely unconscious. I contemplated helping her up, but recalled news reports warning against moving individuals who have fallen, as it could cause further harm. I resolved to call for an ambulance instead, repeatedly shouting her name. At that moment, a hotel staff member seemingly heard the commotion and rushed out, only to scream upon witnessing the scene before quickly returning to the hotel, presumably to call for help. Bystanders gathered, offering various suggestions, while I suddenly pondered who had threatened Chu Xiao from that fourth-floor room. Could they be attempting to escape amidst the chaos? I hurried back into the hotel and urged the staff member to investigate and ensure no one fled. The young service attendant appeared pale and trembled as she spoke, clearly too frightened to ascend. With no other options, I seized a bottle of beer from the counter for self-defense and hurriedly ascended to the fourth floor. Truth be told, fear not at me. Anyone capable of intimidating Chu Xiao was undoubtedly not an ordinary person, and I feared for my own safety should I confront them. Though I was filled with trepidation, I knew that if a stranger were involved, I would not dare to take such risks. However, Chu Xiao felt like a sister to me, and I felt compelled to assist her. In the worst-case scenario, if things went awry, I could simply flee. Upon reaching the fourth floor and locating the room where Chu Xiao had attempted to jump, I found the door ajar. Summoning my courage, I stepped inside, only to be met with chaos and an absence of people. During my ascent, I had seen no one. The occupants had either hidden themselves or fled elsewhere. Given my limited abilities and the fear that gripped me, searching the entire hotel was beyond my capacity. So I returned to the first floor to keep watch over Chu Xiao. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived and took her away. I hailed a taxi and followed closely behind, heading to the People's Hospital. Fortunately, Chu Xiao regained consciousness shortly after arriving at the hospital. It turned out that when she fell, she had been cushioned by the awning and the plastic sheets below, which absorbed much of the impact. She had merely fainted and sustained no serious injuries. This was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. I had intended to inquire about what had transpired, but soon a multitude of police officers arrived, surrounding her completely. I scarcely had the opportunity to speak, ultimately sharing what I knew with another officer as a witness. As the hour grew late, Chu Xiao urged me to return home. From her conversations with the other officers, I gleaned a superficial understanding of the events. It appeared she had been struck unconscious near her residential community and awoke on the 4th floor of the Jixiang Hotel, where 4 individuals had intended to harm her, leaving her no choice but to leap from the window. As for the identities of these 4 individuals and their motives for abducting Chu Xiao, she remained silent. But I surmised that this incident might be connected to Huang Jinliang. After all, Chu Xiao had previously clashed with him, and she had been investigating him for some time, likely obstructing his financial undertakings, which could have incited his wrath. If this were indeed the case, Huang Jinliang's audacity was remarkable. If Chu Xiao were an ordinary person, such behavior could be overlooked, but given her status as a police officer, if he were apprehended, he would find himself in dire straits. I speculated whether he was either exceedingly reckless or had executed his plans with exceptional caution, believing himself immune to capture. Regardless, my animosity towards Huang Jinliang intensified due to his actions against Chu Xiao. I resolved that, should I gain the means in the future, I would not let him escape unscathed. Of course, at present, I was but a small ant in his presence, lacking any leverage to confront him. For me, the most pressing matter was my education. Upon returning home, I found my father asleep. I roused him and, forgoing pleasantries, declared my desire to resume my studies. He rubbed his eyes and regarded me with calm indifference, saying, "If you wish to go, then go. What more is there to discuss?" I explained that attending school required tuition and that I lacked sufficient funds. Anticipating my father's typical reaction, I added, "Didn't you say you were involved with an older woman? Since you're so charming, why not ask for her assistance?" My father, flattered by the praise, chuckled and boasted that this retired woman indeed had connections. She had previously worked in the education sector and was acquainted with our school as principal. He suggested that if I sought her help to return to school, it would not be a difficult task. Elated by this prospect, I urged my father to speak with her the following day. He agreed to inquire, but insisted that I must work while studying to alleviate his burden. This posed a dilemma for me. In the past, juggling work and study was manageable, but given my current situation, having fallen behind significantly, excelling academically to rank among the top 30 in my class would require immense effort. The prospect of working alongside my studies seemed implausible. Y brutasta? No. This time, I must focus on my studies and strive for a commendable rank. Working is out of the question. It would consume too much of my time. My father furrowed his brow, eyeing me suspiciously. After a lengthy pause, he queried, "Are you up to something? Do you genuinely wish to study? Or is it that school offers better opportunities to meet girls? Be honest with me." I raised my hand in a solemn vow, asserting my commitment to my studies. Perhaps my resolute demeanor assuaged his doubts, for he eventually relented, saying he would speak with the older woman the next day before returning to sleep. As he drifted off, he muttered, "I've been good to you. Remember this when I'm old, or you'll be a wretched creature." I chuckled to myself, pondering his concerns. If he had treated me better, he wouldn't need to worry. Nevertheless, I was different. Despite his shortcomings as a father, he had raised me, and I felt a duty to care for him in his old age. That night, I struggled to sleep, beset by 2 matters: the incident with Su Xiaoyi and Chu Xiao's sleep. The following morning, I urged my father to seek out the older woman. Around 11, he returned, carrying a plastic bag filled with snacks. Seeing this, I surmised he was in good spirits, likely having secured a favorable outcome. Indeed, when I inquired, he confirmed that everything was arranged. The older woman had contacted the school, and I could return to classes at any time. My heart soared at the news. After half a year of being out of school, I was finally able to resume my education. That afternoon, I purchased several new articles of clothing and some stationery. And the next morning, I awoke early to prepare for school. As I made my way there, I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. I had been away from the campus for far too long, and the aversion to studying lingered within me. Were it not for Su Xiaoyi, I likely would not have returned. I dismissed concerns of ridicule from acquaintances, as my experiences in the world had fortified my resilience. I was here to learn, and the opinions of others mattered little to me. As I approached the school gate, a sudden realization struck me. Had I arrived too early? My desk and chair were surely no longer in the classroom. My father had advised me to locate the grade supervisor. But would the supervisor even be at school this early? Where would I wait, standing in the classroom? That would be rather awkward. Thus, I opted not to enter the school immediately, instead finding a nearby spot to sit until the first class was about to end before seeking out the grade supervisor. My father's acquaintance had already informed the school of my return, so the supervisor was aware of my intentions. He called up my homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, and briefed her on my plan to continue my studies. After I paid the tuition and fees, he instructed Bai Lu to assist me in acquiring a new desk, textbooks, and a uniform. Reflecting on my earlier departure from class, I felt a pang of guilt towards Bai Lu. This time, I was determined to focus on my studies, so I resolved to cultivate a positive relationship with her. I smiled and said, "When I left the classroom 6 months ago, my demeanor was rather poor. As the homeroom teacher, I hope you won't hold it against me." Bai Lu laughed, remarking, "Have you spent half a year in society and become a streetwise individual? Your speech has certainly changed." I was somewhat taken aback by Bai Lu's teasing, as I had always perceived her as a shy, big girl when I first met her. It seems that over the past 6 months, she has adeptly adapted to the role of class monitor and has become quite seasoned. She even inquired about the reasons behind my previous decision to drop out of school. Naturally, I could not divulge the true reasons and instead fabricated an excuse to deflect her curiosity. Upon returning to the grade director's office, the director unexpectedly asked me about my relationship with Director Huang. If I am not mistaken, this Huang refers to that older woman who, judging by the circumstances, was once a director herself, which explains the efficiency with which she operates. I replied that I had no particular relationship with her. My family had merely sought her assistance. The grade director did not press further and allowed Bai Lu to escort me back to the classroom. As we approached the classroom, my heart raced again. To be honest, I would have preferred to join another class rather than my own, as there were fewer people who recognized me. However, upon reflection, I realized that during my previous time in school, we had just been divided into classes, and there were familiar faces in every class. Ultimately, it was all the same. Moreover, given my current academic standing, the other classes were filled with high achievers. If I were to join one, the class monitor would likely be apprehensive about my presence, fearing I might disrupt their harmonious environment. When Bai Lu reached the door of Class 6 and pushed it open, I felt the collective gaze of the entire classroom upon me, causing warmth to wash over my body. Though I had mentally prepared myself for this moment, I still felt a pang of nervousness. The classmates began to murmur among themselves, questioning my arrival, and a loudspeaker enthusiastically waved at me in greeting, clearly the most excited of the bunch. As for Su Xiaoyi, I glanced at her. She was still seated at the same desk as Fu Hao. Upon seeing me enter, she appeared somewhat pleased, but seemed to suppress her emotions, likely not wanting Fu Hao to notice her reaction. It was indeed a stroke of luck that the classmate sitting behind Su Xiaoyi had been absent due to illness, allowing Bai Lu to assign me to that seat. I was quite pleased. Although I could not sit directly beside Su Xiaoyi, being positioned behind her was still quite enjoyable. Once I settled in, the substitute teacher commenced the lesson, and I diligently took out my books to engage with the material. Given my poor academic performance and the considerable backlog of coursework, I found it quite challenging to grasp the content. To make matters worse, Fu Hao's incessant fidgeting in class and his whispers to Su Xiaoyi distracted me, leaving me unable to concentrate on the lesson. Though I was reluctant to distance myself from Su Xiaoyi, I decided to move my desk to the back corner of the classroom after the first class ended. Su Xiaoyi looked at me with a surprised expression, likely puzzled by my decision. As for my classmates, their initial curiosity about my presence quickly faded, and only the loudspeaker continued to seek me out for conversation. However, I was too preoccupied with my studies to engage with him. He teased me, suggesting that I was merely putting on a show and would soon revert to my old self. Upon learning of my return, Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing sought me out, both appearing quite delighted. Tang Bingbing, particularly, offered to tutor me, stating that she could help me every afternoon after school. If Tang Bingbing did not harbor feelings for me, I might have accepted her offer. However, since she did, I felt it unwise to accept her assistance, fearing that if she discovered my motivation for improving academically was to impress Su Xiaoyi, she might become incensed. I resolved to devise my own strategies instead. Now, regarding the various factions at school, we had progressed to the second year of junior high, while Ding Chen's group, the 7 Little Tigers, had advanced to the third year. Wang Yang and his 5 companions had graduated and left, which meant that Ding Chun now held the top position within school. However, I heard from a loudspeaker that Fu Hao was quite adept at winning people over, and many from the second year were eager to align themselves with him. Should he challenge Ding Chun for leadership, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. Nevertheless, I was focused on my studies and found myself less concerned with these matters. My experiences over the past 6 months had taught me that no matter how well one navigated junior high, encountering a high school student could still be intimidating. Such achievements were fleeting. Of course, I adhere to the principle of non-aggression. If anyone sought to trouble me, I would not back down. After the first day of classes, my friends, Lao Wu, Hai Yang, and Er Xiong, sought me out, insisting that I treat them to a meal to celebrate my return to school. Throughout the meal, they ribbed me about how attending school was far more promising than living on the streets, eagerly anticipating my acceptance into a prestigious university. While I was genuinely eager to study, much of my motivation still revolved around Su Xiaoyi. I did not give much thought to how knowledge could shape my future. Years later, when I reflect on that day, I realize that knowledge indeed has the power to alter one's destiny. That evening, we indulged in drinks until late. Following Lao Wu's suggestion, we made a pact, vowing to share both hardships and joys in the future. Perhaps due to the excessive drinking upon returning home, my father chastised me, expressing disappointment that he had hoped I would finally commit to my studies. I disregarded his words, knowing my true intentions and realizing that he would never understand. From that moment onward, I entered a phase of intense study. Fortunately, Hai Yang had a younger sister of similar age who excelled academically. To assist me in catching up, Hai Yang arranged for her to tutor me daily. With guidance by my side, my progress was swift, and I quickly caught up on the material I had missed in the first year. As for the matter concerning Chu Xiao, it ultimately fizzled out. I had approached her once, and she acknowledged her awareness of Huang Jinliang's involvement, but without any evidence. There was little we could do. It appeared that Huang Jinliang had some influence, making him a formidable adversary. Finally, regarding my academic pursuits, I can unabashedly assert that my intellect is quite sharp. Whenever I dedicate myself to understanding a subject, I invariably excel. Days turned into weeks, and soon it was the end of 1999, with the final exams approaching. The results of my diligent efforts over the past 6 months would soon be revealed. 040 finally. The exams were completed. In the days leading up to the final exams, our class underwent a mock examination, where I secured the 50th position among over 60 students. In truth, I could have performed better, but I intentionally answered many questions incorrectly to avoid drawing attention to my true abilities. My rationale for concealing my potential stemmed from fear that if I performed too well, Su Xiaoyi might have second thoughts. With only 2 days remaining before the exams, the school granted us a brief respite. On the day of the break, as I was making my way home, I suddenly heard someone call my name from behind. It was Su Xiaoyi's voice. Turning around, I saw her jogging towards me alone. Typically, she would leave with Fu Hao, so her solitary appearance surprised me. I asked why she was not with him, and she explained that she had deliberately sent Fu Hao away to chat with me, implying she had something important to discuss. As we walk along the main road, filled with passers-by, she seemed reluctant to let anyone see us together and pulled me into a nearby alley. Shortly after entering, she remarked, "I've noticed you've been working incredibly hard lately, even during breaks. Zhang Qimei mentioned that she had invited you to hang out a few times, but you turned her down. She thought you no longer wanted to spend time with her." I chuckled and replied, "It's not that I don't enjoy spending time with her. Rather, I simply lack the time. In order to have just 1 week of romance with you, I'm risking everything. The truth is, the efforts I've exerted during this period have been acknowledged by her only in the context of school. Once I return home, that's when my dedication intensifies. I study late into the night, often getting only 4 to 5 hours of sleep. This relentless pursuit has taken a toll on me. I've lost weight, developed dark circles under my eyes, and I appear quite haggard." At that moment, Su Xiaoyi hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. Seeing her in this state stirred a sense of unease within me. Could it be that she was reconsidering the bet we made? I quickly inquired, "What's the matter? Are you planning to back out? If I managed to place within the top 30, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Did you merely promise to entice me into school? Now that the moment of truth approaches, are you having second thoughts?" As I spoke, my emotions surged. After regarding me with a peculiar gaze for a few seconds, she burst into laughter, saying, "Why are you so confident in yourself? You just scored 50 in the recent mock exam, and you think you can make it into the top 30? Are you dreaming? My concern is that if you push yourself too hard and fail to achieve that, it might lead to disappointment, and you might consider dropping out or doing something drastic. So, I thought it prudent to give you a heads up." Her words prompted a smile from me, as I initially thought she might be reneging, but it turned out she was merely worried. I reassured her, "Rest assured, even if I don't make it into the top 30, I won't be disheartened. I will continue my studies. She beamed, saying that hearing this put her at ease, and added that if I didn't succeed this time, there would always be another opportunity. I asked her, if I do succeed, will you truly honor your word and be my girlfriend for a week? She affirmed, stating that she would indeed keep her promise. I inquired about the nature of our relationship during that week, asking what we could and couldn't do. After pondering for a moment, she replied, well, we can engage in activities just like any other couple. However, since we have Fu Hao at school, we must be discreet. When no one is around, or in the evenings, you can find me, and we can share hugs and kisses. As she spoke, I felt my mouth water with anticipation, longing to embrace and kiss her right then and there. However, she added, but certain things are off limits. I understood what she meant, but feigned ignorance, asking her what kind of things she was referring to. She pinched me, saying I knew full well. Truthfully, I hadn't dared to think too deeply in that direction. Just being able to be her boyfriend for a week, holding hands and sharing kisses, was already more than enough for me. Nonetheless, I was curious about the extent of her relationship with Fu Hao. I wondered if they had crossed any lines. I asked, so what about you and Fu Hao? Have you two been intimate? Su Xiaoyi shot me a glare and retorted, what do you think? I replied, if I knew, why would I ask you? She huffed, saying that once I secured a spot in the top 30, she would tell me. I chuckled internally, thinking to myself that she should brace for the consequences once I became her boyfriend. After all the trials I had endured over the past 6 months for her sake, it was frustrating to have her keep me in suspense. Once we exited the alley, we found ourselves on the main road. Su Xiaoyi, wary of being seen, flagged down a taxi to leave, while I returned home to continue studying. I mused that if I could make it into the top 10, I would then have the chance to date Su Xiaoyi for an entire month, which would be even more delightful. However, given my current study habits, that seemed improbable. We had a 2-day break, and on the first day, I remained at home studying. The second day, I met up with Haiyang to chat and sing a few songs to relieve stress. In the evening, I took him and his sister out for dinner as a token of gratitude for their support during this time. As for whether I would need Haiyang's sister to tutor me in the future, I felt it was unnecessary since I had caught up with my coursework. I believed that as long as I paid attention in class moving forward, I would be fine. Finally, the day of the exam arrived. I approached each subject with utmost seriousness, meticulously reviewing my answers before submitting them only after the final bell rang. After 2 exhausting days of testing, I felt utterly drained. Once the exams concluded, we were on break for the winter. Upon leaving the school gates, I unexpectedly ran into Zhang Qimei and her friends chatting at the entrance. She waved at me, saying they were planning to unwind that day, and asked if I wanted to join. Noticing that Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao were absent, and realizing it had been quite some time since I last hung out with Zhang Qimei and her group, I approached them to inquire about their plans. She draped her arm over my shoulder and suggested, let's go karaoke. You used to work there, right? You can book us a private room, and we can have some fun. I explained that the place where I used to work wasn't upscale enough, but I could find another venue where I had connections for a better deal. She gave me a thumbs up, saying it was impressive to have connections from working in society. I asked when we would leave, and she mentioned waiting for 2 others. At that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if those 2 were Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao. As fate would have it, just a few moments later, Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao emerged from the campus. Zhang Qimei called out to them, hurry up, we're waiting for you too. Stop dawdling. As Su Xiaoyi approached, she cast a peculiar glance in my direction, likely surprised to see me there, especially since I hadn't spent time with Zhang Qimei in quite a while. Fu Hao, meanwhile, greeted me with his usual obnoxious demeanor. I sensed that a confrontation between us was inevitable. Upon arriving at Millennium City, I found Haiyang and asked him to lead us to a more upscale karaoke venue that offered reasonable prices. After arranging Zhang Qimei and her friends in a private room, Haiyang intended to head back to his shop. Naturally, I accompanied him to the entrance, engaging in light conversation. As he was about to leave, he brought up Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao, saying, so your secret crush is here, huh? That guy she's with looks like he needs a good beating. Seriously, do you want me to help you find someone to take him down? I replied that I didn't need assistance for the time being, but would let him know if I did in the future. He patted my shoulder, chuckling, and then turned to leave. After watching him walk away, I was about to head back to the room when I turned around to find Fu Hao approaching from the side entrance, casually pulling out a cigarette as he walked and glancing in Haiyang's direction. I felt a surge of panic, fearing that Fu Hao had overheard Haiyang's earlier comments. If he wasn't foolish, he would surely deduce that the conversation was about him and Su Xiaoyi, meaning he must know about my feelings for her. Just then, Fu Hao reached me, lit his cigarette, and regarded me with that same strange look, as though he had something to say. I didn't rush to retreat and asked, "What do you want? Is there something on your mind?" Exhaling a deep breath, he asked, "Do you like Su Xiaoyi?" His question confirmed my worst fears. He had indeed overheard my conversation with Hai Yang. After all, my relationship with Su Xiaoyi was shrouded in secrecy, and Fu Hao was her legitimate boyfriend. Faced with the reality of the situation, I felt an acute sense of vulnerability. However, upon reflection, he only knew that I liked Su Xiaoyi. He was unaware of our bet or any intimate matters between us, so why should I be flustered? I responded with confidence, "Yes, I do." "What of it?" Fu Hao scoffed disdainfully, a mocking smile spreading across his face. After taking 2 long drags from his cigarette, he flicked the remnants to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. He then slowly articulated, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Do you even think you stand a chance? You can't even carry her shoes. She is mine, understand?" If it weren't for Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi still singing inside, I would have undoubtedly confronted him over those 2 remarks. However, I ultimately restrained myself. How could he think I, akin to a toad yearning for swan's flesh, would be so naive? The reality is, Su Xiaoyi had already kissed me, while this fool remained blissfully ignorant. Once the exam results are announced, I plan to pursue a relationship with Su Xiaoyi, a far more gratifying endeavor than confronting him. With that thought, I disregarded him and stepped inside, realizing I had feelings for Su Xiaoyi. Fu Hao later returned to the lavish room, deliberately showcasing his intimacy with her to provoke me. He would wrap his arms around her waist and plant kisses on her cheek, incessantly displaying affection. I understood his intentions. He was trying to irritate me. Even Zhang Qimei could not bear it any longer and paused the music, exclaiming, "You idiot! Are you in heat? Can't you wait until we're not around for your lovey-dovey antics? Have you no shame, acting like an animal?" Su Xiaoyi also nudged Fu Hao, suggesting he move to the other side, claiming it was too hot. Fu Hao merely chuckled, pulling her closer and giving her another kiss, taunting, "What is wrong with kissing my girlfriend? Are you jealous? If you're upset, come at me." Zhang Qimei grimaced in disgust, calling him repulsive, while I felt a pang of injustice. The woman I adored was right before me, being embraced and kissed by another man, and here I was utterly powerless. After the singing concluded, Zhang Qimei suggested we go eat, but I made an excuse to leave, unable to endure Fu Hao's ostentatious display any longer. Damn it. I hoped I wouldn't find myself in his clutches in the future. I would make him regret it. This year's winter break was markedly better than previous ones. First, the year 2000, the turn of the millennium, was fast approaching, a year of immense significance. I felt fortunate to witness this milestone. Secondly, I had forged bonds with several good friends, and during the break, we spent time together, dining, drinking, and sharing stories. It was far from the boredom of past years. Whenever I missed Su Xiaoyi, I could sneak a glance at her from the entrance of her community. Just the thought of starting a relationship with her after the exams filled me with exhilaration. Some might wonder what would happen if I didn't rank in the top 30. However, that was inconceivable to me. I held that much confidence. I merely wished for the school year to commence sooner. On New Year's Eve, starting from the afternoon, our city's square was teeming with people in anticipation of the Millennium Countdown celebration. Around 5 o'clock, my friends and I wandered the square, admiring the beautiful women around us. Ocean teased me, questioning why I wasn't spending the New Year's with my secret crush, claiming that couples who celebrated together would enjoy lasting relationships. I retorted that we weren't a couple, and besides, she had a boyfriend, who she would undoubtedly be with tonight. In truth, I longed to celebrate the new year with Su Xiaoyi. After all, it was a momentous occasion. How romantic it would be to share it with her. Alas, that was an impossibility. Nonetheless, I believed Su Xiaoyi was likely in the square as well. Just being in the same vicinity felt satisfactory. As the evening progressed, the crowd swelled and fireworks illuminated the sky. Around 11:30, I encountered Zhang Qimei, along with Tang Bingbing and a few other friends. But to my surprise, Fu Hao was also present, while Su Xiaoyi was nowhere to be found. Zhang Qimei, in a state of urgency, inquired if I had seen Su Xiaoyi. When I shook my head and asked what was wrong, she explained that Su Xiaoyi had gotten separated from them, and they couldn't reach her by phone due to poor signal. With Fu Hao eager to locate her, they hurried off, leaving me with little inclination to enjoy the festivities amidst the overwhelming crowd. It was crucial to find Su Xiaoyi. A girl as striking as her could easily attract unwanted attention. I urged Ocean and the others to continue without me as I searched the square for Su Xiaoyi. Fortune smiled upon me. With merely 5 minutes until midnight, I spotted her beneath a lamppost. She wore a thin white jacket, likely freezing after standing there for so long, shivering and exhaling puffs of breath. Beside her were two young men, likely troublemakers, eyeing her intently. I rushed over, draping my coat around her shoulders and saying, "You got separated from Zhang Qimei and the others? I just saw them, and they mentioned losing you." Expressing her frustration about her friends disappearing without a trace, her phone failing to connect. After standing there for nearly half an hour, she lamented how they hadn't returned to find her. Glancing at the clock tower, she complained about the imminent arrival of midnight and how their plan to celebrate together was now in shambles. I found amusement in the situation. While she and Fu Hao could not celebrate together, I was here with her, and I could still share the moment. Feigning concern, I suggested we look for her friends. But Su Xiaoyi sighed, dismissing the idea due to the crowd and the impending countdown. "Then I'll stay with you for the countdown. It's better than being alone," I proposed. She regarded me with exasperation, finally relenting. "Fine, I suppose you've won this round." At that moment, the host in the center of the square announced the countdown, urging everyone to join in. As the countdown began, my heart raced with anticipation, and an audacious idea struck me. I would kiss Su Xiaoyi at the stroke of midnight. With the opportunity so rare, I could not let it slip away. 3, 2, 1. As the New Year's bell tolled, I gently cradled Su Xiaoyi's face and pressed my lips against hers. To my surprise, she did not react, either stunned or consenting, allowing the kiss to linger for a few seconds before I pulled away, turning my gaze to the distant fireworks, my heart racing wildly. I had just kissed Su Xiaoyi. The thrill was exhilarating. Only then did she scold me, calling me a rogue and claiming I had taken advantage of the moment, playfully swatting at me as I pretended to flee. Exasperated, she shouted, "You idiot, don't run off. You'll lose me again." Naturally, I had no intention of actually running away. I was merely teasing her. I continued to provoke her, saying, "Are you still going to hit me? Keep it up, and I might just leave you here." Su Xiaoyi bit her lip and retorted, "You better not try it. If you do, I'll chase you down and make you regret it." The fellow, surprisingly, threw a little tantrum. I quickly mustered the courage to approach her, jokingly claiming I was merely teasing her. Wherever she went, I followed closely, ensuring I didn't stray. She remarked that this was more acceptable. After a moment, she glanced around and noted that the new year had passed, and it was rather late. She expressed uncertainty about when she would be able to contact Zhang Qimei and suggested that if things didn't work out, it would be best to return home now. Otherwise, it would be too late, and her family might scold her. Since she intended to go home, I naturally accompanied her. The number of people hailing taxis that day was overwhelming. We couldn't secure a ride, so I decided to walk her back. Due to our earlier kiss, I felt a bit embarrassed, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. However, Su Xiaoyi seemed completely unfazed, engaging me in conversation as if nothing had happened. It appeared that the kiss held no significant weight for her, merely an ordinary occurrence. Admittedly, I felt a bit greedy. After kissing her and witnessing her lack of a strong reaction, I contemplated holding her hand. Yet, the throngs of people around us made it difficult to find the right moment. Just as we neared her neighborhood, I finally gathered the courage to reach out. As soon as my fingers brushed against her hand, she coughed and said, "All right now, don't push your luck, or I might get angry." Her words instantly dampened my spirits. Indeed, she had a boyfriend, and my actions could be seen as unwelcome. I resolved to be patient, knowing I would have the chance to discuss the relationship with her in a week. I must remain steady and not rush. Otherwise, I might provoke her displeasure. When we reached the entrance of her building, she reminded me, "Tonight's events must remain between us. No one else can know. Understood?" I affirmed my understanding, and she smiled, calling me obedient before turning to enter the building. My heart swelled with sweetness, akin to being filled with honey. As I exited Su Xiaoyi's community, I unexpectedly encountered Fu Hao, who was sprinting from a distance, likely searching for Su Xiaoyi, perhaps concerned that she had not returned home. The darkness concealed me as I ducked away, and he failed to spot me. I mused that if he discovered I'd spent New Year's Eve with Su Xiaoyi and even kissed her, he would be infuriated. That night, sleep eluded me. I was too elated and excited. The new year had passed, and the days ahead were spent eagerly anticipating the start of school. Finally, after the Lantern Festival, the day arrived. I went to school early, and upon entering the classroom, I had never been so eager for the teacher to arrive. Shortly after the first class began, our homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, entered with our report cards. After a lengthy preamble, she finally got to the crux of the matter, our grades. As she announced the top 10 students, my heart remained steady. I knew I wouldn't be among them. However, when she reached the names ranked from 10 to 20, my heartbeat quickened. I felt confident I had secured a position within the top 30, and perhaps even within the top 20, if luck favored me. Yet, as Bai Lu finished announcing the top 20, my name was not mentioned, and panic began to set in. There was only a sliver of hope left. Then, Bai Lu continued with the next name. 21st place, Chao Xiaobing. Upon hearing this, the weight in my heart lifted. 21st place, so close to the top 20. But securing a position within the top 30 was more than sufficient. I had already won the week-long relationship. The students in the class erupted in astonishment, engaging in animated discussions. I overheard some expressing disbelief, suggesting a mistake had been made, while others accused me of cheating. I paid no heed to their chatter. My focus solely on Su Xiaoyi. I caught her gaze, and the surprise on her face was unmistakable. Bai Lu cleared her throat and tapped the desk, urging everyone to quiet down. All right, everyone settle down. Chao Xiaobing's performance was indeed unexpected. He had dropped out for half a year during the second semester of the first year, as you all know. Despite this, he managed to secure 21st place, which indicates that with effort, anyone can achieve excellent results. I hope everyone can learn from Chao Xiaobing and strive to create miracles and surpass themselves. Bai Lu's praise made me feel a bit bashful. Some students continued to murmur doubts, claiming the results were erroneous. I surmised those voicing such opinions were likely the ones who had not performed well. Fortunately, Bai Lu dismissed their comments, stating she had witnessed my hard work over the past half year and had no doubts about my results. With her support, the class fell silent, and she proceeded to announce the remaining grades. Su Xiaoyi placed 35th, which was average. I couldn't help but wonder what her thoughts were at that moment. After class, as Su Xiaoyi headed to the restroom, she glanced back at me a couple of times. Her expression suggested a desire to approach me, but with Fu Hao present, she likely hesitated. I too longed to speak with her, to inquire whether our previous wager still stood and if she was indeed going to be my girlfriend for a week. However, I decided against rushing things. If Fu Hao caught wind of our interaction, it could spell trouble. I resolved to remain patient and wait for the right moment after school, determined not to let this hard-earned opportunity slip away. Su Xiaoyi seemed to be waiting for a chance as well. During a break in classes, I crossed paths with her while Fu Hao was in the restroom. She hurriedly approached me, whispering, "Wait for me in the small alley after school. I'll distract Fu Hao and come find you." After saying this, she hurried off. I thought that since she had sought me out to relay this message, it indicated she was prepared to secretly be my girlfriend. This brought me a sense of relief. It seemed likely that no complications would arise. My next consideration was how to navigate this week-long relationship, how I would kiss her and hold her. As the final class of the morning concluded, I rushed out of the classroom, nearly sprinting out of the school, and hid in the small alley where Su Xiaoyi and I had previously walked. 10 minutes later, she entered the alley, glancing back repeatedly to ensure no one was following her. Her furtive demeanor made me want to laugh. When she reached me, she winked and urged me to venture deeper into the alley, saying it wasn't a safe spot and that someone could easily spot us. Unable to contain my excitement any longer, I grasped her arm and pulled her deeper into the alley until we found a secluded corner. I asked, "I made it into the top 30, so shouldn't you uphold your promise and be my girlfriend for a week?" Instead of answering, she scrutinized me, as if interrogating a suspect, and asked, "You better confess honestly. Did you copy someone else's answers? Or did you bribe the teacher? How could someone like you possibly achieve 21st place?" I insisted she should not try to back out of our agreement. If she doubted my abilities, I suggested she could pose a few questions for me to answer as proof of my competence. She chuckled and replied, "Don't worry. I keep my word and won't back out. I'm just curious about how you managed it. After all, you had dropped out for half a year, and you've only been back in school for a few months. That's quite impressive." I responded, "It's all because of you. I was determined to be with you for a week, and that motivated me to persevere. Otherwise, how could I have lasted?" She looked at me with a curious expression and continued to inquire, "Is that true? Am I really that appealing to you?" As she posed a question, her voice softened significantly. A week of romance, to be honest. Her tender demeanor at that moment resembled that of a gentle lamb. Having known her for quite some time, I had never witnessed her in such a light. It was truly heart-melting. I told her to reflect on our past. when she urged me to return to school. I initially resisted, yet ultimately I acquiesced. Su Xiaoyi chuckled softly, her large, enchanting eyes sparkling as her long eyelashes captivated me, igniting an irresistible urge to kiss them. "All right then, let us be in a relationship for a week, starting now," she declared, retrieving her phone to note the exact time, a detail she seemed to cherish. With only a week at our disposal, I cherished every fleeting moment. Without hesitation, I leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, then took her hand, leading her down the alley. However, she quickly withdrew her hand and whispered, "Not so bold. If others see us, it's all over. Let's wait until evening or when no one is around." What could I do but comply? After exiting the alley, I contemplated inviting her to lunch, but she insisted on heading home, citing the high probability of being seen together during the day. She promised we could dine together another time. As she departed in a taxi, my heart raced with excitement. It felt surreal that Su Xiaoyi, the most admired girl in school, was my girlfriend, even if only for a week. It was a thought so astonishing that others would likely scoff at it. Yet, this budding romance felt different from my expectations. I had envisioned a passionate, grand love affair, but what I experienced with Su Xiaoyi felt more like a secret dalliance. Our connection stemmed from a wager rather than genuine affection, giving it a playful, make-believe quality. I mused that if Fu Hao and Su Xiaoyi were to break up, and she were to genuinely develop feelings for me, that would signify a true relationship. Of course, such thoughts felt rather far-fetched. For now, I was simply grateful to hold her hand and kiss her lips. On my way home, I unexpectedly ran into Wang Yang, who was presumably attending vocational school. He stopped me and offered me a cigarette, expressing how long it had been since we last spoke. Given our past rivalry, I found it peculiar that he sought conversation. Though hesitant, I accepted the cigarette and inquired about his intentions. "I heard you've returned to school, and you're in the same class as Su Xiaoyi, right? She's still with Fu Hao?" He probed, clearly fishing for information about her. I confirmed, "Yes, they're still together." He scoffed, "Fu Hao is a fool. Just wait and see. Su Xiaoyi will undoubtedly dump him. That girl is quite flirtatious. You never know how many men she's entangled with, and he treats her like a treasure." I felt a pang of irritation at his disparagement of Su Xiaoyi. I had no desire to continue this conversation, so I asked if he had anything else to discuss. He replied that he simply wanted to chat, claiming that our past grievances were now behind us and that we could be friends. This left me perplexed. Had he really sunk so low as to seek friendship with former adversaries? Nevertheless, I reminded myself that it is wise to resolve past enmities, as having more friends is preferable to accumulating enemies. Although Wang Yang's approach was clever, I was not inclined to befriend him, primarily because he had previously dated Su Xiaoyi, which irked me. His words stirred my thoughts about Su Xiaoyi once more. Indeed, while it brought me joy to be her boyfriend, I couldn't ignore that she was still in relationship with Fu Hao. Engaging with me while having a boyfriend, even if for the sake of a bet, seemed excessive. I had often pondered not wanting Su Xiaoyi to become a frivolous girl, yet here she was, playing with fire, and I was inadvertently complicit in it. Caught in this dilemma, I realized I wanted to cherish the week we had been granted. As for Su Xiaoyi, I would simply regard her as a playful spirit. After all, our relationship would not lead to anything more intimate. Once the week concluded, life would revert to normal. Upon returning home that afternoon, I found my father in high spirits, revealing he had been house hunting with a woman and that they were considering purchasing a home together. If all went well, I could move in with them. I remained calm. It was still uncertain, and even if it materialized, I was not particularly interested in relocating from this modest place, which was quite comfortable. Noticing his jovial mood, I seized the opportunity to ask for some money, reasoning that since I was now in a relationship, I would need funds for outings. My father hesitated but then tossed me a handful of cash, instructing me to spend it. I remarked that he was about to buy a house, yet only offered me a meager sum. He scolded me for my audacity, but eventually handed over nearly 100 yuan, a generous amount by his standards, indicative of his good mood. He had never given me such an allowance before. I intended to save the money for Su Xiaoyi, perhaps to treat her to a meal or a fun outing. Reflecting on the past, I realized that entertainment options were limited. Even with money, it was hard to spend it wisely. Unlike today, when merely purchasing a handbag or clothing could deplete a boyfriend's salary. After lunch, with ample time before class, I visited a bathhouse for a thorough scrub. I wanted to be presentable for Su Xiaoyi, lest she be put off by any unpleasant odors. I also went to a barber shop to tidy my hair, which had grown considerably during my time away from school. Although there were rules against long hair for boys, some managed to keep it, and teachers rarely enforced the regulations. The popular styles then were various parted long hairstyles, so I opted for a trendy cut similar to that of a celebrity, complete with copious amounts of hair gel. I preened before the mirror, for the first time feeling rather handsome. As I walked to class in the afternoon, I noticed others whispering about my new look. Although this hairstyle was common in society, it stood out in the school, especially in a middle school setting. I silently prayed that the principal wouldn't reprimand me and force me to get a haircut, which would be quite unfortunate. Approaching the classroom, I was stopped by Zhang Qimei, who rushed over, playfully tugging at my hair. With a mischievous grin, she asked if I had taken a dressing up because I was in love. Leaning closer, she whispered, "You don't still like Su Xiaoyi, do you?" Dressing up for her? Her accurate guess startled me, but I could not confess. I retorted, "Of course not. If I were trying to impress her, I would have done so long ago, not just today. Besides, I don't like her anymore." As I spoke, I coughed twice, feigning a rather smug demeanor before continuing. This morning, our class results were announced, and I placed 21st in our class. I felt elated, so I decided to spruce myself up, From now on, I'm a good student too. Zhang Qimei clicked her tongue in surprise, astonished that I managed to rank so high. However, she quickly doused my enthusiasm with cold water, reminding me that our class is the worst in the entire grade. Her words served as a sobering reminder. Indeed, during the class division, all the underperformers were allocated to our class. This meant that even if I ranked first in our class, I would merely be considered an average student in others. Scoring 21st here was hardly a feat worthy of boasting. Nonetheless, I felt proud of my significant improvement, and I was confident that I would perform even better in the next examination. Perhaps by the time we graduated from junior high, I could secure a place in a prestigious high school. I told Zhang Qimei to wait and see, promising to show her that I could get into a key high school. She replied that she would be watching and then left. Upon returning to my seat, I began to ponder. Zhang Qimei had just reminded me that my new hairstyle was clearly an attempt to impress Su Xiaoyi. Surely, Tang Bingbing would notice too, and I suspected that Fu Hao would be suspicious as well. At this juncture, I should have played it low-key. The more I thought about it, the more I regretted my choice of hairstyle. Yet, it was done, and I could only make do with it for today. Before class began, Su Xiaoyi entered the room and glanced my way. However, her look was fleeting and indifferent. It seemed my hairstyle had not captured her attention. Indeed, it is often true that those we do not fancy tend to elicit little notice. Perhaps that is just how it is. Throughout the afternoon, I sought opportunities to steal a few words with Su Xiaoyi, hoping to inquire if we could meet later that evening. Unfortunately, Fu Hao remained glued to her side, both during and after class. She only left for the restroom once, and when I contemplated following her to talk, she was accompanied by another girl, leaving me with no choice but to abandon the idea. I had hoped she might dismiss Fu Hao after school, but to my dismay, she packed her things and left with him, behaving as though nothing had changed, not even casting a glance in my direction. This left me feeling a tad disheartened. It appeared that my efforts to look presentable had gone to waste. Although disappointed, a glimmer of hope lingered in my heart, convincing me that she might be waiting for me in the alley. After leaving school, I waited in that alley for about 20 minutes, but when she did not appear, I returned home, utterly dejected. My mood had plummeted. Just hours ago, I was on cloud 9, and now I felt like I had descended into despair. This emotional roller coaster was exhausting. Back home, I lay on my bed, wallowing in frustration. If only I had a cell phone, I could have messaged Su Xiaoyi. Even if she had already returned home, I could have called her out. Alas, back then, cell phones were prohibitively expensive. Around 8 that evening, I could no longer bear it. Only 7 days remained. I could not let today slip away in vain. Resolute, I tidied myself up and headed toward her neighborhood. By approximately 8:30, I arrived at her apartment complex. There was a gazebo beneath her building, and I paced back and forth, hoping for a stroke of luck. Finally, around 9 o'clock, I spotted her. She emerged from the hallway, a plastic bag in hand, presumably having taken out the trash. This meant she must have returned home early and had been inside all along. Without a moment to spare, I hurried towards her. After she disposed of the trash, she seemed startled by my sudden appearance, exclaiming in surprise, "You scared me. What are you doing here?" I replied, "Today marks our first day of dating. You spent a little time with me at noon, but this afternoon you didn't say a word, and you left right after school. Is this what dating is? We've wasted a whole day in just 7. She wore an expression of amusement, almost helpless, and said, "How else should we date? Do you expect us to be glued together for 24 hours, hugging and kissing?" Her question rendered me speechless. Perhaps I was being a bit too clingy. Then she pointed to a nearby garden, suggesting, "Let us chat over there. It's the entrance. Someone might see us." She led the way, and I followed eagerly. Once inside the garden, she playfully tousled my hair, remarking, "Oh, what else with the hairstyle? Did you put so much gel in it that it might poke someone?" I explained that I had styled it at noon, and she seemed genuinely surprised, realizing she had overlooked it all day. This realization stung a little, and I lamented, "Is this what dating is? Your partner changes their hairstyle, and it takes you half a day to notice." She smiled sheepishly. "What can I do? You sit at the back of the classroom, and we can't really talk. It's hard to notice you." I insisted, "You have to kiss me as compensation." Without hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips to mine. Frankly, her kiss felt perfunctory, lacking any genuine emotion, whereas when I kissed her, my feelings surged forth. I longed for a deeper connection, perhaps even a passionate kiss, but I lacked the courage to suggest it and worried about my breath, having not chewed gum. After the kiss, she inquired if I was satisfied. If so, she would return upstairs since she had only taken out the trash. If she lingered too long, her mother would likely come looking for her. I suggested she go upstairs to inform her mother and then come back down to spend a bit more time with me. However, she shook her head, reluctant. "It's too late, and it's getting a bit chilly. Let us leave it at this for today." With that, I had no choice but to let her go. Before she departed, I stole several kisses on her cheeks and lips, prompting her to tease, "You're such a weirdo." I couldn't help but wonder, if it were Fu Hao instead of me, would she have stayed much longer? This was the account of my first day of dating Su Xiaoyi. Although our time together was brief, being able to kiss her and hold her hand felt like a significant achievement. I hoped that the coming days would bring even greater rewards. The following morning, our homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, announced that she would rearrange our seating according to our academic performance. She instructed everyone to stand outside the classroom while she called out names, allowing each student to choose their seat in order of rank. Since I placed 21st, there were still plenty of seats available when it was my turn to enter. I could have sat at the front, but knowing that Su Xiaoyi would likely sit toward the back, I opted for a seat further back to ensure I could see her more easily. Bai Lu reminded me to sit closer to the front for better visibility of the blackboard, which would benefit my studies. I replied that I was used to sitting in front and preferred the back. When Su Xiaoyi entered, she scanned the classroom. By then, there were no individual seats available at the front, leaving only 2 vacant spots in front of me, although there were plenty of empty seats behind me. She seemed reluctant to sit back there and promptly chose a seat directly in front of my deskmate. When Fu Hao entered, he walked up to Su Xiaoyi and cast a glance my way, immediately furrowing his brow. With annoyance, he told Su Xiaoyi, "Let us not sit here. It's south too close to the front. Let us move to the back." I understood his implication. He disapproved of Su Xiaoyi sitting too near to me, feeling it was too accommodating. Su Xiaoyi shook her head, expressing her reluctance to sit too far back, as it would hinder her ability to see the blackboard. Fu Hao retorted that if she couldn't see, it wouldn't matter since she hardly studied anyway. This remark seemed to provoke Su Xiaoyi, as her expression soured, and she insisted, "Stop dragging this out. We're sitting here." At that moment, Bai Lu was still reprimanding Fu Hao from the front, saying, "If you want to sit at the back, then go ahead. Don't drag others into it." There were quite a few students in the class, and Fu Hao, feeling embarrassed, muttered a few curses before moving to the back. After sitting down, he shouted to Su Xiaoyi, "You better come sit over here, quickly." Su Xiaoyi feigned ignorance and ignored him, which amused me as I secretly hoped for a quarrel that would lead to their breakup. After the class ended, as Bai Lu exited the classroom, Fu Hao stormed up to Su Xiaoyi, demanding, "What is your deal? Are you determined to sit here?" Su Xiaoyi reiterated her desire not to sit too far back, claiming she wouldn't be able to see the board. After stating this, she softened her stance, suggesting, "Why don't you ask others if anyone is willing to switch seats? We can sit wherever as long as we remain in this row. We cannot go further back." Su Xiaoyi offered him an out, and he quickly seized the opportunity, scanning the room and finding 2 boys from Su Xiaoyi's row, closer to the window. He told them, "You 2 switch seats. I'll sit here with Su Xiaoyi." In our class, Fu Hao had established himself as somewhat of a bully, and these boys, fearful of him, didn't utter a word as they promptly stood to give up their seats. Subsequently, Su Xiaoyi joined Fu Hao at their new spot. After they settled in, Fu Hao turned back to glance at me, his expression dripping with arrogance. I felt a twinge of disappointment, as I had hoped to observe Su Xiaoyi more closely from my seat. The final 2 periods of the morning were originally scheduled for physical education and art classes, but the art teacher was unavailable, so the physical education teacher took over, much to the excitement of the class. Physical education was the most favored subject, often starting with a few laps around the field, followed by free play. Today, our PE teacher seemed in good spirits, allowing us only 2 laps before granting us free time. The boys typically gravitated towards basketball and table tennis, while the girls played jump rope and other games. About halfway through the class, Fu Hao suddenly called out from under a tree, summoning the boys in our class for a discussion. His call held a certain magnetism. Regardless of whether they were playing or resting, everyone gathered around him, leaving only me and a classmate seated on the concrete platform. The classmate, clearly intimidated by Fu Hao, asked, "Should we go over there?" I replied, "If you want to go, then go ahead. I'm not moving." He hesitated, but Fu Hao shouted towards us, "Aren't you boys from class 6? If so, come over here." His tone was authoritative, and ultimately, my classmates succumbed to peer pressure and went over, while I remained indifferent, thinking that with my current friends, I wouldn't let anyone push me around. After my classmate joined Fu Hao, he ceased calling out to me and instead began discussing something with the others. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned to inform me. Fu Hao said he wants to establish something called the Iron Blood Hall, and we're invited to join. He claims we have a special privilege in our class. Anyone who enters will be accepted, and once inside, will support each other through thick and thin. This so-called Iron Blood Hall seemed akin to the 7 Little Tigers and the 5 Brothers, though the latter had a fixed number of members. However, it appeared Fu Hao intended for the Iron Blood Hall to be limitless, which had its advantages. An ever-expanding team could bolster their strength. Yet, the downside was that with more members came chaos and difficulty in management, especially if a few troublemakers joined. As for Fu Hao's motives behind forming the Iron Blood Hall, I suspected it was a strategy to counter the 7 Little Tigers. I had come to recognize his ambition. He sought to excel in everything, from taking charge of our class to aiming for dominance over the entire grade. It seemed that being the head of the grade was no longer sufficient. He aspired to topple the 7 Little Tigers and become the leader of the school. Such ambition could be rather intimidating. My classmate then asked me if I wanted to join the Iron Blood Hall. I rolled my eyes and replied, "Do you really think I would join? Even if I did, would he accept me? It would be a miracle if he didn't insult me." I then inquired if he intended to join, to which he scratched his head and said, "I'll wait and see. If many people join, I might as well go along. If no one pays attention to him, then I won tea. But honestly, I think joining will be beneficial. I'm not particularly adept at fitting in, and if he is willing to protect me, then I'll stick with him. There is no harm in it." My classmate clearly seemed intrigued by the idea. Since he was interested, I had nothing further to say. I asked him, "What if one day I end up in a fight with Fu Hao? Would you side with him?" He quickly shook his head, saying after all this time, "Do you think I'm that kind of person? If you two end up fighting, I'll just stay neutral." His response stung a bit, considering our long acquaintance. While he barely knew Fu Hao, even if he were genuinely neutral, a few kind words would have made me feel better. Ultimately, my classmate lacked any real fighting spirit, so whether he sided with Fu Hao or not wouldn't make much difference. Besides, whether the Iron Blood Hall would truly gain traction remained uncertain. That afternoon, after school, Fu Hao rode off with Su Xiaoyi once more, and I couldn't help but chuckle at my predicament. A week of romance, and I estimated that my time with Su Xiaoyi wouldn't exceed a day in total. I found myself wondering when she might genuinely develop feelings for me, allowing us to be openly affectionate. Would such a day ever come? I felt compelled to ask Su Xiaoyi what type of boy she preferred. Was it the carefree types, the studious ones, or perhaps those who balanced both attributes? Later that afternoon, Fu Hao brought a notebook, asking those who wished to join the Iron Blood Hall to write their names. Out of the 20 or so boys in our class, around 15 signed up, while the rest were either those who had previous conflicts with Fu Hao, like myself, or the timid and honest types. To my surprise, my classmate did sign up, and Fu Hao even handed him a cigarette to acknowledge his participation, which made him gleefully flaunt it around the classroom. Fu Hao certainly had a knack for winning people over, but I remained skeptical about the Iron Blood Hall's potential for strength, as many of those who joined did so out of fear rather than a willingness to fight. Certainly, this is merely the number of students enrolled in our class. I suspect the other classes have similar or even greater participation. Moreover, from what I've gathered through the loudspeakers, entry into other classes isn't as simple as one might think. There are standards in place. For instance, one must either possess a penchant for fighting or come from affluent families, adept at navigating school dynamics. Whether or not they can establish themselves ultimately depends on their fortune. On a different note, this individual today organized a gathering at the Iron Blood Hall, which inadvertently aided me, for he intends to host a dinner tonight. Attendees will include individuals from the Iron Blood Hall, as well as some well-connected peers from other classes. This implies that Su Xiaoyi will not be heading home with him, thus providing me with the opportunity for a clandestine meeting with her. After school, Fu Hao gathered the brothers from our class to seek out some troublemakers from other classes. Naturally, I kept my eyes on Su Xiaoyi. As soon as she departed, I followed closely behind her. We maintained a distance of about 10 meters due to the throngs of students. I dare not approach her until we were outside the school gates. Upon exiting, I unexpectedly spotted Zhang Qimei, along with Tang Bingbing and a few others. Additionally, 2 young ruffians with bleached hair were present, and it appeared Zhang Qimei was in the mood for a confrontation. Noticing Su Xiaoyi had emerged alongside me, Zhang Qimei called out, beckoning us over. Upon joining them, she mischievously inquired why we were trailing one another, questioning why we weren't leaving together. Su Xiaoyi, fully aware of my presence behind her, feigned surprise, exclaiming that she had no idea I was following. If she had known, she would have surely walked out with me. Zhang Qimei scrutinized me, demanding to know why I was shadowing Su Xiaoyi. I chuckled, explaining that I merely found her walking style amusing and was too timid to approach her. Su Xiaoyi, whether genuinely or theatrically, continued to press me about what was so funny about my observation. While we engaged in playful banter, I inadvertently glanced at Tang Bingbing, who seemed displeased by the scene and turned her body away. Zhang Qimei, meanwhile, teased us, remarking on how quickly our relationship as classmates was developing. Su Xiaoyi was the type who relished humor. The more others joked with her, the more spirited she became. At that moment, she linked her arm with mine, declaring that I was now a rising star in our class, a model of aspiration and the beloved of our homeroom teacher. Maintaining a good rapport with me would surely yield benefits in the future. Zhang Qimei interjected, cautioning us to tone it down, lest someone else grow envious. The individual she had in mind was undoubtedly Tang Bingbing. The latter, rather senselessly, took the bait, quickly retorting that she felt no jealousy at all. Zhang Qimei, amused, questioned why Tang Bingbing was so defensive, to which her face flushed with embarrassment. After their playful antics subsided, Zhang Qimei invited me to join them for dinner, as one of her friends was celebrating a birthday. I recognized the friend from previous outings with Zhang Qimei, though our relationship was not particularly close. However, since Su Xiaoyi would be going, I decided to tag along, playfully stating that I would join them for a meal, albeit without a gift prepared. Zhang Qimei waved off my concerns, assuring me that singing a song would suffice. Thus, I accompanied Zhang Qimei and her friends to a restaurant, and after dining, we ventured to a karaoke hall where we indulged in ample drinks. The atmosphere was lively, and they consumed more than I did, as my tolerance for alcohol was limited. I was hesitant to overindulge, for I wished to remain alert for the evening's true purpose, all the while secretly hoping Su Xiaoyi would drink too much, providing me with an advantage. Around 9 o'clock, one of Zhang Qimei's friends exclaimed about 2 handsome blondes outside, prompting a flurry of excitement and causing the group to rush out, leaving only Su Xiaoyi, Tang Bingbing, and me behind. Aware of my feelings for Su Xiaoyi, Tang Bingbing seemed uncomfortable and soon followed the others outside, leaving just the 2 of us. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly moved closer and planted a kiss on her lips. Although Su Xiaoyi had been drinking, her reaction was immediate and intense. She slapped me, scolding me for my audacity, warning me of the consequences if we were caught. I reassured her that no one was watching, but she countered that Tang Bingbing was still present and that I should be mindful of her feelings. As she still had an interest in me, I proposed that I could behave for the moment, but she would owe me later on the way home. Su Xiaoyi dismissed my suggestion, stating firmly that there was no room for negotiation. As she said this, she tilted her head and raised her chin, a gesture so endearing that I could not resist kissing her once more. This time, Su Xiaoyi became genuinely upset, repeatedly hitting me and accusing me of deliberately provoking her. I glanced toward the door, noticing no one was entering, and given the dim lighting of the private room, even if we were to engage in something more intimate, it would be difficult for anyone to see clearly. Moreover, her inebriated demeanor exuded an irresistible allure, prompting me to disregard all caution. I gently pushed her onto the sofa and kissed her fervently. In response, Su Xiaoyi became frantic, pushing me away and striking my back. Yet, I held her firmly, refusing to let her escape, which was quite peculiar. After a couple of attempts to break free, she seemed to relent and even reciprocated, tentatively probing with her tongue. Was she inviting me to engage in a deeper kiss? Although I had no prior experience with such intimacy, I understood the essence of a French kiss, two tongues dancing together. With her initiating this encounter, I could not let the moment slip away. As I slowly parted my lips, I was overwhelmed with nervous anticipation, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Xiaoyi, seemingly amused, progressively intensified her efforts, and soon we were locked in a passionate kiss. Throughout this exchange, she took the lead, guiding me. And an unprecedented sensation of euphoria washed over me, enveloping my entire being. Simultaneously, as a young man in the throes of adolescence, my hormones surged in response to the situation. To be candid, my body underwent noticeable changes. Just then, she playfully bit my tongue, sending a sharp pain coursing from my mouth to my brain and radiating throughout my body. Tears welled in my eyes, and despite my protests, she continued to hold on, leaving me to groan in discomfort while I patted her shoulder, signaling her to release her grip. Our faces were mere inches apart, her eyes crinkled with laughter. She held on for what felt like an eternity before finally letting go. My tongue was left numb, unable to open or close my mouth, saliva pooling uncontrollably. It was a near miss. I almost lost my tongue, observing her laughing so mischievously. I couldn't help but think how daring she was. Did she believe she could teach me a lesson? I muttered to myself, acknowledging her prowess, and secretly vowing that when the opportunity arose, I would reciprocate. After that bite, I resolved to sit quietly beside her, refraining from any further advances, as the memory of our earlier kiss was overshadowed by the lingering pain. A few minutes later, Zhang Qimei and the others returned, and we continued singing. However, I suddenly realized that Tang Bingbing had not come back. At first, I thought she had gone to the restroom, but after waiting for quite a while without seeing her, I asked Zhang Qimei where Tang Bingbing was, as it had been so long since we last saw her. It was at that moment that Zhang Qimei noticed her absence too. She glanced around the private room and suggested that perhaps she had gone to the restroom. As she spoke, she called Tang Bingbing, and although the call connected, she hung up and began to curse, saying, "That idiot actually sneaked home without telling us? What on earth is she doing?" It was puzzling. Why would she suddenly go home without saying anything? Something fell off. At this point, Su Xiaoyi nudged me with her elbow, furrowing her brow as she stared at me. I understood her implication. She might think that Tang Bingbing had noticed something when I was fooling around with Su Xiaoyi earlier, which prompted her to leave. I considered that it was unlikely, as no one had entered while Su Xiaoyi and I were being playful. Even if Tang Bingbing had come in, she might not have clearly seen what we were doing, or perhaps she had some urgent matter at home. After all, it wasn't Tang Bingbing's birthday tonight. She wasn't the center of attention. Besides, it was getting late, and if she wanted to leave, then so be it. Zhang Qimei didn't say much more and continued to enjoy herself with us. By around 10 o'clock, everyone dispersed and returned home, and I naturally took on the responsibility of escorting Su Xiaoyi back. On the way, Su Xiaoyi asked me, "Why did Tang Bingbing leave so suddenly? It's definitely not normal. Did she see us doing something?" At that moment, I too harbored doubts that Tang Bingbing might have seen something, especially since I'd been in a daze when Su Xiaoyi kissed me. If Tang Bingbing had indeed come in, it was possible I might not have noticed her presence. However, I didn't want Su Xiaoyi to feel guilty or let it affect the mood of our outing, so I reassured her, saying it should be fine. If she had seen something, she would surely have been shocked and would have either cried out or gone out to inform Zhang Qimei. Why would she leave quietly? She probably just had an urgent matter at home. Su Xiaoyi shook her head and sighed, insisting that Tang Bingbing wasn't that kind of person. She cautioned me to be more careful in the future, warning that if I continued like this, it could ruin her friendship with Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing, and she feared that she might sever ties with me. This made me feel a bit disheartened. I was genuinely curious about what my position was in her heart. Was I merely an ordinary friend, dispensable? Or had I been overestimating my importance all along? As we approached her community entrance, I inquired about the type of boy she liked, hoping for a more specific answer. Instead of responding, she playfully told me to guess. I pondered for a moment. She had previously dated Wang Yang and was now with Fu Hao, both of whom were rather popular and not unattractive. There was also Song Heng, who was exceptionally handsome. It seemed she had a preference for tall, charming types. I shared my conjecture with her, asking if I was correct. She mumbled something, saying, well, it used to be that way. As long as he was handsome and had a bit of a bad boy vibe, I liked to be around him. But now, it seems to have changed. I can't quite pinpoint what I like anymore. Perhaps it's more about a feeling how to describe it at this point. She made a few sounds of uncertainty, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. I shrugged it off, recognizing that it was simply a feeling. She then added that she was still unsure about what she liked, which made me wonder about her current feelings for Fu Hao. Were they still in a relationship, or had she lost interest? I pressed her further, asking, what about you and Fu Hao? Do you have any feelings for him? She shot me a look, replying, isn't that obvious? If I didn't have feelings, why I've been with him for so long? I clarified that I meant whether there was that deep, profound feeling she had alluded to. She shook her head and confessed, not really, but being with Fu Hao is much better than with Wang Yang. It just hasn't quite met my expectations. Half jokingly, she added, maybe the perfect man in my mind is a Prince Charming, but for now, he is probably off dating some other girl. I hope to meet him soon. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. It seemed I had little hope. Yet, it was somewhat comforting to know that Fu Hao didn't hold an exalted status in her heart. His eventual fate might mirror Wang Yang's, being cast aside by Su Xiaoyi, just a matter of time. I asked her, since you don't have strong feelings for Fu Hao, why did you even get together with him in the first place? Isn't that similar to what happened with Wang Yang? Didn't you make a firm resolution back then not to casually date anymore, and now it all seems meaningless? She chuckled, admitting that she couldn't control herself, attributing it to her personality. If she was single, she found life unbearably dull, and over time, she yearned for companionship. She expressed her self-dislike for this trait, but she simply couldn't help it. She craved excitement and new experiences. Perhaps with maturity, she would become more discerning. As we reached her building, I waved to signal her to go inside. She seemed to have more to say and hesitated briefly before turning to leave. However, just as she stepped into the hallway, she turned back and asked, aren't you going to give me a kiss before you go? I was at a loss for words. Although I wanted to kiss her, I found myself saying it wasn't necessary and that she should hurry back inside. She appeared taken aback, likely not expecting my response, and then turned away, disappearing from my sight. On my way home, I reflected on whether I would ever be able to win Su Xiaoyi's affection or if I could truly become her boyfriend. She had once favored handsome, charming individuals, and I doubted I could change my appearance. Perhaps I should just embrace a carefree lifestyle, as it might offer me a glimmer of hope. At that moment, I resolved to strive for a more extraordinary life. Ambition and desire, once ignited, tend to expand. It is a double-edged sword. If one can master it, they might rise to greatness. If not, they risk losing themselves and straying down the wrong path. Upon returning home, I found my father still awake, fiddling with his new phone. When he noticed me, he proudly showcased his latest Nokia model, which had cost over $4,000. I initially had no desire to engage with him, as it didn't concern me, especially since I wouldn't be using it. However, a thought suddenly struck me. If he had a new phone, there must be an old one lying around. If I could use that old phone, it would make contacting Su Xiaoyi much easier. So, I tentatively asked, what about your old phone? If you're not using it, could I borrow it? He swiftly declined, saying, you're just a middle school student. What do you need a phone for? Do any of your classmates even use such things? I countered, you underestimate today's middle schoolers. Many of them have phones. My father scoffed, even if others do, they're likely from wealthy families. You're different. Having a phone doesn't suit your identity. I realized that continuing this conversation wouldn't yield results, so I switched tactics, cheerfully saying, aren't you a wealthy man yourself? You're about to buy a house. How many families in my class can afford one? Just let me use that old phone, even if just for a week, and I'll return it to you afterward. He seemed to appreciate my angle, a smug expression surfacing on his face. Eventually, he retrieved an old Nokia phone from a drawer and handed it to me, saying it didn't have a SIM card and I would need to figure that out myself. I took a moment to glance at my phone. After all, it was a Nokia. Though somewhat antiquated and not particularly aesthetically pleasing, it felt sturdy in my hand, suggesting durability. As long as it could make calls and send texts, I wasn't overly concerned with its appearance. The following morning, I ventured out to various small shops on the street to purchase discarded second-hand SIM cards. I distinctly remember spending 50 yuan on one, which caused me considerable distress, yet it contained some credit, sparing me the need to recharge immediately. Regardless, I knew I would only need it for a few days, so I decided to make do. That morning at school, I sought opportunities to converse with Su Xiaoyi, hoping to ask for her phone number, but the moment never arose. Later, while chatting with Dalaba, he informed me that Fu Hao's Iron Blood Hall had grown to 25 members, including a few particularly adept fighters, one of whom had even trained in martial arts, specifically karate. Back in middle school, it was common to hear of someone studying martial arts, which always seemed impressive. The mere presence of a martial artist in Fu Hao's Iron Blood Hall piqued my envy. I wonder about the extent of their training. Had they merely scratched the surface, or had they achieved a significant rank? Most boys, I believe, have harbored dreams of martial arts in their childhood, and I was no exception. I had always wished to learn some martial arts myself, fantasizing about being able to take on 10 opponents at once. However, due to my family's financial constraints, I never had the opportunity to pursue it. Should the chance arise in the future, I would certainly seize it. As for my preference, I have a particular fondness for judo. Why? Because I used to adore playing a game called Hot Blood Fighting, where the judo character's attire and moves struck me as incredibly cool. I sincerely hope to explore that avenue someday. After school that day, I noticed Su Xiaoyi once again accompanying Fu Hao, which dashed my hopes of obtaining her number for the time being. With Dalaba's family absent that day, he opted not to return home for lunch, likely feeling bored dining alone and insisting that I accompany him to eat out. I inquired why he didn't invite any of his brothers from the Iron Blood Hall. With a wry smile, he replied that he had just joined and wasn't yet familiar with them. I chuckled silently, sensing that the other members of the Iron Blood Hall likely looked down upon Dalaba. After all, he was rather timid and somewhat awkward in appearance, probably regarded as the lowest tier among them. Seizing the opportunity, I realized I hadn't visited the arcade in quite some time, so I decided to skip going home for lunch and join him for a meal followed by some gaming. After dining, Dalaba mentioned a popular shooting game called CS that had recently gained immense popularity, asking if I was interested in playing. I had heard of it, having been released the previous summer, and remembered classmates often gathering to play. However, I had immersed myself in my studies during the latter half of the year and had never tried it. Dalaba's suggestion stirred my interest, and I inquired whether we needed to go to a computer room and if it was expensive. He assured me that once I experienced it, I would understand the cost was justified and that it would be worthwhile. Unable to resist his enticement, I agreed to accompany him. However, just as we were nearing the entertainment center, two girls suddenly blocked our path. Noticing their uniforms were not from our school, one of the girls abruptly slapped Dalaba across the face twice, the sound echoing sharply. I was taken aback, wondering if these two knew Dalaba or if there was some prior conflict. Looking at Dalaba, his face was a mask of shock, evidently as bewildered as I was. Perhaps they were just two girls, but Dalaba, not one to cower, retorted angrily, "What the hell? Why did you hit me?" The taller girl, towering over me, pointed at Dalaba, proclaiming, "I wouldn't have hit you if you hadn't bullied my sister." She glanced at her companion, implying that Dalaba had mistreated her friend. I stole a quick look at the girl beside her and was startled. She bore a striking resemblance to Chiu Shuk-chan, a Hong Kong actress. In 1993, she starred as Xiao Zhao in the film adaptation of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, which I had watched countless times as a child. I had always admired her, and the news of her marriage last year had left me feeling somewhat disheartened. To see someone resembling her in person was undeniably exhilarating. "What do you mean I bullied her? Are you out of your mind? Did I hit her? You just slapped me out of nowhere." Dalaba seemed genuinely furious, his expletives flowing freely. The girl resembling Chiu Shuk-chun furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Dalaba before timidly saying, "I think there has been a mistake. It wasn't him." At that moment, I found the situation both amusing and perplexing. It turned out Dalaba was wrongly accused and had taken an undeserved beating. The tall girl's expression shifted to one of discomfort. She awkwardly chuckled and inquired if the other girl was certain she had made a mistake. The girl glanced back at Dalaba and nodded, apologizing profusely for the error. Dalaba, emboldened by the fact that he was in the right, insisted that the slap could not go unanswered and demanded retribution. Initially, the tall girl maintained a polite demeanor, offering her apologies, but as Dalaba continued to press, her patience wore thin. She questioned, "What do you want from us?" We apologized. "What more do you expect? Are you really going to hit us?" She added, "You're a guy. Don't you have any shame hitting girls?" Had it not been for the girl's resemblance to Chiu Shuk-chan, I would have likely remained an onlooker. However, with her presence, I felt compelled to mediate. I addressed the two girls, saying, "Here's the thing. It's indeed inappropriate for a man to hit a woman. However, you were in the wrong initially by slapping him without provocation. Anyone would be upset in his situation. How about this? Why don't you compensate him a bit? My friend is reasonable. A little money will smooth things over." Despite Dalaba's boisterous demeanor, I doubted he had the courage to retaliate physically. It was unnecessary to continue this standoff, especially if those girls decided to summon some boys for backup. I provided him an avenue to de-escalate, and he followed suit. He agreed to the compensation but extended his palm, demanding 50 yuan. The tall girl found the amount excessive, insisting they could only offer 20. Dalabia, Owever, would not budge, pointing to a nearby police station and suggesting they could resolve the matter there. Ultimately, it was the girl resembling Chiyu Shukchun who sought to quell the situation, conceding to 50 yuan. However, after rummaging through their belongings, they could only muster 40. Unwilling to compromise, Dalaba insisted on the full amount. With no other options, the girl resembling Chiyu Shukchun proposed, "How about this? You take the 40 now, and I'll bring you the remaining 10 after school." She asked for our school name and class, which Dalaba hesitated to disclose, fearing retaliation. I ultimately revealed our details, inquiring about her name and school. She introduced herself as Leah, a student at Jiuzhong, an ordinary middle school located in a less desirable area, often looked down upon by students from other schools. I was taken aback. It was hard to believe such a beauty could emerge from Jiuzhong. After the two of them departed, the loudspeaker gleefully examined the 40 yuan, expressing immense joy and remarking that enduring 2 slaps for such a sum was a stroke of good fortune, one that he hoped would occur more frequently in the future. As for whether Leah would bring us money in the afternoon, both of us deemed it rather unlikely. After all, who would be so foolish? Nevertheless, having 40 yuan was still quite satisfactory. I had initially thought that the loudspeaker would treat me to some computer time, but he proved to be rather stingy, insisting that we each pay for our internet fees and merely buy me a bottle of soda. When I arrived at school in the afternoon, anxiety began to creep in, as I had yet to receive a call from Su Xiaoi. If she left school with Fu Hao, it would likely render me unable to contact her that evening, wasting an entire day. Thus, I sought opportunities to catch her attention. When our eyes met, I playfully blinked to signal that I had something to discuss, hoping she might create an opportunity, yet her response was rather muted, which only heightened my concern. After school, Su Xiaoi indeed departed with Fu Hao, leaving me to ponder my next move. I figured I would have to chance upon her at her residential complex again. If she did not come down to take out the trash, my chances would be utterly dashed. To my surprise, as I reached the school gate, I spotted Su Xiaoi and Fu Hao being intercepted by Zhang Qimei. It appeared that Zhang Qimei asked Fu Hao to head home first, claiming there was an evening event with Su Xiaoi that was inconvenient for him to attend. Fu Hao jokingly remarked that she was not introducing Su Xiaoi to a new suitor without his knowledge, to which Zhang Qimei responded with a thumbs up, affirming his suspicion and teasing that the new beau was far handsomer than he, lest Fu Hao feel inferior. Seeing Fu Hao depart, I seized the moment and intentionally approached Zhang Qimei, hoping she would invite me to join them or at least allow me to chat with Su Xiaoi, just to secure her contact information. Unexpectedly, upon noticing me, Zhang Qimei directly summoned me to her side, instructing me to accompany them. When I inquired about our destination, she simply stated it was nothing special, just a meal and some conversation. I found it rather puzzling. If it was merely dinner and chit-chat, why exclude Fu Hao? Did Zhang Qimei harbor disdain for him? Regardless, I was eager to join them, so I harbored no objections. Soon, Zhang Qimei hailed a taxi for us, and as we approached the vehicle, Su Xiaoi questioned her about our destination, wondering if we were genuinely just going to eat, and if someone was celebrating a birthday. Zhang Qimei dismissed her queries, saying that we would find out upon arrival. For reasons unknown, I sensed that there was more at play than a simple meal. As I reached the taxi, ready to board, a bicycle suddenly halted in front of me, and a girl shouted for me to wait. I glanced up to discover it was Leah, the girl resembling Chiyu Shukchen from earlier. After securing her bicycle, she hurried over, breathless, and handed me 10 yuan, stating that she feared she would miss me, and that this was the remaining 10 yuan she owed. I was taken aback by her genuine effort to deliver the money, noting her flushed face and perspiration, indicating a rushed journey. I was torn between finding her foolish or commendably sincere. Had circumstances been different, I would have liked to chat with her further. But I could only accept the money and assure her I would pass it on to my classmate before getting into the taxi. Once inside, Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi stared at Liya for quite some time, with Zhang Qimei inquiring about who she was and teasing that I had ensnared yet another girl. Her tone was peculiar, and the emphasis on again was drawn out. I chuckled and asked her what she meant by that, insisting I had never wooed anyone before. Zhang Qimei merely laughed and cryptically remarked that I surely knew if I had. Her words startled me, igniting a sense of panic. Did she suspect something? Who had I courted? Aside from Su Xiaoyi, there was no one else, was there? Could she be referring to Su Xiaoyi? I glanced at her, and our eyes met, but she appeared oblivious to Zhang Qimei's odd demeanor, continuing to inquire about the girl who had given me money, fearing that Su Xiaoyi might become jealous. I quickly explained the events of the afternoon. As I recounted the story, I internally mocked myself, questioning the need to clarify, as Su Xiaoyi certainly wouldn't envy me. Su Xiaoyi commented on Liya's foolishness for running to deliver money, to which I countered that it was a matter of integrity. She insisted it was simply foolishness. As we exchanged banter, I noticed Zhang Qimei remained unusually silent, leaving me curious about her demeanor. To lighten the mood, I asked them if they thought Liya resembled Qiu Shukchen, to which Su Xiaoyi conceded there was a resemblance, while Zhang Qimei claimed she hadn't seen closely enough to form an opinion. Zhang Qimei led us to a small restaurant, guiding us into a private room. Su Xiaoyi questioned her about treating us to dinner, wondering why we were at a restaurant, and if there was a special occasion she had forgotten. I speculated that there must be someone else waiting for us inside. Sure enough, as we entered, I spotted none other than Tang Bingbing. Yet I realized I had only guessed half correctly. She was not waiting for us, as her surprised expression suggested otherwise. She furrowed her brow at Zhang Qimei, demanding to know why she had summoned us, as if Zhang had overstepped a boundary. Before Tang Bingbing could finish her thought, Zhang Qimei interrupted, claiming she simply wanted to treat us to a meal, urging her not to be anxious. Their subtle exchange hinted at unspoken communication. As we settled in, the server approached for our order. Zhang Qimei casually requested several dishes and a beer, indicating that alcohol was on the agenda for the evening. When she filled Su Xiaoyi's glass, Su Xiaoyi expressed discomfort, urging Zhang Qimei to speak directly about the matter at hand, rather than creating an air of mystery. Just as Zhang Qimei began to respond, Tang Bingbing placed a hand on her arm, shaking her head in a silent plea for restraint. After a brief pause, Zhang Qimei forced a smile and insisted that there was nothing amiss, merely a desire to share a meal together, urging us not to read too much into it. As she spoke, she downed her drink in one go, and we naturally followed suit, except for Tang Bingbing, who merely took a small sip. At that moment, my suspicions were further confirmed. The reason for our invitation today was indeed Tang Bingbing. Once the drinks were finished, silence enveloped us, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. After a couple of minutes of this uncomfortable standoff, Su Xiaoyi could no longer contain herself. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Zhang Qimei. What exactly is the matter? Just say it directly and stop this nonsense. This ISNT like you to be so indecisive. Zhang Qimei let out a cold laugh and replied, fine. I initially promised Tang Bingbing that I wouldn't speak about this, but keeping it to myself is even more distressing. Just as Zhang Qimei began to divulge more, Tang Bingbing quickly interjected with a quivering voice. Enough. If you say anything, how are we supposed to get along afterward? To my astonishment, Zhang Qimei raised her voice at Tang Bingbing, commanding, be quiet and sit still, crying all the time. Can't you show a bit of maturity? Then she turned back to Su Xiaoyi. You know that Bingbing has feelings for Cao Xiaobing, right? Su Xiaoyi nodded, confirming head of oddness. I felt a surge of anxiety. I was fine since I had no feeling for Tang Bingbing and was currently single, but I feared Zhang Qimei might say something hurtful to Su Xiaoyi. I recalled her warning that if this situation jeopardized their friendships, she would sever ties with me. During our visit to Bingbing's home for the new year, I remembered asking her if she was knitting a sweater for Cao Xiaobing. She remained silent, which I took as an affirmation. You know about the sweater, don't you? Zhang Qimei pressed on. I was taken aback, unaware of the knitting situation, and glanced at Tang Bingbing, who was also looking at me, seemingly regretting the trouble she had caused. She quickly averted her gaze. Yes. Bingbing had nearly finished the sweater, intending to gift it to Cao Xiaobing before the weather turned hot and perhaps rekindle their relationship. However, Zhang Qimei paused ominously and continued. But you've ruined everything. Last night, you and Qiao Xiaobing were at karaoke, and you two kissed, weren't you? Don't deny it. Her tone was increasingly menacing. Although I had already guessed the reason for Zhang Qimei gathering us, hearing it articulated sent a wave of panic through me. I could not maintain my composure, and my mind went blank. Everything was falling apart. My friendship with Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing seemed doomed, and with Su Xiaoyi, I feared we would become estranged. If this information leaked and Fu Hao found out, I would be finished. To the casual observer, Su Xiaoyi appeared calm, but I suspected she was struggling internally just like I was. She honestly admitted to having kissed me. Zhang Qimei lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled, saying, "Our sisterhood doesn't need any further elaboration. I acknowledge that I am closer to Bingbing. We've known each other since childhood and are practically relatives. But you two have never been insincere with each other, right? Did you even consider Bingbing in your actions? Where does she fit into this?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened, revealing her struggle to contain her emotions. Tang Bingbing at that moment began to cry. Truthfully, I felt a twinge of annoyance. It was her fault for having feelings for me. Why couldn't she like someone else? I had already rejected her, yet she persisted. If it weren't for her, this mess wouldn't have happened. But upon reflection, I realized I couldn't blame her. I was the one who had acted recklessly. Su Xiaoyi, feeling guilty, fell silent, lowering her head and nervously fidgeting with her clothing. I could understand Qiao Xiaobing's actions. He was single and didn't care for Bingbing, but was interested in Su Xiaoyi. However, I struggled to comprehend Su Xiaoyi's behavior. She was in a relationship with Fu Hao, so why was she getting involved with Qiao Xiaobing? Was it because he was particularly handsome? Was he her type? Or was she trying to prove to Bingbing that she could attract someone whom Bingbing desired? Zhang Qimei continued, her words devoid of profanity, but nonetheless impactful. Su Xiaoyi's eyes began to glisten with tears, yet she fought to hold them back. Zhang Qimei's comment about Qiao Xiaobing's looks seemed to imply that I was unattractive, suggesting that Su Xiaoyi had made a poor choice in me, which left me feeling uncomfortable. Seeing Su Xiaoyi cry softened my heart slightly, prompting me to explain, "Don't blame her. I bear much of the responsibility for this situation." When I dropped out of school, she approached me, knowing I had feelings for her. She promised that if I returned to school and studied hard, she would date me for a week, not because she wanted to lead me on, but to fulfill her promise. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at me. I shouldn't have allowed her to keep that promise. It was selfish of me, and it harmed her. Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing were unaware of this context. Upon hearing my revelation, Zhang Qimei appeared momentarily stunned and asked if I was lying. I replied, "If I'm lying, may a vehicle run me over." Zhang Qimei furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment. I had hoped that knowing the truth would ease her emotions. But she turned her ire back towards Su Xiaoyi, questioning, "Why did you make a bet with him? Couldn't you have wagered something else? Why did it have to be about dating him? Didn't you think about what would happen if he won? You were still with Fu Hao at the time, weren't you? Did you consider him at all? I'm truly baffled by your choices. Why do you love to play games like this?" After saying this, Zhang Qimei muttered to herself, "I see it as nothing but promiscuity. It's in her nature. You can't change a dog's instinct to eat feces." This betting was merely an excuse. Her words were rather harsh, and Su Xiaoyi's expression soured. She opened her mouth slightly, hesitating to respond. I urged Zhang Qimei to stop, insisting that we had clarified the matter and that further discussion was pointless. Zhang Qimei shot me a glare, retorting, "You're being foolish. Why are you still considering her feelings at a time like this? I thought you were focused on studying after returning to school and had no time for us. But it seems it was all for her. Why don't you think about whether this is worth it? Do you believe she will actually develop feelings for you? What can a week of dating achieve? At most, it's just holding hands and a kiss. Do you really think a week of dating leads to anything more? It's absurd. You're actually harming her, don't you see? You're neglecting what you should cherish and instead pursuing someone who is nothing but trouble." I could no longer bear to listen and decided I didn't want to stay there any longer. I interjected, "All right, enough. This is between me and her. And we haven't affected you, have we? A few remarks are sufficient. It's pointless to continue." With that, I reached out to touch Su Xiaoyi, signaling her to leave with me. However, she shrugged off my arm, retorting, "You go ahead. We sisters need to have a proper talk." I certainly couldn't leave. I was concerned about what Zhang Qimei would say to Su Xiaoyi and feared that if we didn't resolve this issue today, we might lose our friendship altogether. At this moment, Tang Bingbing, sitting nearby, wiped her tears and, sobbing, urged Zhang Qimei to be quiet for a while. She could no longer cry. Her eyes were in great pain. Zhang Qimei, perhaps moved by Tang Bingbing's distress or simply fatigued from speaking, ceased her tirade. Instead, she poured 3 consecutive glasses of wine, downing each one in a single gulp. The waiter had just brought the dishes, yet no one touched their chopsticks, and the room fell into a heavy silence. It was initially assumed that the flames of conflict had been extinguished, and that everyone would calm down to discuss their future relations amicably. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Qimei unleashed another barrage at Su Xiaoyi, dredging up old grievances. She remarked, "Back when you were with Wang Yang, you were entangled with that Song Hang. I warned you not to flirt around, after all. We're young ladies and must be mindful of our reputations. We even quarreled about this. And look at you now, cozying up to someone right beside you. No less a person long admired by a good friend. How impressive." Su Xiaoyi, possibly weary of the accusations, retorted, "Enough already. What happened last night was just too much wine. I was a bit hazy. Do you think I wanted to be in that situation?" This was her way of providing an excuse for herself, sparing her from further embarrassment. Zhang Qimei, with a cold laugh, lifted her glass, scrutinizing its contents, and scornfully said, "This drink is indeed a fine thing. Go on, have a few more. Let us see if you can still manage to argue with Qiao Xiaobing later. I truly don't wish to berate you, but is this merely about last night? What about your week-long romance?" Zhang Qimei continued, "I genuinely feel sorry for Bingbing. How could you associate with someone like you?" This was the tipping point for Su Xiaoyi. She sprang to her feet, declaring, "So what if I'm shameless? I'm flirtatious, I love to tease. What is it to you? If you don't want to be my sister, then don't. I didn't beg you to be my sister. Whoever wants to leave, just go." With that, Zhang Qimei flung her drink, splattering Su Xiaoyi's face, and shouted, "Get lost. Only a whore would want to be your sister. I must have been blind to maintain this friendship. It's over, finished." Su Xiaoyi, not one to back down, retaliated by throwing her drink back at Zhang Qimei, and soon they were embroiled in an all-out brawl. The room descended into chaos, and I rushed to intervene, thinking how could such a pleasant gathering devolve into such a disgraceful scene? Will we truly be unable to remain friends? It seemed that indulging in guilt would bear dire consequences. Had I known, I would have prevented Su Xiaoyi from fulfilling her promise or waited until she had ended things with Fu Hao. Tang Bingbing, who had nearly stopped crying, was now weeping again, which only added to my frustration. I decided to push Zhang Qimei aside and pulled Su Xiaoyi towards the exit, exclaiming, "Enough. Let us just leave." Zhang Qimei continued to hurl insults from behind, threatening to inform Fu Hao about the incident, questioning how we could face anyone at school. At that moment, Su Xiaoyi burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. It must be noted, when she smiles, she is enchanting. When angry, she is captivating. When pouting, she is delightful. But when she cries, it is a wretched sight, utterly unappealing. Once outside the restaurant, I released her, but she immediately attempted to hail a taxi, seemingly intent on leaving. I hurriedly caught up to her, inquiring if she was all right. While crying, she berated me, "It's all your fault. You insisted on causing a scene last night. And now look what has happened. We can't be sisters anymore. I'm telling you, let us just end this friendship." As she finished speaking, a taxi halted nearby. Su Xiaoyi attempted to enter, but I held her back, instructing the driver to leave. He cursed at us and sped away. Su Xiaoyi confronted me, asking why I wouldn't let her go. I replied, "I don't want you to leave. I want to talk things through first." She shot back, "There's nothing left to say. It's over." I felt a surge of urgency. This wasn't what I wanted. You can't blame Tang Bingbing. If she hadn't said anything, none of this would have happened. Su Xiaoyi, half smirking, countered, "You think this is Tang Bingbing's fault? It's our fault. Do you understand? We acted dishonorably. I deserve to be splashed with wine and insulted. It's my own doing. You can go wherever you please. We can never be friends again. Accept that reality. It's not that I don't want to. It's impossible." With that, she shook me off and headed toward her home. I followed, feeling an intense unwillingness to accept this outcome. Just moments ago, we were joking and bantering, and now I was to become a stranger to her. I couldn't fathom this. Only 2 days had passed since our week-long romantic agreement began, and I found it impossible to accept. While I lamented the lost week, I primarily wished to maintain some semblance of friendship, just a casual hello when we crossed paths in class. I pleaded, even if we made mistakes, we can change. Why must this end so bitterly? Su Xiaoyi shot back. Do you think I wanted this? I didn't wish for it. Let me be clear. I want to end this. I refuse to become someone I despise. I've lost my sisterhood due to you, and I want to sacrifice my dignity and integrity. Don't drag me down with you. I apologize for not achieving the week-long agreement. Sorry, but this is where it ends. Please, just leave me be. Her words pierced my heart. I recognized her resolve. Our relationship was truly beyond repair. The more I thought about it, the colder I felt. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to accept this conclusion. I humbly continued to implore her. What if you're still with Fu Hao? I'll agree to cut ties, but if you break up, hypothetically speaking, perhaps we could. Before I could finish, she raised her hand, signaling me to stop. In a pleading tone, she insisted, I beg you, don't bother me anymore. Let's just end this. Don't let me grow to resent you. Let us part on decent terms. I don't harbor any feelings for you. It was merely a game. I worry you might become too attached and find it hard to escape. Consider this incident a chance for both of us. Let us leave it at that. With that, she turned and walked away. This time, I didn't chase after her, but instead watched as she hailed another taxi and vanished down the street. In that moment, I realized it was truly over between Su Xiaoyi and me. Even friendship was no longer an option. A wave of sorrow washed over me, and tears that I could not contain began to flow. Feeling despondent, I later sought solace in alcohol, hoping to drown my sorrows, but it only deepened my despair. I realized that this predicament was of my own making. Everything in this world has consequences. When one commits a wrongful act, they must face the repercussions, which cannot be escaped. However, from another perspective, this might also be a fortuitous event for both me and Su Xiaoyi. Upon returning home that day, I lay on my bed, lost in contemplation for quite some time. The mere thought of the fleeting moments we had shared recently pierced my heart with unbearable pain. If fate were to grant me another opportunity, I would undoubtedly refrain from choosing to be her companion for that week. The sweetness of that moment was ephemeral, yet the anguish I now endure remains uncertain in its duration. Having indulged excessively in alcohol that day, I awoke the next morning to find it was already 11 o'clock. I contemplated skipping school, though I pondered how Bai Lu would perceive my absence. She would likely be disappointed, especially after having praised me just days prior. As for my future plans, I ruminated for an extended period but could not gather a single thread of clarity. I realized that my diligent studies had previously been motivated entirely by Su Xiaoyi. Her presence fueled my determination and invigorated my spirit. But now, I questioned the necessity of continuing my studies. What value lay in achieving the highest marks in class or year if my very essence had crumbled? Once the foundation of one's aspirations falters, the individual often follows suit. I sensed a troubling inclination towards self-destruction, potentially transforming into a troublesome youth. Having spent the entire day away from school, my negative emotions seemed to stabilize. The following morning, after much deliberation, I made the decision to attend school. On one hand, I did not wish to abandon the academic achievements I had worked so hard for. On the other hand, I confess it was still due to Su Xiaoyi. Although friendship seemed out of reach, I felt that merely being able to see her each day provided a semblance of comfort, a transitional phase that spared me from excessive distress. Upon arriving at school and encountering Su Xiaoyi, she merely cast a fleeting glance my way. From her expression, I sensed an unmistakable indifference. It appeared she had resolutely decided to sever ties with me. Her overall demeanor seemed somewhat wan, likely indicative of restless nights over the past few days. During our exercise break on the playground, a classmate approached me with a smile, inquiring about my absence the previous day. I replied that nothing was amiss, but he scoffed, insisting there must have been a reason. He then recounted seeing me, Zhang Qimei, and Su Xiaoyi share a taxi on the day prior, curious about our whereabouts. At the mention of this, I recalled that Leah had given me 10 yuan during the taxi ride. I retrieved the money and handed it to my classmate, explaining that it was from her to be given to him. He hesitated for a moment before accepting the money, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. With an awkward chuckle, he admitted he hadn't paid much attention to her at the time. He then shifted to more gossip, probing about our activities that day. I curtly replied that it was none of his concern and that he should refrain from prying further. Initially, I did not think much of it, but later, after completing our exercises, I visited the restroom. Upon exiting, I noticed my classmate and Fu Hao engaged in a hushed conversation in a corner of the teaching building, devoid of any other presence. Their furtive demeanor suggested they were discussing something dubious. I contemplated the possibility that my classmate, now mingling with Fu Hao, might gradually change as well. Unexpectedly, after school that day, Fu Hao summoned me, claiming he had something to discuss. This encounter filled me with trepidation. I wondered whether he had discovered my connection with Su Xiaoyi. Had Zhang Qimei divulged our secret? Yet upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Although Zhang Qimei had threatened to inform Fu Hao about our situation, I was confident she would remain discreet. As for Tang Bingbing, she would only confide in Zhang Qimei, leaving Fu Hao oblivious. When Su Xiaoyi finished packing her belongings, she glanced in my direction, but it was a fleeting look before she departed without exchanging a word with Fu Hao. Once the classroom had emptied somewhat, Fu Hao confronted me. Where did you, Zhang Qimei, and Su Xiaoyi go that day? Why were you both absent from school yesterday? Your demeanor today is rather off. I need you to speak honestly. What's going on between you two? It was then that I realized Su Xiaoyi had also been absent the previous day. The simultaneous absence of both of us, coupled with our current disheveled appearance, was indeed suspicious, thus explaining Fu Hao's inquisitiveness. As to how he knew we had shared a taxi, I suspected someone else must have informed him. Suddenly, I recall my classmate's earlier inquiry. Could it be that he had revealed our whereabouts to Fu Hao? As I pondered this, anger bubbled within me. My classmate was attempting to betray my trust. I was acutely aware that Fu Hao remained unaware of my connection with Su Xiaoyi, so I felt no immediate panic. You won't go asking Su Xiaoyi about this, will you? Why should I divulge anything to you? Fu Hao seemed infuriated, his jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheeks twitching. He threatened, listen, I believe you're an intelligent individual. You're likely aware of the dynamics in our class and year. You know who holds the power, right? I will be candid with you. Soon, I intend to confront Ding Chun and his group. Once I prevail, I will be the one calling the shots in this school. If you continue to oppose me, consider what your life will be like then. I hope you choose wisely. Don't waste my time with your ramblings. Your failures are your own concern. Should you choose to make my life difficult, I will not back down. Everyone has their own limits. I fear no one. With that, I pushed past him and made my way outside. He shouted a few curses after me, warning me not to give him any leverage, lest he ruin me. Once outside the classroom, a sense of dread washed over me. My fear was not of Fu Hao, but rather of him discovering my relationship with Su Xiaoyi, as he was her legitimate partner. If this secret were to come to light, what could I possibly say to defend myself? How will my classmates and others at school perceive me? Moreover, the fact that Fu Hao had already begun to suspect something between Su Xiaoyi and me was alarming. I realized that, currently, only Su Xiaoyi, Zhang Qimei, Tang Bingbing, and I were aware of the situation. I knew Su Xiaoyi would not be foolish enough to disclose anything, and Zhang Qimei was not that type either. As for Tang Bingbing, I doubted she would either. As long as we remained silent, no one else could possibly know. With that thought, I felt a sense of relief. Ironically, as I exited the school gates, I encountered my classmate, who had yet to leave. He was standing there, smoking with two other boys from our class. Upon seeing him, a wave of fury surged within me. I had regarded him as a friend, yet he was conspiring with Fu Hao against me. The more I thought about it, combined with my already tumultuous emotions, I hastily approached him and delivered a swift kick to his lower back. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground. When he looked up and realized I was the one who had struck him, he erupted with anger, shouting, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you kick me?" The two boys beside him approached, puzzled and irritated, demanding to know why I had assaulted him. I pointed at them, stating, "This is none of your business. Stay out of it." They both claimed that the loudspeaker belonged to their iron blood hall, and I retaliated against them. Yet nothing seemed to work. I questioned them. "What will you do about it? Are you coming after me? If so, let us settle this right here." It was evident that both of them were rather cowardly. They exchanged glances but did not make a move. Indeed, those who associate with a timid figure like the loudspeaker are likely to be rather meek themselves. I surmised they would not dare to confront me. I then pointed at the loudspeaker and exclaimed, "Do you not understand why I kicked you? We have been classmates for 2 years. Haven't you grasped how I've treated you? Now you act all tough, conspiring against me with others. Did you not see me leaving with Zhang Qimei and the others the other afternoon after school? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Upon hearing my words, the loudspeaker seemed to grasp the situation. His gaze faltered, avoiding direct eye contact with me. However, perhaps still irked by my kick, he continued, "Yes. It was him who told me to ask you, so what? I was merely inquiring. Have I harmed you or struck you? Can you not speak to me civilly? You just came up and kicked me. Do you not care about your own dignity? I am a member of the Iron Blood Hall now. Couldn't you afford me a little respect? How am I supposed to navigate my social life in class after this? I found it somewhat ridiculous that he was concerned about such trivial matters at this point. I replied, to hell with your iron blood hall. You think it makes you impressive? Listen well, no matter where you end up, if you continue to conspire against me, I will not let this go. With that, I turned to leave. The loudspeaker shouted after me, do not get too cocky. Do you really think you can take on everyone by yourself? You simply do not know how to navigate social situations, and you will inevitably offend many people. You will regret it. I chose not to engage further. After all, he was once considered a friend, and I did not want to create a spectacle for others to gawk at. Besides, there was some truth to the loudspeaker's words. I indeed struggled with social interactions. Otherwise, I would not be friendless in school. During lunch that day, I pondered deeply. Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing's friendship was severed. Su Xiaoyi's friendship had also fizzled out, and now there were issues with the loudspeaker. What was the point of attending school? I was once again plagued by thoughts of dropping out. That afternoon, upon arriving at school, I noticed Su Xiaoyi had changed her seat and moved closer to the front. At first, Fu Hao was oblivious, but when he entered the classroom and discovered it, he erupted into an argument with Su Xiaoyi. She insisted she had come to a realization and wanted to focus on her studies to secure a place in a good high school. Hence her decision to sit closer to the front for better concentration. Fu Hao, however, doubted her academic inclinations, repeatedly questioning her sudden interest in studying. Suspecting that something must have prompted this change, likely linked to me. During their quarrel, he glanced in my direction several times, ultimately asking Su Xiaoyi, does this have anything to do with that guy named Chao? He studied hard last semester, and now you want to do the same? What's going on? Can you not clarify this for me? Su Xiaoyi shot back at Fu Hao, what do you mean? Just because others can study well, I cannot? I want to study hard and aim for a good high school. I refuse to let myself be ruined. Do you understand? If you truly care for me, grant me some space to study. If you wish to hinder me, then go ahead. At this point, Fu Hao was left speechless, merely pointing a finger at Su Xiaoyi before retreating to his seat. As class was about to commence, the loudspeaker entered the classroom, glaring at me viciously before striding towards Fu Hao. I assumed he intended to report me, but halfway through, he turned back toward his seat, surprising me. I had misjudged him. I thought he was cowardly, yet perhaps he was not as bad as I had believed. After Su Xiaoyi decided to focus on her studies. She was particularly diligent that afternoon, engaging in no idle chatter. Even during breaks, she was absorbed in her work. I mused that if she maintained this momentum, she and Fu Hao would inevitably drift apart, ultimately leading to their breakup. Once that occurred, I could approach Su Xiaoyi for friendship without complications. Simultaneously, I realized I needed to apply myself as well. Having achieved my current academic standing, I could not afford to falter. If both Su Xiaoyi and I managed to gain admission to a prestigious high school simultaneously, there might still be hope for us. With this thought, I picked up my books and immersed myself in study. That afternoon, we had a class with our homeroom teacher, Bai Lu. Upon entering the classroom, Bai Lu reprimanded both Su Xiaoyi and me for skipping class the previous day. She focused her criticism primarily on me, stating that I had shown improvement but was now showing signs of regression. She urged me to reflect on the reasons I had worked so hard to study last semester, warning me not to squander my efforts. With only half a year left before entering the third year of middle school, it would be a shame to let my previous hard work go to waste. As I had already committed to studying diligently, I assured Bai Lu that my absence was due to urgent matters, and I would continue to study hard, even doubling my efforts. Bai Lu smiled approvingly at my response. After school that day, as I was about to leave, Fu Hao called out to me, asking me to wait. When I inquired what was wrong, he smiled and said, "You hit one of our Iron Blood Hall members, didn't you?" At that moment, the loudspeaker was nearby. I glanced at him and replied, "Yes, I did." "What about it?" The loudspeaker, perhaps fearing I would think he had snitched, quickly added, "It wasn't Timmy who said anything. It was someone else. Don't blame me." I knew it wasn't he, the loudspeaker, who had informed Fu Hao, as he had remained within my sight all afternoon and had not approached Fu Hao. It must have been someone else. The classroom was still crowded, and since Su Xiaoyi had not left yet, Fu Hao did not elaborate, merely asking me to wait until there were fewer people before settling the score. He likely feared Su Xiaoyi would intervene, though he was overthinking it. Given the current state of affairs between us, she would certainly not intervene if she knew I was about to be confronted. Indeed, as Su Xiaoyi left, she cast a glance at both Fu Hao and me, her demeanor still cold, before exiting. After she departed the classroom, Fu Hao led a group towards me, surrounding me. He first called the loudspeaker over, putting an arm around his shoulder and asking if I had indeed hit him. The loudspeaker glanced at me before nodding. Fu Hao then addressed me. In our Iron Blood Hall, there is a rule. If one of us is bullied, the rest must step in to help. We have just established the Iron Blood Hall. We cannot let you violate our principles right from the start. You struck one of our members. How do you propose we resolve this? I understood this meant a confrontation was inevitable. Are you implying we are to fight? If so, let us not drag this out. I replied. Fu Hao acknowledged my bravado, but wanted to ensure others did not perceive it as him leveraging numbers against me. He offered me a choice, a one-on-one fight or a group confrontation. If it were a one-on-one, we could step outside immediately. If it were a group fight, we would schedule a time and place for it. Initially, I considered the group confrontation, believing that with my friends, I might have a chance against them. After all, they had been in the game for years and had numerous allies. Summoning a few to face the Iron Blood Hall should be manageable. However, upon reflection, I realized this conflict had originated between me and the loudspeaker. If it escalated to a larger brawl, it would irrevocably sever any remaining ties with him, which I did not wish to see happen. Thus, I ultimately opted for a one-on-one fight. Fu Hao suggested we step outside to settle it in the hallway. As he turned to leave, the loudspeaker suddenly seized him, saying, "Come on, we've been friends for a while now. If this time doesn't work out, let it be. If he bothers me again next time, I want to let him off the hook." It was commendable of the loudspeaker to speak up for me. In truth, if I were to confront Fu Hao without any weapon in hand, I would likely not prevail, especially considering the clandestine entanglement between Su Xiaoyi and myself, which left me feeling somewhat guilty in the face of Fu Hao. I initially thought Fu Hao would disregard the loudspeaker's words, but after contemplating for a moment, he replied, "All right, since my brother interceded, I will let you off this time. But next time, it won't be so easy. Take heed." The reason Fu Hao chose to spare me this time, I surmised, was partly due to his preoccupation with Ding Chun. He would undoubtedly prefer to avoid a confrontation with me while managing his issues with Ding Chun. Dealing with both simultaneously would be quite troublesome. As I walked out of the classroom, I overheard someone ask Fu Hao, "How go? Isn't your sister-in-law friends with this guy? Shouldn't she advise him?" She just walked away without a word, which seems rather odd. The sister-in-law referred to by this individual was Su Xiaoyi. His insinuation was that if Fu Hao were to confront me, Su Xiaoyi should have intervened, suggesting there might be troubles between us worth investigating. To be honest, this fellow was quite observant and analytical, but he erred in lacking discretion. With so many of Fu Hao's brothers around, his comments could lead to misunderstandings about my relationship with Su Xiaoyi, which would inevitably embarrass Fu Hao. As expected, Fu Hao scolded him harshly, saying, "Why should my girlfriend concern herself with his fate? What's wrong with that? Keep talking nonsense, and I won't hesitate to deal with you." I understood that Fu Hao's remarks were merely an attempt to regain some dignity. Nonetheless, he would likely reflect on that individual's words privately, especially since he had previously suspected something was amiss between me and Su Xiaoyi. It appeared that escaping this predicament would prove quite challenging. As I exited the teaching building and made my way towards the school gate, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. Turning around, I found Tang Bingbing behind me, awkwardly smiling as she handed me an envelope. "I'm truly sorry about yesterday. I know you want to talk to me now, so I wrote this letter for you. Please take a look." To be honest, I found her presence somewhat irritating at that moment, as the situation had escalated primarily due to her actions. I shook my head, declaring I wouldn't read it, and continued on my way. However, she was not disheartened and caught up with me, her tone pleading, "Please just take a look. If you don't, I'll feel so uneasy. What happened yesterday wasn't something I wanted. I told Zhang Qimei not to approach you, but she wouldn't listen. I'm really sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have said anything." As she spoke, her voice began to break, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. With so many people around, I thought it best to take the envelope from her and quicken my pace. On my way home, I seized a moment of solitude to open the letter, which turned out to be an apology. She expressed that the events of yesterday were entirely her fault for involving Zhang Qimei, which had soured all our relationships. She mentioned her intent to persuade Zhang Qimei to reconcile with Su Xiaoyi and hoped I wouldn't harbor resentment towards her. In the concluding lines, she claimed to have decided to let go of her feelings for me and would no longer have affection for me. Yet, I recognized the futility of her statement. One cannot simply cast aside deep feelings at will. She merely wished to provide me with some reassurance. Reflecting upon it, I felt a pang of sympathy for Tang Bingbing. who had suffered so much yet still cared for my well-being. Regrettably, I harbored no feelings for her. Human nature is often perplexing. One fails to appreciate those who show kindness while pursuing those who do not reciprocate. As for whether I could maintain a friendship with Tang Bingbing in the future, I believe that was not solely within my control. The primary factor was Zhang Qimei. If she could be swayed, our relationships would likely mend, but given the current circumstances, it appeared unlikely, especially since Zhang Qimei had clashed with Su Xiaoyi to the point of physical confrontation. Disputes among men can often be resolved easily, but women tend to hold grudges. It would be wise to allow some time for tempers to cool. The events of the past few days had been quite tumultuous. I had no intention of responding to Tang Bingbing's letter and promptly tore it into shreds, discarding it in the trash, unwilling to leave any evidence behind. Upon returning home, I found a new outfit laid out for me by my father, accompanied by a note instructing, "I'll pick you up at 7:30 for dinner. Aunt Huang wants to meet you. Put on the new clothes and look presentable. Be smart about what to say and what not to say." Aunt Huang was the woman my father was pursuing, which indicated their relationship had progressed. Though I was not keen on meeting her, my father had commanded me to do so. Having recently borrowed an old phone from her, I felt obliged to comply. Around 7:20, my father arrived in a borrowed car. After I got in, he scolded me. "What about your phone number? You never tell me when I ask. I have to leave you notes." Elite, saying I hadn't figured it out yet, intending to inform him later. I knew all too well that whenever he suddenly needed something from me, it was never a good sign. My father took me to a restaurant where Aunt Huang was already waiting. She seemed significantly older than my father, resembling an older sister with a younger brother dynamic. Upon seeing me, she greeted me warmly, offering me a seat and pouring me water. Whether her politeness was genuine or merely a facade remained to be seen. Just as we were about to enjoy our meal, a group of customers ascended the stairs, and my heart sank in recognition. It was none other than Shin Yizhu and my stepmother, or rather, my previous stepmother. Besides them were two men, one middle-aged and the other a young boy who appeared to be a year or two younger than me. They bore a resemblance, suggesting a father-son relationship. I pondered the nature of the connection between my stepmother and the middle-aged man. Could he possibly be her new partner? Observing Shin Yizhu, I noted her demeanor was amiable as she conversed with the young boy, even smiling, indicating she did not harbor any dislike for him. If these two families were indeed merging, it would be quite ironic given her previous attitude towards me. As the restaurant was bustling, there were few vacant tables. After my stepmother and her companions settled nearby, they initially overlooked us. However, within a minute, Shin Yizhu glanced in my direction, locking eyes with me. Her expression shifted, and she nudged my stepmother, prompting her to look our way. The stepmother glanced back at us, then stood up and suggested that we change restaurant for dinner. At that moment, Shin Yizhu was reluctant, exclaiming, "Why should we leave? If anyone should go, it should be them." The father and son nearby were puzzled by the situation and questioned the stepmother about her abrupt decision to leave. The stepmother, seeking trouble, offered a vague excuse, claiming she had seen someone here who disgusted her, rendering her unable to eat. While speaking, she cast a glance in our direction, clearly intending for us to hear her words. As for my father, he had noticed the stepmother and her companion, but seemed disinclined to escalate the situation, likely wanting to leave a good impression on Aunt Huang. However, her remark provoked him, prompting him to shout back, "I find you repulsive too. Have you already switched to another pretty boy so soon? What happened to the last one? Did it not work out? With your personality, not many can tolerate you." Upon hearing my father's words, the stepmother remained silent, but Shin Yizhu was quick to retaliate. The middle-aged man, insulted by my father's comment, approached him to confront him. My father stood up, pushing against him, and soon the two were engaged in a brawl right there in the restaurant. It was amusing, considering my father, a seasoned rogue, had no qualms about tussling with such a well-groomed man. Yet, I was taken aback when the young boy, witnessing his father's plight, charged at my father in defense, exuding an unexpected bravado for his age. Although I typically refrained from involving myself in my father's disputes, I could not allow this child to intervene. I quickly stood up to block the boy's path and stated, "This is adult business. You shouldn't interfere." Just as I uttered those words, the boy leaped forward, standing in front of me. He seized my right sleeve with one hand and my collar with the other, then swiftly spun around, pressing his back against my chest. Before I could comprehend his intentions, he bent down, thrusting his backside against me while pulling my arm downward with force. I was unexpectedly flipped over, landing harshly on my back. This maneuver resembled a shoulder throw, suggesting he had some martial training. Though I was frustrated by the humiliation of being thrown, I felt a significant loss of confidence. As I rose to my feet, he provocatively beckoned me with a finger, clearly underestimating me and challenging me. As a man, I knew I couldn't back down, even if it meant enduring a beating. I lunged at him, cautious of his potential to throw me again. So instead of throwing a punch, I attempted to kick him. However, he swiftly caught my leg and swept my ankle, causing me to lose my balance and fall again, this time striking the back of my head on the ground, which was quite painful. Having been thrown twice, my confidence had entirely evaporated. It seemed I had encountered someone truly skilled, far beyond my own capabilities. I realized that unarmed combat was futile and I needed a weapon. Scanning the surroundings, I saw only a nearby stool. At that moment, several waitstaff rushed over, separating my father and the middle-aged man, while also keeping me apart from the boy. Feeling disheartened and with others pulling me away, I contemplated letting it go, fearing further embarrassment. My father continued to hurl insults, demanding to know the man's background, while the man busied himself straightening his clothes, ignoring my father. The stepmother, however, shouted at my father, "Do you think everyone is like you, a thug? That man works at the city government. Just wait, you'll regret it." With that, she led her group away. As they departed, Shuniju taunted me, saying how embarrassing it was that I couldn't even handle child. Indeed, it was quite humiliating. The boy was shorter than me, yet I'd been thrown around like that. If word got out, how could I ever show my face at school again? I speculated that the boy must have trained in martial arts. Otherwise, how could he have thrown me so effortlessly? This incident only strengthened my resolve to learn martial arts. Unfortunately, the current situation at home made it impossible to pursue lessons, as no one would cover the fees, and time was scarce. I vowed that someday, when the opportunity arose, I would certainly train and be prepared to defend myself with confidence. Speaking of Aunt Huang, she treated my father quite well. Despite the embarrassing scene he had caused with his stepmother, she remained unfazed, continually comforting him and inquiring if he had been hurt. It was surprising to see someone genuinely care for my father, a person known for his abrasive demeanor. I hoped he would appreciate Aunt Huang's kindness and not take it for granted. The following morning, a significant event unfolded at school, causing quite a stir. The Iron Blood Hall, led by Fu Hao, clashed with Ding Chen's 7 Little Tigers. With nearly 30 members armed with stools and other implements, they stormed the 3rd floor, targeting Ding Chen's class. Reports indicated that Ding Chen was cornered in the classroom, unable to move as they assaulted him, resulting in severe injuries. When the ambulance arrived, he was unresponsive, underscoring the brutality of the Iron Blood Hall's actions. I was taken aback by their ferocity and felt a twinge of fear. Had Fu Hao chosen to act against me the previous day, my fate could have mirrored Ding Chen's. Naturally, the school could not ignore such a violent incident. Fu Hao spent the entire day in the principal's office undergoing reprimands. I figured that given the severity of the situation, he would likely face expulsion, which would be a relief for me. To my surprise, however, by the last period of the day, Fu Hao returned to class. When someone inquired about the outcome, he casually remarked, "My parents came to the school and handled everything. It just cost a bit of money. Don't worry, I won to be expelled." He then glanced in my direction, adding, "Some people should be cautious. Next time, it might be you." His words were clearly directed at me. Later, I learned that Fu Hao's family was quite influential and wealthy. If he truly sought to make my life difficult, it would likely end poorly for me. Yet, as the saying goes, there are always greater forces at play. Fu Hao's connections might be formidable, but I was fortunate to know someone whose influence could easily counteract Fu Hao's family. Who was this person? That story is for another time. After the confrontation between Fu Hao and Ding Chen, the once formidable 7 Little Tigers swiftly crumbled into mere shadows of their former selves. With Ding Chen recovering in the hospital, the remaining members no longer dared to act defiantly at school, often avoiding encounters with members of the Iron Blood Hall. The dynamics within the school shifted dramatically, with Fu Hao asserting dominance and flaunting his newfound power. During this time, the Iron Blood Hall aggressively recruited new members, though their standards had become more stringent, seeking only the most robust individuals. I couldn't shake the feeling that this reckless pursuit would inevitably lead to trouble for him in the future. Meanwhile, the school authorities exerted pressure on him, conveying that although he would not be expelled, he must refrain from causing any further disturbances. Otherwise, no one would come to his aid. Under the weight of school scrutiny, He ceased engaging in fights, displaying a semblance of compliance for a while. As for his relationship with Su Xiaoyi, they continued to date. Initially, it was presumed that Su Xiaoyi would swiftly end her relationship with Fu Hao after the previous incident, yet she did not. Instead, she resolved to focus on her studies while maintaining their romance, as they still commuted to school together daily. Their relationship appeared to remain amicable. Conversely, the rift between Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi persisted, and I often overheard Fu Hao questioning Su Xiaoyi in class about the nature of her relationship with Zhang Qimei, wondering why they were no longer speaking and if there had been a conflict. Naturally, Su Xiaoyi could not divulge much, merely stating that it was a matter between girls and urging him not to pry further. During this period, the school tightened its oversight of Fu Hao, so despite his disdain for me, he refrained from causing any trouble, allowing me to enjoy a spell of tranquility. My primary focus was on academic pursuits, reminiscent of the latter half of the previous year. Regarding the boisterous individual, I must comment that with the rise of the Iron Blood Hall, he too began to strut about, frequently clustering with others at the school gate, a cigarette perpetually dangling from his lips, exuding the air of a small-time thug. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he was a formidable character. I often pondered whether this behavior would ultimately prove beneficial or detrimental for him. I sincerely hope he does not stray down the wrong path. Regrettably, I experienced a tinge of disappointment during this time as well, particularly concerning Su Xiaoyi's birthday. Many girls from our class showered her with gifts, and I yearned to wish her a happy birthday, yet I found myself bereft of opportunity. Even if I had one, I would not have dared to seize it. My admiration for her had not waned in the slightest. Rather, it deepened, likely due to the lingering memory of her stealing my first kiss, an experience that etched itself indelibly in my heart. Over time, this imprint only intensified my feelings for her. On the other hand, Tang Bingbing seemed to have completely moved on, as I later observed her growing close to a fair-skinned boy from her class. Several times after school, I witnessed them chatting animatedly at the school gate, their camaraderie suggesting a deepening bond. A few days before May Day, I encountered them on the street. The boy rode a bicycle with Tang Bingbing seated behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist, clearly indicating a budding romance. What does it feel like when someone who has harbored affection for you suddenly turns their attention to another? I suppose it elicits a sense of mild discontent, akin to possessing something that is suddenly given away. However, if someone were to inquire whether I regretted not being with her, my answer would be no. After all, disinterest is disinterest, and there is nothing to regret. Beyond my slight disappointment, I felt a sense of solace for her, for she had liberated herself from the pit I represented, leaving me free of pressure and reservations. I often wish I could emulate Tang Bingbing, letting go of my affections and seeking my own genuine feelings. Yet, upon introspection, I realized that I am incapable of such an endeavor. During the May Day holiday, I reached out to Guan Qingqing on the first evening, inquiring about her well-being. She lamented that things were not going well. When I pressed for details, she recounted how, as I had previously learned, a boy from her childhood who had been a close neighbor had gone missing after running away from home. She was frantic, waking at night, unable to sleep, consumed by worry. I offered her some comfort, assuring her that he would eventually return. As our conversation progressed, Guan Qingqing mentioned that Chu Xiao planned to visit her soon and asked if I would join. If I were to go, I should contact Chu Xiao promptly to coordinate. Since I had some free time during the holiday, I thought I might as well go. After hanging up with Guan Qingqing, I called Chu Xiao, who confirmed I could accompany her, although I would need to cover my own travel expenses, as she was merely a junior police officer with a meager salary. I assured her that I could manage that. On the day of May Day, I met with Chu Xiao to discuss our plans to find Guan Qingqing. She stated that we would depart the following morning, estimating that the round trip would take 2 days, with 2 additional days for our visit, totaling 4 days. Regarding expenses, she advised me that Guan Qingqing would cover our meals and accommodations. I only needed to bring enough for travel. After finalizing these details, we engaged in light banter about her situation with Huang Jinliang. She disclosed that the city's crackdown on organized crime was intensifying, with recent arrests leading to severe sentences. Consequently, Huang Jinliang's circumstances had become precarious, and she anticipated that his misdeeds would eventually catch up with him, resulting in legal repercussions. I jested that if matters escalated, she could wait for me to grow up and gain some prowess to help her deal with him. Chu Xiao affectionately ruffled my hair, remarking that while my aspirations seemed distant, It warmed her heart to hear such sentiments. In appreciation, she promised to buy me a drink the next day, to which I eagerly agreed. That evening, I informed my father about my impending trip. I initially expected his usual indifference, but to my surprise, he bombarded me with questions, perhaps out of concern for my safety against potential abduction. I jokingly remarked that he had never cared before, so why the sudden concern? If I were to be taken by traffickers, it would lighten his burden, after all. He scolded me playfully, calling me a little rascal, then expressed that after my recent academic improvement, he harbored some hope for my future. I was taken aback by his unexpected interest, as he had always dismissed education and knowledge, even looking down on those who pursued it. Perhaps things were progressing well with Aunt Huang, which lifted his spirits. He even provided me with a generous sum for my trip, marking the first time I felt he was a commendable father. The next morning, I arrived at the bus station to await Chu Xiao. Since we were heading south, we were at the southern bus terminal. I encountered a few acquaintances and enjoyed a brief chat, though regrettably, Lao Wu was no longer working there, which would have been a pleasant reunion. Since the start of the school year, my contact with my friends had dwindled, and I missed them. While waiting for Chu Xiao, a friend excitedly pointed out a girl in the distance, exclaiming how beautiful she was. Following his gaze, I spotted a girl clad in a cartoon-themed dress and white sneakers, clearly a middle schooler. Unexpectedly, as she drew nearer, I was taken aback. Wasn't that Leah, the girl who resembled the Hong Kong star Chiu Shukshen? She was from our rival school, and I had previously misunderstood her. Reflecting on that incident, I mischievously thought that the tall girl who slapped the boisterous one truly deserved to have done so. She should have given him a few more slaps for good measure. Upon entering the station, Leah was soon approached by a scruffy little thug who bumped into her, not forcefully, but enough to catch her off guard. After the encounter, he walked away without a word. Having previously worked in this area, I recognized the signs. He was undoubtedly a thief who had pilfered money from Leah. I held a certain fondness for this girl, so I hurried over to intercept her. She glanced at me, her expression tinged with anxiety, and then furrowed her brow, asking, "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" I urged her to check her pockets to see if any money was missing. Leah paused momentarily before quickly rummaging through her pocket, likely realizing that her funds were indeed gone. Her brow knitted tighter, and her face turned increasingly frantic as she inquired about the whereabouts of her money, bewildered by its disappearance. Just after asking me, she seemed to suddenly suspect that I had taken her money, and with an awkward laugh, she said, "You took my money, didn't you? Please give back. I need to catch my train to my grandmother's house, and I'm running out of time." I insisted that I hadn't taken it, that it had been stolen by the thief. I pointed to the thug who had crossed to the other side of the street. Yet, Leah remained skeptical, urging me to stop joking as she truly had a hurry. I asked her to wait while I dashed after the thief. I had seen this thief before, though we had never interacted. I was uncertain if he recognized me. I thought if he did, perhaps he would show me some courtesy and return the money to Leah, and, if not, I might need to call for backup. After crossing the street, I approached the thief, calling out for him to stop. He turned a glance at me, bewildered for a couple of seconds before taking off in a sprint. Naturally, I chased after him, shouting that I had once worked in this area and had seen him before, pleading for him to return the money, assuring him that I would overlook the incident if he complied. The ruffian, however, showed no regard for my plea and turned back to curse at me. "What the hell is your problem? Mind your own business. If you keep chasing me, don't blame me for what happens next." As he spoke, he pulled out something shiny from his pocket, likely a knife. The sight of it sent a wave of fear through me. Desperate individuals can resort to anything. On the other hand, Leah was in a rush, and I feared that any further delay might cause her to miss her train. Moreover, he was faster than I, and if he continued to escape, I would never catch up. Realizing this, I decided to abandon the chase and turn back, just as Leah was approaching. When she reached me, she caught sight of the rapidly disappearing thief and, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes, remarked, "You couldn't catch him, could you? What am I going to do now? I don't have any money, and I can't go to my grandmother's house. My mother will scold me terribly." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I wondered how much she had lost. When I asked her about the amount, she said it was 20 yuan, just enough for her round trip to her grandmother's. I nearly chuckled at her distress. I had expected a larger sum. To think that 20 yuan could elicit such an emotional response suggested her family was not affluent. Reflecting on her previous encounter with the tall girl, when they were short 50 yuan, it became apparent that she was not a child of privilege like Zhang Qimei or Su Xiaoyi. who wouldn't shed tears over losing 200 yuan. For Leah, however, 20 yuan was likely a significant amount. In truth, 20 yuan was also a considerable sum for my family. But the people I was surrounded by were mostly city dwellers with money. When my father was in high spirits, I had ample funds to spend, and I certainly wouldn't cry over 20 yuan, which is why I felt a laugh bubbling within me. I thought, if fate allowed me to meet her again, it was meant to be. I pulled out 20 yuan from my pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take this for now to visit your grandmother. You can pay me back later." She hesitated, likely feeling uncomfortable accepting my money, but I insisted, urging her to hurry and buy her ticket before it was too late. She finally thanked me and dashed into the ticket hall, and I called out to her to be cautious on her way, lest she fall victim to theft again. She turned back to acknowledge me, but in her haste, nearly stumbled over a small step, her clumsiness making me chuckle. For some reason, I felt an innate desire to protect her. After she left, the few individuals who had been conversing with me approached, inquiring about my relationship with Leah, expressing their willingness to chase after the thief on her behalf. Unafraid of the risk, I refrained from admitting our unfamiliarity, fearing they would think me foolish, claiming she was a classmate. Just then, Chu Xiao arrived, and I hurried over to her, eager to leave the scene. After purchasing our tickets, I recounted the earlier incident to her. Chu Xiao remarked on the alarming increase in thieves over the past 2 years, some so brazen as to resort to outright robbery. The local police station received numerous reports daily of thefts and muggings. She expressed a desire for a crackdown reminiscent of the rigorous measures taken in 1997. I advised her to be cautious on our journey, lest we fall prey to theft as well. She scoffed, "What do you take me for?" Even with 10 times the audacity, they wouldn't dare. I must note that sometimes events unfold in such ironic ways. Shortly after she spoke, I returned from the restroom, ready to board the train, when Chu Xiao exclaimed that her money had been stolen. At that moment, she was clutching a small leather bag, which bore a fresh gash made by a knife. All her cards and identification remained intact, but the cash was gone. She had no idea when the bag was cut or when the money was taken. I asked if anyone had bumped into her, but she shook her head, bewildered by the thief's cunning technique. I thought it absurd that, as a police officer, she should be so oblivious to the methods of thieves. She should understand their tactics well enough to prevent such occurrences. When I inquired about the amount lost, she estimated it to be several hundred yuan, essentially a month's wages. Now, she had to either withdraw cash from a bank or rely on me to front her some money until we reached Guan Qingqing's place. As time was of the essence, I purchased her ticket, relieved that my father had been generous with funds recently. Throughout our journey to Guan Qingqing's hometown, Chu Xiao remained in low spirits, feeling humiliated that a thief had gotten away with a police officer's money, a significant blow to her professional pride. By the time we arrived at Guan Qingqing's, it was already afternoon. Guan Qingqing personally greeted us at the station. Unlike our previous encounter, I noticed that she appeared somewhat unwell, suggesting that her recent circumstances had not been favorable. After embracing her, Chu Xiao joked, "You won't believe it. I came to find you, and a thief slashed my wallet. Don't you think you should show your gratitude?" With that, she waved her wallet in front of Guan Qingqing. Guan Qingqing glanced at it, unable to suppress a laugh, remarking, "It's rather embarrassing for a police officer to be robbed. Isn't it?" Chu Xiao's expression faltered momentarily, and she playfully began to poke at Guan Qingqing, leading to a light-hearted tussle between the two, which seemed to lift Guan Qingqing's spirits considerably. After arranging our accommodations, Guan Qingqing recounted the tale of her neighbor's brother, Tong Tong, who had run away from home. I felt a certain affinity with his situation, understanding the turmoil he must be experiencing. I reassured Guan Qingqing that he would return eventually, and there was no need for concern, as he was not a girl who could easily be abducted by traffickers. Guan Qingqing sighed, expressing her fear of him being sold into a brick kiln or coal mine, where escaping would be nearly impossible. After a brief rest, Guan Qingqing decided to take us shopping and savor some delicious food. The place we visited was a street known for its sports shops, which, upon comparison, I realized was significantly smaller than the sports street in our city, indicating that this was a smaller town. Halfway through our stroll, Guan Qingqing purchased roasted chestnuts, claiming they were exceptionally tasty. The queue was long, so she asked me to wait while she and Chu Xiao went off to buy other items. Shortly after they left, a girl joined the line behind me. I glanced back and was momentarily stunned. She bore a striking resemblance to a foreigner. This girl appeared to be slightly older than I, perhaps just a year or two. Her features were distinctly non-Chinese, and her hair had a natural golden hue, not the kind associated with malnourishment, but rather as if it were meant to be that way. She exuded an exotic charm, captivatingly beautiful with an extraordinary presence. In all my years, I had never encountered anyone of her caliber in terms of grace. Could she truly be a foreigner? In the 1990s, foreigners in our country were quite rare, particularly in less prominent cities like mine. I had never seen one in person, only on television, so I felt a thrill at the prospect of encountering someone from abroad, especially so closely. Noticing my gaze, she turned her face slightly away, which only heightened her allure. However, I realized it was inappropriate to stare, so I reluctantly turned back. After purchasing the chestnuts, I refrained from searching for Guan, Qingqing, and Chu Xiao, opting instead to peel the chestnuts while observing the girl converse with the vendor in Mandarin, indicating she was indeed Chinese, not a foreigner. After she finished her purchase, she walked away, and I found myself watching her silhouette for quite some time. Upon their return, I eagerly shared my encounter with Guan, Qingqing, and Chu Xiao, describing the girl who resembled a foreigner and was exceptionally beautiful. Chu Xiao inquired about the girl's whereabouts, wanting to see her too, but I regrettably informed her that she had already disappeared. She then asked if the girl was more attractive than her, likely seeking a compliment. Caught in the moment, I responded honestly, stating that the girl was indeed more beautiful and possessed an extraordinary aura. This comment caused Chu Xiao's expression to fall, as she reminded me of the money I had lent her for her train ticket, hinting that I shouldn't expect repayment. Meanwhile, Guan Qingqing found amusement in the situation, laughing at her friend. They speculated that the girl was likely of mixed heritage, not a true foreigner. I considered this possibility, yet even if she were mixed, it was still my first encounter with someone like her, and I was undeniably excited. Continuing our shopping, we unwittingly followed the same path the mixed heritage girl had taken, and I silently hoped for another chance to see her. However, as night fell and it was time for dinner, my hopes were dashed when I still did not spot her, leaving me somewhat disappointed. While we were dining, Guan Qingqing received a phone call from a male voice asking what she was up to. She replied that she was having dinner with her friends, to which he expressed a desire to join. Guan Qingqing declined, stating that it was a private conversation among sisters, and ended the call. However, he persistently called back, and perhaps out of impatience, she eventually shared our location with him. Approximately 15 minutes later, a handsome young man arrived in a car and approached us. He greeted Chu Xiao first, cheerfully stating, "So you're Chu Xiao? Guan Qingqing often speaks of you." He then turned to me and inquired, "Is this your younger brother?" Chu Xiao nodded, confirming, "Yes, he is my brother, but also Guan Qingqing's younger brother. They have known each other for a long time." The young man cast a glance at Guan Qingqing, seemingly questioning their relationship, to which she casually explained, "He's my younger brother by adoption." I invited him along to keep Xiao company on her journey. With a teasing tone, she added, "Are you really going to be jealous of your younger brother?" Guan Qingqing introduced the young man as Dabin, her boyfriend. I was somewhat surprised to learn she had found a partner, but they appeared to complement each other well. Dabin chuckled, saying, "I'm not the jealous type. Why would I be envious of your younger brother? But doesn't he seem a bit excessive as a younger brother?" Before he could finish his thought, Guan Qingqing interrupted with annoyance, insisting, "If you're here to eat, then sit down and enjoy the meal. If you want to chat about random things, we could do that later." Dabin awkwardly laughed and took up a pair of chopsticks, conceding, "All right, let's eat and not discuss those things." At that moment, I sensed that the dynamic between Guan Qingqing and Dabin might not be entirely harmonious. Their earlier banter seemed too tense for a couple. As for Dabin's character, I assumed he must be decent, given Guan Qingqing's discernment, so I refrained from further speculation. I could also sense that Dabin wasn't particularly fond of me. He engaged warmly with Chu Xiao, but regarded me with a dismissive glance. In any case, I anticipated little interaction with him in the future, so I dismissed the concern. After dinner, Dabin left due to other commitments, reminding Guan Qingqing to return home early. I was taken aback, realizing they likely lived together. However, given Guan Qingqing's age, this seemed quite normal. After our shopping excursion, we returned to the hotel, where Guan Qingqing announced she would not be going home and intended to spend the night with Chu Xiao since it was still early. She suggested we play some cards. We played a game of do di zhu, initially for fun without any stakes. Chu Xiao was determined to be the landlord, wanting to seize every opportunity, regardless of her hand. Guan Qingqing, dissatisfied with this arrangement, insisted that the loser must face a punishment. Chu Xiao protested, claiming she was too poor to gamble. Guan Qingqing proposed that the loser should remove an article of clothing, to which Chu Xiao quickly objected, saying, "No way. That is too risky. We're not alone here. What if he sees us? How would I ever date again?" Guan Qingqing countered, precisely because he is here, it would make the game more thrilling. She then asked for my opinion. To be honest, both of them were stunningly beautiful, and I had little reason to fear. Regardless of who lost, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Besides, I assumed there would be boundaries, and they wouldn't truly strip down entirely. Thus I agreed. Chu Xiao remained reluctant, claiming she wouldn't be able to go through with it. But after a whispered exchange with Guan Qingqing, she ultimately acquiesced. I suspected they were plotting to catch me off guard. The tactic employed by Guan Qingqing proved to be remarkably effective. With the penalty of disrobing in place, Chu Xiao was left with no choice but to shy away from the role of landlord, resulting in a fierce competition between Guan Qingqing and myself for that position. Fortune smiled upon me as I won several rounds in quick succession. However, the two of them resorted to some underhanded tactics. Despite the agreement to remove clothing, they insisted that a single pair of shoes be taken off in 2 stages, followed by socks, which also required 2 rounds of removal, 1 sock at a time. They even included accessories like necklaces and earrings in the count. After much ado, not a single article of genuine clothing was shed, and I found myself gaining no advantage at all. Upon losing several rounds, I had to part with my short sleeves, shoes, and socks, leaving me bereft of any jewelry, and facing the imminent removal of my trousers, which left me in a state of dread. I declared my intent to withdraw from the game, but they were adamant about continuing. Unfortunately, I lost yet again. Fortunately, my wits were quick. I seized a strand of hair from my head and declared, "Can I pull my hair? You have jewelry, and I have hair." Chu Xiao accused me of being underhanded, remarking that with so much hair, I could play forever without exhausting it. At this moment, Guan Qingqing jested, "If you're pulling from that area, we won't object. But pulling from the head is off limits, right, Yao Yao?" With a mischievous grin, she cast a glance towards my lower half, while Chu Xiao, being more reserved, blushed and shot Guan Qingqing a disapproving look, softly reprimanding her for being shameless. Guan Qingqing chuckled, "I'm not pulling your hair, so why scold me? Chu Xiao Vito. It doesn't matter whose hair it is. Pulling that much is disgusting. Are we still sleeping on this bed tonight?" I quickly chimed in. "It's best not to pull. I'll settle for a few strands of hair." Guan Qingqing countered, saying that I had 2 choices, either remove my trousers or pull hair. Perhaps fearing I might escape, she held onto my other arm. Faced with no alternatives, I reluctantly opted for disrobing. Just as I was about to unfasten my trousers, Guan Qingqing's phone rang. She glanced at her phone and hurried to the restroom to answer, likely to avoid us overhearing. Seizing the opportunity, I put my clothes and shoes back on and retreated to my room. Chu Xiao, who had no intention of punishing me, did not stop me, but merely inquired about my destination. I replied that I was heading back to my room. About 10 minutes later, Guan Qingqing knocked on my door, asking if I wanted to continue playing. She whispered that if I were to play, we could team up to trick Chu Xiao into removing all her clothes. I mused that it would be impossible to persuade someone as reserved as Chu Xiao to disrobe, and given the late hour, I felt rather fatigued. I informed her that I wouldn't play any longer and would rest. She agreed, mentioning that after a long day of travel, it was indeed time to rest. I was genuinely exhausted, and after freshening up, I collapsed into bed. Meanwhile, the two of them carried on late into the night, alternating between shouting and singing. When I groggily awoke in the middle of the night, they were still making a racket. Their noise likely disturbed others, prompting someone to knock on their door and utter some harsh words, after which they finally settled down. The following morning, I awoke early to find the adjacent room silent, suggesting they were still asleep. I initially considered calling them to join me for breakfast, but, recalling their late-night antics, assumed they must be quite fatigued. Thus, I ventured out alone for a meal. Perhaps recalling the mixed-race girl from the previous day, after breakfast, I thought about wandering around the sports street again, hoping to encounter her once more. However, I strolled until just past 11, when Guan Qingqing called me for lunch, yet I had still not spotted her. After all, in an unfamiliar city, encountering a stranger is no simple task. After lunch, Guan Qingqing and Chu Xiao expressed their desire to continue shopping. I could not comprehend why girls are so enamored with shopping. Even if they buy nothing, they relish meandering through the streets. Having already spent the morning wandering, I felt weary and opted to find a computer room to play CS. Frankly, In that era of scant gaming options, high-quality games like CS were exceedingly popular, and most patrons in the computer room were engaged in it. I found myself seated near several boys of similar age, all immersed in CS. As we played together, we exchanged casual conversation, establishing a rudimentary acquaintance. Eventually, they began discussing a boy nicknamed Iron Egg, who had confessed his feelings to a female classmate, but was rejected, leaving him feeling humiliated, and he sought to retaliate against her. Initially, I paid little attention, viewing it as mere entertainment. However, one of them made a remark that piqued my interest. He said, "Well, Gao Meng is of foreign descent. Being a mixed-race individual, her standards must be high. It's no surprise she turned him down. Many from our school have confessed to her, and all have been rejected, so don't take it too hard." Upon hearing this, I realized that this Gao Meng girl I had encountered while buying chestnuts yesterday was indeed the same one. Iron Egg cursed under his breath. "What's so great about being mixed race? I'm mixed too. My mother is from the village, and my father is from the city, urban-rural mixed." His jest drew laughter from the others, and my curiosity about the mixed-race girl grew stronger. I leaned over to the boy beside me, inquiring which school she attended, attempting to forge a connection in hopes of befriending him. At first, he responded rather nonchalantly, seemingly too engrossed in the game to engage with me. However, when he asked which school I attended, I fabricated a tale about having dropped out long ago, which sparked his interest and led to a more animated conversation. One might wonder why this was the case. At that time, students, especially those disinterested in academics, took pride in knowing local delinquents. By claiming I had long since left school to navigate the world, he undoubtedly perceived me as someone of the streets, eager to associate with me for future favors. After a while, I inquired if he had a phone number for easier contact. He shook his head, explaining that mobile phones were luxuries beyond the reach of middle schoolers. They all used QQ instead. He then logged into a QQ account on the computer, explaining it was a chat tool formerly known as OICQ, which I had heard about but never registered for due to a lack of interest. He offered to help me create an account, assuring me that once I added him, we could chat online. I readily agreed, and he swiftly set up an account for me, which I remember to be a 7-digit number. As for my username, I pondered for a moment and, reflecting on the tragic nature of my feelings for Su Xiaoyi, chose a melancholic name that I thought was quite cool at the time, though now seems rather kitsch. After adding him on QQ, we exchanged names. His full name was Lu Shida. Since we met through CS, I decided to call him Siesta, which was easier to remember. He was a year older than me and in the 3rd year of middle school. As for Gao Meng, I dared not inquire further. Even if I did find out which school she attended, it was the May Day holiday, and no one was in class. Even if I discovered her school, how could I find her? We were strangers after all, and it would require a valid reason to approach her. I feared being rebuffed, so I resolved to strengthen my relationship with Siesta, hoping that in the future, he might be able to secure Gao Meng's QQ for me. Playing until around 5 o'clock, CS was left with no money, yet he was reluctant to leave. I considered lending him money, but his classmates were also broke. Without much thought, I took out 10 yuan and handed it to him, claiming it was a treat for him to continue playing. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying that if I needed anything in the future, I should not hesitate to ask. I thought to myself that he owed me a favor now, which might make him more willing to assist me later. At this point, I must clarify that my calculated attempts to befriend Gao Meng were not out of romantic interest. Rather, I found her mixed heritage fascinating and unique. My heart remained steadfastly loyal to Su Xiaoyi, without the slightest wavering. We played in the computer room until past 6, when Guan Qingqing called, inviting me to dinner, prompting my departure. Thus, the day passed uneventfully. Originally, I had arranged with Chu Xiao to leave for home on the morning of the 5th, allowing us another day of leisure. However, that evening, she received a call informing her of issues at the police station that necessitated her immediate return. Thus, she had to leave the next day. Guan Qingqing expressed disappointment as she had planned to take us to nearby tourist attractions, but alas, that opportunity was lost. Chu Xiao felt regretful, yet I was content, at least having met someone of mixed heritage, with the prospect of knowing her better in the future. By the time we returned to our city, it was already the evening of the 4th. After parting ways with Chu Xiao, I did not head home directly. Instead, I sought a restaurant near the South Bus Station to enjoy a bowl of noodles. Ironically, as I was halfway through my meal, 3 men entered, one of whom was the thief who had stolen Leah's wallet. I thought to myself that it would be troublesome if he recognized me and sought revenge. These individuals were also there to dine, but thankfully their table was somewhat distant, making it less likely they would notice me. I hurriedly finished my meal, deciding it was best to leave quickly since I was outnumbered. Just as I was about to complete my meal, the thief indeed recognized me, whispered something to his accomplices, then approached and sat beside me, with the other two following suit and positioning themselves across from me, effectively cornering me. It seemed they aimed to block my escape route. At that moment, fleeing was not an option, so I resolved to remain seated and observe their intentions, ready to endure a beating if necessary. Though I was apprehensive about being stabbed, the thief took a few bites of his noodles, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then playfully patted my shoulder and said, "Brother, last time you meddled in my affairs, right?" Fortunately, my past experiences in this area and my previous encounters with him prevented me from panicking. I fabricated a story, claiming the last incident involved my classmate whose money was stolen, and I felt compelled to help her. He nodded in understanding, saying, "I get it. You want to play the hero in front of your female classmate. However, you exposed my identity. What if there were police nearby? Wouldn't that be dangerous for me? How about you apologize to me? That wouldn't be too much to ask, right?" While I was willing to acknowledge my mistake, I could not bring myself to apologize to a thief. I remained silent, shaking my head to indicate that I would not apologize. To mask my own unease, I hastily drank from my bowl and wiped my mouth with my sleeve. He pressed me again, in a more forceful tone, asking if I would apologize. It seemed he was growing impatient, and I braced myself for a potential confrontation, glancing around the room for a safer position in case things escalated. Unexpectedly, after staring at me for a while, the thief burst into laughter, saying, "Just kidding. We've all been around here. You were just trying to make a living, and so am I. It's tough for both of us. Don't be scared. I came over to chat and maybe become friends. That 20 yuan I took from your classmate, I intended to return it." He then signaled to one of his companions, who obediently retrieved 20 yuan and placed it in front of me. This left me utterly bewildered. Were they actually here to return money rather than confront me? If that was the case, why hadn't he returned it earlier? And why now, when they were in a position of power? It made no sense to me. Did he genuinely want to befriend me? After all, I had distanced myself from this lifestyle, and I couldn't fathom any benefit for him in being friends with someone like me. Despite my confusion, he had returned the money as a gesture of goodwill. Setting aside the question of friendship for the moment, I smiled and agreed to be friends, all the while scrutinizing the thief. He had a face shaped like a shoehorn, with single eyelids and an appearance that could only be described as unattractive. He seemed skinny, yet his calves were muscular, indicating a life of running, likely due to his line of work. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a round scar on his forehead, likely a burn mark, and decided to refer to him as the burn scar thief. He mentioned that when he had time, he would treat me to a meal, but he had to leave to attend to work. With that, he stood up to leave, and the other two followed him, glancing back at me with expressions that suggested they were stifling laughter, further deepening my confusion. After they departed, I called the restaurant owner and settled my bill with the 20 yuan the burn scar thief had given me, receiving a handful of change in return. As I stepped outside, I suddenly realized something alarming. I had originally had over 100 yuan in my pocket from the money I had left over from my outing, yet now it was all gone. It dawned on me that during the brief moment he had sat next to me and patted my shoulder, he must have stealthily taken my money. How careless I had been. No wonder he had approached me with a friendly demeanor. It was all a ruse to distract me while he pilfered my cash. I felt a strong sense of humiliation from being made a fool of, and I mentally noted that I would settle the score with the burn scar thief when the opportunity arose. Nonetheless, I had to admit, he did show some decency by returning the 20 yuan. Otherwise, I would have struggled to pay for my meal. The May Day holiday lasted a total of 7 days. During the remaining 3 days, I hardly ventured outside, instead dedicating my time to studying at home. Occasionally, I would visit the computer room to access the internet, and whenever CS was online, we would chat. Several times, I felt tempted to ask him to help me obtain Gao Meng's QQ number, but ultimately, I refrained, as our relationship had not yet deepened enough for me to trust him with such a request. I decided it was best to wait for a more opportune moment. As the holiday came to a close, we entered a tense period of exam preparation as the transition to the third year of junior high loomed. The final exams of the second semester were particularly significant, as the teachers would prioritize students they deemed capable of advancing to high school based on their performance. Those with average or poor grades will be largely overlooked. In our class, we are all underachievers, unless one performs exceptionally well in exams. It is quite challenging to attract the attention of the substitute teacher. for the sake of the third year, in hopes of securing admission to a prestigious high school. I felt compelled to put in a considerable effort. On the very first day of school, as I left the campus at noon, I encountered Leah, who was waiting for me at the gate. She was there to give me money. In addition to the cash, she handed me a plastic bag containing a jar, which, intriguingly, did not seem to hold canned food, but rather something akin to a sauce. Curious, I inquired about its contents, and she nodded, explaining, "This is spicy sauce made by my grandmother. I brought you a jar. Although it may not be exquisite, you can trust that it's homemade with quality ingredients. Please don't dismiss it. I truly appreciate your help that day, as I would have faced scolding at home otherwise." To be honest, I was somewhat bewildered, for I had never anticipated that she would gift me a jar of spicy sauce. It was tea that I looked down on such a gesture. I actually had a fondness for it. I found her simplicity and kindness to be heartwarming, making me feel that my previous risks for her, including chasing a thief and lending her money, were all worthwhile. However, I couldn't accept her money, as the thief had returned the 20 yuan to me, which rightfully belonged to her. When I attempted to return the money, Leah was incredulous, suspecting that I was merely trying to refuse her gift. Eventually, her distress nearly brought her to tears, prompting me to accept the money with a wry smile. Regarding the spicy sauce, I expressed my fondness for it, which made her beam with joy. She promised to bring me more if I ran out, as long as her grandmother continued making it. Realizing that she likely didn't possess a mobile phone, I asked if she used QQ so that we could chat online. She shook her head, saying she didn't play, but her sisters did. She then pulled out a notebook to jot down my QQ and phone number, assuring me that she would have her sisters add me, and that she would contact me as soon as she got a QQ account or call me directly. As time was of the essence, and she needed to hurry home to prepare dinner, our conversation was brief, and she hastily departed. Watching her retreating figure, I thought to myself, what a wonderful girl she is. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Is she the one you're interested in?" "She is quite pretty." Turning around, I spotted Tang Bingbing standing a few meters away, smiling at me. I was taken aback that she was speaking to me, especially since she now had a partner, and we hadn't been in touch for a while. I had assumed she no longer wished to be friends and would ignore me henceforth. The previous incident had faded into the past, and I had long since expressed my grievances, leading me to harbor less animosity towards her. I realized that it was better to move on, as we would inevitably cross paths in the future, and being friends was a pleasant prospect, especially since the last incident was not intentional on her part. As for Leah, both Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi had met her, but Tang Bingbing had not, so she was unfamiliar with her. I clarified that Leah was merely a friend and not a romantic interest, jokingly adding, "I'm not like you, who swiftly found a partner. How is it going with yours?" Tang Bingbing nodded, saying things were going well. She then glanced towards the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone, and continued, "You haven't spoken to Zhang Qimei lately, have you? We should find a time to hang out together. It would help clear the air between you two. I feel like there is something weighing on my mind." The conflict with Zhang Qimei was not particularly deep. If we sat down and talked it through, I believed we could easily mend our relationship. However, the concern was whether, if I reconciled with Zhang Qimei, she would still have unresolved issues with Su Xiaoyi, potentially affecting my relationship with her. Although I currently viewed Su Xiaoyi as almost a stranger, I still held onto a flicker of hope. After all, I valued my relationship with Su Xiaoyi more than that with Zhang Qimei, which might be seen as prioritizing romance over friendship. Thus, the crux of the problem lay not with me, but with the relationship between Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Qimei. I asked Tang Bingbing if she could perhaps mediate and bring Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi together. If they could resolve their issues, I would have no problems at all. Tang Bingbing responded that previously, Zhang Qimei had been quite sensitive about this matter, but now that she had found a partner and was no longer interested in me, it seemed she might be more open to negotiation. With the right intermediary, they could potentially reconcile, given their past friendship. I suggested we brainstorm some strategies to facilitate their reunion, although we agreed to postpone it until after the final exams. Tang Bingbing gone good, noting that her partner was just arriving from campus, and thus, she couldn't chat further and left with him. Watching their figures fade away, I felt an odd sensation. The final exams approached swiftly, and I found myself studying even harder than the previous year. This drive was, in part, fueled by Su Xiaoyi. As she continued to slack off, I might not have been so motivated. The exam spanned 2 days, and once completed, summer vacation began. With the arrival of summer, I naturally had more time to spend with Lao Wu, Hai Yang, and Air Xiong. Lao Wu was now working at a billiard hall in the square. Although his earnings were not as high as before, he mentioned that he had met a big brother there, implying that he was on a promising path. As for Hai Yang and Air Xiong, they were still working at a karaoke bar, though not the same one as before. The previous establishment had closed due to competition. One day, while visiting Hai Yang, I coincidentally ran into Fu Hao, who was just emerging from a karaoke bar with a girl, having playfully smacked her rear as they exited. The girl appeared to be a student from our school, likely just finishing her junior high entrance exams and about to enter high school. Observing their interaction, I sensed trouble. Fu Hao was fooling around behind Su Xiaoy's back, and I thought perhaps I should inform her. However, I quickly reconsidered. After all, I had my own share of indiscretions with Su Xiaoyi in the past. I felt it would be hypocritical to report Fu Hao's behavior. I decided to let it slide this time, deeming it even. As for their future relationship, I presumed that Fu Hao's reckless actions would inevitably lead to complications, likely resulting in a breakup sooner or later. Throughout this summer, I found myself spending most of my time in the computer room. On one hand, I indulged in playing CS, a game that was undeniably captivating and addictive. On the other, I kept in touch with Siesta. Once, he encountered some trouble, mentioning a planned fight and asking if I could join. I was apprehensive about the situation and realized I couldn't rush back at that moment. Ultimately, I decided to call Guan Qingqing to see if she could help me handle it. She was quite surprised, asking how I had made friends in her hometown. I explained that I had met him during my last visit. She playfully scolded me, "You silly boy, you went there and made a guy friend instead of a girl? Is your relationship that strong to help him out of trouble?" I replied, "Well, it's decent enough. Besides, I needed his help to meet girls, so I had to return the favor." Guan Qingqing agreed to assist, asking for the time, location, and details about the person in need of help. After I relayed the information from Siesta to her, a few hours later, she called me back, saying the situation had been resolved. She explained that the conflict was merely between some kids and did not amount to a serious fight, and she had even brought a group along, only to find it was all for naught. I called out a few times to my dear sister, assuring her that I would treat her to a sumptuous meal on my next visit. Later, I inquired about her younger brother, Tong Tong, and she informed me that he had returned and was doing well. However, he might need to seek connections and spend money to attend high school. She then urged me to focus on my studies, reminding me that I still had a year left. And even if I couldn't secure a place in a prestigious high school, achieving an average one would suffice. I reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about. Before I knew it, summer vacation had slipped by, and we were now in the third year of junior high. The moment our academic results were announced, I felt a surge of excitement. I had ranked 9th in our class. When Bai Lu read out my score, she too seemed thrilled, her eyes sparkling with pride and joy. It is quite normal for a good student to achieve commendable results, and teachers typically maintain their composure. However, witnessing a struggling student excel consistently, improving their position with each exam, must be a source of immense satisfaction for a teacher, as it reflects their ability to alter a student's destiny. As for Su Xiaoyi, she performed decently as well, securing the 19th position. Yet, in the context of other classes, this score will be considered merely average. Regardless, both of us had made progress, and I felt a sense of contentment. With only a year remaining, I resolved to study even harder, determined to gain admission to a reputable high school. Now that we were in the third year, we had become the most senior students in the school. The second year and first year students seemed particularly juvenile in our presence, especially the first years, who were not only shorter in stature, but also bore the innocent expressions akin to elementary school children. Reflecting on my own navette when I first entered junior high, the contrast was quite striking. With the departure of the 7 little tigers, Fu Hao's position in the school had become even more entrenched, impervious to challenge. Time truly flies. I recall when I was in the first year, Wang Yang was at the helm. With Wang Yang gone, Ding Chun took his place, only to be soon subdued by Fu Hao. It evokes a sense of nostalgia. However, the second-year students, having spent a year navigating the school's dynamics, had gradually grown bolder. This is the essence of the old adage that the later waves of the Yangtze River push the earlier ones aside. I suspect it is only a matter of time before a second-year student emerges to rival Fu Hao, a rite of passage for every cohort. Earlier, I mentioned how Fu Hao was fooling around with other girls during the summer vacation. I sensed that the truth would inevitably come to light. Sure enough, about a week in the new term, one morning, Su Xiaoyi entered the classroom, stormed up to Fu Hao and began to pummel him with her books while vocally accusing him of being with Qian Chengsheng the previous night. Qian Chengsheng was the girl Fu Hao had been involved with, and she was now in high school. It seemed that Su Xiaoyi had caught on. Fu Hao feigned ignorancia, claiming he had been home all night, but his evasive gaze betrayed his guilt. Su Xiaoyi scoffed and retorted, "Stop pretending. People saw you two go in a hotel. Do you want me to reveal the name of the hotel? I bet you had a splendid time last night, didn't you? We're done. I'm telling you to break up." With that, she turned and returned to her seat. The classroom was filled with onlookers, and Fu Hao, feeling humiliated, kicked over his desk in a fit of rage, shouting, "As if you're so innocent. When you were flirting with others, did you think of me? Damn you. Break up? Fine, I don't care about you." With that, he stormed out of the classroom. Having committed my own transgressions, his words resonated with me, making me uneasy. I realized I needed to refrain from such actions in the future, as the feeling was indeed unpleasant. Although Su Xiaoyi's expression was grim, she did not appear overly agitated. I speculated that perhaps she never truly cared for Fu Hao, and their relationship, which had long been a facade, had finally reached its breaking point. Whether they would genuinely part ways remained uncertain. Nonetheless, for me, this was a positive turn of events. With Tang Bingbing now in a relationship, and Su Xiaoyi having broken up with Fu Hao, the conflict between Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Qimei seemed to dissipate. It felt like the perfect opportunity to reconcile their friendship. During a break, I approached Tang Bingbing and informed her of Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao's breakup. I suggested that it was time for Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Qimei to mend their friendship. Upon hearing this, she appeared pleased and inquired how we might facilitate this reunion. I proposed that we all go to the skating rink together after school, where we could gather everyone. She agreed that Zhang Qimei would be easy to convince, but she expressed concern about how to approach Su Xiaoyi, given her lingering guilt over their past fallout. She insisted that I should persuade Su Xiaoyi. Although I had not spoken to Su Xiaoyi in quite some time and felt this task would be challenging, I knew I had to try. After all, how would I know if I didn't attempt it? I realized that discussing this at school would be unwise since Fu Hao's breakup with Su Xiaoyi had been loud in public, and any attempt to speak to her might provoke his wrath. Remembering how Ding Chun had ended up hospitalized after a confrontation with Fu Hao, I was wary. I decided that it would be better to speak with her near her home after school. After classes, I quickly took a taxi to the entrance of Su Xiaoyi's neighborhood. Within a few minutes, she returned home. Noticing the area was relatively empty, I approached her and said, "It's been a while since we talked. Can we chat for a moment?" My heart raced as I spoke. It had been nearly 6 months since our last conversation, and I felt quite anxious. She ignored me, shaking her head in refusal, and attempted to bypass me to enter the community. I persisted, saying, "Just a brief conversation, it won't take long." As I began to explain, she interrupted me, her tone irritable. "Did you think I broke up with Fu Hao, and that gives you hope? Let me be clear, even if we did break up, there is no chance for us, understand?" I had assumed that with time, her attitude towards me might have softened, but I was mistaken. She still regarded me with disdain and indifference. I assured her, "Rest assured, I'm not here to discuss us, but rather to talk about you and Zhang Qimei." She paused momentarily, her brow furrowing as she asked, "What about Zhang Qimei? We have nothing to do with each other anymore, okay?" I explained that their previous friendship had been strong and that my interference had led to this rift. They had no reason to remain estranged for so long. It was time to reconcile. I mentioned that Zhang Qimei also wished to make amends but felt too embarrassed to reach out. I offered to take the initiative to facilitate their reunion. She gave a sarcastic smile and asked, "Did Zhang Qimei personally send you to talk to me?" Although that wasn't the truth, I fibbed to persuade her. Yes, she did. "If you don't believe me, come to the skating rink with me this afternoon. She'll be there, and we can resolve everything." I added, "Deep down, I'm sure you don't want your friendship to be irreparably broken. Sociology fait silent. Consider my words." After a few seconds, she waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Fine, I'll go to the skating rink after school, but don't accompany me. We'll go our separate ways. If you follow me, I want to go." Her agreement brought me immense joy. I expressed my gratitude and turned to leave. I believed that as long as Su Xiaoyi attended, her relationship with Zhang Qimei would surely mend. Once their bond was restored, my connection with Su Xiaoyi would inevitably follow suit. Even if we couldn't return to our previous closeness, being ordinary friends would still be a possibility. The thought alone stirred excitement within me, even more exhilarating than ranking 9th in class. anticipating our outing to the roller skating rink that afternoon. I returned home at noon to don what I considered my most stylish attire. Upon arriving at school, I noticed Su Xiaoyi had also changed into a new outfit. Her hair styled in twin ponytails, clearly indicating she had put effort into her appearance for the meeting with Zhang Qimei. This suggested that she too wished to reconcile with Zhang Qimei, and I felt assured that the day's events would unfold smoothly. After school, I headed directly to the entertainment center's roller skating rink. Lao was working at the adjacent billiard hall. Since Zhang Qimei and her friends had yet to arrive, I engaged Lao Wu in conversation. At that moment, his older brother stopped by to chat, and Lao Wu introduced him as Brother Long, whose full name seemed to be Li Shuai Long. He had a rugged appearance, tattoos adorning his body, and his eyes were sharp, resembling two glistening blades. He looked rather formidable, appearing to be in his 30s. I recalled hearing about him in elementary school, as he had reportedly associated with the notorious Jiu Yi from a young age. Who is Jiu Yi, you ask? Allow me to elaborate. He was once a well-known gangster in our city, notorious since the 1980s. Leveraging his early financial gains during the reform era, he thrived remarkably, amassing a multitude of businesses across various industries. He has since transformed into a legitimate entrepreneur, having retreated from the underworld. Thus, Brother Long's association with Jiu Yi indicated he was no ordinary figure. He now led the most influential gang in the plaza area, a bustling hub rife with opportunities. It was no wonder Lao Wu chose to abandon the high wages at the southern bus station to work with Brother Long, as the prospects here seemed promising. However, Brother Long clearly looked down upon students like me, merely acknowledging my presence out of respect for Lao Wu before returning to his own affairs. Lao Wu chuckled and said, "It's an honor for you that Brother Long greeted you. Many would jump at the chance to speak with him, but are denied." I responded, acknowledging the honor, and joked that once he succeeded, he might take me along with him. He replied, "Just wait. Once we grow up, the whole city will be ours." At that moment, Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing arrived and entered the skating rink, prompting me to cease my conversation with Lao Wu and follow them in. Zhang Qimei was unaware of my presence, and upon spotting me, she seemed surprised. I smiled and remarked, "It's been a while since we last spoke. Are you truly committed to being my friend for life?" Zhang Qimei clicked her tongue and replied, "I heard you ranked 9th in your exam. You become quite the celebrity in our grade. I would love to be friends with someone as proactive as you. How could I not recognize you?" She then glanced at Tang Bingbing and gestured towards me, inquiring about my presence. Tang Bingbing confirmed that she had invited me. Zhang Qimei's teasing eased my nerves, indicating that our previous conflict could be resolved. As for her comment about my newfound fame, I should note that my 9th place ranking had indeed caused a stir among the grades, as I had previously been a poor student. My recent success had made me a role model for other students, with various class teachers using my story to encourage them. I, perhaps a bit boastfully, remarked, "9th place is merely a stepping stone. My ultimate goal is to be the top in the grade." Zhang Qimei scoffed, dismissing the notion as impossible. Just as I was about to continue our banter, Tang Bingbing subtly gestured for me to look towards the entrance. I turned to see Su Xiaoyi entering, her gaze fixed on us, though she hesitated to approach, likely feeling shy about coming over alone. I promptly made my way towards her, intending to pull her over, but reconsidered, given that we had yet to reconcile. Such a move might be ill-advised. Instead, I merely greeted her and suggested she join Zhang Qimei. Su Xiaoyi glanced towards Zhang Qimei, hesitated for a few seconds, then took a few steps in her direction, stopping around 2 meters away. Zhang Qimei looked astonished since she had not anticipated Su Xiaoyi's arrival. "What's going on? Why is she here?" Zhang Qimei asked, glancing at me and then at Tang Bingbing. Tang Bingbing, smiling awkwardly, admitted, "Since we've come this far, might as well be honest. I invited you both to reconcile. Let bygones be bygones. It pains me to see former close friends turn strangers." At this, Su Xiaoyi spun around, her eyes narrowed at me, seemingly questioning the situation. Earlier, I had led her to believe that Zhang Qimei had summoned her, yet now Zhang Qimei feigned ignorance, and Su Xiaoyi quickly comprehended that she had been deceived. I hurried to Su Xiaoyi, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for misleading you, but my intentions were for the sake of your friendship with Zhang Qimei. Now that you're here, let us clear the air. Surely, you two cannot remain estranged forever." Su Xiaoyi remained silent, casting me a sidelong glance before turning her attention to some unfamiliar skaters. She appeared to be awaiting Zhang Qimei's response. Her lack of anger in walking away indicated that she was not particularly upset about my deception. She too wished to reconcile with Zhang Qimei. Zhang Qimei, known for her straightforward demeanor, was not the type to hold grudges. Recognizing the moment, she took the initiative, stepping towards Su Xiaoyi and extending her hand. Let us shake hands and bury the hatchet. Let us put the past behind us. Su Xiaoyi turned to Zhang Qimei, suddenly bursting into laughter, and as they shook hands, she said, I always knew we would reconcile. I just didn't expect it to take this long. Almost half a year. Thankfully, I used this time to study. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death. Zhang Qimei retorted. That's because you were too proud to lower yourself. Su Xiaoyi jokingly added, I couldn't lower my pride because the drink you spilled on me was still sticking to my face. Zhang Qimei laughed heartily, responding, as if you didn't douse me with a drink as well. We're even. She then pointed towards the shoe-changing area, suggesting, since you're here, let us skate together. Su Xiaoyi nodded, pulling her along. Initially, the atmosphere was slightly awkward as they were still adjusting to their newfound camaraderie, but after a short while, they were chattering and playfully teasing each other, indicating that their previous bond had not diminished despite the time apart. I imagined that such a profound friendship would last a lifetime, and I couldn't help but wish to share a similar depth of friendship with them. Certainly, in my relationship with Su Xiaoyi, beyond mere friendship, I harbor aspirations that transcend the ordinary. Yet, given the current circumstances, such dreams seem utterly fantastical. Perhaps it is best to restore our friendship before contemplating anything further. Although Zhang Qimei has reconciled with Su Xiaoyi, and my affairs with her are settled, Su Xiaoyi continues to regard me with indifference, reluctant to engage with me and seemingly intent on maintaining her distance. Later, seizing a moment while Su Xiaoyi was in the restroom, Zhang Qimei approached me and inquired, what is going on between you and Su Xiaoyi? You managed to persuade her to come here. Surely, your relationship can be resolved? I could only offer a wry smile in response. Admitting my confusion, I truly don't know. From her demeanor, it appears she is unwilling to befriend me. Her presence here is solely due to you. It seems we may never truly be friends. Zhang Qimei patted my shoulder reassuringly, saying it's no matter. She is entangled with Fu Hao now, and the situation is still unclear. Just give it some time. Things will improve. If it becomes dire, I'll think of a way to assist you. But you must be careful. Don't rush in recklessly. If she does break ties with Fu Hao, I will certainly support you in your pursuit. I expressed my gratitude to her. As it happened, the camaraderie among the group of girls was so lively that I felt somewhat superfluous. Eventually, out of sheer boredom, I changed my shoes and headed to the nearby billiards hall to seek out Lao Wu. Upon seeing the striking beauty of Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi, Lao Wu exclaimed enthusiastically that he wanted to join us for dinner, offering to treat us. Since the expense was on him, I readily agreed. And after conferring with Zhang Qimei, she had no objections either. However, Su Xiaoyi declined, stating she needed to return to her studies. I felt a pang of urgency. If I could not win her over today, such an opportunity might not arise again. Fortunately, Zhang Qimei, ever considerate, detained Su Xiaoyi, insisting, what do you mean studying? We have a brilliant scholar right here. He has risen from the bottom of his class to the top. He must have some secrets to share. Why not ask him for tips? I believe you'll outperform him in the next exam. At that moment, Tang Bingbing chimed in, urging Su Xiaoyi to join us, reminding her that it had been half a year since they had all gathered, suggesting they should enjoy the evening together as a form of relaxation. Ultimately, under their persuasion, Su Xiaoyi acquiesced and agreed to join us for dinner. We were a party of 5, myself, Lao Wu, and the 3 girls. Shortly after we settled in at the restaurant, Tang Bingbing's partner arrived. This marked my first close encounter with him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I found him to be quite decent, a modest, somewhat introverted young man. Halfway through the meal, Lao Wu beckoned me outside for a brief chat, inquiring whether Zhang Qimei had a partner. It appeared he had taken a liking to her. I remarked, of all the girls, why her? She is so loud and boisterous. Like one of the boys. How could anyone find her appealing? Lao Wu countered, perhaps he has a taste for the bold. The stronger the drink, the more flavorful it becomes. I advised him to reconsider, noting that Zhang Qimei's family had several handsome brothers, and even the most attractive boys often failed to catch her eye, let alone someone of his appearance. Lao Wu chuckled. Maybe she prefers the unconventional, someone like me. I teased him to give it a try, warning him that he might regret it. Lao Wu replied, I'll take it slow. Let us just get to know each other better first. As for Lao Wu's interest in Zhang Qimei, I deemed it a fruitless endeavor, like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. My pursuit of Su Xiaoyi was different. I had at least tasted the swan, while Lao Wu likely would never have the chance. As our meal progressed, the door to our private room was suddenly kicked open, startling us all. To my shock, Fu Hao barged in, accompanied by a group of people, and shouted at Su Xiaoyi, "What is the meaning of this? You break up with me in the morning and then come out to dinner with someone else in the afternoon?" He pointed directly at me. How did he end up here? Was he dining here too? Or had he been tipped off about our location? His accusatory finger implied he suspected a deeper connection between Su Xiaoyi and me. Although I had indeed coaxed her into coming. Fu Hao shouldn't he have known that, right? Such overt suspicions required at least a semblance of justification. Su Xiaoyi, shocked and furious, retorted, "Get out. We're broken up. Why should you care who I dine with? Go bother your money, Chung Chung, and stop disgusting me." Fu Hao hurled several insults at Su Xiaoyi, and Zhang Qimei immediately stood up to placate him, asserting that she had invited everyone out for dinner and that it had nothing to do with the others. If he had grievances, he should direct them at her. Fu Hao, however, was not easily fooled. He replied, "Don't play games with me. Before today, Su Xiaoyi had cut ties with you all, hadn't she? I'm not blind. We just broke up, and you all immediately gathered for a meal. What do you take me for?" Old Wu nudged me, seeking clarification, but I could only shake my head, signaling him to remain still. I then warned Fu how to watch his language and refrain from vulgarities. He retorted with another insult, declaring not only would he insult me, but he intended to hit me as well. Just as he finished, he seized a teacup from in front of Zhang Qimei and hurled it at me, striking me directly in the chest. The cup was heavy and thick, and the impact left me momentarily breathless. Before I could regain my composure, Lao Wu cursed and stood up, wielding his chair as a weapon against Fu Hao. Fu Hao had brought along 6 or 7 companions, and as I regained my bearings, I realized the confrontation was inevitable. I decided I might as well engage him directly to prevent him from thinking I was an easy target. I shouted an expletive, grabbed the cup from the table, and threw it at Fu Hao, but he dodged it. Lao Wu's chair had connected with Fu Hao, and in a frenzy, Fu Hao charged at him. Their clash ignited a chaotic frenzy, with shouts and the sounds of punches echoing throughout the room, igniting the blood of everyone present. However, Fu Hao's group quickly began to swarm Lao Wu, pulling at his arms and legs, making it clear he was in trouble. I wielded my chair, swinging it at anyone who approached us, but the confined space limited our movements, and they were numerous. As they crowded us, one of them even attempted to seize my chair, forcing Lao Wu and me into a corner. With our backs against the wall, we fought to keep them at bay, determined to focus on Fu Hao. But soon, my chair was wrested from my grasp, and just as I reached for Fu Hao's arm, someone struck me from the side with a chair, causing me considerable pain and forcing me to retract my hand. In the ensuing chaos, they pressed forward, ensnaring me in their grasp. Once ensnared by them, I found myself utterly powerless, subjected to their relentless punches and kicks. Old Five's predicament was scarcely better than mine. It could be said that we both suffered considerable losses during this ordeal. Fortunately, Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi were tirelessly pulling people away from us, and several restaurant staff members soon joined in to separate the fray. Old Five, having sustained a blow to the nose, was bleeding profusely, wiping his nose with his hand. He shouted at Fu Hao in a fit of fury, "If you have the guts, wait for me right here at the restaurant entrance. I'll come back for you." Fu Hao, undeterred, replied that he would indeed wait, adding that if we didn't return, we would be dogs. Old Five spat on the ground twice, then pushed through the crowd and exited, and naturally, I followed closely behind. As for Zhang Qimei and the others, they remained inside. As the private room had descended into chaos, with many items broken, and the staff would not let them leave until the matter was settled. After we stepped out, Old Five continued to rant, claiming that had he possessed a knife, he would have dared to stab someone. I suggested that stabbing was a bit too impulsive and proposed we find someone to deal with them. He agreed and hailed a taxi, and together we headed towards the entertainment center. In truth, the restaurant was not far from the entertainment hub, merely a 10-minute walk, but Old Five was in a hurry, expressing that it had been ages since he had encountered such a humiliating fight and was determined to make Fu Hao aware that he had provoked the wrong person. Along the way, I called Haiyang to inform him of the situation and see if he could gather some people to assist us. Haiyang, ever the loyal friend, simply asked for the time and place before hurriedly hanging up. Upon arriving at the pool hall in the entertainment center, Old Five burst through the door, calling out to the brothers present to follow him in confronting our adversaries. He visited other gaming areas, inviting all those he had good relations with, although some were unable to join due to work commitments. At that moment, we had gathered about 10 people from the entertainment center alone, indicating Old Five's popularity. Most of these individuals were affiliated with Long Go. When trouble arose, they would certainly band together. I noted that out of the group, only 2 were over 20. The rest were mostly of our age. Among them was a man with a square face, wearing a black tank top, who continually reassured Old Five, promising that if anyone dared to harm him, they would pay double. I'm amused that our group of over a dozen seemed sufficient, and with Haiyang potentially bringing in more, we could number around 20. Even if Fu Hao summoned every member of his Iron Blood Hall, I doubted his chances of success. Given the stark difference in our backgrounds, one side comprised street thugs, while the other consisted of school students, rendering any comparison meaningless. Moreover, at that time, middle school students did not possess mobile phones, making it unlikely for Fu Hao to contact his Iron Blood Hall brothers. I suspected he would not be able to rally many. However, Fu Hao's greatest strength did not lie solely within the Iron Blood Hall, but also in his brother and familial connections. After his previous altercation with Ding Chun, which had escalated into a significant incident, it was ultimately his family that resolved the matter. The extent of his family's influence remained an enigma to me. Casting a shadow of caution, I voiced my concerns to Old Five and the square-faced man, who glanced at each other before Old Five inquired if there were any issues. The square-faced man replied, "Who are we following? Long Go. And who does Long Go answer to? Iuye. Do you think anyone in our city would dare to confront Jioyi? Rest assured, today this kid will face the consequences." Hearing the square-faced man's words, I felt a measure of relief. As we made our way back to the restaurant, Old Five continued to instruct others to make calls to gather more people. Upon reaching the restaurant, we found not only Fu Hao and his Iron Blood Hall members, but also a small group led by Haiyang and Er Xiong, totaling 7 individuals. Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi were notably absent, leading me to believe they had left. After we joined Haiyang's group, I noticed his expression was somewhat grim. He approached Old Five and me, frowning as he whispered, "I just overheard their people talking. It seems they know Xiao Bihu. He's on his way here with some people. We don't have anyone capable enough to hold our ground." "Who is Xiao Bihu, you might ask? Allow me to elaborate. Previously, I mentioned the various factions in our city, such as the southern suburb forces led by Huang Junliang and the eastern suburb 342 Red Guard Factory. When Old Five and I were running our operations at the South Passenger Station, our boss, Changgu, was affiliated with the 342 Red Guard Factory. At that time, I felt quite proud of my strong backing. Xiao Bihu belonged to the 342 Red Guard Factory. I had heard Changgu mention him frequently, noting his ferocity in fights and ruthless nature. He possessed a particularly remarkable skill. He could scale walls with astonishing speed, regardless of their height, earning him the nickname Xiao Bihu. I had only encountered Xiao Bihu once, about a year and a half ago, when I worked at a karaoke bar in Chinchi City. At that time, I had just left the South Passenger Station and started working there. The newly built Chinchi City attracted various factions vying for territory, especially given its proximity to the eastern suburb. Consequently, the 342 Red Guard Factory quickly seized a significant advantage. During that period, rival factions would often send people to cause trouble. On one occasion, Xiao Bihu happened upon a group attempting to stir up chaos. Without hesitation, he ordered his companions to pin the troublemaker down and swiftly severed several of his fingers. It was a chilling sight that left a lasting impression. I feared that if Xiao Bihu sided with Fu Hao today, we would be in serious trouble. The previously confident, square-faced man visibly faltered at the mention of Xiao Bihu, clearly aware of his reputation. He asked Haiyang if he could confirm that Xiao Bihu was indeed coming. Haiyang replied that he was unsure, but had overheard the other side mentioning Xiao Bihu's name. After pondering for a moment, the square-faced man declared, "It's no big deal. Who could possibly summon someone like Xiao Bihu? It's likely not him. Besides, even if they do manage to bring him, Xiao Bihu is part of the 342 faction, whereas we are with Jioyi. Since Jioyi controls the prime locations in the city center, his capabilities far surpass those of the 342. This area is near the square, not the eastern suburb. If Xiao Bihu is on our turf, he will have to give Jioyi some face. We need not fear. If necessary, I can call Long Gu for assistance." Encouraged by the square-faced man's words, The others began to feel more at ease. A few minutes later, the reinforcements we had summoned gradually arrived, and our numbers were nearing 30. A dark mass of people gathered, drawing the attention of passers-by, who likely sensed that a confrontation was imminent. Meanwhile, Fu Hao was still on the phone, and his expression suggested that things were not going smoothly for him. At that moment, the square-faced man could hardly contain himself any longer. He took a few steps forward and irritably shouted, "Who's in charge over there? Get out here!" Despite Fu Hao's previous bravado at school, his confidence faltered in the face of real-world adversaries. He did not dare to step out of the crowd and simply stated, "It's me, but my people will be here soon. Just wait a bit longer." After saying this, he turned his face away, unable to meet the square-faced man's gaze. It would be unjust to label Fu Hao as cowardly. After all, he was merely a middle school student. If I were in his shoes, confronted by a group of street toughs, I would feel intimidated as well. Everyone must navigate this phase of life. The square-faced man cursed a few times, urging Fu Hao to hurry up and call his people, stating they didn't have time to waste. Fu Hao remained silent, continuing to dial on his phone. After a brief moment, Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi arrived from the other side, accompanied by 5 or 6 boys, who were not from our school, but seemed to be from another institution. Upon seeing us, Zhang Qimei smiled and said, "I thought you didn't have enough people, so I called a few to bolster your numbers. We couldn't summon many from our school, only these few from outside, but they can't really intervene. They can only hang around at the back to make it seem like you've got support. After all, my relationship with Fu Hao is decent, so I can't really get involved in this matter." She glanced back at our group, clicked her tongue, and remarked, "But it seems you don't really need my few extra people. You seem sufficiently equipped." I agreed, expressing my gratitude to her. Su Xiaoyi, who had once dated Fu Hao, then asked me, "Are you really going to fight? Is there no chance for reconciliation?" It was clear that she didn't wish for us to clash. I replied that at this point, with everyone gathered, there was no turning back. Su Xiaoyi seemed to have more to say, but held her tongue, eventually turning to Fu Hao, perhaps hoping to persuade him to soften his stance. However, after only a couple of exchanges, Fu Hao impatiently shouted at her, "This is none of your business. So what if they have more people? My crew hasn't even arrived yet. Just wait and see who wins." I thought to myself that he was being stubborn at such a critical moment, and I wondered how he would react when his backup didn't show up. After failing to reason with Fu Hao, Su Xiaoyi pulled me aside and whispered, "Talk to your friend. If it doesn't work out, let it go for today. Spare him this time. I'm asking you as a favor. I don't want to see him get hurt." Su Xiaoyi's request put me in a difficult position, especially since we had already summoned our people. If it were just the familiar faces of Lao Wu, Hai Yang, and Er Xiong, I might have tried to mediate, but the situation was controlled by Guozilian, who called the shots. They had come from afar, and asking them to back down would feel like playing with their emotions, potentially causing trouble for myself. Moreover, Fu Hao had been so arrogant for so long that it was time to humble him a bit. I secretly hoped for a confrontation. I sighed and said, "If Fu Hao were to concede, it might be easier for me to negotiate. But he seems determined to take us on tonight. There's no way our people will back down." Su Xiaoyi, considering my words, insisted that for her sake, I should at least talk to Lao Wu. She claimed that whatever past issues we had were irrelevant now, and that we could still remain friends. Her words were tempting. I had waited half a year for this moment. I agreed to try, but cautioned her that if it didn't work out, there would be no further options. Su Xiaoyi thanked me, saying I only needed to do my best. Subsequently, I called Lao Wu to a secluded spot and quietly said, "Su Xiaoyi just asked me to plead for leniency tonight. If that doesn't work, let us just withdraw our people and avoid fighting." Lao Wu became agitated upon hearing this and exclaimed loudly, "Are you kidding me? That's impossible. Today." His voice was too loud, and I interrupted him, urging him to lower his tone. He complied and said, "No way. Just consider this a personal vendetta between me and that guy. It has nothing to do with you. Go tell Su Xiaoyi that you can't control me. He just hit me a few times, and I have to settle this score." I attempted to persuade Lao Wu a few more times, but his resolve was ironclad. He mentioned that if we backed down now, Guozilian would be furious. However, there was a condition for retreat. Fu Hao would need to show some humility, which seemed unlikely given his current demeanor. After failing to convince Lao Wu, I approached Su Xiaoyi to explain that it was futile unless Fu Hao softened his stance. She sighed, acknowledging that she understood Fu Hao's temperament and doubted he would back down. At that moment, Zhang Qimei pulled Su Xiaoyi aside and advised her, "Let it go. This is a matter between the boys. We girls should stay out of it. Besides, you've broken up with Fu Hao. Let him do as he pleases. Are you still hoping to reconcile with him? Su Xiaoyi shook her head, indicating that there was no chance of that. I felt that if Su Xiaoyi were to witness us attacking Fu Hao, it might trouble her, so I asked Zhang Qimei to take her away, warning that it could get chaotic and potentially hurt them. Zhang Qimei seemed to understand my intention, and after some persuasion, she led Su Xiaoyi away. With Su Xiaoyi gone, I felt unburdened. Fu Hao, you fool, just wait to face the consequences. At this point, Guo Zilian, likely growing impatient, shouted at Fu Hao, asking if his crew was still on the way. Fu Hao remained silent, but his expression suggested they wouldn't be arriving. Cursing, Guo Zilian decided to charge ahead, leading the way while we followed, a formidable force. This was my first experience with such a confrontation, and my adrenaline surged, filling me with excitement. However, just as we were closing in, a car roared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a Jeep Wrangler pulled up nearby, and 4 young men, all clad in black t-shirts, emerged. Fu Hao immediately sprang toward them, calling out, "Bro, you finally made it." The leader, likely Fu Hao's older brother, appeared to be around 25 and bore a striking resemblance to Fu Hao, confirming their kinship. After briefly assessing the situation, Fu Hao's brother stepped forward and asked, "Who is in charge here?" Guo Zilian also approached, demanding to know whether we were going to fight or not. Before he could finish, Fu Hao's brother took a step forward and kicked Guo Zilian in the stomach while cursing. Enraged, Guo Zilian shouted for his comrades to join him, and we surged forward, quickly surrounding them. Though the 4 men were formidable fighters, their numbers were few, and they did not back down. It is often said that a single tiger cannot fend off a pack of wolves, and despite their strength, we had the advantage of numbers. Within moments, 3 of their members were taken down and pinned to the ground, helplessly shouting in protest, while one managed to retreat a short distance, evading capture. Meanwhile, the members of Fu Hao's crew, including Fu Hao himself, crumbled under the pressure. Only he dared to fight back, while the others either fled or stood frozen, unable to retaliate. My focus, along with Lao Wu's, was solely on Fu Hao. Today he was my target. Lao Wu, in a fit of rage, ran while hurling insults. "You arrogant fool! Weren't you quite the tyrant back at the restaurant? Come on, let us have a proper fight." However, Fu Hao paid him no heed, focusing solely on his escape. Naturally, Lao Wu continued his tirade. It's a known fact that if one can chatter and curse while sprinting, they're not running fast enough. This is precisely why Lao Wu fell behind. I managed to reach the front, but Fu Hao had his misfortune. As he dashed past a clinic, he tripped over a footrest and tumbled to the ground. Upon hitting the floor, he scrambled to get up, and at that moment, I was already upon him. Using my momentum, I leaped and delivered a flying kick, striking him squarely in the back just as he was rising, sending him crashing down again. From the moment I laid eyes on Fu Hao, there was an undeniable animosity between us, forgetting the fact that he had stolen Su Xiaoyi from me. His pompous demeanor in class and his incessant provocations convinced me that I had to teach him a lesson today. After knocking him down, I approached and aimed a kick at his face. He growled in irritation, grasping a nearby object and flinging it at me. I swiftly blocked it, but in that brief moment, he managed to rise again, seemingly intent on retaliating. Fortunately, Lao Wu and the others soon caught up, forcing him to flee once more. Perhaps it was the earlier fall that hindered his agility. He now limped noticeably, unable to maintain his speed. After catching up to him again, I delivered yet another kick, causing him to collapse once more. In no time, several of us surrounded him, relentlessly kicking him. His head, stomach, and legs were all fair game. Despite his numerous attempts to rise, he remained pinned down, ultimately curling up on the ground with his arms over his head, resembling a helpless shrimp. After what seemed like an adequate thrashing, Lao Wu squatted down and patted Fu Hao's face, asking mockingly, "How is that? Do you yield? Still think you can bully me with your numbers? Let me tell you, I know plenty of people in this world. Today, I've only brought a few along. If the rest were here, I could make you regret this." Fu Hao remained silent, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he replied, "I didn't bring many today due to time constraints, but just wait until I call everyone back." Clearly, he was still defiant. Lao Wu cursed and rose, searching for a brick, which he then smashed onto Fu Hao's head. Fu Hao groaned in pain, clutching his head as blood trickled from his fingers. Honestly, those who navigate the streets possess a certain resilience. Even after being struck, he displayed little panic. Meanwhile, I felt a twinge of concern, Would this injury cause significant harm? I also worried about Su Xiaoyi, as she had only recently split from Fu Hao, and I wondered how she might react upon learning of this incident. Would she come to resent me? Yet, the moment was too exhilarating to dwell on such thoughts. Witnessing Fu Hao in his current state brought me immense satisfaction. Before long, the wail of police sirens echoed in the distance, prompting Lao Wu to shout, "Run!" We swiftly fled in the opposite direction, ducking into a narrow alley to hide. As for Guizilian and Fu Hao's brother, their fate was uncertain, for we had escaped too far from the scene. Lao Wu zitas saying that they were seasoned enough to know how to evade capture, and even if caught, they wouldn't face serious consequences. When parting ways with Lao Wu, I slipped him some money to treat the brothers to drinks and snacks. I promised to take them out for a proper meal when I had the means. Lao Wu gave me a thumbs up, acknowledging my thoughtfulness. He had taught me these social nuances since the first day I started working at the Southern Bus Station. His profound understanding of social etiquette was admirable, which explained his impressive standing despite his young age. Upon returning home that day, my father shared some good news. He and Aunt Huang had purchased a house. Initially, they had considered properties in the new district, but ultimately decided against it due to the desolate surroundings and the lack of hospitals and supermarkets. Instead, they opted for a second-hand house in a well-located neighborhood. To me, the number of previous owners mattered little. All I required was a place to sleep and bathe, as my current living situation involved trekking several hundred meters to a bathhouse. However, my interest peaked when my father mentioned that the new community was the same as Su Xiaoyi's. I found it hard to believe at first, but after confirming it multiple times, I eagerly inquired when we could move. My father replied that they would tidy up the place the following day, and if all went well, we could move in the day after. Initially indifferent to the idea of relocating, I now felt a surge of excitement. The next day, as I approached school, a sense of unease washed over me. After all, Fu Hao had been injured, and the police had arrived. His family would undoubtedly be aware of the incident. Would they seek me out for revenge? What if the school took action against me? I suspected that the members of the Iron Blood Hall were already aware of what had transpired, as they cast me peculiar glances whenever I crossed paths with them. However, while I dared to meet their gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. That altercation had been pivotal for me. At least now, the Iron Blood Hall members would think twice before provoking me. As I entered the classroom, I encountered Zhang Qimei, who stopped me and cautioned, "Why did you come to school today? Word is out. You're the one who got Fu Hao hurt. His family will certainly come looking for you. You should lay low." I retorted, "I can hide for a moment, but can I hide forever? Besides, Fu Hao attacked me first at the restaurant, so I have every right to defend myself. You must testify on my behalf if needed." She assured me, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to testify." Just as I entered the classroom, the loudspeaker crackled to life, and I caught a glimpse of Fu Hao. His gaze upon me was filled with disdain. I mused to myself, had he really come to regard himself as part of the Iron Blood Hall? Did my actions tarnish their image, inciting his hatred? It was unfathomable how our long-standing camaraderie had devolved into such animosity. I hope we wouldn't clash again. If I struck him, it would be utterly embarrassing. As class began, Su Xiaoyi entered, appearing somewhat unwell, likely due to a restless night. She seemed unaware of Fu Hao's predicament. After settling into her seat, she quickly scribbled a note and had it passed to me. Upon opening it, I read her inquiry. "What happened last night? Did you really hurt Fu Hao?" I found myself at a loss for words. I would have preferred she learn of the situation from someone else rather than hearing it directly from me. However, since she had sent the note, I had no choice but to respond. I took a piece of paper and wrote back, "Yes, we fought, and my friend even injured Fu Hao quite badly." After completing this segment, I added a note of apology to Su Xiaoyi, not anticipating the severity of the situation. Once the note was passed on, she ceased to respond. I remain oblivious to her thoughts or whether she harbors any resentment towards me. About halfway through the first period, our homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, abruptly entered, her expression far from pleasant, summoning me outside. The look on her face indicated she was undoubtedly aware of my altercation with Fu Hao. After exiting the classroom, she tapped my forehead with her finger, exuding an air of disappointment as she reprimanded me. "What am I to say about you? Just a few days ago, I praised you, and now you find yourself in trouble again. I had intended to recommend you for the Best Progress Award at school to bring our class some honor, but now it appears all is lost. No honor gained, and instead, you face criticism." She then demanded an honest account of last night's events. Given that Fu Hao initiated the confrontation at the restaurant, I felt justified in my actions and candidly recounted the incident, embellishing my narrative where advantageous, particularly in describing how Fu Hao attacked me, while glossing over the details of our pursuit of him. Upon hearing my account, Bai Lu muttered a few words, suggesting that Fu Hao deserved a beating, as he had caused her trouble in school and continued to do so outside of it. However, she conveyed that despite her willingness to assist me, the current predicament was complicated by Fu Hao's family having connections with the school. She promised to do her best to help, but the extent of her assistance remained uncertain. Afterward, she led me toward the office of the grade director. Just as we approached the door, I heard a middle-aged woman's voice inside, presumably Fu Hao's mother. Upon entering, I found not only several teachers, but also two individuals, Fu Hao's older brother, whom I had encountered the previous night, and a rather affluent-looking middle-aged woman, presumably Fu Hao's mother. Fu Hao's brother bore a large bump on his forehead and a scratch beneath his ear, likely sustained during the scuffle. Upon seeing me, Fu Hao's mother pointed and inquired if I was Chow Xiaobing. Before I could respond, his brother lunged at me, seemingly intent on striking me. Fortunately, Bai Lu stepped in front of me, cautioning him that we were in a school environment and urging him to speak calmly rather than resorting to violence. The other teachers quickly gathered around to shield me. His brother appeared to be merely posturing. Upon seeing the teachers intervene, he retreated. This led to Fu Hao's mother launching a tirade against me, hurling a barrage of derogatory remarks, asserting that a student like me deserved expulsion, likening me to a flyspeck on the school's reputation. Her words struck me as absurd. If anyone deserved expulsion, it was Fu Hao himself. After her verbal assault on me, she began pressuring Bai Lu and the grade director about how to address the situation, insisting that my parents be summoned to the school. Due to her disruptive nature, the grade director felt compelled to ensure my parents arrived to calm her down. In the past, when my academic performance was lacking, I would have refused to involve my father, but now that my grades had improved, I was reluctant to risk expulsion. I reluctantly called my father, informing him of the trouble I had caused and requesting his presence at the school. My father briefly grasped the situation over the phone, scolded me profusely, and then hung up without confirming whether he would come. I suspected he might prefer to avoid the confrontation. Bai Lu, perhaps eager to defend me, spoke in my favor, emphasizing that Fu Hao was the one who had initiated the fight and that both parties had agreed to the altercation, indicating that we did not seek out trouble. She implied that Fu Hao bore some responsibility for the incident as well, and if I were to be reprimanded, he should be held accountable too. This did not sit well with Fu Hao's mother, who clashed with Bai Lu, declaring that she was unfit to be a teacher and even less capable of being a homeroom teacher. Bai Lu, being relatively young and somewhat inflexible, attempted to reason with Fu Hao's mother, which only served to escalate the situation. Ultimately, Fu Hao's mother grew impatient and slapped Bai Lu. This incident occurred because of me, igniting a surge of anger within me as I pointed at Fu Hao's mother and shouted a few words in retaliation. This led to a scuffle with Fu Hao's brother, resulting in a rather humiliating defeat for me. However, I harbored no regrets. Bai Lu's steadfast protection was worth the beating, concerned that the situation might spiral further out of control. The grade director summoned two physical education teachers to oversee Fu Hao's brother while inquiring about the arrival of my family. I contemplated calling my father again, but just as I reached for my phone, the office door swung open. Aunt Huang entered, evidently summoned by my father. My ability to continue attending school was largely due to Aunt Huang's connections. The grade director had previously referred to her as director, and despite her retirement, her influence remained intact. It seemed likely that today's situation could be resolved favorably. Indeed, upon seeing Aunt Huang, the grade director rushed over to greet her warmly, engaging in polite conversation for an extended period. Fu Hao's mother, witnessing this exchange, appeared increasingly agitated and soon made her own phone calls to seek assistance. Ironically, her contacts turned out to be familiar with Aunt Huang, and their relationship seemed quite amicable. At this juncture, resolving the matter became far more manageable. It was evident that the school would not expel me, and any disciplinary action would likely be limited to a reprimand. With hopes of expulsion dashed, Fu Hao's mother stormed out, leaving behind a parting threat that if the school did not deal with me, she would enlist outside help to do so. Regardless of the outcome, the school's issues were resolved. Aunt Huang exchanged a few words with me, advising me to focus on my studies before taking her leave. Although the matter had been settled, I felt disheartened by Bai Lu's predicament. having endured a slap on my behalf. The grade director had also reprimanded her, advising her to be more astute in her dealings with others and to avoid rigid reasoning. Bai Lu appeared particularly aggrieved. As I followed her out of the grade director's office, I noticed her on the verge of tears, and I was at a loss for how to console her. After much contemplation, I finally said, "Teacher, I truly apologize for the trouble caused. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to my studies, and during the final exams this semester, I will strive to achieve an excellent rank across the entire grade. Not for anyone else, but for you." Bai Lu smiled with gratitude, replying, "Hearing that brings me joy. But remember, your studies are for yourself and your future." I smiled back, reiterating that it was indeed for her sake, emphasizing my sincerity with increasing intensity. This caused a slight blush to rise on her cheeks, and she bashfully retorted, "Enough of this, you rascal. Go on and attend your class." I must admit, Bai Lu's bashfulness made her resemble a young girl. While matters at school had been resolved, Fu Hao's mother had ominously vowed to seek outside assistance, which meant I needed to remain cautious in the following days. On that midday, I ventured to the entertainment center in the square to seek out Lao Wu, curious to ascertain whether the police had caused them any trouble. Lao Wu expressed that he had been meaning to discuss this matter, stating, "This situation is indeed peculiar. Did anyone not report it yesterday? The police arrived at the scene, yet today there's been no news. It seems that Fu Hao's family opted for a private resolution, voluntarily choosing not to pursue our responsibility. What could be the reason behind that?" Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over me. If not for someone on Lao Wu's side pulling strings, why would Fu Hao's family choose a private settlement? It was evident that if the matter went public, they would be at a disadvantage since Fu Hao initiated the altercation. If our culpability turned out to be minimal, then Fu Hao's beating would have been in vain. Conversely, opting for a private resolution meant that their handling of the situation could be unpredictable, likely leading them to seek revenge through social means. The likelihood of retaliation was considerable. And who would be the primary target? First and foremost, it would be Lao Wu, as he was responsible for Fu Hao's injury. Next would be me, as I was the origin of the conflict alongside Guo Zifang, who had been embroiled in a separate quarrel with Fu Hao's brother and had little direct connection to the incident. I conveyed my analysis of the current situation to Lao Wu, advising him to remain vigilant and not fall victim to any underhanded schemes. He appeared unfazed, asserting that he spent his days at the entertainment center, territory controlled by Jiuyi, and that Fu Hao's family would dare not act out there. While his perspective held merit, given the environment, it was prudent to exercise caution. During our conversation, Lao Wu unexpectedly received a phone call, during which he was met with a barrage of reproaches, suggesting he had stirred up trouble. The caller seemed to be Long Ge, someone I had encountered before, and I feared the worst. Long Ge's mention of trouble likely referred to the altercation with Fu Hao from the previous night. Following the call, Lao Wu's expression shifted to one of distress as he lamented, "This is a mess. We've really troubled Long Ge. They actually know Xiao Bilhu. He missed the incident last night, and now he's called Long Ge to seek accountability. Long Ge will be here soon. What are we to do?" Hearing Lao Wu's words chilled me to the bone. This situation had escalated to the point of involving Long Ge, and Xiao Bilhu's direct confrontation indicated he was not intimidated by Long Ge at all. Moreover, Long Ge's tone conveyed his anger, as he perceived our actions to have caused significant trouble. This was troubling, especially since Lao Wu had only acted to assist me, leaving me with a sense of guilt. Lao Wu had finally found a good elder brother, with a promising future ahead, and if this incident jeopardized his prospects, I would bear the burden of guilt. Lao Wu urged me to leave quickly, asserting that he would take the heat since he had a rapport with Long Ge and would not face severe repercussions. I countered that it would be dishonorable for me to abandon him, as the trouble stemmed from my actions. I insisted that we had sworn an oath of brotherhood, sharing both fortune and hardship, and that even if I missed class that afternoon, I would not abandon him. Seeing my resolute stance, Lao Wu refrained from further protest, patting my shoulder and affirming, "Brother, your words are enough for me. I have no regrets about helping you last night." What defines a lifelong brotherhood, I pondered, seems to be exemplified in this moment. Yet, Lao Wu soon followed up with a rather amusing request, saying, "In light of how much I've helped you this time, you must assist me in pursuing Zhang Qimei later. That girl's fiery temperament truly captivates me." At such a critical juncture, he still thought of women. This showcased Lao Wu's spirited nature, undeterred by impending trouble. I assured him I would help, but whether he could win her over remained a matter of fate. Approximately 10 minutes later, Long Gu arrived, accompanied by none other than Xiao Bilhu. The sight of Xiao Bilhu triggered memories of his earlier violent escapades, causing me to feel quite uneasy. Lao Wu, however, approached Long Gu, addressing him respectfully. Long Gu responded curtly, his demeanor suggesting displeasure. He gestured towards a nearby room, indicating we should discuss matters inside. I had anticipated Xiao Bilhu would confront us aggressively, similar to Fu Hao's brother, yet his calm demeanor indicated a level-headedness uncommon among typical ruffians. He clearly deemed such trivial matters beneath his emotional investment. As Lao Wu quietly inquired if I was certain about not leaving, I dismissed his concerns, insisting we should face whatever consequences awaited us. I pushed him forward, entering the room where Lao Wu closed the door. He pointed at me, saying, "This is my brother, Chao Xiaobing, involved in last night's fray." He hardly laid a finger. It was all me. I quickly interjected, "This has nothing to do with Lao Wu. The conflict arose between Fu Hao and me. He merely assisted me. If there is blame to assign, it rests solely on my shoulders." Longa scoffed. "You two are quite the honorable pair, vying to shoulder the blame. But what good does that do? Together, you don't warrant the responsibility." He then turned to Xiao Bilhu, inquiring how to resolve the issue. Xiao Bilhu, unflappable, replied, "Fu Hao was hurt. Whoever did it should suffer the same fate. This is the utmost concession I can offer out of respect for you." He gestured towards me, instructing, "Go and take care of it swiftly. I have other matters to attend to." The audacity of his demand left me speechless. How could he expect me to reciprocate such violence? Glancing at Long Gu, I discerned his reluctance to intervene, suggesting he might be tacitly approving of Xiao Bilhu's demands. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Bilhu's tone grew impatient. "Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you." Shaking my head, I firmly declared, I refused to comply. My heart raced as I spoke, fearing Xiao Bilhu might resort to violence against me. He smirked. "Ah, I see you have some backbone." Lao Wu, perhaps sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Tiger Gu, we previously ran with Changgu at the South Bus Station. And you should remember, we were part of the 342 Hongwei factory. Could you show us some leniency based on that connection? We won't dare to cross you again." Before Lao Wu could finish, Xiao Bilhu interrupted, his irritation palpable. "How dare you mention that? If you were with us in the 342, why are you now under Long Gu? You're no different from a traitor. Hurry up, don't waste my time." At this moment, Brother Long smiled and attempted to mediate the situation, stating, "His choice to follow me indicates that my prospects are evidently more promising. Wouldn't you agree, brother? If it doesn't work out for you, why not join us? The future certainly belongs to us." Little Gecko remarked that prior to the opening of Millennium City, the prospects around the square were indeed more favorable. However, with the advent of Millennium City, the future was uncertain. Brother Long suggested that time would reveal the truth. The two men, despite their polite conversation, concealed sharp undertones. Neither was willing to yield to the other. Such influential figures possess a distinct manner of handling affairs compared to us. What do you both mean by this? Are you trying to compel me to act? Little Gecko's emotions were becoming increasingly unstable. Frankly, I could feel sweat forming on my brow. I had never been this tense before. At that moment, Lao Wu stepped forward and said, "How about this, Brother Tiger? I'll take responsibility for the incident with Fu Hao. I can handle it myself. In consideration of Brother Long, could you allow me some leniency?" After saying this, Lao Wu approached a corner where there was a box containing various steel pipes and batons. Without hesitation, he picked up a steel pipe and struck it against his own forehead with a resounding thud. The noise echoed, indicating the force he had employed. My heart tightened in response, and I rushed over to inspect his head, inquiring about his actions. Ignoring me, Lao Wu touched his forehead, and when he withdrew his hand, it was already smeared with blood. He smiled at Little Gecko and said, "Brother Tiger, see? I've opened my head. Is this sufficient, or should I do it again?" Little Gecko's expression was complex and unappealing. Given Lao Wu's actions, if he were to claim it was insufficient and asked Lao Wu to strike again, it would make him appear petty, as if a significant figure were quarreling with a nameless thug. Conversely, if he merely let it go, he might feel he had been too lenient, which would leave him dissatisfied. Brother Long interjected to ease the tension, saying, "So what do you think? My subordinate is quite impressive. Isn't. This is precisely why I've taken a liking to him and plan to promote him in the future. Look at the injury on his head. Let us settle this matter." Out of respect for my brother, I'll reserve a private room at Phoenix Tower tonight for a meal and to discuss a few other matters. You must come, otherwise, it would imply you look down upon me. With Brother Long's intervention, Little Gecko waved his hand, conceding that Lao Wu and I had been fortunate this time, and urged us to leave promptly. As Lao Wu and I exited, I overheard Little Gecko remark to Brother Long, "This kid has guts. He will achieve great things in the future." Brother Long affirmed, "That is for sure. Those I value are never mistaken." Upon leaving, seeing the blood on Lao Wu's forehead made me uneasy. I questioned him about his self-inflicted injury, stating, "Why would you hit yourself? If anyone should be punished, it should be me. I caused you to be scolded and injured." Lao Wu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "It's just a bit of blood. It's nothing serious. This resolution is the best outcome for us. Otherwise, would you prefer waiting for him to retaliate? By then, I might end up hospitalized. Besides, having navigated through society, I understand how to handle matters like these. My actions will ensure that neither he nor Brother Long looks down upon me, which works to my advantage." I reflected on the differences between Lao Wu and me. His extensive experience in society had honed his skills in dealing with such situations. Later, I accompanied Lao Wu to a clinic to bandage his head. Fortunately, since he had struck himself, it was not severe. However, I doubted this incident would conclude here. Lao Wu's troubles may have been resolved, but I was still likely to face issues from Fu Hao's mother. That afternoon, as I arrived at school, I encountered Su Xiaoyi at the entrance. I hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to greet her, but ultimately lacked the courage, fearing she harbored resentment towards me. I had no desire to embarrass myself. As I followed her briskly toward the teaching building, a boy suddenly obstructed her path, handing her a letter before darting away. This boy was not from our third year. He appeared to be from the second. Su Xiaoyi paused, glanced at the retreating figure, and then proceeded to open the letter as she entered the building. I surmised it might be a love letter since Su Xiaoyi had received many in the past, but after her relationship with Fu Hao began, no boys dared to approach her. This second-year boy must have learned of her split with Fu Hao, and I admired his audacity. Upon reading the letter, Su Xiaoyi remained remarkably composed, swiftly tearing it to shreds and discarding it in the trash bin at the stairwell. Evidently, she had grown accustomed to the attention, having developed an immunity to such pursuits. At that moment, she caught sight of me and offered a smile, which I interpreted as a greeting. Naturally, I reciprocated and followed her up the stairs. On our way, she inquired, "How did you resolve your issues with Fu Hao? Didn't T his mother come to school this morning?" I explained, thanks to connections on my family's side, the school wouldn't T pursue the matter. However, his mother warned me that she wouldn't T let this go and would find someone from the outside to deal with me. I suspect the next few days wouldn't T be peaceful during my commute to and from school. She suggested, "Why not take a couple days off from school to avoid trouble?" I replied, "It's no big deal. Worst case, I'll just take a beating. It won't kill me." She sighed and fell silent. Although our conversation was brief, I felt a surge of happiness, indicating that our relationship had begun to show signs of improvement, likely to grow even stronger. That afternoon, as school dismissed, I was particularly cautious, fearing someone might ambush me. Strangely, the journey home was uneventful. However, upon arriving, my father wore a grim expression and instructed me to accompany him to a certain location to handle some business. His demeanor suggested something was amiss, and when I asked where we were going and what had happened, he insisted I refrain from asking questions, promising I would understand upon arrival. For some reason, I had a nagging suspicion it was connected to Fu Hao's family. A few minutes later, he took me out in a borrowed car towards the outskirts. I inquired about the house and when we would move, to which he cryptically replied, "We're going to deal with this matter now. If all goes well, we can move tonight. If not, we may never move in." His words were perplexing, causing unease to settle within me. I pressed for details, but he remained tight-lipped. Upon reaching the outskirts, he drove into an abandoned factory. In the yard, 2 vehicles were parked, indicating the presence of others. After parking, he led me into a room. The moment the door opened, I was taken aback. There were 5 or 6 individuals inside, the oldest appearing to be around 40, the youngest in their 20s, none of whom seemed to be of good character. My father shut the door behind us and nudged me forward. Addressing the group, "I've brought the person. You should now inform me where to find hostage." The oldest man, sporting a beard, chuckled and approached my father, saying, "You're truly something else, my friend. To secure a woman, you're willing to trade your own son? I've encountered many despicable fathers, but you take the cake. You've opened my eyes today." He and the others erupted into laughter, and I finally comprehended my father's intentions. He had brought me as a bargaining chip. If I were correct, Aunt Huang must be held captive somewhere by these individuals, and their connection to Fu Hao's family was unmistakable. Although I understand that my father was compelled by circumstances, it still leaves me feeling somewhat disheartened. In his eyes, Aunt Huang holds far greater significance than I do. I can't help but wonder if I am truly his biological son, or if he merely picked me up somewhere. At that moment, my father addressed the bearded man, stating, "I have brought the person as you requested. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Moreover, you assured me that you would not harm my son, perhaps only give him a beating, correct?" He glanced at me and added, "I apologize, my son. I am in a position where I have no choice. If we do not rescue Aunt Huang, we will face dire consequences. Just consider this a small sacrifice for your father. They will not make things too difficult for you. Rest assured." The middle-aged man chuckled and instructed one of his associates to take my father to find Aunt Huang, while another was ordered to bind me, mentioning that they planned to sever one of my fingers. Upon hearing this, I became anxious, as his demeanor suggested he was not joking. If they were to indeed cut off a finger, I would be left disabled. This was unacceptable. I inquired why they would do such a thing, questioning if it was a demand from the family of Fu Hao. My father, who had already stepped outside, immediately rushed back, and upon hearing the mention of my finger being severed, he angrily confronted the middle-aged man, exclaiming, "Wasn't it agreed that he would only receive a beating? Why resort to cutting off fingers? This is excessive, and I do not consent." It was somewhat reassuring to see my father exhibit such concern. The middle-aged man instructed my father to cease his objections and move quickly. However, my father resisted, pulling me along as he was suddenly besieged by two individuals and swiftly taken down. I had initially intended to assist him, but another person held me tightly, rendering my efforts futile. My father began to curse, accusing them of being treacherous and untrustworthy. Initially, I was furious with him for selling me out, but my anger dissipated as I realized he likely believed I was merely going to receive a beating, not anticipating the severity of the situation. The middle-aged man ordered that both my father and I be restrained, and then instructed his subordinates to retrieve a knife from the vehicle. Despite our desperate cries and struggles, it was to no avail. My hand was ultimately pressed against the stone steps at the entrance, while another person crouched nearby with a cleaver in hand. No, you must not harm him. Brother, could we speak privately for a moment? It will only take a few minutes. Please hear me out before deciding to sever his hand. Trust me, it will not be detrimental to you. I implore you." I pleaded for just a few minutes, assuring them I had no tricks up my sleeve. As the person prepared to make his move, my father shouted in alarm. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the significance of my father's words, instructing the one with the knife to pause. He then ordered my father to accompany him to another room. At that moment, I felt utterly hopeless, questioning what eloquent words my father could possibly utter to persuade these individuals to spare me. I doubted he had any influential connections. After all, he had not dealt with powerful figures in the years I had known him. When he faced trouble at Zhang Qimei's home, he was nearly hospitalized after being attacked by her father, and he had not sought assistance then. About 10 minutes later, both the middle-aged man and my father emerged from the room. The former's expression was grim and somewhat flustered, while my father appeared considerably more relaxed. "Quickly release that boy." The middle-aged man shouted impatiently before he had even reached us. I was taken aback, relieved yet astonished, wondering how my father had managed to convince him. The middle-aged man's subordinates seemed confused, standing still until he angrily commanded them to let me go. I approached my father, inquiring about what had transpired, but he merely shook his head, indicating he did not wish to divulge any details. I speculated that perhaps my father had summoned someone of considerable influence, causing the middle-aged man to relent. Yet, upon reflection, I realized this was unlikely. After all, I had never seen my father interact with any powerful individuals. As the middle-aged man addressed my father as brother, I was struck by the abruptness of this shift. My father, frowning, replied, "Send someone to return my son to the city. I will accompany you." The middle-aged man agreed and instructed the youngest member of his group to drive me home, emphasizing that he should treat me kindly along the way. At that moment, I was perplexed. If the matter had been resolved, why did my father still wear a troubled expression? Shouldn't he be relieved? After all, my hand would remain intact, and he would not face any repercussions. This seemed to be the best outcome. I surmised that given the middle-aged man's attitude, Fu Hao's family would likely not cause further trouble. Yet, I remained curious about what my father had said to persuade him. Once I was dropped off in the city, I exited the vehicle and took a taxi home. My father returned around 9 in the evening, still looking troubled, as if burdened by some unresolved issue. I asked him why the group had released both of us and what he had said to them. He sighed and replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on your studies and consider today as if it never happened." Although I was deeply curious, my father's unwillingness to share led me to refrain from pressing further, knowing it would only irritate him. Later, his phone rang, and he stealthily stepped outside to take the call, clearly wishing to keep the conversation from my ears. My curiosity piqued. I discreetly followed him to a more secluded spot to eavesdrop on his conversation. Due to the distance, I could not catch every word. But one phrase stood out clearly. My father, sounding somewhat agitated, exclaimed, "I have raised your son for so many years, and you dare to blame me? Let me tell you, do not push me. Otherwise, I will ruin your reputation." Upon hearing this, my mind went blank, the words echoing in my head. I have raised your son for so many years. If he was raising someone else's son, then who was I? This implied that I was not his biological child and that my true parents were someone else entirely. Despite the years of mistreatment and my doubts about my status as his legitimate son, the realization that I was not his biological offspring shocked me to my core. I could not fathom this truth, fearing that if my father discovered I had overheard him, he might reject me. In a panic, I hurried home, still in a daze. If you're not my real father, then who was? Why had my biological parents abandoned me? Furthermore, had my father sought help from my real father when he spoke with the middle-aged man? My thoughts swirled chaotically, filled with questions I yearned to ask him upon his return, yet I hesitated, fearing that inquiry would sever the tenuous bond we shared. Though he was not a devoted father, he had been the only father I had known for many years, and I could not bear the thought of losing him. The conflict within me was overwhelming. About 10 minutes later, my father returned, and his mood appeared to have worsened. Impatiently, he tossed a handful of money at me, instructing, "Go buy me 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of white liquor." It seemed he sought solace in alcohol. In the past, had he spoken to me in such a manner, I would have been reluctant to comply, often finding excuses to evade the task. Only when cornered would I relent. However, today, I too felt disheartened, and I yearned to share a drink with him. As I walked to procure the alcohol, I contemplated my status as his son. He had raised me through considerable hardship. What right did I have to complain? I pondered the reasons behind my biological father's abandonment. Was it due to poverty at the time of my birth? Did he hand me over to my father? Or were there other motives? I recalled my father's earlier phone conversation, where he warned someone to be cautious of ruining their reputation. If he were an ordinary person, such a warning would seem excessive, suggesting that my biological father might possess wealth and influence. Thus, it seemed unlikely that financial hardship was the cause of my abandonment. An unsettling thought lingered in my mind, the possibility of being an illegitimate child, a source of shame for my biological parents. Given the current circumstances, this seemed the most plausible explanation. I doubted my biological father would seek me out. Even if he did, I would refuse to acknowledge him. The moment I learned that I was not my father's biological son, a sense of resentment took root in my heart. Fearing a single bottle would not suffice, I purchased 3 or 4. Upon returning home, my father scolded me, questioning the quantity I had bought. I replied that I wanted to drink with him, fearing 1 bottle wouldn't be enough. He muttered something about the sun rising in the west, surprised that I was willing to drink with him, perhaps overwhelmed by my thoughts. I spoke little, focusing solely on drinking. My father noticed my unusual demeanor and inquired, "What is wrong? Did I sell you today? Are you upset? If you're upset, I'm even more so." I nearly summoned the courage to ask him what I truly wanted to know, but the words caught in my throat. I feared the impact it might have on our relationship and did not wish to alter our current dynamic. As he drank excessively, he became increasingly loquacious, cursing profusely. I absorbed nothing of substance until, when the last drop was consumed and he prepared for bed, he muttered, "That Chinfellow, I truly owe him for my past life." I speculated that this Chun must be the man he had spoken to earlier, possibly my biological father. My poor tolerance for alcohol soon led me into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, the events of the previous night felt dreamlike. Arriving at school, I was greeted by White Dew, who reprimanded me for being late, labeling me a key subject of scrutiny after my recent misadventure. During the 3rd period, Fu Hao's older brother unexpectedly visited my class. Initially, I assumed he sought trouble, but upon stepping outside, he spoke to me amicably, suggesting that since Fu Hao and I were classmates, it would be best for us to reconcile and become friends, as Fu Hao himself wished. I was taken aback by this sudden change in attitude. Fu Hao's family was extending an olive branch. My skepticism lingered, suspecting ulterior motives. However, upon reflection, it seemed they, like the middle-aged man from yesterday, had learned of certain matters. If that were the case, my biological father must hold considerable influence, explaining Fu Hao's family's newfound cordiality. As for how to respond to Fu Hao's brother, I suspected that their family still harbored disdain for me. Their overture seemed motivated by external pressures rather than genuine goodwill. Although I had no desire to befriend Fu Hao, I also did not wish for further conflict. Hence, I replied, "Fine, let us just avoid provoking each other from now on. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to class." Fu Hao's brother appeared slightly disappointed by my response, but he claimed there was nothing further to discuss and began to leave. At that moment, I called him back. He turned, surprise evident on his face. I seized the opportunity to inquire about the sudden shift in their attitude, asking if my father had intervened. He shook his head, stating he was merely following his parents' instructions and had no knowledge of my father's connections, though he believed they were not ordinary people. His demeanor suggested sincerity, so I accepted his response. He then asked if I didn't know who my father had contacted, to which I shook my head and returned to class. Thus, my feud with Fu Hao seemed to reach a temporary resolution, though the future remained uncertain. Shortly after sitting down, Su Xiaoyi sent me a note, inquiring about Fu Hao's brother's visit, worried I was in trouble and offering to help. I replied that my father had intervened and the matter was settled, humorously adding in parentheses that perhaps Fu Hao and I might even become brothers in the future. Su Xiaoyi quickly responded, saying, "If you become brothers, then we can no longer be friends." Her words struck me as sincere, filling me with a quiet joy. It indicated that she had decisively chosen to end her relationship with Fu Hao, eliminating any chance of future friendship between them, which I welcomed. I had never intended to befriend Fu Hao, let alone become brothers. As the atmosphere shifted, the Iron Blood Hall also altered its stance. That afternoon, as I walked toward the school gate, Bighorn unexpectedly patted me on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "Hey, soldier, heading home alone again? Interested in a game of CS?" Understanding his motives, I couldn't help but feel disdain for his opportunism. I retorted sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this the Iron Blood Hall's brother? What happened? Did no one want to play with you today? A mere ordinary student like me probably isn't worthy of your company." Bighorn chuckled. "All right, soldier. No need to insult me. The past is behind us. I apologize for my previous behavior. Can we forget it? I'll treat you to a meal and cover your internet fees. How does that sound?" Since I had no intention of returning home for lunch, preferring to eat and then head to the computer lab, I decided to let him accompany me. I understood his true nature and didn't expect to forge a deep bond with him, merely accepting him as an ordinary acquaintance. After agreeing to his company, Bighorn's excitement was palpable, though I suspected it was feigned. During lunch, he probed into the nature of my connections, curious as to why Fu Hao had ordered his subordinates to reconcile with me and leave me in peace. I advised against asking questions that should remain unasked, as knowing too much would not serve you well. The loudmouth seemed reluctant to let it go, but ultimately refrained from further inquiries. After our meal, we proceeded to the computer room. My mind was preoccupied with various thoughts, causing me to miss some of the loudmouth's comments. He later inquired if I had developed a particular aversion to him, suggesting that I no longer wished to engage. Although I harbored such sentiments, I refrained from voicing them, attributing my silence to my contemplations. He teased me, asking if I was preoccupied with thoughts of Su Xiaoyi, claiming that everyone in our Iron Blood Hall was aware of my fondness for her. This revelation surprised me. How could the others possibly know? Had Fu Hao divulged my feelings? When I asked, he shook his head, stating that it was evident to all, and Fu Hao had merely implied the same. I contemplated their awareness of my feelings, acknowledging that it no longer mattered. He continued with a comment that irked me, suggesting that I should pursue other girls instead of Su Xiaoyi, implying that she was likely involved with Fu Hao. I interrupted him, asserting that my affections were my own concern, and he seemed to sense my irritation, falling silent thereafter. I pondered his earlier words, considering whether Su Xiaoyi had indeed been intimate with Fu Hao. Based on my understanding of her character, I believe she maintained her boundaries and likely remained untouched. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, the loudmouth dove into a game of CS while I logged on to QQ, where I found Siesto online. We began chatting, and he informed me that their friend, Tai Dan, who was pursuing Gao Meng, had recently taken his affection to the high school level. Remarkably, even Gao Meng's instructor was aware of this and had warned Tai Dan against further harassment. Intrigued by the mention of Gao Meng, I pressed for details about the instructor's involvement. Siesta, uncertain of the instructor's motives, speculated that he might have taken an interest in the mixed-race girl. I remarked that in such a vast world, one could encounter all sorts of individuals. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about Gao Meng, I engaged Siesta in conversation about her. Sensing my growing interest, he asked if I too was enamored with the mixed-race girl. I admitted that I'd found her intriguing due to her unique appearance. Siesta encouraged me to pursue her, offering his assistance and mentioning that his sister was a classmate of Gao Meng's. Amused, I requested that he ask his sister for Gao Meng's QQ, allowing me to initiate a conversation before contemplating any romantic pursuits. Siesta agreed to send me a message later. I felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain her contact information, it would pave the way for direct communication with Gao Meng. Meanwhile, the loudmouth kept glancing in our direction, seemingly aware of our conversation. I worried that he might inadvertently disclose my interest in the mixed-race girl to Su Xiaoyi, complicating my attempts to win her over. As fate would have it, I encountered Lao Wu before leaving. Upon learning that I had come to play after school, he scolded me for not seeking him out first. I explained my hesitation, fearing the presence of Long Gu. Lao Wu reassured me that Long Gu usually frequented the CAF only when he had business to attend to. He suddenly mentioned that my family had made some connections. Long Gu had informed him that Xiao Bihu had called to discuss my recent incident. Feeling somewhat guilty, Long Gu intended to treat me to dinner that night, suggesting I join him, and fortuitously, he had just run into me. Though reluctant to attend, my curiosity about my biological father's identity compelled me to go. I asked Lao Wu about the time and location. He replied that it would be at Fengwang Lu at 7 o'clock, offering to meet me at the school gate after classes. I consented. Later that afternoon, during our physical education class, we had some free time after our run. The weather was particularly pleasant, prompting most students to seek shade beneath the teaching building to relax and chat. I settled in a spot when Su Xiaoyi approached and sat beside me, seemingly deliberately. She picked up a small stone and began drawing a grid on the ground, inviting me to play Gamoku. I agreed and found some grass leaves to use as my game pieces while she used the stones. As we played, she mentioned that Fu Hao had texted her, confirming that he had reconciled with me and asked if they could continue their friendship. I inquired how she responded, to which she replied that she was unwilling to remain friends with him, not out of concern for me, but simply due to their breakup. I asserted that friendship was impossible now, and she should forget it altogether. Curious about her decisive split from Fu Hao, I queried if it was solely due to his involvement with Qian Changqing. Considering her past behavior with me, I questioned why she didn't give Fu Hao a second chance. Perhaps sensing the nearby students, she became anxious, urging me to lower my voice. In a hushed tone, she explained that our situations were not comparable. Her intimacy with me was not the same as Fu Hao's actions with Qian Changqing. She also mentioned that her feelings for him had diminished. I chuckled, commenting that such a reckless individual no longer suited her tastes. She agreed, stating that she now found academically inclined boys more appealing. Her words struck a chord. Did she mean me? My academic performance had indeed improved. I teased her, suggesting she was referring to me. She laughed, dismissing my claim by pointing out that while I might excel in our class, I was far from the top in the entire school. Challenged, I proposed a bet to see if I could achieve better grades. She scoffed, refusing to take the bait, and added that my looks rendered any academic accolades moot in her eyes. Her words pierced my heart. While playing Gamoku, we were both crouched down. Today, Su Xiaoyi wore a loose-fitting top, and as she leaned down to ponder her next move, I caught a glimpse of something intriguing beneath her clothing, which stirred my excitement. To speak candidly, her skin was truly delicate and fair. Perhaps I was gazing a bit too intently. Several times, when she unexpectedly looked up, I found myself utterly unresponsive, likely betrayed by my lecherous gaze. Eventually, she seemed to grasp something and, with a hand covering her chest, admonished me fiercely. "Did you just steal a glance at me? How shameless can you be?" I retorted, "With your neckline so wide open, I couldn't help but see when I looked up. What do you expect?" She shot me a glare, then playfully shoved me, causing me to topple backward onto the ground, much to her amusement as she laughed heartily. Our commotion attracted the attention of others in the class. Su Xiaoyi, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to frolic with me so soon after a breakup with Fu Hao, cleared her throat and declared her intention to head to the restroom, rising and walking away. At that moment, I thought that if I dedicated myself to my studies and gained admission to a prestigious high school, there might indeed be hope for a relationship with Su Xiaoyi. As for her comments about my appearance, I consider myself fairly decent looking, and I was certainly growing more handsome. After school that day, Lao Wu was indeed waiting for me at the school gate, having procured a Happiness 250 motorcycle from who knows where, and he had donned a new outfit, clearly having made an effort to dress up. As I approached, I inquired about his intentions, teasing whether he was off to a blind date. He glanced back into the school and replied, "Where's Zhang Qimei? Has she not come out yet?" This fellow, it turned out, had dressed up for Zhang Qimei. I remarked, "We're not even in the same class. How would I know? Besides, why wait for her? Are you planning to take her to Fenghuang Building?" He responded that while he couldn't take her there, just catching a glimpse of Zhang Qimei would suffice for him to sleep soundly that night. Just then, he suddenly grew animated, exclaiming, "There she is." I turned to see Zhang Qimei walking towards us with Tang Bingbing and her boyfriend. Before they arrived, Lao Wu insisted, "Don't let them know I was waiting for you. Say you were waiting for me." As Zhang Qimei approached, she smirked and remarked, "Oh, this little cannon is quite handsome. Did you ride over to flirt with the girls at our school?" Lao Wu nudged me with his elbow, claiming no. "I came to have a meal with Bingge and picked him up especially." "How impressive is that? I had to come personally." Zhang Qimei retorted that if they were dining, they should have invited her too, not just me. Lao Wu sheepishly smiled, promising to treat her another day, but today, the meal was courtesy of someone else, as there were matters to discuss. While their conversation continued, filled with trivial banter, I grew bored and asked if he was planning to leave. Lao Wu shot me a glare, as if I had ruined his chances, but he reluctantly revved the motorcycle and took me away, all the while chastising me. "It's still early for dinner. Couldn't you have let me chat with her a bit longer?" I replied that I was looking out for him. The longer he conversed with her, the deeper his feelings would grow. When she eventually rejected him, the pain would be far greater, and as a brother, I couldn't bear to see him suffer. This only fueled his anger, accusing me of cursing him and insisting he would certainly win Zhang Qimei's heart. I suggested he take his time, but when the moment of heartbreak arrived, he shouldn't shed tears in front of me. Later that evening, upon arriving at Fenghuang Building with Lao Wu, we found a sizable gathering already in progress, mostly friends of Longge and Xiao Bihu. Initially, I thought this gathering was solely to treat Lao Wu and me to dinner, but it appeared more like a casual meet-up with us as mere afterthoughts. Nonetheless, the meal was quite extravagant. It was the first time I had dined at such a high-end place. After the meal, they proceeded to karaoke. But Lao Wu found it uninteresting and opted not to join, and I was left unable to ask Xiao Bihu anything, resigning myself to waiting for another opportunity. As for Fu Hao, he had spent about a week in the hospital, and on the first day back at school, we happened to cross paths at the gate, where a crowd of Iron Blood Hall members had gathered to welcome him back. There must have been 20 or 30 of them, and it was quite a scene. As I passed by, they noticed me, and I could see some pointing in my direction. It was then that Fu Hao called out to me, gesturing for me to wait, and made his way over. His head was wrapped in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries compared to my previous ones. When he reached me, he smiled and candidly confessed, "I must admit, I've harbored some disdain for you, but my family has pressured me to steer clear of you. I'm not sure what connections your family has, but I must heed my parents' words. So, let's consider our past grievances settled." He paused, then continued, "My family hopes we can become friends. As the saying goes, no friendship without conflict. I am genuinely interested in being friends, though I understand it may take time to mend our relationship. Let's take it slow." Fu Hao's words were sincere. I grasped his meaning. In essence, he was suggesting that we could move past being adversaries, and if friendship was possible, we could pursue it at a later date. Upon reflection, if Fu Hao weren't infatuated with Su Xiaoyi, and if we hadn't clashed, he might indeed make for a good friend, loyal and capable. Yet, it was precisely Su Xiaoyi's involvement that had led us to this point. My feelings for her were beyond my control, and since she had previously stated that should I become friends with Fu Hao, she would no longer acknowledge me, I hoped to maintain a peaceful coexistence without pursuing friendship. However, I couldn't express this too bluntly. Maintaining a facade of civility was essential, especially given the sincerity with which he had approached me in front of his peers. I replied that we could see how things developed. If fate allowed, we could indeed become friends, but if not, we might find ourselves at odds once again. He smiled, signaling that we were finished with the conversation, and as I turned to enter the school, he suddenly called after me, but just so you know, I'm still going to compete for Su Xiaoyi. I won't just hand her over to you. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. The idea that he would willingly relinquish her to me was almost absurd. After all, it hinged on whether Su Xiaoyi would even take a liking to me. The animosity between Fu Hao and me seemed to have reached a conclusion. News of our saga had circulated widely throughout the school, with various interpretations emerging. Most claimed that I had been the one to instigate Fu Hao's injury, only for him to subsequently extend an olive branch, asserting that my family's connections were significant. And rumors even suggested that my father had once been involved in the underworld but had since retired. Hearing younger students speculate about me and Fu Hao was quite amusing. As for the other members of the Iron Blood Hall, sometimes they would take the initiative to greet me on campus, calling me Brother Bing. Some of them I didn't even recognize. It was quite a delightful feeling, akin to the exhilaration an ancient emperor must have felt, commanding the attention of thousands and wielding immense power. Now let us discuss Su Xiaoyi and Fu Hao. After returning to school, Fu Hao sought to reconcile with Su Xiaoyi multiple times, yet her stance remained resolute. Gradually, Fu Hao seemed to come to terms with the situation, letting go of his pursuit. He soon grew particularly close to a girl from the 8th grade, chatting at the school gate every day after class. It appeared that he had completely given up on Su Xiaoyi, which brought me a sense of relief. With his abandonment of Su Xiaoyi, the likelihood of conflict between us diminished, making our encounters much more comfortable. As for Su Xiaoyi, she seemed to care deeply about this matter. During a dinner gathering with Zhang Qimei and a few others, the topic of Fu Hao arose. Su Xiaoyi, with a hint of disappointment, exclaimed, "Men are all the same. They adore you when they're interested, but as soon as their feelings fade, they promptly move on to someone else. Fu Hao is no different. Is he really any better than Wang Yang? Yes, even more shameless." Her words echoed sentiments she had expressed when breaking up with Wang Yang. Zhang Qimei chuckled and said, "All right, enough complaining. You were the one who insisted on the breakup, so don't blame anyone else. If you wanted, you could just get back together with him. Besides, Brother Bing still definitely likes you. If you two were together, I can assure you he would cherish you wholeheartedly for a lifetime." At that moment, Tang Bingbing chimed in, affirming Zhang Qimei's words. "Exactly. Brother Bing has liked you for so long, since the first year of middle school. It's quite remarkable. Look at me. I once liked him so much. Yet I've changed my feelings, but he has remained constant. If you were with him, you would undoubtedly be happy." Su Xiaoyi shot me a glance and scoffed. "Oh please, he would be the same. He might treat me well at first, but over time, his feelings would dwindle. If I broke up with him, he would likely move on even faster." Her words displeased me, and I retorted, "Why not give a try with me? See if I would like someone else." Su Xiaoyi showed me no mercy, refusing the idea and declaring that I was too ugly. Perhaps because she had mentioned my looks several times. I had lost all confidence in my appearance. Later, I even approached some first and second year students in the school to ask for their impressions of me at first glance, wondering if I was considered good looking. I don't know if they were afraid of me or what, but they all unanimously said I was handsome, which restored some of my confidence. Now, regarding the matter of my origins, I have attempted to seek answers, but to no avail. Long Gu had sent his brother Wu to inquire on my behalf, but Long Gu expressed his ignorance, leaving me uncertain whether he truly didn't know or simply could not disclose the information. One day, during physical education class, I played table tennis with Fu Hao for a while. During a break, I tentatively asked him about it, but he was just as uninformed as his brother. Only their parents were aware, and they were in the dark. He mentioned he would ask his parents at home to see if they could find out. Yet the next day, he informed me that his family was quite tight-lipped and couldn't disclose anything. This only fueled my curiosity about the identity of my biological father. How extraordinary could he be that others dared not even discuss it? Since I couldn't gather any information, I decided to stop pondering over it. As for our relocation, it took a considerable amount of time to finalize. However, I was overjoyed on the day we moved in, as I would be in the same neighborhood as Su Xiaoyi, allowing us to commute to school together. Initially, when Su Xiaoyi learned of the news, she was somewhat upset, suspecting that I had moved to be closer to her. She expressed that she disliked that feeling. I retorted, "Do you think I have such capability? Buying a house to pursue you? That's my dad's arrangement with his partner. It has nothing to do with me." Once Su Xiaoyi realized that I had indeed purchased the house and was not merely renting, her discontent vanished. From that point onward, we consistently commuted together. Given the overcrowded buses and the occasional inability to sit together, I decided to buy a bicycle to ride her to and from school. Su Xiaoyi did not refuse, but she insisted on giving me 5 yuan each week, claiming it was for riding my bike. She felt uncomfortable with the notion of others gossiping, so she thought it better to offer me some money as a gesture. I was indifferent to this, as I was just content to ride alongside her. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. Our daily commutes quickly deepened our bond, and my hopes began to swell. During this period, my academic performance also saw significant improvement. While others required half an hour to grasp what the teacher covered, I could comprehend it in 10 minutes. My academic aptitude became increasingly evident, with Bai Lu praising me multiple times, calling me a genius. If I could rank among the top 20 in the upcoming final exams, it would surely be a remarkable achievement. Motivated by this goal, I dedicated myself to my studies, and Aunt Huang even hired a tutor for me, who came to guide me every evening. During this time, I slowly began to understand the meaning of life and existence, feeling as though I was finally on the right path. Fortune seemed to smile upon me. By November that year, Siesta delivered good news. He had obtained Gao Ming's QQ and sent it to me. Without hesitation, I applied to add her as a friend. She seemed infrequent online, as it took nearly a week for her to accept my request and send a message inquiring about my identity. When I saw her message, my excitement knew no bounds. Did she harbor feelings for me? However, I faced a dilemma in how to respond, unsure of what kind of person Gao Ming was. If I said something amiss and she deleted me, it would be troublesome. After some thought, I replied, "I'm just someone who wishes to be your good friend. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" She promptly responded, asking, "Are you from Railway High School? Which grade and class?" Railway High School must be the institution Gao Ming currently attended, as it wasn't in our city, and I had never heard of it. I replied that I wasn't. I was still in middle school, effectively her junior, and would only be taking the high school entrance exam next year. She then inquired how I had obtained her QQ. I explained that I had stumbled upon it through someone else and made a note of it. She responded with a nonchalant "oh," leaving me uncertain on how to continue the conversation. Although I wished to keep chatting, I was also wary of annoying her, so I opted for silence. As long as she didn't delete me, there would be ample opportunities to converse in the future. Moreover, I genuinely had no idea what to discuss, especially since I didn't know her well. I couldn't very well ask her what it felt like to be a mixed-race individual, could I? Time flew by, and before I knew it, the end of the first semester final exams in the third year of middle school were approaching. During this time, Su Xiaoyi was also working hard. One day after school, she confided in me, "I can't seem to grasp some of these questions. You should come over to my house every evening to review together. If I have any questions, I can ask you." I hesitated, saying, "Is it really appropriate for me to go to your house? I feel uncomfortable with your parents around." She rolled her eyes at me and replied, "What is there to be afraid of? My parents aren't tigers. They want to eat you. Besides, they want to even know you like me. What is there to be embarrassed about? Just come to my room and teach me. They want to come in. They're usually very busy and often come home late." Su Xiaoyi had expressed her thoughts, leaving me with no choice but to agree. Upon returning to the community that day, she suggested I come directly to her home. However, I hesitated, contemplating the need to change shoes due to my foot odor, which would be rather embarrassing. I told her I would come over later and decided to return home first. Su Xiaoyi remarked that I was being indecisive and left for her house. Once at home, I promptly went to the bathroom to wash my feet, scrubbing them thoroughly with soap multiple times. Ultimately, I changed into a fresh pair of socks before heading to her place. Upon knocking at the door, it was Su Xiaoyi's mother who answered. It seems Su Xiaoyi had already informed her about me, as her mother greeted me with great enthusiasm and courtesy. After inviting me in, she offered me water and fruit while continuously praising me. "I heard from my daughter that you used to struggle academically. Yet now you rank 9th in your class. One incredible improvement. You must teach Su Xiaoyi well with the upcoming high school entrance examination. I'm worried she might not make it if she doesn't study hard." I assured her that Su Xiaoyi was quite intelligent and that as long as she dedicated herself to her studies, she would have no trouble getting into high school. Perhaps my words were particularly convincing, as Su Xiaoyi secretly gave me a thumbs up in admiration. Her mother chuckled and remarked, "Oh, she's always been a bit slow. While other children mastered multiplication and division long ago, she struggled with addition and subtraction. No matter how I taught her, it was as if she just couldn't grasp it." Hearing her mother speak so critically Su Xiaoyi became slightly displeased and questioned her mother if she was truly her biological parent, expressing her dissatisfaction with such comments. Her mother laughed even more and insisted she was merely speaking the truth. Afterward, she urged me to ensure I taught Su Xiaoyi diligently. If she managed to secure admission to a good high school, she promised to be very grateful. In truth, I was indifferent to expressions of gratitude. My contentment stemmed from being able to assist Su Xiaoyi. Perhaps sensing my discomfort, her mother soon left, allowing Su Xiaoyi and me to study in peace. Initially, I intended to tutor her in the living room, but Su Xiaoyi insisted that she was more accustomed to doing her homework in her room, so she guided me there. As she opened the door to her room, a delightful fragrance wafted towards me, a scent characteristic of a young girl's sanctuary. Her room was adorned in a distinctly feminine style, with pastel colors and an array of dolls on the bedside, along with numerous cartoon drawings on the walls, revealing the youthful innocence that still resided within her. On the opposite side of the bed was a writing desk, presumably where she completed her assignments, accompanied by a computer. In this day and age, only families like Su Xiaoyi's could afford such technology. I remarked on her computer, inquiring if she spent her days online. She replied that it was somewhat true. She hadn't been interested in gaming before, but recently had taken a liking to it. When I pressed for details, she hesitated initially, but eventually confessed to having met a boy online from the provincial capital with whom she felt a connection, and that her recent internet activity mostly revolved around chatting with him. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of displeasure and playfully questioned if her abrupt breakup with Fu Hao had anything to do with this online acquaintance. Su Xiaoyi's demeanor shifted, and she retorted, "What do you mean by that? You must know I broke up with Fu Hao because he cheated on me, right? Don't imply that it's my fault. Besides, I only met this guy after breaking up with Fu Hao, and it hasn't even been long." Realizing I had upset her, I quickly clarified that my question was merely casual and not meant to offend. I then recalled a story about a female acquaintance who had been deceived by an online suitor and cautioned Su Xiaoyi to be wary of strangers on the internet. Before I could finish the tale, she interrupted, her impatience evident. "All right, I get it. Why do you think I would be foolish enough to meet an online stranger?" At that point, I opted to change the subject back to studying. Among all her subjects, mathematics was Su Xiaoyi's weakest. When confronted with challenging problems, particularly word problems, she struggled to comprehend even after multiple explanations. Eventually, she began to feel guilty and cautiously asked, "You don't find me annoying, do you? If I were you, I would have lost patience with me by now. Am I really that slow?" While I would be lying if I said I wasn't frustrated, I dared not admit it. Instead, I maintained a calm facade, assuring her that it was perfectly fine, emphasizing that she shouldn't feel pressured and should take her time to think through the problems. After several attempts, a light finally dawned on her, and she exclaimed in excitement, "So that's how you solve this type of problem? I just couldn't grasp it before." I explained that some problems are like that. Once you understand the approach, it becomes much easier. Most problems may appear different, but the methods to solve them often remain the same. Su Xiaoyi gave me a thumbs up and said, "I must admit, I'm starting to admire you. If her class monitor explained things to me, I wouldn't think much of it, but you as a student who once struggled have achieved so much. It's truly impressive." Her praise sent me into a euphoric state, and I responded, if it weren't for my previous lack of diligence, I would have ranked among the top in our grade. "I'm just naturally intelligent, I suppose." Su Xiaoyi rolled her eyes, teasingly commenting that I was getting a bit cocky. From that day onward, I found myself routinely at her home, helping her tackle difficult subjects. I noticed that during our study sessions, she would sometimes rest her chin on her hand, gazing intently at me rather than the problems. Unable to resist, I asked, "Why are you staring at me instead of the problems I'm explaining?" With a playful grin, she replied, "You look quite handsome when you're earnestly explaining the material." Her remark caught me off guard and made me feel slightly bashful. I pondered if this was a promising sign that Su Xiaoyi might be developing feelings for me. I jested, "It's not just my explanation. I'm inherently handsome." Expecting her to tease me in return, I was astonished when she actually nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, you're handsome, and even more so when you solve problems." It's impressive enough to make my heart race. Her unexpected compliment left me speechless, and I jokingly remarked, "Did you put honey on your tongue today? You used to be the one teasing me, and now you're flattering me. Do you have something to ask of me?" She remained silent, her laughter bubbling up as if she were trying to suppress it, before playfully nudging my arm and inquiring, "What if one day I really do like you? Would you consider dating me?" Her candid question took me by surprise. I initially thought of simply saying yes, but then realized that would make me seem too passive. Instead, I decided to project an air of indifference, replying, "In that case, I would have to decline. Your grades are so poor. You wouldn't even qualify for a key high school. Why would I date you?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi's eyes widened, and she pinched my arm several times with considerable force, scolding me. "How dare you criticize my grades? I don't even think you're that handsome." When she pinched me, it was only natural for me to retaliate by grabbing her hand. Yet, she continued to pinch me, occasionally kicking me with her foot. At that moment, she was wearing slippers at home, and when she kicked me, one slipper fell off, leaving her bare foot to strike me. I had previously mentioned how adorable her feet were, and now, as she playfully kicked me, coupled with our playful tussle, my hormones surged uncontrollably. I warned her not to touch me again, or I would not hold back. Su Xiaoyi showed no signs of relenting. Instead, she began to tickle my waist, laughing as she did so. I am quite sensitive to tickling, and I found myself unable to endure it any longer. Suddenly, driven by an impulse I could not explain, I rose and swept her into a princess carry, surprising her so much that she let out a small yelp. I then tossed her onto the bed and pinned her down, asking if she still wanted to play around. She attempted to squirm free, but I held her firmly, rendering her unable to move. With a hint of panic in her expression, she asked what I intended to do, perhaps fearing that I would take advantage of the situation. I could even feel her heart racing, pounding rapidly, while her slightly parted lips drew in quick breaths, the warmth of her breath brushing against my face, igniting a fluttering sensation within me. I thought to myself that if she were my girlfriend, I might truly be unable to resist. "Get off me. My parents will be home soon," she said, pushing against me with her hands, speaking softly. At the mention of her parents, I faltered, quickly getting off her. She too got off the bed, seemingly frightened, and instead of continuing our playful banter, she returned to her studies. After our lesson that day, as I stepped out of her house, she rushed to the door and said, "Thank you for helping me during this time. I feel I should give you a gift." I felt a rush of excitement, thinking how thoughtful she was. I asked her what the gift was, and she instructed me to close my eyes. This made my heart race, thinking perhaps she was going to kiss me. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, she kicked me in the groin and exclaimed, "That's the price for being naughty." With that, she closed the door, leaving me standing there, stunned and bemused. Recalling the moment I had pinned her down on the bed, I wondered if she had felt my reaction, how embarrassing that thought was. Just then, I heard footsteps on the stairs, prompting me to hastily descend. That night, I found myself restless, a certain part of my body remaining alert. When I awoke in the morning, I discovered I had experienced nocturnal emission. The next morning, as I waited for Su Xiaoyi at the community entrance, I walked with her towards the school. Not long after leaving the community, I suddenly asked her, "How did you know it was misbehaving last night?" At first, she was puzzled, asking what I meant, but after a moment, she seemed to grasp my intent, pinching me playfully and saying, "Why are you asking such shameless questions this early in the morning?" I retorted, "How can you call me shameless? Didn't you kick me yesterday? Was that not shameless?" She scolded me, calling me a rogue, and then said, "I just sensed it. Isn't that how boys are?" It is quite fascinating, though. Why do boys react that way? Honestly, discussing such matters in broad daylight while riding a bicycle with my pants snugly fitting was quite uncomfortable. I pondered her words. She implied that she had seen other boys react similarly. This led me to wonder about her past with Fu Hao or Wang Yang. Had they shared something as well? The thought left me feeling somewhat downcast. I attempted to ask her, "What about you and Fu Hao did you too?" But I couldn't finish the sentence, feeling embarrassed. Su Xiaoyi, however, understood my implication and called me foolish, saying, "Don't overthink it. When I was with him, we only hugged and felt things like that. Just like I felt you. Nothing more happened." I replied, "So you're still single then?" This seemed to irritate her, and she hit me hard, saying, "Isn't that an obvious conclusion? Do you really think I would sleep with him? Do you see me as that kind of girl?" Her words reassured me, and I felt relieved and amused. I said, "That's good. Save it for me. When we become a couple, you can give it to me then." Su Xiaoyi, infuriative, pinched me several times from behind, dismissing my statement as a dream. She insisted on taking a taxi to school instead of riding my bicycle. This prompted me to pedal faster, almost recklessly, causing the bicycle to sway. She, fearing a fall, clutched my waist tightly, a sensation that felt exhilarating. As fate would have it, when Su Xiaoyi and I arrived at the school gate, we encountered Fu Hao, who was chatting with a girl from the second year. They seemed to be dating now. As we dismounted the bicycle and headed toward the bike rack, Fu Hao waved at me and cheerfully remarked, "When will you get her, soldier? Don't forget to treat me to drinks." If Su Xiaoyi had not been present, I would have greeted him without hesitation, considering our budding friendship. But given her presence, I hesitated, fearing her reaction, especially since his question left me at a loss for words. After contemplating, I decided to respond playfully, saying soon, very soon. Su Xiaoyi shot me a glare and said, "Hurry up and park the bike. Stop wasting time." I smiled at Fu Hao, then proceeded to park the bicycle. As we walked toward the classroom, I asked her if she was upset about my conversation with Fu Hao. She countered by asking why she should be upset. I reminded her of her earlier statement that if I became friends with Fu Hao, she would ignore me. Although we were not brothers yet, I thought she might still be displeased. Su Xiaoyi shrugged nonchalantly, saying that was back when I had just broken up with him, and I was angry thinking about him fooling around. Now, seeing him or thinking of him doesn't stir any feelings in me. Even if he dates a dozen girls, it doesn't concern me. As for whether you become friends with him, that's your business. Why should I care? Her words eased my worries. Yet regardless of Su Xiaoyi's attitude, I felt that my relationship with Fu Hao would be hard to turn into a brotherly bond. I even fancifully speculated. If I became friends with Fu Hao and then dated Su Xiaoyi, would it be awkward for the three of us to hang out together? It surely would be. That afternoon, as school let out, I rode with Su Xiaoyi for barely 200 meters before being intercepted by a group of 7 or 8 second-year boys. One particularly fair-skinned boy, resembling a pretty boy, nodded at me and called out, "Hey, soldier," before turning to Su Xiaoyi and asking, "Senior, you're not dating anyone, right? You're not with him, are you?" Although I am unaware of this person's name and have never interacted with him, he appears to be one of the more prominent figures in the second year. Whenever the usual troublemakers from our grade plan activities, he is always present. At this moment, he addresses me as Brother Bing, indicating that he is familiar with me. His inquiry directed at Su Xiaoyi likely suggests that either he or one of his friends has developed a fondness for her and wishes to pursue her. Had he not called me Brother Bing just now, I might have brusquely asked him to step aside and taken Su Xiaoyi away. However, since he has acknowledged me, I felt obliged to return the courtesy. Su Xiaoyi dismounted from her bicycle and playfully patted my shoulder, commenting, with a face like his, "Do you really think I would date him? After all, I am still single." The fair-skinned boy chuckled at her words and glanced at me, saying, "Brother Bing is quite handsome." I thought to myself that this fellow certainly knows how to speak, so I took the opportunity to boast. "Did you see that? The eyes of the public are sharp. I'm not ugly. It's just that your standards have yet to catch up." Su Xiaoyi made a gagging gesture and then inquired what the fair-skinned boy wanted. He replied, "Senior, could you share your QQ or phone number with me? I would like to be friends." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyi displayed a mischievous smile and looked at me, and I could sense she was concocting some mischief. True to form, after a brief moment, she pointed at me and told the fair-skinned boy, "Say it, Brother Bing is truly ugly, and I will give you my QQ." The boy hesitated, then shyly laughed and shook his head, implying he wouldn't say that. Su Xiaoyi warned him that if he didn't comply, she wouldn't share her contact information. With that, she gave me a nudge to ride away, and I quickly pedaled off. Su Xiaoyi hopped on her bike beside me, and the second-year boys did not attempt to stop us. I understood that the fair-skinned boy probably wanted to call me ugly, but dared not do so in my presence. After leaving, I scolded Su Xiaoyi for making me seem ugly and for wanting others to say so, questioning whether she wished for trouble. She replied, "I was merely trying to fend them off. I knew they wouldn't dare say it, so I said that instead. Otherwise, it would have been quite rude to just refuse." Regardless, Su Xiaoyi did not provide them with her contact information, which pleased me, so I chose not to dwell on it. Later, I asked her if, in my absence, she would give her QQ or phone number to the fair-skinned boy. She said it would depend on her mood. If she felt good, she would share it. If not, she wouldn't. With a playful grin, she asked, "If I do give it to him, would you feel jealous?" I replied that I was not so petty. If I were truly that jealous, I would have been consumed by envy when she was with Fu Hao. Although I spoke lightly, I knew deep down that I would indeed feel jealous. Su Xiaoyi seemed relieved by my response, claiming she would give her number to anyone without worrying about my feelings. I recognized she was teasing me, which brought a sense of joy. If she had no feelings for me, she wouldn't playfully tease me like that. As days turned into weeks, the final exams approached swiftly. During the exam, I felt particularly at ease. My studies had improved significantly, making the questions seem relatively simple. After completing all subjects, I estimated that my score would be commendable. If all went well, I should rank within the top 20 of my grade. In contrast, Su Xiaoyi emerged from her exams with a frown, expressing concern that she might not achieve the same ranking as before, let alone improve. I reassured her, reminding her that I had been tutoring her for a while, which should bear some fruit, and she would surely perform better this time. She replied, "I hope so." Upon finishing the exams, we entered our winter break, which turned out to be quite enjoyable. I spent time with my friends, and since our families now lived in the same neighborhood, we frequently encountered each other. Occasionally, when her family was away, I would visit her house, and we would play computer games or watch movies together. Those moments were incredibly delightful. Over time, I felt our relationship had transformed qualitatively. Even as friends, we had become very close, resembling what one might call a male best friend. One memorable winter day, we built a snowman together in our community, reveling in the joy of the moment. Su Xiaoyi remarked that the most romantic thing would be to go skiing with someone she liked, to which I assured her that one day, that dream would surely come true. Summer passed swiftly, and after the new school year began, we entered what would be the most intense semester of middle school. By March, the looming high school entrance exams were just 3 months away, prompting everyone to contemplate their futures. On the first day back, our homeroom teacher, Bai Lu, announced the results of the final exams. Before she began reading, her gaze was fixed on me with an excited expression, igniting a premonition within me. Could it be that I had placed first? Indeed, when she called my name as the top scorer in the class, I was overwhelmed with exhilaration. I had never ranked in the top 3 since kindergarten. Yet here I was, achieving first place. The joy was indescribable. Bai Lu continued, revealing that not only had I secured the top spot in our class, but I had also ranked 8th in the entire grade. If I maintained this momentum, the gates to a prestigious high school would be wide open for me. She noted my journey from being one of the lowest performing students to this remarkable achievement, encouraging my classmates to learn from me and to strive for self-improvement. As Bai Lu spoke with increasing fervor, my classmates turned their attention toward me, filling me with a sense of honor and fulfillment. While I had anticipated doing well in the class, the 8th position in the grade came as a pleasant surprise. It appeared that my path to a prestigious high school was clear. I wondered how my father would react upon hearing this news when I returned home. As for Su Xiaoyi, she had made some progress in her scores, particularly in mathematics, which I hoped was partly due to my tutoring. The student ranked at the bottom of our class was Fu Hao, who reportedly submitted a blank paper during the exam, making his performance unsurprising. Typically, one would expect to feel elated after such results, but Bai Lu soon summoned me to her office. She informed me that the school intended to gather the top 50 students into a special class for intensive training, aiming for even better results. She reassured me that this was not a class division. I would still belong to class 6, but I would attend the reinforcement classes. This development meant I would have fewer opportunities to see Su Xiaoyi, much to my dismay, as these were the last moments of middle school. If we ended up in different high schools, it would surely be a regret. During lunch, I shared this news with Su Xiaoyi, explaining that I might be moving to the reinforcement class for 3 months of intensive training. After listening, Su Xiaoyi's expression noticeably dimmed. However, she soon smiled and said, "That's a good thing. I believe you need to put in some effort. Not only can you get into a key high school, but you can also enter a top class. Once you're in the key class of high school, getting into a good university will be a piece of cake. Young man, your future is boundless, and I have high hopes for you." Despite Su Xiaoyi's outward display of happiness, I could sense that it was merely a facade. Thoughts of entering a key class or prestigious university felt distant and insignificant to me. My focus lay solely on Su Xiaoyi's feelings for me and whether there was hope for us to be together. I said, "What if I get into a key high school and you end up in an ordinary one? We wouldn't be in the same school, and our chances of meeting would diminish." Su Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly, "What is the big deal? We still live in the same neighborhood. We can meet often." Observing her feigned indifference, I thought I would tease her a bit. So I said, "What if I get into a prestigious university and you don't? I wouldn't want to associate with someone uneducated like you." "What then?" I expected her to retaliate, but instead, she wore a strange smile, almost self-deprecating, and said softly, "If you don't want to play with me, then don't. I'm uneducated and not as good as you in studies. I guess I'll just hang out with those who aren't too good at studying. If I can't get into university, I'll just drift through life. What is the big deal?" Her words clearly indicated her anger, and I felt a pang of sympathy for her. I quickly tried to lighten the mood, saying, No. If I end up with a doctorate, my feelings for you will remain unchanged. You can rest assured, we will be friends for life, provided you don't date me. If we date, we'll just be lifelong lovers. Su Xiaoyi ignored me, suddenly jumping off the bicycle, which startled me. She had always been timid while riding. Even a slight turn of the handlebars would make her squeal. How could such a timid girl dare to jump off? Although the speed was not fast, it was clearly beyond her usual limits. This indicated that she was upset with me. I quickly stopped the bike and apologized. I was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. You used to play along when I teased you. Why are you so sensitive today? Still ignoring me, she hailed a taxi and left, which left me in pursuit, pleading with the driver to stop, but to no avail. The taxi soon vanished from sight. I realized I had spoken too thoughtlessly. The exam results had just come out, and I knew Su Xiaoyi must be feeling down. I should have brought it up. I understood that her frustration was not solely directed at me. She was likely more upset with herself for not achieving better results despite her hard work. Given her current performance, getting into a key high school seemed out of reach, and she must have felt inadequate. Increasingly anxious, I attempted to call her, but she did not answer. I then texted her, saying, "Please don't be mad. After all this time, you know I'm just joking, and I meant no offense." Su Xiaoyi responded with a text that confirmed my suspicions. "I'm not angry with you. I'm just upset with myself for not doing better. I'm fine. I just need some time to myself." Her willingness to reply reassured me somewhat. I sensed that although Su Xiaoyi's academic performance had never been stellar, she cared deeply about her grades and was sensitive to others' opinions regarding her studies. I recalled a previous argument with Fu Hao when he had remarked that she wasn't cut out for academics, which had understandably upset her. I realized I needed to be cautious not to joke about her studies in the future. When I returned home that day, I shared with my father that I had ranked first in my class. He was elated and went out to buy a slew of snacks and drinks as a reward. During lunch, he enthusiastically told Aunt Huang, "They say a dragon produces dragons and a phoenix produces phoenixes. How can a simpleton like me, who can barely read, end up with such a brilliant child? It's a mystery." Aunt Huang jokingly replied, "This child must not be your biological offspring. There's no blood relation." She likely didn't know my circumstances and was merely jesting. My father chimed in, laughing, right, not my biological child. I couldn't possibly have produced such a genius. In the past, such banter wouldn't have bothered me. But now that I knew I wasn't my father's biological child, I felt sensitive about it and couldn't muster any joy. That afternoon, before school time, I waited at the community entrance for Su Xiaoyi, fearing she might be upset enough to take a taxi. After a few minutes, she appeared alone, and to my relief, it seemed the incident from earlier had passed. She approached me as if nothing had happened, asking about the schedule for the intensive class and whether I would still be able to walk to school with her if I joined. I said I was unsure. Bai Lu hadn't provided much information, and we would likely find out in the afternoon. She replied with a faint "oh" and fell silent. After our first class that afternoon, the school held an awards ceremony to honor outstanding students from each grade, with cash prizes, albeit modest ones, as a symbolic reward. During the ceremony, the principal specifically praised me, comparing my academic performance from the first year to now, calling me a genius and a miracle. This event undoubtedly made me well known at school. As we dispersed toward the teaching building, many students discussed me, casting admiring glances, especially the younger girls in the first and second years. I overheard them whispering, "It's one thing to be popular at school, but to excel academically too. How's he managed that? Balancing studies and popularity?" Hearing their comments made me feel that I might be in for some romantic attention. I understood quite well that boys like me, who excel in academics while being socially adept, are often favored by girls. This isn't mere vanity. Think about it. Junior high school girls tend to like either the academically gifted, the exceptionally cool, or the exceptionally handsome. I seem to embody 2.5 of those traits. Why half? Because while I'm not particularly handsome, I'm merely average in looks. However, if I were to be modest, I wouldn't say I'm particularly cool either. Fu Hao is the one who truly embodies that persona. My reputation merely stems from having had the upper hand during our last altercation. As for the intensive class, Bai Lu mentioned it wouldn't start until next week, meaning I would still attend classes with Su Xiaoyi for a few more days. That afternoon, Bai Lu rearranged our seating, and being the first in line, I naturally entered first. As before, I chose a seat in the middle, neither too forward nor too far back. When Su Xiaoyi walked in, the seat beside me was conveniently empty, and I hoped she would choose to sit next to me. As she entered, we exchanged a glance, and perhaps we shared a silent understanding, for she came directly over to sit beside me. I was quite exhilarated. We had once shared a desk for a morning, and now, after much anticipation, we were desk mates again, albeit for only a few days. Perhaps this was simply fate. After the seating change, school ended, and as Su Xiaoyi and I walked towards the school gate, a girl with a stylish bob approached and slipped a note into my hand before blushing and running away. I immediately recognized the possibility of it being a love letter, perhaps from her or a classmate who had taken a liking to me. As the girl dashed away, I stole a glance at her. Her figure appeared quite petite. Reflecting on her looks, she was rather attractive, albeit with a youthful innocence that suggested she was likely a first-year student. This marked my second receipt of a love letter. The first had been from Tang Bingbing. Despite this being the second time, I felt an undeniable thrill. Su Xiaoyi, it seemed, was even more excited than I was, making teasing sounds and saying, "Oh, someone wrote you a love letter. It seems you truly are a celebrity at school, adored by the girls. Quickly, tell me what it feels like to receive your first love letter. Is your heart racing?" When she mentioned it was my first love letter, I couldn't let that stand. Rolling my eyes, I replied, "What do you mean first? What about Tang Bingbing? Didn't she confess to me?" Upon realizing her mistake, Su Xiaoyi smacked her forehead and laughed. How could I forget? Honestly, both Bingbing and that little girl must be blind to like you. I retorted, "Just wait. This is merely the beginning. I expect to receive many more confessions before the entrance exams." Su Xiaoyi scoffed, "And so what? I've received countless love letters throughout my life. I couldn't even count them all. Did you ever see me boast about it? You're just showing off over 2 letters." Her words held a grain of truth. When she first entered junior high, she had had many admirers. If it weren't for her having a boyfriend later on, I believe she would still have many suitors. Although the number of admirers had dwindled, it did not diminish her allure. As she matured, she grew even more beautiful. However, due to her past as Fu Hao's girlfriend, many were deterred from pursuing her. The boy who dared to chase her in the second year likely possessed some courage. The more Su Xiaoyi spoke about this, the more it indicated her concern, perhaps even jealousy, which suggested a budding affection for me. This thought brought me joy. I chuckled, saying, "I can't compare to you. I'm still your admirer, trailing behind you like a devoted follower. How could I dare to show off in front of you?" With a huff, she acknowledged my words, and her demeanor was endearingly cute. As for the love letter, I was eager to open it, but sensed Su Xiaoyi's curiosity, so I intentionally refrained, stuffing it into my pocket instead. Initially, she said nothing, but once we exited the school and I was riding my bike with her towards her home, she could no longer contain herself. She asked, "Aren't you going to read the love letter? Why hide it in your pocket? Afraid I'll see it?" I replied, "I'll read it when I get home. It's inconvenient right now." She clearly didn't believe me, saying I was just pretending to hide it from her. I chose not to argue further and redirected the conversation, curious to see how impatient she would become. By the time we reached the community and were about to part ways, she couldn't hold back any longer, insisting, "Come on, take out the love letter. I'm really curious about what that girl wrote." I replied, "Let us wait until we're home. I'm starving and want to get back for dinner." Su Xiaoyi, now impatient, reached into my pocket and pulled out the letter, exclaiming, "Stop dragging your feet. It's just a silly love letter. Why treat it like a treasure? Let me see." Her excitement made me smile. She opened the envelope and began to read the letter. The girl's handwriting was quite beautiful, and the paper seemed to have been sprayed with perfume, emitting a delightful fragrance. It could be that she had placed scented beans on the paper, a common practice among girls who enjoyed keeping them in their pencil cases or backpacks. The content of the letter was roughly as follows. "Dear brother, Chao Xiaobing, I noticed you when I first entered junior high, and I think you're really cool. May I get to know you?" At the end, she left her QQ number for me to add her when I had the time. The letter was signed, Lanjing. Lanjing, is that her surname? I never knew anyone with that last name. It's quite unique. Su Xiaoyi inquired after reading. I mentioned that I had a classmate named Lan in elementary school, but he was the only one I had met. Su Xiaoyi suggested that perhaps Lanjing was his younger sister, which made me consider the possibility. She returned the letter to me, asking how I planned to respond and whether I wanted to be friends with the girl. To be honest, Lanjing's confession evoked a reaction similar to Tang Bingbing's. I felt little interest. I had no feelings for those I didn't like, and my heart was solely for Su Xiaoyi. I recognized that Su Xiaoyi's inquiry was likely a test of my feelings. Without hesitation, I tore the love letter into shreds and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, declaring, "I already have someone in my heart. From now on, anyone who confesses to me will meet the same fate." Su Xiaoyi smiled in satisfaction before turning to head home. At that moment, I nearly summoned the courage to ask her if she would like to be my girlfriend, but ultimately, I held back. After all this time pursuing her, I had only faced rejection, and my confidence wavered. I resolved to wait until I was certain before attempting again. That night, for reasons unknown, I found myself restless and unable to sleep. Lying in bed, I pondered my relationship with Su Xiaoyi. I sensed she might indeed have feelings for me, evident in her gaze and expressions during our conversations. If that were true, what could have drawn her to me? My appearance? I quickly dismissed that notion as unlikely. My social status? Equally implausible. That left only one possibility: my academic performance. Yet, there were undoubtedly other boys who excelled in their studies. After some contemplation, I concluded that my transformation from a troublemaker to a diligent student might have sparked her interest. Such a drastic change could evoke curiosity, and perhaps that was what attracted her to me. When someone becomes interested in the opposite sex, it is often a short leap to affection. Since I believed Su Xiaoyi had developed feelings for me, I wondered if it was time to seize the moment and pursue a relationship with her. Though I entertained that thought, I ultimately felt the timing was not yet right and decided to wait a little longer. The following morning, after having breakfast, I waited for a full 10 minutes at the entrance of the community for Su Xiaoyi to emerge. Typically, this young lady might arrive late by 2 or 3 minutes on occasion, but today her tardiness was notably peculiar. When she approached me, I inquired about her delay, to which she admitted she had overslept. However, I discerned something unusual. She seemed to have applied a touch of light makeup and styled her hair into a bun, clearly having taken considerable care in her appearance. It appeared that she must have spent extra time at home preparing, which accounted for her lateness. Curious about her motivations, I asked if she had any special activities planned that warranted her newfound elegance. She replied that there were no particular events, simply a desire to adorn herself. Then she asked me if I thought she looked good. I jested, saying that if she dressed up for me, then she looked splendid. If for someone else, then perhaps not so much. She chuckled proudly and remarked, "Even someone like you has girls pursuing him. I cannot fall behind. I too want to see if any charming young men will take notice of me." I reminded her of a boy from the second year who had shown interest in her, but she dismissed him, saying he looked too much like a pretty boy and was beneath her notice. I couldn't help but think that her effort to look nice might be for my benefit, especially since we were desk partners, a situation that would soon change. At that moment, a thought struck me. During our previous bet, she had mentioned being my girlfriend for a week. However, due to the commotion involving Zhang Qimei and Tang Bingbing, that arrangement had only lasted 2 days, and our relationship had soured at the time. Now, however, our rapport had improved significantly, and I felt it was an opportune moment to revisit that wager. In a half-serious tone, I teased, "By the way, about our previous bet concerning your promise to be my girlfriend for a week, it seems that it remains unfulfilled. Should we continue to honor your commitment? There are still 4 or 5 days left." Su Xiaoyi paused, then replied, "That is ancient history. It no longer counts." I countered, "Whether it counts or not depends on you. If you're a person of your word, then it should still hold value. If you choose to disregard it, then I shall pretend I never mentioned it." She shot me a sidelong glance and retorted, "Stop with your pointless banter. What does integrity have to do with this?" I simply refused to uphold my promise. "What will you do about it? Will you hit me?" I sighed dramatically. "Well, since you've said that, what can I do? If it doesn't count, then let it go. It's getting late. We should leave, lest we be late." With that, I hopped onto my bicycle, saying, "Look at that grim expression of yours." Truthfully, I was merely jesting, fully aware that too much time had passed for her to reconsider our previous arrangement. Moreover, that incident had likely been a source of embarrassment for both of us, something neither of us wished to revisit. If we were to engage in a relationship, it should be genuine rather than merely fulfilling a bet. Later that day, during the midday break, I encountered the girl who had given me a love letter the previous day, Lan Jing, with her striking Shizuan hairstyle. When our eyes met, I sensed an anticipation in her gaze, likely expecting that I had written her a reply. Reflecting on it now, I felt somewhat guilty for not responding. Even if I had no feelings for her or did not wish to pursue a friendship, I should have at least acknowledged her letter. Simply tearing it up without a word felt excessively cold, which is not my usual demeanor. As a small gesture of goodwill, I smiled and nodded at her, initiating a greeting, and she returned my smile with a slight wave. I didn't say anything further and proceeded toward the classroom. Without a response from me, she must have felt quite disappointed. Perhaps both Su Xiaoyi and I understood that our time as desk partners was limited. which is why we cherish this opportunity to engage in quiet conversations during class. To maximize our time together, we would whisper when possible. And if the teacher was particularly strict, we would alternate writing in a shared notebook, each penning a sentence in turn. Ironically, during English class that day, our secretive exchange was caught by the English teacher, who confiscated our notebook. I didn't think much of it at the time, resigning myself to the loss of a mere notebook. However, to my surprise, the English teacher handed it over to Bai Lu, who called me to the door shortly after class began, demanding a word with me. At first, I had no idea why she sought me out. Her tone suggested something was amiss, and I wondered what trouble I had found myself in. But upon reflection, I had been quite well-behaved lately, having stirred no controversies. Once in her office, she revealed the confiscated notebook, stating, "I've heard some rumors that you have feelings for Su Xiaoyi. Is that true?" I was taken aback to learn that Bai Lu had heard such gossip. Instinctively, I shook my head, denying it. "That is not true. Where did you hear that?" She scoffed. "Teachers have been through this themselves. They understand your thoughts. Spare me the pretense. I know you like her." Continuing, she elaborated, "While it's normal for teenagers to develop feelings during this period of adolescence, I must remind you that this is a crucial time for your education. If you engage in a romance now, it could significantly impact your studies. If you fail to gain admission to a prestigious high school, wouldn't you feel wronged?" Bai Lu's lecture was rather tedious, and while I understood her point, I found it quite bothersome. With any other teacher, I would have likely walked away in irritation. But because it was Bai Lu, whose kindness I valued, I knew her intentions were genuine. Thus, I could only smile awkwardly and reply, "Don't worry, teacher. I know my limits, and Su Xiaoyi and I are just chatting." She rolled her eyes. "You really think I'm naive? From what I've seen, it's clear your relationship is not ordinary. Let me remind you that even if you begin dating, the chances of a breakup are high. You're still young and don't understand love. It's better to focus on your studies now. Aim for a good university, and then you'll have plenty of options for finding a girlfriend." Before she could finish her admonition, I interrupted her playfully, "With your understanding of these matters, I can only assume you were quite the heartthrob during your school years. How many boyfriends did you have? At least 7 or 8, right?" At this, Bai Lu's face flushed crimson. She shot me a glare. Go on. I've never dated anyone. I only know these things from the experiences of my friends." She then added sternly, "You must pay attention to your studies. If I catch you slacking off in class again, I wouldn't hesitate to speak with Su Xiaoyi." While I wouldn't have cared much for her scolding, the thought of her discussing me with Su Xiaoyi genuinely alarmed me. I could easily envision her saying something along the lines of not to distract Chao Xiaobing from his studies, which would undoubtedly bruise Su Xiaoyi's pride. I could foresee the repercussions. Thus, I quickly apologized to Bai Lu, assuring her that I would study diligently, although I promised Bai Lu to focus in class. Once back in the classroom, I resumed my playful banter with Su Xiaoyi, albeit with a heightened sense of caution to avoid drawing any attention from the teachers. After all, our time as desk partners was limited, and I simply needed to endure these few days. That afternoon after school, Zhang Chimei came to find me and Su Xiaoyi, saying that Tang Bingbing was feeling down and wanted to go out for a drink. If we had nothing better to do, we might as well join her. I asked Zhang Chimei what was troubling Tang Bingbing. Zhang Chimei cursed a couple of times and said, "What else could it be? It's her boyfriend, of course." She then briefly explained that Tang Bingbing's boyfriend had broken up with her and transferred to another school, moving out of town. This had all happened suddenly that very day, and upon receiving the news at noon, Tang Bingbing's eyes were swollen from crying. I was astonished by this news because Tang Bingbing had always had a wonderful relationship with her boyfriend. They rarely argued. How could it have ended so abruptly? Since there were many people at the classroom door, Zhang Chimei didn't elaborate, but as we walked toward Tang Bingbing's home, she whispered to us, "I'm telling you this, but you mustn't let it slip to anyone." Zhang Chimei's demeanor suggested that something serious was at play. I assured her that we would keep it to ourselves. Zhang Chimei continued, "That foolish girl, she slept with her boyfriend, but for some reason, she didn't bleed. He thinks she is no longer a virgin, and they've fought about it several times. And now look, they've broken up, and he has gone off to another school. Isn't it infuriating?" Hearing this left me even more shocked. Tang Bingbing was the most well-behaved among their group of friends. Yet she was the first to lose her virginity. Even Su Xiaoyi, the most open-minded girl, had managed to hold on to hers. Su Xiaoyi, perhaps overwhelmed with anger, exclaimed, "Damn, is that scoundrel even human? Just because of this, he can conclude she is not a virgin?" Some girls just don't bleed, you know? She muttered a few more words, lamenting how foolish Tang Bingbing had been to give herself away so easily. Zhang Qimei said she was unsure and didn't know much about such matters. I added, but doesn't her ex-boyfriend realize that it wasn't him who took her virginity? Who else could have been? Does he even think before he speaks? Zhang Qimei pointed at me and said, "You saying that makes me even angrier. Do you know what that idiot told Bingbing? He said, Bingbing has liked you for so long, maybe you've already taken her virginity, but no one knows it." Upon hearing this, I felt an urge to find that fool and slap him a few times. It was infuriating. At that moment, I was also furious. My relationship with Tang Bingbing was completely innocent. How could her ex-boyfriend even think such a thing? Su Xiaoyi stared at me, seemingly asking for clarification. I quickly explained, "I swear on everything, it absolutely wasn't me. My relationship with Tang Bingbing is innocent. If you don't believe me, let us confront her." Zhang Qimei pushed me, annoyed, saying, "What are you confronting her about? Are you trying to make things worse for her? I know you didn't do anything, but it's not about that. Her boyfriend just won't believe it. He insists that if she didn't bleed, she isn't a virgin." To be honest, at that time, I didn't know much about relationships between men and women. I'd always thought that if a girl didn't bleed on her first time, it meant she wasn't a virgin. It was later that I learned that girls could sometimes not bleed due to various reasons, such as physical activity or other circumstances. Perhaps that was the case with Tang Bingbing. However, the crux of the matter was not whether her boyfriend believed her. He no longer deserved her. Even if he wanted to reconcile, we wouldn't support their relationship. The anger I felt was overwhelming. I declared that comforting Tang Bingbing was our priority and that we would deal with that scoundrel later. As we made our way to Tang Bingbing's home, we still couldn't believe what had transpired. Zhang Qimei mentioned that had she known Tang Bingbing was going to give away her virginity, she would have done everything in her power to stop her. Su Xiaoyi sighed, lamenting how foolish Tang Bingbing had been, suggesting that her life might be ruined. In that era, a girl's first experience was incredibly significant, and for Tang Bingbing to have lost it under such circumstances was indeed serious. If her boyfriend had continued to love her and they had married after graduation, it could have turned into a beautiful story. But now, without even a proper reason, he had cast her aside, refusing to take any responsibility. What kind of happiness could one expect from a man like that? Tang Bingbing had truly made a poor choice in being with him. This situation echoed the old saying, "One can know a person's face, but not their heart." Tang Bingbing's boyfriend didn't seem like this kind of person at all. Who would have thought he could act this way? He was a classic example of a repressed man. It seems that we must be more discerning in our judgments of people. The quality of those around you can greatly impact your life. If you meet a benefactor, you may soar to great heights, but if you encounter a scoundrel, misfortune may follow you. Choosing friends is indeed a profound art. Upon arriving at Tang Bingbing's neighborhood, when she finally emerged, her disheveled appearance was heart-wrenching. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was sobbing uncontrollably, though no tears came forth. I remembered how she had cried to win my affection, but never to this extent. It was understandable. She had lost her virginity, and her boyfriend had left her. What could be more devastating for a girl? Su Xiaoyi, still fuming, asked Tang Bingbing how she could be so foolish, questioning why she hadn't protected herself. Tang Bingbing remained silent, only crying. I signaled to Su Xiaoyi to drop the subject. It was pointless to dwell on what had happened, as it would only deepen Tang Bingbing's sorrow. We then ventured out to find a restaurant and began drinking. Tang Bingbing drank the most, pouring alcohol into herself relentlessly. She had always been the lightest drinker among us. But this time, her intent was clear. She was deliberately punishing herself. Eventually, Zhang Qimei couldn't bear to watch any longer and stopped her from drinking, fearing she would harm herself. Once she was prevented from drinking, Tang Bingbing became agitated, insisting that she needed to go out of town to find her boyfriend and have a doctor check her. If the doctor confirmed that she had lost her virginity long ago, she would have no hesitation. This left us speechless. Could a hospital even determine such a thing? If you had slept with someone, what would a checkup reveal? Naturally, I only dared to think this in my mind and didn't voice it. Zhang Qimei could no longer hold back and scolded her, hurling a barrage of harsh words, asking if she could stop being so pathetic. Regardless of what she said, Tang Bingbing's emotions remained unstable. Eventually, Zhang Qimei decided to drown her sorrows in alcohol, and before long, Tang Bingbing was completely inebriated, slumped over the table in deep sleep. Seeing her like that, Zhang Qimei sighed This foolish girl, how could she be so naive? It's truly heartbreaking. She then raised her glass and drank. I noticed tears shimmering in her eyes, likely moved by Tang Bingbing's plight. Their bond was evidently deep, with Tang Bingbing asleep. The three of us continued drinking and chatting, but the atmosphere fell off, and we soon decided to head home. On the way back, Su Xiaoyi suddenly realized she had left her keys at the restaurant. She went back to retrieve them, but having drunk quite a bit, she was a bit unsteady on her feet. Zhang Chimei, concerned for her safety, insisted on accompanying her, leaving me to ensure Tang Bingbing made it home safely, repeatedly instructing me to take her to her door. Once, Tang Bingbing was thoroughly intoxicated. Initially, we could support her while escorting her home, but now that the others had left, I found myself struggling to assist her alone. Therefore, I decided to carry her on my back. Upon reaching her residential community, she seemed to regain some awareness, mumbling incoherently. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around my neck, nuzzling her face against me and showering my neck with kisses. Startled, I quickly set her down and asked if she was awake. In her half-conscious state, she likely mistook me for her boyfriend, insisting on holding me and uttering nonsensical phrases about not wanting me to leave. I felt utterly helpless and could only hasten her home. After dropping her off at her doorstep, I knocked firmly, relieved to hear movement inside, indicating someone was home. With that reassurance, I swiftly departed. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but reflect on how Tang Bingbing had changed. Her experience with romance seemed to have transformed her. Later, I called Su Xiaoyi, who informed me that she had not yet returned home and was chatting with Zhang Chimei. After I took a cab over, Zhang Chimei handed Su Xiaoyi over to me before leaving. On our journey home, we predominantly discussed Tang Bingbing. Su Xiaoyi remarked that she would need to be cautious in the future. No matter whom she dated, she should not easily give away her first time, lest she end up like Tang Bingbing, crying without knowing how to cope. I inquired what she would do if she were particularly fond of someone and couldn't resist. She replied that even then, it must wait until college. Although she claimed so, I couldn't shake the feeling that once Su Xiaoyi graduated high school, she would undoubtedly give herself to someone. I couldn't explain why I felt this way. It was just an instinct. I also wondered who Su Xiaoyi's next partner would be. I felt there was a significant possibility it could be me. If we both entered high school and shared that experience, it was an exhilarating thought. However, my affection for her was genuine. My contentment lay in simply being with her, without excessive contemplation of physical matters. The following day at school, during the first class, Zhang Chimei unexpectedly burst into our classroom, beckoning me outside. To my surprise, a young woman stood beside her. It was Tang Bingbing's mother. I pondered why she had come to the school, suspecting something had gone awry. Zhang Chimei, with a hint of exasperation, informed me that Tang Bingbing had vanished early that morning, along with hundreds of yuan from her mother's wallet, which she likely had stolen. Her mother insisted on seeing me, claiming I might have abducted her daughter. I was taken aback by the accusation. Not only was I accused by Tang Bingbing's boyfriend of taking her away, but now her mother suspected me of abducting her as well. I asked Tang Bingbing's mother how I could possibly be linked to her disappearance. She revealed that she had once peeked at Tang Bingbing's diary, which mentioned her affection for a boy named Chao Xiaobing. Could that not be me? I had refrained from pursuing the matter at the time, but her recent emotional instability suggested a heartbreak. This morning, upon waking, she had vanished, taking her mother's money. Tang Bingbing's mother demanded to know where her daughter was, believing I held the answers. Though I found the situation absurd, I could empathize with Tang Bingbing's mother's distress. I addressed her respectfully, asserting, "You are mistaken. Tang Bingbing did indeed have feelings for me, but I rejected her. We never dated, and Zhang Chimei can confirm this, as she knows Tang Bingbing well." I nudged Zhang Chimei, urging her to clarify. With a resigned expression, Zhang Chimei explained that she had already informed Tang Bingbing's mother of the truth, but she remained skeptical, insisting she wanted to see her daughter and demanded to know where she was hiding. She threatened to involve the police if we did not divulge Tang Bingbing's whereabouts. I reiterated that I had no idea where she was. If I had known, I would certainly have told her. Moreover, if I had truly hidden Tang Bingbing away, why would I attend class? I suddenly realized that Tang Bingbing's disappearance and theft of money likely meant she had gone to find her boyfriend, who had transferred to another city. Given her fragile emotional state, it was unsafe for her to travel alone. I shared this revelation, explaining that Tang Bingbing had a boyfriend who was also her classmate, but they were on the verge of breaking up. He had transferred schools, and her recent distress stemmed from this situation. I refrained from divulging the specifics of their argument. As I spoke, Zhang Qimei shot me warning glances, signaling me to hold my tongue. When Tang Bingbing's mother confirmed my story with the school, she understood I had not deceived her and apologized for earlier accusations. She then inquired about her daughter's boyfriend's whereabouts, intent on finding him. I glanced at Zhang Qimei, who encouraged me to share what I knew. I disclosed all the information I had, and she hurried off to search for Tang Bingbing. Zhang Qimei, concerned for her friend, chose to accompany her, opting out of class. Before leaving, she urged me and Su Xiaoyi to join them. Knowing that Bai Lu had previously advised me to focus on my studies, I hesitated, fearing that if I left without permission, she would reprimand me. I decided to request a leave of absence, but when I asked Bai Lu, she granted Su Xiaoyi's request, but denied mine. Left with no choice, I remained in class while they went on their search. After Su Xiaoyi departed, I felt a twinge of disappointment. Our time as desk mates was already fleeting, and today was wasted. Around noon, I received a text from Su Xiaoyi, informing me that they had found Tang Bingbing. She had indeed gone to her boyfriend's school. Su Xiaoyi mentioned that Tang Bingbing's mother had scolded her thoroughly before taking her home. I gathered from her message that she and Zhang Qimei had not returned together, so I inquired whether they were not joining us on the way back. She replied in the negative, explaining that on one hand, Tang Bingbing's mother was persistently reprimanding her, making them feel uncomfortable and awkward about returning together. On the other hand, they took the opportunity to stroll around and planned to return by bus in the afternoon. I told her to inform me when they were headed back so that I could pick her up. She declined, stating they would take a taxi home, but I insisted she should heed my advice. By the time school ended that afternoon, Su Xiaoyi had yet to send me a message, so I called her. She mentioned they were already on the bus and would arrive in about half an hour. I felt a twinge of annoyance that she hadn't informed me of their departure. I asked her which bus station they would disembark from, and upon learning, I promptly rode my bicycle over. Upon my arrival at the station, I waited for nearly 10 minutes before they finally arrived. To my surprise, in addition to Su Xiaoyi and Zhang Qimei, there were two boys with them. One was the fair-skinned boy who had previously stopped us to ask for Su Xiaoyi's QQ number, while the other was unfamiliar to me, presumably a classmate of his. I wonder how they ended up here. Had they crossed paths with them on the bus? It was neither a weekend nor a holiday. What were they doing on this bus, and why weren't they in class? My intuition suggested that when Zhang Qimei and the others sought out Tang Bingbing, these boys had followed along. This thought left me feeling somewhat displeased. Upon seeing me, Zhang Qimei and Su Xiaoyi greeted me, and after they approached, Zhang Qimei pointed at the fair-skinned boy, exclaiming that they owed their success in locating Tang Bingbing to him, for he had led the way. Su Xiaoyi, perhaps sensing my displeasure, offered an explanation, saying that when they left in the morning, they happened to encounter him, and when he inquired about their plans, she mentioned they were going to find someone. He insisted on accompanying them, believing that an extra person would increase their chances of success. Though I felt a pang of jealousy, I could not display it outwardly, otherwise it would make me appear petty. I reassured her that it was fine as long as they found the person they were looking for, and then I asked if she was headed home. I offered to ride her back. At that moment, the fair-skinned boy quickly interjected, suggesting that he could take a taxi to expedite her return. Su Xiaoyi promptly declined, asserting she preferred to go with me, and, as she said this, she gently nudged my arm and urged me to go. Her decisive choice to accompany me alleviated some of my discomfort. Yet as we were leaving, the fair-skinned boy called out to her, reminding her to add him on QQ and chat later that evening. Hearing this, my heart sank. Clearly, he had already secured her QQ number. I contemplated asking her about it, but then thought better of it. After all, Su Xiaoyi and I were not officially dating. So why should I concern myself with such matters? I didn't want to appear overly sentimental. Throughout our ride home, Su Xiaoyi animatedly recounted the events of their day, spent searching for Tang Bingbing, while I remained silent, merely listening. Halfway through, she suddenly poked me in the side, playfully asking if I was feeling gloomy. I denied it, but she scoffed, saying she knew me well enough to see that I was jealous of the fact that the fair-skinned boy had returned with us. I maintained my denial, but she threatened to jump off the bus and take a taxi if I continued. Fearing that she might actually do it, I finally admitted to being jealous. Su Xiaoyi chuckled, remarking that the boy was overly clingy. She further explained that she hadn't wanted him to join them when he expressed his desire to help find someone. But Zhang Qimei felt that having an extra person might ease their search. While I understood that their quest was paramount, I couldn't shake the jealousy I felt regarding the fact that he had gotten her QQ number and planned to chat with her later. I asked her about her decision to add him, recalling that she had previously expressed disinterest in doing so. Su Xiaoyi seemed taken aback by my question and fell silent for a moment before responding that after spending the day together, he had become somewhat of a friend, and it would be inconsiderate to refuse his request to connect on QQ. Logically, I understood her reasoning, yet I still felt discontent. However, upon reflection, her willingness to explain her actions demonstrated that she cared about my feelings, which was reassuring. If this had happened in the past, she likely would have dismissed my concerns. I conceded that if she wanted to add him, then so be it. She appeared to sense my lingering unease and urged me not to be upset, advising me to be more magnanimous and not so petty. In a moment of impulsiveness, I remarked that if I ever stopped feeling jealous, it would mean I no longer cared for her. Upon uttering those words, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, my face growing warm. Su Xiaoyi burst into laughter, encouraging me to continue feeling jealous. At that moment, I realized that our relationship had evolved beyond mere friendship. It resembled a budding romance, marked by mutual jealousy. Yet, I felt that something essential was still missing, a subtle barrier that prevented us from fully embracing this new dynamic. I decided to leave it to time to clarify our feelings. That evening, after dinner, I lay in bed, pondering whether Su Xiaoyi was currently chatting with a fair-skinned boy on QQ. I wished I had a computer at home to converse with her daily. As texting was prohibitively expensive, perhaps overwhelmed by my thoughts, I decided to visit the computer room, hoping to chat with her on QQ. Upon arrival, I found the room fully occupied, waiting for an available computer. After some time, I struck up a conversation with Lao Wu, who lamented that he couldn't go a day without seeing Zhang Qimei, seeking my advice on how to win her over. I advised him to give up, asserting that a girl like Zhang Qimei was beyond his reach. Unfazed, Lao Wu insisted on trying and asked me to gauge Zhang Qimei's preferences. I promised to do so the next day at school. While chatting with Lao Wu in the billiards hall, we unexpectedly ran into Shen Yizhu, who entered with a flamboyant appearance, accompanied by a group of unruly youths. They appeared to be around 17 or 18, with the eldest possibly being 20. A tall and burly fellow with an unusually large head. It had been some time since I last saw Shen Yizhu, and I was taken aback by how worldly she seemed now, devoid of any semblance of a student. I found it perplexing how a girl with such severe cleanliness issues could choose to associate with delinquents. Didn't she realize that as a girl in such company, she would likely encounter trouble? After all, her emotional intelligence and assertiveness were lacking. Someone like Guan Qingqing could navigate such circles adeptly, while Shen Yizhu would likely end up being taken advantage of. Shortly after her arrival, Shen Yizhu noticed me but initially ignored my presence. After some time of playing, the burly boy suddenly called out to me and Lao Wu, inviting us to join him for a game of billiards. I once spoke to Lao Wu about my grievances with Shen Yizhu. He is well aware of the situation. At that moment, he quietly advised me, "It seems he is looking for trouble with you. You should not follow him. Aren't you going to the computer room? You go ahead. I'll join him for a few rounds and look for you later." I knew Shen Yizhu intended to confront me, but I wasn't intimidated. It was simply getting late, and I was eager to chat with Su Xiaoyi. Thus, I heeded Lao Wu's counsel and turned to exit through the main door. However, after just a couple of steps, the person who had called out to me persisted. "Hey, am I not speaking to you? Didn't you hear me?" I paused and turned to ask if he was indeed calling me. He replied with a redundant remark. Who else would I be calling? At that moment, Lao Wu attempted to mediate, saying to the man, "Buddy, my brother has something to attend to. Let me play a few rounds with you." The man, apparently unfamiliar with Lao Wu, disregarded him entirely and continued to address me. "When I call you over, just come without hesitation. Don't make me come find you." I thought this fellow was rather audacious. After all, this was Lao Wu's territory. If he wanted to stir up trouble, I could simply forego the computer room tonight and indulge him in a game. With that mindset, I approached him. Once close, I politely remarked, "Brother, my billiard skills are rather lacking, more akin to a novice. You must have mistaken me for someone else." He dismissed my words and forcefully tossed me a cue stick, as if intending to strike me with it. Fortunately, I managed to catch it just in time. He then set up a table and instructed me to break. As I took my shot, I glanced at Shen Yizhu, whose expression was peculiar, as if she awaited my humiliation. After my break, I failed to pocket any balls, and it was the tall, stocky man's turn. There was an easy shot available, yet he chose to stand opposite me and aim directly at me. As he lined up his shot, a thought crossed my mind. Given his size, Should he hit the ball too forcefully? It might come flying towards me and cause quite the pain. However, I remained stationary, not wanting to overreact. To my surprise, he executed a jump shot, sending the ball soaring in my direction with great speed and force. I had no time to evade it. It struck me just below the ribs, causing me to double over in pain and hiss in discomfort. Realizing this was intentional, I knew he aimed to hit me. My bad, brother. That shot went awry. You all right? The tall man feigned concern as he approached me. I nearly retorted angrily at his pretense. I expected Lao Wu to intervene, perhaps to reprimand the man. But surprisingly, he remained silent, giving me a knowing glance, signaling me to keep my composure. It seemed he had a plan in mind. I understood Lao Wu's character well enough to know he would not allow me to suffer in silence. So I chose to endure for the moment. Looking at Shun Yizhu, her expression was smug, clearly reveling in the situation. Although it hurt, I feigned indifference, smiling and saying, "Brother, that shot of yours was rather soft, lacking any real force." The tall man seemed taken aback. He likely did not expect me to respond with humor after he struck me. Unsure of how to retort, he glanced at Shun Yizhu, who seemed to feel victorious and signaled for us to leave. Once I was alone with Lao Wu in a secluded area, he remarked, "He pretended to accidentally hit you. There's little I can do in our own territory. We can't stir up trouble here, as it would ultimately be our loss. But wait, we will certainly seek retribution for this." With that, Lao Wu pulled out his phone to make a call. After a few minutes, his contact arrived outside. When I followed him out, I saw two individuals, twins, both quite young and diminutive in stature, likely only a year or two older than myself. I felt a bit apprehensive, wondering if they could handle Shun Yizhu's gang. They certainly had the numerical advantage, let alone their size. Lao Wu seemed to sense my unease and reassured me, explaining that we would be launching a surprise attack. We weren't scheduled to meet them, so we didn't need a large group. Just enough would suffice. As we had to wait for Shun Yizhu and her friends to exit the entertainment center, I decided to pass the time in the nearby computer room. Once there, I logged on to QQ and messaged Su Xiaoi, inquiring about her activities. She was online and quickly responded, asking, "Did your family buy a computer?" I laughed, replying that my family was far too impoverished to afford such luxuries and that I was merely playing in the computer room. After sending the message, Su Xiaoi did not reply for quite some time, leading me to speculate that she was likely engaged in conversation with others. Out of boredom, I began idly browsing through other users' profiles and was taken aback when I saw Gao Meng's username had changed to better dead than alive. It seemed she was going through something difficult. Just then, her avatar lit up. She appeared to be online. Despite not being well acquainted with her, I felt compelled to ask, "Are you all right? What is going on?" After sending the message, there was a delay before she responded, finally asking, "Who are you?" It was evident she had forgotten me, which disappointed me slightly. Yet, I reasoned that it was understandable. We had only chatted a few times back in November, and given the time that had passed, it was reasonable for her to forget. Moreover, she had removed me from her contacts, which I took as a positive sign. I introduced myself as a junior who had previously chatted with her briefly, to which she replied, "Sorry, it's been a while, and I completely forgot." I reassured her it was no problem and inquired about the reason behind her new username, suspecting she had experienced some misfortune. Perhaps our acquaintance was still too shallow, as she initially seemed reluctant to share details, merely stating that nothing was wrong. When I pressed her on whether it was a romantic issue or something else, she conceded that it was indeed related to feelings. At that point, it became clear to me that she had developed feelings for a boy who likely did not reciprocate them. To comfort her, I share my own experience with Su Xiaoi, explaining how I once liked a girl who initially had no feelings for me and even disliked me, yet now she seemed to harbor some interest. I reassured Gao Meng that it was possible for things to change over time. Gao Meng appeared intrigued and asked, "Really? How did you manage that? If she disliked you before, what changed? Did you become more handsome or something?" I replied that it wasn't the case. Rather, my academic performance had improved. I shared how I had once ranked among the lowest in class, but had since risen to the top. Perhaps this newfound determination piqued her interest. Gao Meng questioned the authenticity of my story, expressing skepticism that it seemed too far-fetched. I insisted that I was being truthful, as only a fool would deceive her. She responded with a playful "ha," continuing, "Well, a boy like you is indeed likely to attract girls' attention. Whether they are diligent students or those who struggle, they would all find you appealing. It's quite commendable." As we conversed, she began to share her own thoughts, stating that while she considered herself reasonably attractive, her academic performance was lacking, and she possessed no unique talents. She lamented that the boy she admired would likely never take an interest in her. I expressed my doubts, suggesting that as long as she persisted, she would inevitably touch his heart one day. Gao Ming replied with hopeful uncertainty, revealing her curiosity about the type of boy a beautiful and graceful mixed-race girl like her might be attracted to. I inquired whether the boy was exceptionally handsome or impressively accomplished to garner her affection. She replied, "He isn't the kind of handsome that strikes you at first glance, but he has a charm that grows on you. His background is decent, and as for why I like him, I can't quite articulate it. Perhaps it stems from a significant favor he did for me in the past, which sparked my fondness for him. Over time, that gratitude inexplicably transformed into affection. Just as I was about to continue our conversation, I suddenly heard shouts from outside. I speculated that a commotion had broken out and quickly informed Gao Ming that I had pressing matters to attend to, promising to resume our chat later. Before shutting down my computer, upon exiting the entertainment center, I spotted Lao Wu leisurely smoking at the entrance. A few dozen meters away, the robust man who had struck me with a cue ball was now seated on the ground, surrounded by several individuals inquiring about his well-being. The pair of slender twins Lao Wu had summoned earlier were conspicuously absent, likely having fled. Lao Wu leaned in and whispered, "What do you think of my two brothers? They're quite efficient, aren't they? Don't let their unassuming appearance fool you. They can be quite fierce. I'll introduce you to them later." Curious, I asked him what had happened to the robust man. He replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect he might have been stabbed or something similar. However, don't worry, those two know their limits. Even if they did stab him, it was probably just in the thigh, so he won't be severely harmed. It was merely a lesson for him." Hearing this reassured me, although I felt that retaliating with a stabbing seemed excessive for merely being struck with a ball. Still, I reasoned that perhaps it served as a lesson for Shan Yizhu, teaching her not to act so brazenly in the future. However, knowing Shan Yizhu's character, I suspected she would likely retaliate against me again, so I resolved to remain vigilant during this period. Lao Wu then led me back to the entertainment center, suggesting, "What do you think about forming the Southeast Society?" Initially perplexed, I asked him what the Southeast Society was. He briefly explained that it was akin to the Iron Blood Hall associated with Fu Hao, but while Fu Hao's group comprised mostly students, his Southeast Society recruited local thugs, presumably possessing greater combat prowess. I told him that if he wanted to pursue it, he should go ahead. If any issues arose, we could face them together, but he needed to be discerning in selecting members to avoid unnecessary troubles. Lao assured me that he had a good eye for people. Since we had all sworn brotherhood together, myself, him, and the two bears, Haiyang and Erxiong, he decided to gather us for a meal soon, where we would spearhead the establishment of the Southeast Society. He explained that the name derived from a local temple located at the southeastern corner of our area, where residents often sought divine assistance, believing it to be quite effective. Consequently, the southeast direction has always been considered auspicious, and naming it the Southeast Society was believed to bring good fortune. Naturally, I was keen to join the Southeast Society, as Lao Wu was a reliable brother, and I believed he would make a name for himself in the future. This society would serve as my support system. Although I was still young, spending time with them had imparted valuable insights. Establishing a firm foothold in society relies heavily on having a solid foundation of allies and support. The formation of the Southeast Society was the first step in solidifying this foundation for our future endeavors. After concluding my conversation with Lao Wu, I realized it was getting late, so I headed home. Later, Su Xiaoi sent me a text, inquiring whether I had perished due to my silence. I retorted that she was the one who had vanished, as I had waited for her for quite some time before leaving. She mentioned she had been in the shower. I teased her that she should have at least informed me, as I wasn't home idly playing on the computer, but rather in the computer room where every moment counted. She acknowledged her fault and offered to apologize, asking if she could compensate me tomorrow. I suggested a modest sum of 10 yuan, insisting it didn't need to be excessive. She playfully chastised me for being money-minded and then asked whether I had returned home yet. I replied that I was halfway there. Thus, I continued to chat with her while making my way home, despite the accumulating cost of the messages, feeling both pained and delighted. The following day was Friday. After completing our classes, we would be on break. The upcoming Monday would see me attending an intensive training class, implying that today might be my last day sitting beside Su Xiaoi. While walking to school, I shared this thought with her, to which she calmly responded, "It's no big deal. We live in the same neighborhood, so we can still see each other every day. If our school hours align, we can continue to walk to and from school together. At that moment, I silently prayed that the schedule for the intensive class would coincide with the regular class. I even joked that if it didn't, I would forego the intensive class and remain in our current class instead, confident that maintaining my current performance would suffice for admission into a prestigious high school. Worst case, I could always settle for a non-honors class. Su Xiaoyi, however, was incensed by my comment, admonishing me, "If you don't attend the intensive class, I'll never speak to you again. This is crucial. You must take it seriously and not be so careless." I smiled, replying, "To sit beside you, I wouldn't care about prestigious high schools or honors classes." This declaration felt slightly sentimental, and I found myself a bit embarrassed. Although Su Xiaoyi scolded me again, I could sense her underlying happiness. As we approached the school entrance, I noticed a van parked nearby. Initially, I thought nothing of it, but as we drew closer, the van's doors suddenly swung open, and two individuals emerged, their expressions grim as they approached us. I quickly realized they were likely sent by Shun Yizhu, seeking to exact revenge on me. With Su Xiaoyi by my side, I hesitated to run, knowing I couldn't escape quickly while accompanying her, and worried that if they became aggressive, she might be harmed. All I could do was rush forward to distract them and urge Su Xiaoyi to flee. I shouted to her, "Quickly go to the school security office and call for help."